How are we doing, guys, gals, and non-binary pals? Happy tournament day, Spraggles.
Oh my gosh, Mr. Jeff Hoagland, I am so ready for this. I'm excited to be here with you, bringing a massive Pokemon TCG Pocket tournament, almost or over 1,500 people ready to battle it out in this brand new meta. I'm so excited, man. Thank you all for being here and watching, by the way. This is going to be an awesome day of Pocket.
I am the This is the magical time in a
Hmm.
TCG. There
Yes.
is an incredible swath of new cards, and not only do we have all of these new cards, we've got the Darkrai's, the Weaviles, the Dialgas, but we also have things like Pokemon communication that are going to make all of the older cards more interesting too, you know? I'm not just looking for what's new and exciting in Pokemon, like, is Machamp more consistent now? Is Blastoise going to show up? Like, there's so many question marks.
Yeah, I think so, right? Now, of course, I think the first weekend of a new set, everyone is looking for that new Pokemon. They're looking for that new deck that sort of is going to become the meta. I remember it happening with Mythical Island when we were figuring out Gyarados really fast and everyone was getting very excited about it. And I think one of the cool things that you're going to see this weekend also is how players start to react to it, because you kind of see the first little bits of, oh, this Darkrai set or whatever is really powerful, and then how is everyone going to adjust to that after a massive tournament like this? And as you talked about, some of these trainer cards are incredibly impactful. You and I, right before broadcast, were just talking about Dawn being like a sleeper, maybe one of the best supporter cards in the game. We were talking about, of course, everyone's talking about Cyrus, but yeah, let's talk about Dawn for a second. Look how beautiful this is. Jeff did all this, by the way. He is the mastermind. I just get to point to it.
I think this could potentially end up being the best card in this set. Like Leaf, I think ended up being the best card from the Mythical Island expansion. This card is so subtly powerful, and I think this is one of the ones that's going to need to get worked in and thought about in a lot of those decks from previous format and the new one. Being able to pair this with something like X Speed that lets you pull your active out while retaining that energy kind of lets you accelerate in a roundabout way. You get to have your one energy attack, but then also eat your two energy attack on the second turn as well.
Yeah, and with so many things like powering up, you have Moltres we already had already kind of powering up your bench and stuff like that. You have Gardevoir powering up the active spot, which is a little different. But when you have these newer cards like Manaphy and Dialga that set up situations where you're throwing energy back to Pokemon to power up, but at the same time, Dawn throws it right up, and now you can start hitting with Dialga. You can start hitting with Moltres. You can Infernape attack twice in a row, even though it's discarding all its energy. Yeah, man, it's a really, really powerful card that on its face feels like, oh, okay, yeah, move in energy from a bench Pokemon to an active. That seems pretty good. But man, in Pocket, when one energy can fully change what you can do in a round, this card truly is so dynamic.
One of the most skill testing things about that game is energy management and where you're allocating those resources. And the first couple of turns, having that maneuverability gives you so much flex. As a small business thing for our tournament participants this morning, it looks like we've got two players, Gagisman and Haho, who are called for feature matches that should be reporting in our Discord server. So if you're one of our almost 1,000 competitors playing in the tournament this morning, thanks for battling out, but make sure you're keeping an eye on the Discord channel so we can be covering all of your awesome matches here today. We're going to be jumping on into that action here soon.
Yeah, I want to talk more about some of the cards. Do you want to talk a little bit about our amazing sponsors here for this tournament, Jeff?
That's true. This tournament would not be possible without all of the awesome support we have from our three sponsors today. The first of them, you can see already in action here. I've got my wonderful Into the AM t-shirt. They make awesome premium clothing line and lots of great graphical designs. Everything from nature, I'm very outdoorsy with my family, to incredible space scenic things like Spraggles has on there. We've also got my wonderful drink mix sponsor here, Advanced.gg. They make awesome branded shakers like my own and hydration, energy, and focus mix that tastes delicious and has no calories inside of it. And last but not least, every mobile gamer knows the most powerful card is your credit card. And a powerful card needs a powerful wallet to hold it in. We'd like to give a shout out to the Exter Smart Wallet, the slim card holder here. We've got Team Blue. over here for Hoaglandia, and we've got Team Red there for Spragels. If you want quick access to your most powerful card in gaming with a flick of a trigger there in the corner, be sure to check out Exter. Links to all of those in the video description down below.
Yeah, I got to tell you, Jeff, it is the most powerful card. Obviously, your credit card is extremely good in Pokemon Pocket, but boy, my day one pulls were tragic. I'll tell you what. I mean,
It's,
we
you
got
know,
nothing.
obviously, I make that joke in any card game I'm playing, but the credit card's actually the weakest in Pokemon Pocket. They limit you. I can only open 100-ish packs a day, and I have to wait? No, I need more. Like, it took me like 3 days to get all of the cards. That's so long.
Those monsters, those absolute monsters, stopping me from giving them even more money. But yeah, huge shout out to our sponsors. Thank you so much for sponsoring this tournament. We have over $1,500 worth of prizing for our competitors today, which is really amazing. We have so many cool decks, and we're taking a look at sort of our meta breakdown right here. One super interesting stat that you were telling me, Jeff, before is we don't have any deck with double-digit representation in this entire tournament.
Yeah, so we see here Darkrai, obviously the new golden child from our set, holding the first and second most popular slots. But these deck lists really could not be more different. And this first one is one we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on here because it is so interesting. So this deck list leverages the fact that you can adjust which energy appear in your energy zone during deck building, and it leverages Magneton alongside we got Magneton. It leverages our Magneton and Magnezone is the second one. The Pokemon past Gen 2 Spraggles. I'm learning all these names.
Yeah, Magnezone, yep.
Right there at the top. So Magnezone here only needs a single lightning energy to attack here. But the way you maneuver to get your consistency from your two-color deck is you only need dark energy in your deck's energy zone because Magneton gets to volt charge up for you. So you evolve into your stage 1, you charge up 1 energy, then you evolve into your stage 2, you charge it again before you get to your stage 2, giving you 2 lightning energy to get blasting with Magnezone twice.
Yeah, I love tech like this. It's so incredibly fun. And when you start to read cards, you're like, oh, wow, I'm pulling the genetic Apex Magneton to pair with the new Magnezone inside of a deck that requires none of that energy, which is just a really exciting way to build out a deck. I think Magnezone could be really cool in lightning decks as well, but this is a really fun implementation of it. I love seeing cards like this, especially things like, you've got the Execute from Mythical Island, where you use a colorless to pull grass, so you could fit that into other decks. This is very cool, and yeah, it is our most popular deck in the entire tournament. I'm actually a little surprised that it's maybe not closer to the Weavile, just because I see so much of it when you're queuing, obviously, but this Magnezone deck has been performing really well in tournaments so far.
Yeah, we see here something that's especially noteworthy, I think, is thinking about, decks from the previous metagame that are still seeing play here past our Darkrai's and our Dialgas and our Palkias is Charizard, actually the most represented deck from our previous formats in this tournament in terms of metagame percentage.
Yeah, let's take a look here. I assume Dawn is going to be kind of popular in this set, right? Or a lot of players bringing it in. Yeah, we have almost a single Dawn in every single one of these decks. I feel like Dawn with a Moltres deck is so good. The fact that you can now on your second turn, you would be able to power Moltres to get a sneaky 70 damage feels really, really good.
Yeah, and that 70 is huge because I think one of the dynamics we're going to see in this metagame is we're going to see more Executor in answer to the Weavile and the Darkrai's at the top, and Moltres getting to hit for 90 into that Executor right away is a huge breakpoint to get kind of that burst as opposed to being more reactive having to build the Charizard.
Yeah, this is going to be a really cool set. I feel like the second I played Dawn with Moltres, I went, "Oh my gosh, this is so gross." You're picking up a point on so many Pokemon, and I think a lot of players have something in that front line that you don't want to, you don't want to take 70 damage to. So you've got that Manaphy out there. You've got something out there, maybe powering up your bench. You've got Dialga possibly out there now taking 90 from a single hit on Moltres. Yeah, this could be really cool.
We talked a little bit about Dawn, but I think if I was to pick a number 2 card from this set that's not a Pokemon that's gonna be everywhere, is this card seems incredibly potent.
Yeah, Pokemon communication is nuts. You take a Pokemon from your hand and you switch it out with something in your deck. Obviously, you know what's left in the deck there, especially as the match is going on. You can go, I have a 66% chance of grabbing my stage 2 here, or you go, I have a 100% chance of throwing this useless basic out right now for the Evo card I need. It is amazing. It feels like it sets up some huge game wins, and I think it makes a lot of stage 1 and 2 decks less less inconsistent against things just that need basic Pokemon, right? Which is really nice, because sometimes you're playing a great Charizard match, you're flipping well on Moltres, and that Charmeleon is at the bottom of the sea, Jeff.
It is very good. Easily one of the cards I've enjoyed playing the most. It's that big question mark of, okay, how consistent can stage 2s be? Are they playable now? And it feels like the answer is very.
Yeah, they are very playable now. This card also, I mean, there are times where you can even just use it early. You're like, look, I need this, I need this. There are a few things that I can grab from my deck. I definitely don't need this other basic in my hand right now, or I don't need this stage 2 in my hand right now. It does feel like a really nice equalizer. The reason Pikachu was so good for so long, and probably is still pretty good, is just because of how easy it is to set up, right? You could almost never brick with Pikachu. It's just getting a bunch of basic Pokemon onto your bench and something in your active spot and start doing some fighting. So I think this really helps a lot of those decks that have a little more of a complex setup get going and not lose as many matches. And I do see someone in the chat saying, Spraggles, if you're reading this, blink Yeehaw and Morse code. I want to give a shout out to both of our streams and chats right now. We might not be able to read them the whole time. We might not be able to react to everyone who's becoming a new member or sub or gifting subs, but thank you very much for all the support. If you guys like what we're doing here with tournaments like this, please continue to support our sponsors, sub up, member up, all that stuff. It really does mean a lot to us, and we'll try to check in with you guys as much as we possibly can. But of course, we're going to be focused, entirely on the matches that we are bringing you as well. So shout out to the chat. We obviously love you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, I think it's time to dive right into our first game. We're obviously
God.
our stream broadcast is very live today, but because we want to bring you all the action, show you players' hands, we're running a little bit behind the live on the tournament. So our players have been playing for a minute. We're going to start from the start of their round to keep the competitive integrity maintained, so that way there's no screen peeking or anything like that. Let's go ahead and dive on in. And I think we have some Togekiss for the first match here today, Spraggles.
I was just playing Togekiss yesterday on stream. I don't know if it's going to be a meta deck, Jeff, but when this thing starts swinging, it's insane. You can do 170 damage with Cynthia on your second attack, 110 on your first attack, which is really solid. Going to be fun to see what we can make work here, and they've got that beautiful Cynthia coin. Their credit card really is the most powerful card for them.
And we see we got I'm gonna let you pronounce this one first, and I'm gonna try and mirror you. So this
I'm gonna get
fault.
it wrong. I always say Cresselia, but I'm sure it's Cresselia or something.
Cresselia, that sounds more correct than what I've been saying. So we got Cresselia here, which I think is a really potent lead because it lets you take one of two directions. It's got this 2 energy attack that lets it heal itself back up, but it also is just 110 HP on a single knockout point body, so it's going to buy you time to find things like the stage 2 Togekiss.
They just slabbed right now. They have the other professor in their hand. I mean, this is a pretty good time to throw Mythical Slab, right? You've got Professor. You're not burying it right here. Pokeball is an unfortunate one for them, but it is a pretty nice situation to have 2 slabs and 2 professors this early as they're getting set up here. And there's Togetic.
Yeah, and there's so many choices about how you sequence these things. We see a Pokeball, we see a slab, we see communication, and this is one of the things we see our player here holding this mythical slab because I would bet there's a copy of Porygon in this deck somewhere.
Oh yeah, good point. And we see our opponent setting up with a Pikachu right here. So obviously this could be a Raichu setup for our opponents. I wonder if we see. I don't know how many Porygon Z setups we have in this tournament. It feels like kind of a troll card, but it's also super fun, right?
Yep.
And here we
So
have our Pikachu getting set up on the bench as well from our opponent. And we're going to see how they want to play this right here. Setting up Pikachu with a little energy, attacking early with Gnaw, and we're going to send it back over to the Togekiss player.
So we see Professor's research on the open here. I assume we're looking for that basic Togepi. We see a gorgeous full art copy of Cynthia here. Pokeball's exactly what we're looking for. Want to get this evolution line going ASAP. We miss on the Togepi, but we find that Porygon I referenced a moment ago. And this lets them use these cards like Mythical Slab with precision. We can take a peek here, and we know we're waiting a turn.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, that's a card you absolutely do not want to throw to the bottom of the deck. Unless, of course, you're saying, look, I don't think I'm going to need it at this point. I have everything I need. I actually can slab a card like that, throw it to my bottom card. I'll never see it again, but I won't need it. But right now, yeah, I think they're going to go, okay, we know we're going to pull Pokemon Communication. We can probably slab next turn and then grab one of the cards we're looking for. Obviously, it's unfortunate when you are looking to set up Togekiss and you're not getting anything in the line. Fortunately, though, it only requires 1 energy for its basic and stage 1, and then 2 energy for its stage 2.
We saw our Togekiss player pause on this the first energy of the game, and this is a huge decision. They've committed it to the Cresselia, which means they likely want to put a second on here to get attacking for 50. So if you're on the Togekiss side here, you are hoping you don't see a second energy and a Raichu here, because this can kind of make your first energy get attached feel a little bit bad. You're going to get one hit in for 50, but then the Raichu is going to blow you away.
Yeah, and they're setting up this Raichu in their face right now, just showing the strength that they have. Obviously, if they were able to put down their Magneton on their bench, it could generate a free energy for them and send it up with either Dawn or Lieutenant Surge here. They see that Togetic is coming next, which is probably not exactly what they're looking for. They need to get that Togepi out there so they can start powering this Pokemon.
Yeah, so Pokemon Communication here in hand lets them exchange a Pokemon card in their hand for another card out of their deck. That's another random Pokemon. And we see the pause here. I think if I was this player, I would be inclined to Mythical Slab the Togetic off the top and then shove that back into the deck to try and find the Togepi. Because remember, every Pokemon you take out of your deck makes the communication more likely to find the thing you're actually looking for.
Yeah, it looks like they decide not to do that, which is interesting because they could end up just drawing this Togetic right now. They don't. They draw a Togekiss, which is, again, not exactly what they're looking for. They could slab here and now possibly not get a Psychic-type Pokemon, but they do pull Togepi. They needed it, and here it comes.
This is huge. So okay, I took a pause on the energy to the Cresselia, but thinking about it, I think this makes sense because getting the 50 here means that even if the Raichu blows you away, the Togekick gets to come up and deal 40, and then the Togekiss deals 60 to clean this out before they can get anything else set up again.
Yeah, that's right. So Togekiss would get this in 1, and then next turn it would swing for 120, right? Which could be massive. They would need something to heal this, and most Lightning decks are not running anything like that. We could obviously see the KO on the Cresselia right now, which is what they are going for. They're going to take it down with Thunderbolt. 140 damage, doesn't matter what you're trying to heal right there. Even the new Cresselia EX that is coming very soon would go down to that Raichu, an incredibly powerful nuker right there.
So Magneton on the bench here complicates the decisions for our Togekiss player. There is almost assuredly a Lieutenant Surge lurking, which means this Raichu threatens an attack again next turn. I really love putting the Porygon up here because you can let this Porygon take a hit while you build the Togekiss in the back, and then the Togekiss can ideally clear the Raichu before it can clean it out.
Yeah, I think this is really kind of your only play, right? You just can't do enough damage to Raichu. If you had, I guess, Geo in your deck, maybe you could do something, but you can't do enough damage. Cynthia only works on the Togekiss. It will not work on the Togetic. So yeah, you're going to need to wait a turn for Togekiss. Again, the nice thing is Togekiss swings for 60, gets the KO, swings for 120, or with Cynthia, 170 next turn.
Yeah, so the big thing here on our Raichu player side is where does this Raichu end up at? If you're on the Togekiss side, you're hoping it stays in the active spot so you can clear it next turn. So if that Raichu's on the bench, it threatens to clear your finisher in one shot at any point.
And here we go. We're going to see how they want to set up. They're actually putting the energy on their benched Pikachu. I think they're recognizing that this Raichu is going down. Togekiss, a real bulky Pokemon, though, Jeff. I believe it has 100 and... Oh, it's 140 HP. I was thinking it had more yesterday. I was throwing Giant Cape on it, which I actually think is pretty decent to, get away from some of these breakpoints. 140 is a super scary place for that Pokemon's HP to be. With that Pikachu powering up, 2 energy on the Magneton, you put Togekiss in, Lieutenant Surge gets rid of it. It's a rough spot for our Cresselia player right now.
So here's a Surge, and we have another charge up on the Magneton in the back. This Raichu gets to fry the Porygon. And then if you're on the Togekiss side here, you gotta hope for there's not a second Raichu and a second Surge in the back for our electric player.
Yeah. With how aggressive they are playing right there, it feels like there probably is, or at least that's what they're posturing, right? That this is what I'm about to do to you right here. As we're getting set up, we're going to be able to start swinging right here. One psychic energy that they are setting up on the Mew right now. Overdrive Smash picks up the KO on Raichu, and now we're going to see if it's all over, right? I mean, a great combination here from our Lightning type player could win the game.
Yeah, the first energy advantage was so huge here for our electric player. The fact that Raichu was able to set up and clear for 140 into the Cresselia at the start. And here's the Raichu. Is there a second Surge?
That's the question. I mean, the way they're playing it feels like it is because it is the game if they are. They're putting Pokemon on their bench. However, there's Dawn,
Oh,
so they didn't
Dawn
even
does it
need
too.
Surge.
She's so good, Spraggles.
It's so good, man. We talked about it at the start of the broadcast, Jeff, how much we are both excited about this new card, and you can see it right here. Beautiful play here from our Lightning deck, and they take game number 1.
Yeah, I think Dawn is just going to be absolutely everywhere. Just
Yeah.
such a good utility card, and it really forces the players to think about the game in a different way. Now, Togekiss fans at home, if you ever watched a tournament before, these tournaments are best of 3, so that is the first game over to our Raichu player, but they're gonna have to win another one in this set. Our Togekiss gamer is not done just yet.
Yeah, I'd love to see this deck go further, but there are some decks that you play that are really exciting and you just recognize, man, I don't think this thing is consistent. Like, yes, when Togekiss gets set up, it's swinging, it does some really cool stuff, but man, it is tough running into some of these incredible meta decks. Even a deck like that, we're not seeing Pikachu EX or anything on that. This is a Raichu deck that is just taking it down. So I think Togekiss is a really cool card. I don't expect to see it super far into this tournament, but I do love to see players trying all the new stuff for sure.
I would like to apologize to Spraggles and point out to people in chat that his name is typoed on the logo above us. We were iterating through some of our graphics and it got fixed. I'm gonna fix it between the next rounds. So apologies.
Is it where it looks right?
Oh, maybe it's not this. It's one of the other scenes. One of the other scenes has it wrong. It was typoed
All
at
right.
one point.
Obviously, I don't accept your apology. But I'm glad the chat called it out. Thanks for having my back, chat. There's nothing I could do about this Jeff Hoagland guy sometimes. He's crazy. He wants to undermine me, but you won't let him. Thank you all so much.
Spraggles actually set up that I did all of this at the start, so that way he could throw me under a bus at this particular instance.
Oh yeah, I saw it actually. I was just waiting. I was just waiting for my moment to get to you here. We have the Cresselia getting set up. I mean, I don't think it's the start they're looking for into such a fast deck right here like Pikachu, but they do have their Togepi early this time. 2 Togekisses in the hand, so they would be able to throw one of these into their deck with that Pokemon Communications. Obviously, they could pull the Porygon, which would be super unfortunate for them, so we're going to have to see how they want to play this, as once again, we have Pikachu getting set up, one on the bench, and they could just power in their face again, especially if they have that Raichu coming.
Yeah, and the big thing I want to point out here again is that our electric player has the first energy advantage, which is a big deal when the Togekiss player specifically doesn't lead on Togekiss. Cresselia is a card that really appreciates going second, so you can start cracking for 50 sooner, but you're just behind from the start now when your opponent has this as their lead. And one of the tough things about this Togekiss deck is you're trying to fit in these communications, these psychic slabs, and others, so you don't have room to play things like Leaf to leave you that maneuverability at the start of the game.
Yeah, which unfortunately you might need. Togetic is an amazing turn 3. It reminds me of like an Executor, obviously, but not EX, right? If that was in the active spot right there, Jeff, you are swinging right now. Turn 3 for 40 damage. It would be pretty solid. Unfortunately, they kind of have a really rough start once again. Cresselia as the only basic in their hand in the active spot.
Now, one saving grace we have here is that if our electric player takes a really aggressive stance and starts Raichuing right away again, we have both Togekiss and Cynthia specifically, that Togekiss supporter in hand, which would let Togekiss clear a 100 HP Pokemon in the first attack.
That's right. Yeah, Jeff pulling up the card right here. Togekiss would do its 60 damage plus the massive 50 bonus from Cynthia. Move out of the way, Blaine, because this card is absolutely insane right here. Insane in the Memblane. All right, that's fine. Plus 50 damage gives you 110. It does clear Raichu without really bulky EX Pokemon in their deck. This is so mean early, and they are looking to pick up this first KO. I don't think they have a lot of other options here.
Yep. Okay. And we see here no Dawn, no Lieutenant Surge from our Raichu player. It means that we have a turn to get set up here a little bit in the back. We see our Togekiss player getting their evolution all set up. And then where does our second energy go here is a big question. I don't know that I love putting it on Togekiss. I feel like I'd be inclined to get maybe the second Cresselia set up on the bench, perhaps, because spreading out your energy gives you more options on what you could switch in the following turn.
Yeah, this is tough, right? I also wonder if maybe this is a time to start powering your Mew, so you have that Thunderbolt that you could throw right back at them. But yeah, we'll just have to see how they want to play this. The thing about Togekiss, Jeff, is yeah, it could have 2 energy on it any turn, right? You already had 1 on it. By the time you move it in, you have an energy you generate, so you don't really need this at all.
And on our Raichu player side here, you know that there's 2 Cynthias in this Togekiss deck, so it is incredibly likely that if you fry this Cresselia here, you're gonna get cleared on the back crack, and then this Togekiss is gonna be revved up, ready to clear everything else in your deck in a single go, essentially.
Now, this is an open deck list, so they can see what their opponents are playing here as they decide to move in this Pikachu right now. I think it's a really smart play. They know they can't get this Togekiss in next turn, so they can actually start doing something right here and really setting up, Raichu KOing in multiple turns. They can have Magneton ready to attack. They're kind of putting their opponent in a position where they're going to have to make some decisions.
Yeah, they're essentially saying you're either going to put energy on this active Cresselia, or I'm just going to have infinite time to set up everything I want in my bench, and I'm not just going to have 1 Raichu, I'm going to have 2 Raichus, and you can't just clear the first one because the second one's going to clear your Togekiss right back.
Yeah, and if you have 2 fully powered Raichus, you could start moving in this Magneton and just doing some damage, you know? They're like if the Raichus are ready to go with 2 big attacks, and yeah, here we do have the Mew, and it looks like they are going to start putting energy on it. I think this is probably what needed to happen last turn.
Yep. We see the Mew getting charged up here. I'm going to be curious to see if giving this electric deck all the time in the world ends up working out for our player here, because everything in this Togekiss deck without something like a giant cape is getting cleared in one by Raichu. So I feel like if this electric player is given room to get 2 Raichus going, we're just going to kind of be in a checkmate situation.
Yeah, this is what, I was running into yesterday when I was playing Togekiss, and it's why I started running Giant Cape in this deck, was there are just so many things that can eat you for 140 HP, but 160 can give you 1 more turn with it. We do have Raichu moving in now. There's the Thunderbolt. They pick up a KO. They had no energy on that Cresselia, so they could have waited longer, but it looks like they're ready to go. Togekiss coming in, and they're going to be able to, as you said before, Jeff, Cynthia and take it down turn 1 as they're actually getting their other one set up on the bench.
So I'm curious to see where this energy goes. I would be inclined to put it on Mew because the
Same.
expectation with this Raichu coming up for me here is that there is a second Raichu and then a Lieutenant Surge in hand. So how the play back and forth here works is you Cynthia, Togekiss clear this Raichu, they Raichu clear your Togekiss, and then if you put second energy on Mew, you can clear their second Raichu back, and then they don't have a solid attacker left behind.
Correct. Yeah, because you're not able without another Cynthia to take that Raichu with Togekiss. So I think this is definitely the call. First,
Yep.
Cynthia gets Raichu.
So we see
We're gonna
that
have to see.
power up error on the Togekiss here. If this Togekiss gets another attack, which is a big question mark at this point, it will do 120 if this doesn't get cleared out here.
Yeah, and here we go. Pikachu hits the board. Obviously, the Lieutenant Surge combo is, perfect for them. They will pick up their second point. If they don't have it, this is kind of game. I mean, I don't think there's anything else they can do if they don't have Raichu and Surge right now. And there it is. Surging first before putting the energy down and before using Volt Charge will make it so that this Raichu doesn't lose all of their energy. Obviously, this isn't a mistake I think some of these tournament players are going to make, but just something to notice. If they happen to put any more energy on Raichu or they happen to Lieutenant Surge after that charge, they lose all of that energy.
So we see here, Mew can come up now, and the way Mew is templated is very specific. It doesn't have to match the energy type, and for something like Raichu, it does not need to discard energy if it doesn't have that specific type. So this, Raichu's templated different than Charizard.
Why?
Oh, I missed that. Raichu says discard all energy attached to this Pokemon. It doesn't say lightning energy.
Doesn't say fire. Oh wow, it doesn't say like fire energy or lightning energy. Oh no. Well, this is gonna be really interesting. Well,
Well, that's so huge. Yeah, I was thinking we were gonna have a Mew left over that could threaten an attack, but the templating on Raichu here means, I mean, this is you have to make this play. It's not optional. You have to clear the Raichu, I think, but you're losing all your energy to do so.
Yeah. Unfortunate, right? But here we go. Mew is in the active spot now. Raichu is gone. Magneton is going to be moving up here as we are 2 points to 2 points. That's really interesting. Yeah, a lot of cards will say discard the fire energy attached or something like that. Discard the 3 water energy attached for the new Palkia card, right? Doesn't say that here on Raichu.
Is there a Magnezone here is the question mark. Are we attacking for 60 or are we cracking for 110 is a pretty big difference. And there's the zone.
Okay, so they get to attack for 110. They do discard 1 lightning energy, but they already have 4 now with that coming from their energy zone, bringing Mew down to 20. Mew is going to need to retreat. I don't think they have any budding in their deck. I haven't seen it. Let's see what they see is coming next here. It is a slab. You could slab a slab. I mean, there's nothing illegal about slabbing a slab, I don't think.
And the lack of X speed and Leaf here, choosing to play all of the extra selection cards, really coming in to play. You know, we're just seeing that kind of downside we talked about very early in the game where we made the decisions, just let that Cresselia stall out up top. Our electric player has just been able to set up all of their cards here.
Yeah, and there's the GG. I mean, unfortunately, if you can't eat the Raichu attack and you can't get Mew out of there in some way, this deck just doesn't really have a lot of options, right, Jeff? It feels like it's either it gets powered up into a good situation for Togekiss where it gets to attack twice, or it's over. And with so many cards hitting for, 150 now, 140 plus, I do think you would need Cape. Or possibly you could use something again like Leaf or X Speed to move your cards around a little bit. Unfortunately, they do not have that.
And then Spraggles, I'm just not a fan of waiting a whole bunch in between rounds. I think we should watch another match. What do you think?
I'm a fan of waiting a whole bunch. I just want to wait a whole bunch. No,
I'll wait a whole bunch.
Let's get back into it. I want to shout out something I saw in the chat earlier. Is they said they love Jeff Hoagland and they miss you casting Unite. The first time I got to meet Jeff, we casted a Unite tournament together. So this is just a really fun full circle moment of our relationship. I also miss myself some Jeff Hoagland, an amazing caster, an amazing dude. I'm happy to be here with you, Jeff, for our second game.
I'm so excited our paths could cross again, Spraggles, and I'm excited to dive on in to this match here. We've got some Dialga action here, I believe, against Darkrai, starting in Game 1. This is also a Round 1 match for these players.
All right, so this is what we've got. Dialga Melmetal here is what they're setting up. Interesting setup here. I was playing a little Dialga Melmetal, a little Dialga Bastiodon. Dialga, of course, powering your bench with metal energy also sets up a lot of cool plays with things like Yan Mega. Just like anything that can use colorless energy can be powered up in some fun ways. There is that beautiful Spiritomb full art. That art is so good. It's ridiculous.
It's like actually you look at it like a lot of the art in this game is good, but you're like that could be on the wall at a museum.
Yes, it's so pretty. It's like ridiculously pretty. The other day, I was playing against Darkrai Spiritomb, and it was wrecking me in one round. But I had that Spiritomb, and I was like, I'm happy to see this. This is just great. They're powering the Darkrai on the bench. So if you haven't played with Darkrai yet or seen it, Darkrai, when you put Dark Energy on it, its ability Nightmare Aura does damage to your opponent's active Pokemon, and it's not going to trigger anything like Rocky Helmet. It's not going to trigger anything like if it gets a KO, like the revenge damage from Marshadow. So an incredibly powerful card, Darkrai EX, and it's why it is the most played deck in our tournament. Not this particular version, but a Darkrai EX deck.
We see one of our pack headliners, Dialga, from our bottom player, getting that first metal energy, working towards Metallic Turbo that adds a whopping 2 extra metal energy every single turn to something on your bench. And notably, we see this Tauros in hand for our metal player. You can put those metal energies on anything. There's no restrictions like we've seen on cards like Misty and others in the past. So you can power up a wide range of utility cards in your backline.
Pokeball, just seeing what they can grab from their deck here. There is their Mew EX, which, 3 energy to copy Darkrai isn't really super ideal, right? Mew doesn't counter it very hard. Right now, we're going to be able to start powering our bench. We do have Melmetal in hand. There's always a question as to whether you're going to put it down because, of course, that retreat cost is super, super high. And with something like Sabrina as a possibility against some opponents, you don't know if you're going to want to use that. But this is open deck list, so you know what your opponent has, and you know whether or not they're going to be able to make a play like that.
Melmetal has been a fan favorite, I feel like, since Pokemon Pocket release. Metal's kind of been like the underdog archetype / color in the game up until this set. And the big question mark around this tournament, the other early tournaments in this metagame, is can Dialga bring Melmetal to the forefront of our metagame?
And we're going to find out here very, very soon, at least in this matchup. And I noticed in the chat, people are wondering if the people playing can hear our commentary right now. We are delaying the matches we are showing you so that there would be no way a player could get the information that we have and use it against their opponent. So no, they could not watch they could watch the commentary behind and maybe see what they could have done. That's a possibility.
Yeah, so these matches, this is round 1 of our tournament. This is game 1 of this match, but these players started this game about 15 minutes prior at this point because it's the second match we're covering in this round.
And here we go. Dialga right now is able to fully power Melmetal. It is also able to KO the Spiritomb. This is a nice position for them to be in right here. But they are going to be in danger of getting KO'd themselves, right? As soon as Darkrai comes in. Or Weavile, they will pick up the KO on Dialga.
Yeah, and we see that that metal coat for a Melmetal preventing that Spiritomb from being able to deal damage here. But the way Melmetal is templated, it notably only reduces damage from attacks. So that Darkrai Pokemon ability is still going to poke this if it gets into the active spot. And if you're on this Dialga side, the question you have to ask yourself here is, do you want to give up these 2 knockout points from your EX in order to get 2 more energy here? Given that there's a Spiritomb and the Darkrai, I would wager that there is 1 or more copies of Cyrus in this Dark deck. So retreating the Dialga doesn't even necessarily mean that it's safe if a Cyrus can just drag it kicking and screaming back up to the front.
I think they might have just checkmated their opponent right here with the amount of damage that can be done, right? Because if they are able to attack this Dialga, they're going to take damage from the Rocky Helm. That 20 damage puts them in range of Melmetal, and I think that's game right there. We're going to have to see how the Darkrai player wants to approach this right here. But that Rocky Helmet may have been the star of this match, setting up the opportunity to pick up this game-winning KO.
Yeah, these Pokemon tools, new type of card added in this expansion, adding an incredible depth to both gameplay and deck building. You can only have 1 tool on a Pokemon at a time, and this Rocky Helmet in the right spot here is kind of like a Super Giovanni, If you've played previous Pokemon Pocket formats, adding even just 10 more damage is such a big deal, and Rocky Helmet here is adding double that if they take a hit.
Yeah, and now we're looking to see if there's anything the dark player can do. They obviously have only given up 1 point. If they have another basic in their hand, or just excuse me, just another non-EX Pokemon in their deck, there's possibly something they can do. But it looks like they are just going to have to do some damage here to Dialga and move on, unless there's something they can pull out of their deck, Jeff. This might just be GG go next. And they're deciding not to attack. So yeah, they are recognizing that it would be game.
Yep. So now we have the question of maneuverability on the steel player side. You know, they've got two things set up and ready to attack here. At this point, you have a variety of options on the steel side, and I think most of the roads are leading in the direction that you're happy with. We could even attack with the Dialga, thanks to Dawn pushing other energy up. We can utilize this X speed to pull it back out. We see the energy reachers. I assume we're going to see a Dawn and then a heavy impact here.
I'm so glad we talked about Dawn early. I mean, it makes us look like geniuses here, Jeff, as it is such a game-changing card in so many of these matches. Here comes the heavy impact, 100 damage onto this Darkrai.
Would you say that Dawn's had a heavy impact on the outcome of this game?
Come on, they say you're the best for a reason. Here we are, Darkrai player. I wonder what they're fishing for. Is there anything in their deck that they can get out? I guess maybe they're looking for another Spiritomb. Do they have any other options, Jeff?
Yeah, I think the writing is on the wall for this one. And in fact, thanks to the magic of these games already having happened a little bit, I'm going to increase the speed that this game's being played at while we see our player play it out. Technology is incredible.
Darkrai EX. I mean, I guess we can retreat here. The other Darkrai, put some energy down. Yeah, there's the leaf.
Your maneuverability at this point, I suppose, if you're on the Darkrai side, is you have to clear this Dialga using only Nightmare Auras, so you never take 20 from the Rocky Helmet and put yourself into range. But the Dialga just gets to retreat out at this point, and the Melmetal gets to crack in for 120 as opposed to 100.
Yeah, let's see how they want to attack this here. They could. Here's the professors, so they don't decide to use Giovanni. No break points that they're looking at right there. Just pulling more cards from their deck. I think they're wondering if they want to power this other Melmetal, but obviously, I think it's just time to start swinging here. They do get the melt in.
Something that's notable about the templating of Darkrai is that it only triggers its Pokemon ability when an energy is attached to it from the energy zone, so you're never in danger of two Darkrai triggers happening in the single turn. So realistically, they could leave the Dialga up and do another heavy impact, or they could pull it out. I think it mostly doesn't matter at this point.
Yeah, and here we go. Melmetal's coming in, looking to do some attacking. 120 damage to the Darkrai. And again, there's only one energy on this Darkrai right now, so they're in a really tough spot. They could put an energy on Darkrai, retreat it into the other. There's a okay, so they do have a Sneasel. I guess there's an opportunity right there. They're pulling Dialga back. They're going to do some damage with Nightmare Aura.
And we have to retreat again here. Oh, this is the Sneasel buys them a turn here because the Sneasel notably only has a 1 knockout point to go up. And I suppose if there's a second Cyrus in this Darkrai deck, which is a real possibility given that they're playing Spiritomb, they could drag the Dialga kicking and screaming back to the front and clear it without triggering the Rocky Helmet.
So now the question is, do they want to just KO this Sneasel, get rid of it right now? Or do they want to try to retreat this back to their bench, not give up a point? They do have another leaf, so they're going to pull it back.
I like this line. I think forcing the Darkrai player to have their second copy of Cyrus is super, super reasonable here. We get to go ahead and pick up this knockout point here, just kind of reducing the last bit of maneuverability. They have one Weavile at 140, but 2 more attacks and we're going to be done here. Actually, one more. The Sabrina is actually going to be lethal next turn, yes?
I didn't even see that they had a Sabrina in their hand. Yeah, you're right. And here we go. Dialga back up with another Cyrus. The Nightmare Aura does pick up the KO. And now it is going to move into that active spot. We're going to see who they want to put out there. Obviously, this Melmetal, very tanky at this point. 150 HP with that giant cape. They take minus 20 damage from attacks. So they're going to have to put some energy onto a Darkrai with Nightmare Aura and then Dawn it up to the Weavile to do some damage against them. We'll see if they even
But
have that as an option, though.
the Sabrina here is just going to end the game for our metal player, assuming they see the line. Yep, we'll go ahead and
There we
grab
go.
that. And game one in our Dialga versus Darkrai is going to go over to the Dialga player. And I think, this is one of the big questions that these early tournaments are going to have is which of these new EXs are going to be coming out on top in these battles.
Yeah, I gotta say, Jeff, Giant Cape on Melmetal gives it so much more viability. I think the biggest problem with Melmetal, especially in Genetic Apex, which of course was an early set, right? I mean, they're keeping the game pretty basic. But Melmetal always had this really frustrating amount of HP. 130. So Mewtwo cracks it. Charizard, of course, cracks it. There are just so many things that could take it out. But with Giant Cape, man, this thing is so much more powerful. And now you have multiple ways to power it. Of course, you can use Meltan and a Mass in that active spot, or you can use what I think a lot of players would be excited to use, Dialga, to power it up. And we see them starting here with Meltan in game number 2.
Not only are we starting with Meltan, but we notably have the first energy advantage on our metal side of the board. However, we have one of the most powerful potential openings for our Darkrai player. We see the Sneasel in the active, that Darkrai on the bench. If there is a Weavile and a Dawn, this game might be over before we can blink.
Yeah, this is amazing, right? I mean, turn 3 could be gorgeous for this deck. You need 1 energy on Weavile, and you just set up the line for him right there. You put an energy on Darkrai. The Nightmare Aura does damage. You dawn it up to the Weavile that can evolve on that turn 3, and you crack for 70. Huge, huge play.
All right, we've got a Pokeball finding a Tauros and a Mew here. Both of those are pretty reasonable. We've got the Rocky Helmet here, giving a little bit of punch back to our Meltan, and we got to play some basics out here, right? Otherwise, we lose to.
Okay.
We see that we're going to attack. We're like, oh no, wait, I should do this just in case.
Yeah. Even Mew, I mean, they've got budding, their options, right? But yeah, you got to get something out there because if they have this perfect line, that's game right away. We're going to see if they do. The energy on Darkrai is very scary. If I'm our metal player right here, I'm worried. I'm very worried. Here's Weavile. Oh,
there's the last piece of Exodia coming. Oh, it's the last piece of Exodia.
Oh, what a perfect start here for Darkrai Weavile, just absolutely ripping them apart. Yeah, they take 20 damage from a Rocky Helm, but this one might be over before it began, everybody. Rough start, no Dialga, Meltan goes down, Tauros now in that active spot, and we're running out of options quick.
This is the 4-card opening combo that just keeps giving, because now at this point, your Darkrai gets an energy every turn. It lets your Weavile trigger its extra damage, dealing 70. We're just cracking for 90 again and again and again.
What a perfect setup, and you're seeing why this is just such a popular deck, this combination right here. Jeff is highlighting the card Weavile. Scratching Nails, 1 Dark Energy, and you are able to do 30 damage. However, if your opponent already has damage on it, they take an additional 40. That Nightmare Aura from Darkrai, able to damage the active Pokemon just by putting energy on it, means that even if you haven't damaged something yet, Darkrai sets that up, and with only 1 energy cost on Weavile, it's really hard for this card to not be able to do some damage.
Yeah, and our Mew player, coming up here, we're taking our lines to buy some time here, but I think the writing is on the wall, and we are just waiting for a game 3 to decide the outcome of this match.
Yeah, I think we had a rough start for Dialga here, right? And we had a perfect start for Darkrai. So that's always tough.
Well, I actually think if you think about what the Melmetal player did, they didn't open Dialga, but they kind of had their best non-Dialga start. It just wasn't remotely good enough.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is just one of those situations where it feels like when you played, in Genetic Apex or even Mythical Island against a Mewtwo deck, and you see Routes, Kirlia, Guard, like each one of their turns, you think, well, that was just, what can I do there? Here's the budding. They're going to put Tauros up in the active spot, Mew back onto the bench, Giant Cape onto the Mew, and it looks like they are going to be powering the Mew now, and they are just bricking super hard, too. I mean, we have no Dialgas here. I think they would rather have that out than Mew, but also at some point, like, what are you going to do?
If they could have spun their tires into a Dialga here a little bit, that could have maybe gotten them some maneuverability to get back in the board, but the fact that there's copies of Cyrus in this Dark deck, I think meant the door was closed once we had this aggressive start. Because even if you get a Dialga out and it takes a hit and gets you set up, it's just going to get Drug kicking and screaming back to that active spot right after again.
Yeah, not much we can do here. Dark weakness right there. Takes 50. Professor's looking for something. Hey, there you are, buddy. I mean, I think we're just out of options at this point. They're going to put some energy on it right now. Retreat into Dialga. We're going to see if they can get something set up. I appreciate this player. Like, really, they're playing it out. They're looking for anything they can find. They're trying to get something going here. But this is just such a tough setup to beat.
We're going to add the Rocky Helmet kind of insult to injury on this Weavile. You're like, oh, you want to try and take a knockout point here? You're going to take even more damage now.
We've got Geo. They're going to hit for Metallic Turbo. That's 40 damage. They're powering Mew with 2 Metal Energy, but with only 40 HP left on Dialga. This should be game.
All right, and remember, these are best of 3 matches. If you're just joining us, our metal player won the first game in this set, so we are going to be heading to a game 3 between these 2 competitors here.
Yeah, gonna be exciting to see. I mean, obviously a great game 1 for our metal deck, a rough game 2, and you see why Darkrai Weavile is such a popular combination right now. I see in the chat people were saying it's unlucky. Unlucky-ish start for metal, but just super great start for this Darkrai deck, and it's not impossible. You know, you have Darkrai as a basic, and then Weavile is stage 1. It is not hard to get set up. However, looking at our metal player right here, this is much better. Dialga in the active. We got Meltan on the bench. We're going to see how this goes for our opponent, though.
One thing I really want to point out about that first game, Spraggles, is a complaint we heard a lot in the Pokemon Pocket community going into this expansion is that
trading is bad. Trading is horrible. Trading is a system that doesn't work. You know what? At this point, I'm done. I absolutely quit. These greedy devs. Yeah, you're right. It's trading. Yep.
Spraggles isn't wrong, but the second complaint behind trading was definitely that the game wasn't balanced between going first and going second. And something this expansion did from a card design perspective was open up decks that absolutely love going first. This powerful Darkrai Weavile draw that we saw in that first game loves going first, being able to run its opponent out of the game. And we're kind of seeing in this matchup, in a way, the dynamics of a deck that likes going first, this Darkrai deck, versus a deck that wants to go second and have that first energy in Dialga.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that was a huge complaint in Genetic Apex, and it was pretty fair outside of like Exeggutor EX, right?
Yep.
But you're right. We have so many more options for that now, and it's really good to have decks that can pivot between the two. You see that here with this Darkrai deck. Again, Weavile turn 3 is a brutal combination. We got 1 energy on our Dialga as we're waiting to see how our opponent is going to play this. They could have that kind of perfect start once again. And they got a lot of cards in their hand. I'm wondering what they have exactly right now. Deciding how they want to play it. It's possible they don't have one of the pieces they need here. And if that is the case, and looks like they don't, so they are going to power Sneasel and hopefully get some damage right here. This is like kind of the tricky part of this. Like 50-50, you're doing some damage, which puts you in a good spot for Weavile. But 25% of the time, you actually don't get to do anything to your opponent's active Pokemon.
Yep, and games like that last one for our Weavile Darkrai player are the easy ones, right? You had your 4-card combo, you ran them down, they didn't have a chance. Now you got to do some thinking, right? You don't have your stage 1, you didn't have your Dawn to get the extra Darkrai trigger. Your opponent's led on their Dialga and is going to get their bench set up. We're going to have a real game this time around.
It's going to be interesting. So with this Metallic Turbo, we could see them power Tauros right here. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. Without Melmetal in hand, Tauros sets up some really interesting possibilities to KO these EX Pokemon that are going to be on the other side. But they do decide to go for the Meltan, even with no Melmetal. Interesting.
I think, honestly, I would have been inclined to power up the Tauros even if I had Melmetal, because the Tauros threatens to deal 120 the following turn to a Weavile. So if they hit their stage 1, you'd be able to clear it out with the Tauros. And now that the energies hit the Meltan, there's kind of this giant green light. Okay, I get to play this Weavile out and you don't get to threaten to clear it now.
I guess maybe the possibility that they're thinking is like, look, I don't have a way to get Dialga. No, you could get Dialga out of there too. You're gonna lose all your energy on Dialga, of course. Maybe they were hoping like, hey, if I had Leaf, I'd make that play. But I don't know. Yeah, you're right. You'd be picking up a KO right here. I thought I'd power the Tauros too, especially with no Melmetal in hand.
And this
Interesting.
is
We're gonna have to see if
this
that was a mistake.
Yeah, this is everything in Pokemon Pocket. Where you place your energy in the early game is so critical, and I think we've seen a bit of a misstep here from our metal player. Not only do they not have the Melmetal, but even if they had it, the Tauros would have been the better choice here in this position.
This is really interesting right now. We're gonna have to see how they want to continue. Boy, I think they might have. I think they might have unfortunately made the real bad call here of not powering Tauros. I really don't. I get it if you have Melmetal. I do. I understand where you'd be going, right? Because you could get Melmetal ready to go. You've got the possibility of putting a giant cape on it and thinking like, look, I can sweep the rest of the board possibly here. But well, yeah, Tauros feels like the play right there. And now I think they're in just such a tough spot. We are going to see the X speed. They're going to retreat
But even
to
this retreat is so scuffed against a deck
yeah.
that's playing copies of Cyrus. Like in the previous format, you only have to worry about Sabrina. You could do this, but I honestly wonder if you're just supposed to keep the Dialga in and give the knockout up at this point and get your Tauros online. Because now, because we put the energy on the Tauros this turn now, if they have a copy of Cyrus, they pull up Dialga, they knock it out, and then you have nothing that can attack the following turn for our metal player.
Yeah, this is rough here. They also can wait for this play, but of course they decide not to. I think that was the play that ended the match right there. And you know, there are those small moments. People are always talking about this game, you're just flipping coins or something right there. No, I actually think we saw the play right there. No coin flips, no nothing. That was the moment the entire match changed, and it looks like it's all over right now. They draw Dawn. There's really nothing they can do at this point. Unfortunately, our metal player is going to lose right there. But you know, moments like that happen, and I do got to say, like, it's easy in the chat and in the sidelines and for us commentating to be like, "Oh, the play, why didn't you?" But these are the players down in the arena, down in the Coliseum. I have a lot of respect for the people playing. They might not make every play right, and I do think it's a lot easier to see the big picture when we're sitting up here in the cheap seats.
Not only that, but when you're watching here at home, you have the benefit of hearing myself and Spraggles talking about what the lines are
Uh-huh.
inside of these games. And there's the last knockout here, and our third point for our Darkrai player going to be victorious over our metal
GG.
player.
Fun, really fun match. I love seeing it because you really saw kind of the full range of what could happen in Pocket right there. You saw great game one for our metal player and how that deck can really sing and shut down that Darkrai deck. Beautiful game two, just like the perfect start for Darkrai Weavile in game two. And then game three, you saw, I think, a good start for both players. Not a perfect Darkrai start, pretty good start for Melmetal, but a big decision that led to a game win for the Darkrai. So I love it, man. I think you've talked about this a lot, Jeff, and I know you've been in the TCG trenches for a very, very long time, much longer than me. So I'm always watching your streams and I'm always listening to your insights because I think it's pretty incredible and pretty valuable. And something that you talk about a lot is how much depth there really is in Pocket with some of these decisions that players are making. It's of course a misty coin flip, getting four heads on turn one is just, well, all right, GG. But outside of that, there are so many decisions that feel minor but are actually game changing.
Yeah, and the big ones you got to think about that make this game so difficult to master is a little decision on the first or second turn of the game snowballs into what's ultimately a game losing decision. Like we saw that in that last game, our attack with Dialga and where the energy went happened on their second turn. And the game didn't end for like 6 or 7 more turns, but that was the point where we tipped on a decision that mattered, and ultimately it snowballed from there.
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. We saw some big plays in there. I know there are a lot of Darkrai fans in the chat. I have a poll up on YouTube right now for what EX is going to win it all. And right now, Darkrai is absolutely crushing it with 50% of the vote. And as we talked about earlier in the stream, Jeff, they are the top two decks that we are seeing in this tournament both have Darkrai. They are quite different decks. There's Darkrai EX Magnezone and there is Weavile EX Darkrai. But those two decks are very prominent
A
in this
quick
tournament. and
A
I would
quick
expect
announcement
a lot of them move forward.
for
Yeah.
all of our competitors that are playing. Round 2 will be beginning in the next few minutes. We'd like to apologize for the delay that happened between rounds, and this is your first and only warning. There will not be grace given in a second round. So we're going to avoid these longer delays. If you miss your check-in, you will no longer be playing in the tournament. So that's going to be coming up here momentarily. And as far as stream logistics are concerned, we're going to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. We're going to be back in just a few minutes with round 2 of one of the biggest Pokemon Pocket tournaments here after our most exciting recent set release. Spraggles, thanks for hanging out with us. Viewers at home, we'll be back soon.
See you in a sec.
Thank you, gamers, for hanging out through the break. If you are one of our wonderful competitors in this tournament, round 2 has paired. Keep an eye on the open announcements channel in the Discord after you check in on Limitless. Our feature matches are going to be tagged there momentarily. Shout out to my lovely and beautiful wife, Christy, for managing all of our players playing today. And as we're giving shout outs to things that are making this tournament possible, I'd like to shout out some of our wonderful direct tournament sponsors here whose logos are all below the stream. And one of whose product I'm currently wearing on my chest into the AM makes incredible lines of premium clothing and awesome graphical t-shirts, whether you like outdoor prints or wonderful fancy space prints like Spragels has on his chest. They've got an incredible range of stuff, and use the link under the streams while also using code Hoglandia at checkout to save a little bit. We've also got, you probably see me taking a drink during some of the matches to wet my whistle.
I wish I had some right now. I'm drinking coffee right now, but I could use some advanced.
It's we've got wonderful advanced.gg. They do hydration, energy, and focus mix that's all delicious and 0 calories, on top of having wonderful stuff like my branded Hoglandia shaker. And last but not least, every mobile gamer knows the most powerful card in mobile gaming is the credit card, and your powerful card needs a powerful wallet to hold it inside of. Be sure to check out the Extra Smart Wallet if you want your most powerful card in gaming to be just a flick away with your finger, easily accessible there, while also staying firmly in your pocket, never gonna bounce out. Like to get the little shake test there on stream, Spraggles.
Yeah, that's beautiful right there. Thank you. Huge shout out to our sponsors. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out here. And yeah, we are making sure that we're trying to run all of our ad breaks and things like that when no matches are happening. So that's why we had that break there a moment ago. Shout out to our sponsors. Shout out to all of you for supporting what we're doing right here. We're going to have an amazing day of Pocket tournament coming up. We just saw a couple matches there in round 1. We got to see Dialga. We got to see Darkrai. I'm wondering how the rest of the tournament's going to shake out. Something that we haven't talked about much yet, Jeff, is Palkia, which could be a really interesting card. It's our fifth most popular deck in the tournament is the Palkia Vaporeon, and then we also have a Palkia Starmie entering there as well. So this is like one of the new big ones from the set, obviously. 150 damage with Vaporeon and Manaphy. You can set that up really fast. I wonder if it's going to be consistent enough, though, to go the distance in a tournament like this.
I was shocked when spoilers came out with our initial teaser, and people were some folks were low on this card. It's just such, it's got a like obviously powerful effect on the 150 for 4, but the slash is a big part of what makes this card so good. Its flexibility to not only be this powerful finisher when you build up to Dimensional Storm with a Manaphy or a Misty or Time, but to be a lead Pokemon that can just put out a consistent source of 30 damage turn after turn while you build up a different finisher in the back is so flexibly powerful.
Yeah, it's incredibly powerful. The Manaphy combination obviously is amazing. Vaporeon felt like it was really going to have a home in Mythical Island, but it was maybe actually getting ready for a combination like this. Now we're taking a look at Manaphy. Oceanic Gift. I mean, and what a gift it is. Choosing 2 of your benched Pokemon, giving them a water energy. It sets up so many amazing plays, right? And the great thing about 2 Pokemon getting that water energy is now Vaporeon has a real job of moving that all around to your active Pokemon slot.
So this is, I want to emphasize this is only after our round 1 stats. So we're going to see these win rates and these sample sizes move around a lot, and we're going to be tracking it over the duration of this tournament as we have going on. But it's looking like the Darkrai Magnezone here off to a really strong start in the first round of our tournament, winning over 66% of the games that were played.
Take a look at that. We were just talking about Palkia Vaporeon. I was wondering how it was going to fare. Maybe having some good matchups, of course, but there's a 68% start for this deck as we look at some of the other popular ones. Darkrai Weavile sitting at about 50%. Charizard Moltres, kind of the big ones coming from Genetic Apex, still at 54%. Dialga Melmetal just getting put into the recycling bin there, 35% right now. Gyarados apparently had its day in the sun in Mythical Island. So far, only at 38%, but of course, it's all still early. And Jeff's favorite card, Celebi, looking pretty good at 56%.
I think these Celebi decks that got optimized a little bit towards the end of the last format. I'm gonna be really interested to see where these grass decks develop, because we see here we've got that 3% of our players playing Celebi Executor. We've also got about 6% playing Executor Yanmega in our first round, doing a little bit worse, but still not bad than what Celebi is. And I think one of the things we're gonna have to watch and develop in this format is what is the ideal pairing for the egg tree, because I
Yeah.
think Executor is actually the power card in the grass color in Pokemon Pocket right now.
I fully agree. It is, as we talked about before, one of the only kind of like great turn 3 options that you have in the game, right? You know, you get eggs out there turn 1, can't do anything, who cares? Turn 3, Executor EX, you could be swinging for 80. Into some of these dark types, you could be hitting them for 100. So this is a massive, massive Pokemon here. I want to talk about, of course, our leader of the pack right now, Darkrai EX and Magnezone. I think a lot of people might be scratching their head when they see that pairing, Jeff. Do you want to break down a little bit why this is so powerful and maybe how this unexpected pairing is doing so well?
But sorry, apologies. Was looking at the turn. Which pairing for us?
Oh, I was talking about the Darkrai EX Magnezone. I was saying I would love to hear you break down why this is it feels like an unlikely pairing. We talked about it a little bit before, but it is just so incredibly powerful right now. Obviously, it is crushing this tournament at a 66% win rate. I think a lot of people wouldn't expect to see these two together. The Magneton, as we talked about earlier, is a real star in getting this set up.
Well, as we know in Pokemon Pocket's existing metagames before we came into this expansion, a lot of the best decks tend to be built around building up this card that can give a big blast every single turn. But a downside a lot of our previous decks have had is they tend to rely on EX Pokemon in order to get that blast going. And one of the strengths that this build has is that because it's using Magnezone as its primary attacker and it's leading on Druddigon as a way to stall, it makes the opponent have to deal so much damage to get through all of your stuff. You got to deal 100 to clear a Druddigon. You got to deal 140 to clear a Magnezone. And while you're building up that damage, you're taking chip shots from a Darkrai's Pokemon ability. You're taking rough skins from Druddigon, and then Magnezone comes in and starts blasting you for 110, and you're not only trying to take down their big health pools, but you're also fighting for your own life at the same time.
Yeah, and you have to think about some of the cards you're going to be running into, right? If Palkia is doing well in the tournament, for instance, and you run into that, not only are you doing 110, you're actually doing 130 to Palkia. You throw one energy onto your Darkrai, all of a sudden you take Palkia in one turn, even if it's at full HP without a giant cape. So a really powerful combination right here, playing pretty well into the meta. I, of course, am going to wonder what the counter to this is if this seems to win all the big stuff this weekend.
Yeah, and And one of the big things to talk about when you look at metagame position is that looking at our one of our first big tournaments here, not a single deck has double-digit metagame representation. So it's not even just a question of, okay, how do I keep up with Druddigons and Magnezones? It's a question of, how do I keep up with Druddigons and Magnezones while also not getting run down by everything else that's going on in the metagame?
Yeah, it's one of the exciting things that happens, right? I mean, you always see kind of a deck become the front runner right at the start of a new set. At least that's what's happened in Pocket. And then quickly people start to figure out sort of the play patterns of these, and you see if anything changes a little bit. Like last set, as you talked about before, Celebi, when you first see it and this thing is flipping coins for 300 damage in a single round, you go, oh my gosh, this is going to crush everything. Then it runs into tournament Celebi Superior and it's just not doing anything. And it takes a whole, it basically took all of Mythical Island to figure out, oh, the combination is actually setting up with Executor. I wonder how that's going to play here with this set right now, because yeah, the Darkrai Magnezone is looking really great. Palkia is looking really great so far, but I wonder how that's going to continue to play out over the coming weeks, which is really exciting.
Speaking of Palkia Spraggles, how about we dive on into our next round here? Let's get our screen sized up for our first match of round two. We're looking at a little Palkia Starmie here for our bottom player.
Beautiful.
We'll see. We've
Jeff's
got
getting
some
the screen
fire
set up right here,
fire
and there we
energy
go.
up top here.
We got Fire Energy versus the Palkia. We are looking at Charmander. So we've got that Charizard that we talked about earlier. It's always tough running into a type weakness, especially something here like Palkia. Couple of Crown Rare Palkias. So I think they are using their credit card as their most powerful card.
I hope they've got it in their extra wallet. With its RFID blocking power, you're never going to spend money where you don't want to with someone swiping you in a crowd.
This man's a pro. I'm telling you, this man's a pro. As we watch the first turn right here from Palkia, and they are not going to put the Rocky helmet on, instead deciding to wait.
So Palkia here getting to deal that 30 damage for a single point of energy, but Charmander, notably weak to water, like Spragels was talking about here, going to get cranked up to a whopping 50, which is kind of a big deal. When that Charizard gets evolved all the way, it has 180 HP. So if we can mark any damage on this Charmander to start, it means a Dimensional Storm can finish the Charizard down the line.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to play this, what they have in their hand. Obviously, this isn't the start you're looking for, right? When you have your Charizard deck, you want that Moltres in the active spot. Of course, a lot of decks have options for this, right? You can have things like X speeds to get Charmander out, even a Leaf if you just absolutely have to, because the difference between powering turn 1 and turn 2 is massive. We're seeing a Pokemon communication. To me, this says I'm throwing something away to get Moltres right now. I don't think they have it in their hand currently, and they absolutely need it. Let's see if they got fortunate with that pull, and they did. There's the Moltres EX.
Yeah, and Pokemon Communication, I think, is very likely the reason why Charizard is the highest represented deck from our previous set of decks in this tournament. Communication helps both sides of this deck. It helps, like we see here, you find the Moltres on one because you need to get that Moltres ramping up on your back, but in the mid to late game, it also serves double duty and helps you find Charmeleons and Charizards so you can get to your big hitter ASAP.
And here we go. They are flipping some coins right now. We have got one heads right there. A little unfortunate, you're hoping you can get two. But you got one heads powering up Char, but it's better than nothing. They could start attacking with Dawn next turn if they want to. As we were watching our water deck right here, this is going to be the Palkia Starmie variant. I'm not sure if they have a Manaphy, but if they do, they did not draw it.
We talked about the type advantage in this matchup earlier when the Charmander led, but Moltres is active now, and a big part of what makes Charizard a good deck is the fact that it doesn't get full type countered because Moltres is actually weak to lightning as opposed to water here, so it's actually incredibly difficult for most water decks to pressure it down. We can crack for 30 or we can leaf and crack for 20 with the Staryu, but you're not getting that bonus 20 like you'd be getting on a Charmander.
Yeah, and here we go. I mean, obviously putting that energy onto Staryu right there, they are telling their opponent, I'm about to bring this in and do some damage to you here with Starmie EX. They decide to do it right away, which is kind of dangerous. A Dawn is massive right here for Moltres. I feel like we've been singing her praises all day. They didn't attack?
Yep, a little bit of dexterity or functional brain pause there as we miss our attack after switching in with the Leaf. That happens sometimes. They're in a feature match. There's a lot of pressure. You're a little bit distracted.
Yeah. Unfortunate. Really unfortunate for them. Dawn is, I think I'm making this play every day of the week and 2 times on Sunday. I guess it's Saturday and twice on Saturday. But we're going to have to see what they want to do here. Of course, if they don't have the card, they don't have it. They've just got to continue to power Charizard. Putting 1 energy on Moltres. A Dawn right here picks up the KO, but they don't have the play. And they just continue to power up the Charizard here.
Even without having the Dawn, I like attaching the second energy to the Moltres here, because the way the breakpoints line up on this Starmie, it means that your Moltres hits for 70 next turn, which puts the Starmie down to 60, and then the following turn, your Charizard can clear with only dealing 60 with the slash, letting you save your energy for that big flourish on the Palkia afterwards.
Here we go. I was just about to say, I wonder if they put the Rocky helmet down. They know that Charizard could be coming next and dealing some serious damage. Here comes the Hydro. Splash for 90. A little unfortunate we didn't do some damage to this Pokemon earlier. Wouldn't the Rocky Helm provide a KO right now if they had done their damage?
It would not. Staryu only attacks for 20.
20?
So,
okay.
Yeah. I think ultimately, while it's unfortunate we missed that attack due to either a timer or a dexterity error, ultimately it's not going to matter in the outcome of this game. We were going to need to clear here regardless. And
Okay.
actually, something that we might see here is this going down to 30 with the Rocky helmet means that we could see Palkia come in and slash this, which would force the Charizard to need to use its 200 damage next turn.
We're gonna see if they want to make that play. Starmie, the one of the best things about this card, and Fernape has this as well. Zero retreat cost to make some big plays right now, and of course they do make it. They bring out the Palkia just like Jeff talked about. Here's the line that they're playing. They're gonna put the energy on Palkia. They're going to slash the Moltres, pick up the KO right here. That's a 2-pointer, and now they're forcing their opponent to not only evolve to Charizard, they have to have that stage 2, but they have to use Crimson Storm to get rid of Palkia right now.
Yep, and the whole game is going to come down to, do we have the Charizard in the moment, which is one of the reasons why Pokemon communication is such a big deal. A crown rare to take down the old crown, or the new crown rare. I feel like this is poetic in a way, Spraggles. We're like, I'm still here and I'm still relevant.
Yeah, I'm still an important card. Come on, everybody. There goes Palkia. 2 points. Not only does Palkia go down, because they had that massive 3 energy flip from Moltres the previous turn, Charizard's able to swing again here for 200. We are looking
Missed.
for a Misty right now, but even with a Misty, we're only looking at 170 damage onto Charizard.
Listen, Spraggles, they don't call her Hitty, they call her Misty for a reason. As we take our card and throw it right into the discard pile here, we're going to see an energy slide on to the Charizard and get a clean knockout for the last couple of points here on our Charizard side. It looks like we're going to be going to a very quick game 2.
Yeah, beautiful stuff right there. I love the plays. I love the jokes. Once again, this is the reason you're the king, Jeff. It is not a Hitsty. It is a Misty, ladies and gentlemen, as we move into game number 2. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if there was a lot our water deck really could have done there. Uh, do they have Manaphy in this specific deck list? I'm not sure, but either way, they were not able to pull it. That's for sure.
And honestly, I think that's one of those spots where even if they would have had a Manaphy start, the Charizard start was just better. Like it's
Yeah.
the part you were talking about, like even if the Misty popped off at the end there, 150 plus the 20 from weakness only puts the Charizard to 10 still, and they were still getting cleared on the back crack.
Yeah. So unfortunately, not able to do too much into that Charizard deck. You know, the Starmie EX Palkia is not the one I had my eye on most. Of course, I really like the Vaporeon Palkia, but this is an interesting, variant, right? I mean, this is a little bit of what you could have done with Gyarados at times, a little bit of what you could have done with Blastoise or Articuno. You see Starmie is a really great card in a lot of these decks because of the no retreat cost. I think Dawn could also make some big plays here. With the 0 retreat cost, you could then use that energy instead of Vaporeon, just use that energy with Dawn to send it up to your Palkia to possibly pick up some big KOs. As we head in here to game number 2, going first is our water deck.
So first energy advantage is definitely a big deal in this matchup, especially if our Charizard player has their ideal start. However, one thing that's really important in these Misty decks is Misty kind of gives you a way to re-roll that starting go first coin. So if we find a Starmie and we find a Misty, we could potentially have 2 energy on our second turn and get cracking with that Starmie right away.
Yeah, I think this Staryu right here, it looks like this is something that you may just hold in your hand. You could use communication right now. You might wait to draw next turn before you use communication, which is probably what I would do. You
Yep.
wait to draw, then you see if you can, throw that Staryu into the deck, grab Starmie EX, hit Misty, turn 3 right here, and do some serious damage on with Starmie EX. That could be a powerful combo for our water deck.
And we even see here, just in the very first turn of the game, the extra added depth that we've added to Pokemon Pocket sequencing with this expansion. Just, I Pokeballed, but I need to wait now because I'm probably going to use this Pokemon communication with this Staryu. There's just, the decision trees got so much wider with the addition of the cards we saw in the Space-Time Smackdown expansion.
Yeah, I think a lot of players were not using their decision trees. They were just using their decision, like, I don't know, 2x4s, and they're like, this is, I get Mewtwo, and then I get Routes, and then I get Kirlia, and then I get Gardevoir, and I win the game. But you're right. We are now having this, so many different spokes of options for our decks here. Charizard gets powered with 1 energy. We have Dawn, probably not what they're looking for right here. The chance of using communication, it's probably the play, because you could do a lot of damage. But we're going to see how they want to handle this.
Yeah, our water player's hand is incredibly supportive. However, I don't know it's going to be particularly helpful in this position. We gotta, I would wager we're probably on 2 Manaphy, 2 Starmie, 2 Palkia, so we're about one in 3 to find the card we're looking for, and we missed on the Misty again.
Yeah, so we're starting with Misty to decide whether or not we care about finding the Starmie or not there. But now we're still throwing our Staryu back into the deck to see what we can do here. And we do have Starmie EX.
Yeah, this is
Hmm.
this is this is one of those tough spots, right? We missed on the starting energy, and then we missed on the Misty again. So we're essentially down
Yeah.
2 flips here, and we're taking the evolve here. I would assume because there's the threat of a Dawn out of our Charizard player.
Yeah, of course. Dawn ends the game right here into this Staryu. There's a possibility they could have drawn Palkia and put it on the bench, but they had to protect themselves from this extra damage. We're going to see if they do have that. They don't, but they still decide to put the energy on Moltres so that they can, get ready to attack next turn. They're going to flip here. They got 1 energy on their previous turn. We're going to see if they can do a little better here on their second turn. Again, 1 energy for Charizard. So this is a little different look than game number 1 where they hit 3 on their second turn.
The breakpoints on the back and forth here are really favorable for our Charizard player, even if they don't have Charizard right away. We're going to see a 3rd energy attached to the Moltres. We have the Sabrina. That supportive hand coming across here. This could be the game.
Yeah, this is huge, and obviously this is a play Cyrus cannot make. I know there's a lot of talk about Cyrus, which is an amazing card, but Sabrina can make plays like this. You could not pull that card with Cyrus. With Sabrina, you were able to pull a full HP Pokemon like a Charmeleon that's getting set up and get a huge KO right now. Massive play for our water deck that felt like they were in a little bit of a tough spot.
Yep.
I saw that they were considering using Sabrina turn 1, or at least they were cycling through all their supporters going, why is this my hand? But they decide to wait until they can pick up a huge KO, and they do. We now have the Heat Blast coming back their way, doing 70 damage from our Fire Deck player.
You're going to hear me gush about the design of this set a lot because I'm a fan. I'm a fan of a lot of it, but Cyrus is such an elegant design where they've yet again given the players more options in the cards they can reach for in their toolbox without making it clear, oh, this is the strictly best one you should be grabbing in every situation. Just like Spragels highlighted there, the Sabrina being clutch in a spot where this card couldn't have been, and we saw earlier in our tournament a Darkrai player using this card to great effect where Sabrina would have been less useful.
They use their Dawn here. So the interesting thing about this is obviously they make it to no energy breakpoint right now. However, they can always bring Starmie in and put 1 energy on it and attack, right? So they're using the Dawn now so they could use another supporter in another turn to possibly make a big play. Palkia now has 2 energy. Staryu on the bench to avoid something like a Sabrina. I'm not sure if their opponents are running it. Again, this is open deck list, so they actually do know what their opponents could be using right here. 70 damage onto the Palkia as they're powering the Moltres on the bench. This is a really tough spot for our Fire deck right now. Charmander is nowhere to be found, and even if it was, it's kind of hard to stop attacking with your Moltres here. We're going to see how they want to play this. They don't have a second Dawn, so they cannot do the 150 right now.
We see this professor's research come off the top, kind of emphasizing and rewarding our water player for the fact that they played that Dawn the previous turn. Like Spraggle said, the Dawn did give a ton of value the turn we played it, but you're limited to playing 1 of these supporter cards per turn. So if you think you might get value on the Dawn at a later turn, positioning it early, especially when there's 2 research left in your deck, you know you're going to want to play if you draw them, gives you a lot of value potentially.
A tricky spot, right? It feels like you want to attach to Palkia, which is what they do, but of course there is the exciting option of having both Starmies on the bench, 1 energy away from attacking. 80 HP on this Moltres right now. Swapping in one of these Starmies would pick up a big KO, and it would pick up the win. They're going to have to get that Moltres back to their bench.
With the Professor Oak played here from the Charizard player, there's no threat of anything like Giovanni, which puts us into a checkmate situation. Our water player picking up game number 2, and we're heading to a 3rd in this match.
There we go. All right. Really fun. One of the things I've loved about watching this tournament with you so far, Jeff, is just seeing each deck kind of have their moments as we go. We have not had like crazy stomps one way or another, just like this deck just absolutely getting rocked. We've seen some really fun plays and each deck actually getting to shine and show why Charizard is so good, and then show how they can counter something like that with this Palkia Starmie deck. It's very cool.
Yeah, I think one thing Pokemon Pocket has done very well that a lot of other card games struggle to do is that a lot of the popular decks avoid having super polarized matchups because you have good tech cards you can reach for if you want to be competitive in a particular spot. So you're never going to win all of the time, but if you're playing well, you're also never going to lose all of the time and with these common decks and the matchups you expect to run into.
And here we go. We're going to see how they want to start, deciding whether they go Palkia or Staryu here. Palkia out in that first spot, and they are going second, interestingly enough. They
Yep,
have
first enter.
Misty in their hand, which is, it always could be crazy. Even going turn one, it could be huge.
Yep, and that's one of the upsides to playing the Misty deck. We talk about games where, you have back and forth. Misty's the type of card where she just gives you a free win some amount of the time. And when
Mhm.
you're playing a tournament, obviously a free win is great at any point. But in a tournament where you're going to be playing for 8 or 10 hours over the course of the day, just having 2 or 3 games over the course of that tournament are just like, I turned my brain off, my Misty flipped all heads, and I got to win and I got to recharge is so valuable.
100%. And yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm saying anything like groundbreaking here, but if I was at a tournament and I could get a free win, I'd absolutely love to have one of those, Jeff. I think that would be very good. Unfortunately, the Misty does Misty as they're unable to generate any energy. 50-50, you're at least generating one energy, right? And then other times, ludicrous things happen that you get to post on Twitter and show that someone drew 9 heads against you in a single Misty flip. But no extra energy right here. Palkia would need a lot of extra energy, right? They would need to flip 3 heads right there for that to be super valuable. But either way, any extra energy is just another turn you did not need to play to power up your cards. As we're looking at our fire player here, playing Pokemon Communications, maybe looking to grab another Charmander here for their bench, knowing that this one is not long for this world. We're going to see how they want to play this as they're waiting for their moment. They had a great setup in turn one. We saw that X speed Pokemon Communication grab their Moltres, then the X speed into the Moltres, powering up their bench. And we're going to have to see how they want to play this here. 1 energy onto the Char for a possible retreat, which means
Yeah.
they really bricked pulling those cards.
This is a huge deal because not only does the Charmander have some damage on it, but this also means that we not only didn't have first energy advantage, we missed our second energy to reposition as well, which is why cards like X Speed and Leaf are so incredibly powerful in this game in general.
Yeah, just a really tough play for them. They put the other Moltres down, obviously, to save themselves from something like a Sabrina, right? We saw last turn how valuable that was. As we're taking a look at the next options for them right here. They could get a little sneaky and start powering their bench and then throw an energy up with Dawn at some point. And they also can continue just powering Palkia. And they decide to do that. This way they have some options, right? We have Starmie as an option. They have Leaf in their hands so that they would be able to retreat into that Starmie EX if they pull it. And they can continue swinging here on Moltres.
With both Dawn and Leaf in hand for our water player, putting the energy on the Staryu is essentially a free hedge. We pull the Starmie, we can still attack with it, but also if we never draw the Starmie and we still slowly build up this Palkia, we could just Dawn that energy back onto it if we need to deal that 150 down the line.
And now you can see how much damage has been done to Charizard right here. Char is online, but it only has 130 HP, which is really unfortunate because if it gets in there against Palkia, that 150 is going to take it in one as opposed to a full health Charizard. Energy-wise, not too bad for them, though. Good start. They were able to get 2, but again, they are really far behind on energy generation, and here is Starmie EX. They're going to need to make a decision right now.
Okay, this Moltres, and again, that not being weak to water is such a
I
big deal.
know.
As someone who's played a ton of Starmie decks in this matchup, we can get the Starmie and we can crack them to 20, but they're gonna get to charge this Charizard up, and Charizard clears everything in this deck in one once it gets 4 energies on it. So if our Moltres player hits even a single heads next turn, that might just be too much to overcome unless we find a Misty and hit a bunch of heads on it.
Yeah, this is going to be tough, right? This is a tough spot for our Starmie player. It felt like things were going pretty well, but Char is online. They have their stage 2. They're getting ready to go. They are going to try to do some damage right here. They don't have another Dawn. They have the 1, so they can move some energy up, but you know, it's hard to power Palkia. It's 4 water energy, and that Misty, even 1 heads on that Misty, and we could be looking at a very different game.
Yep. So the way the back and forth on the breakpoints work here, I would wager our Charizard player is inclined to use this Moltres and give up the knockout points. If they get even a single heads, it gets the Charizard charged to 4, which would allow it to attack for 200 twice over the next 2 turns, guaranteeing a victory. And our Palkia player's only going to get up to 3 energy on this Palkia in the meantime, so we're going to need at least 1 heads on a Misty to catch back up.
And they put energy on Char right now, so they're not going to be X-speeding or leafing into the other Moltres. Here come the flips right here. This could be really big for them, or it could be super unfortunate. We're going to see how it goes. It's likely they get 1 energy here. Oh, that was such
little
a scary
nervous,
flip.
so you had to have 1 there. 1 is fine, it's enough, but you needed the 1.
Dang, that's so scary. Seeing 2 tails in a row, you was like, come on now. Okay, there we go. They got their energy on Charizard, and now our water type player has got to be thinking, how am I going to get out of this one without a Misty? And it is not in their hand yet. I don't know if they're running 2 in their deck. I can't imagine a water deck not running 2, but we don't see it yet.
Yeah, and I think this pause here again is exactly what Spraggle said. Our water player is thinking about, can I win this game without both top decking Misty and hitting a heads on it? And I'm failing to see the line as well here. We're gonna retreat and we're gonna finish with Palkia.
Okay.
Which I think this is mostly a wash because you're gonna put another energy on the other Palkia and you have a Dawn, I suppose. But the problem with this line is you can't Dawn and Misty in the same turn.
Yeah. So they get the KO, but I don't know. I don't see much light at the end of this tunnel here.
Perhaps there was a line where you sack. Oh, you know what the line was, Spraggles?
Was it the Staryu?
Our player could have put the Palkia without an energy up. They could have attached a second energy to their Palkia that had an energy, and then they could have attached a third plus another.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah, because the Charizard is hit.
Your energy generate. Oh, you're right. That was the line. They
had
it.
So that line would have forced the Charizard player to not just go into it right away, but it would have meant the game wasn't just done like we're done now. Now you have to draw Misty and you have to hit 2 heads.
Well, hey, I'm excited to see if it happens. I mean, this is something that Misty can do. Do they top deck their Misty? They do not. It is another Dawn, and that is the game. GG's. Yeah, great call there. For a second, I thought, well, maybe they could put that Staryu in, but they only lose 1 point, but it's irrelevant losing 1 point because their others are all 2-pointers. So, yeah, that would have been the play, and you actually could have done something right there. But again, it's something that we have the luxury of doing, not being in the heat of that moment right there to be able to kind of break down what could have happened in that match. And we have more information than them.
It's a really weird line too, right? Like it involves both not taking a knockout point and putting up something and not putting an energy on it.
Yeah. So Charizard taking that one against Palkia. Again, not my favorite version of Palkia, even though, man, at the start of Genetic Apex, like Starmie EX was I loved it so much. 0 retreat cost, just slotting that into every single water deck I could. Right here, though, goes down to Charizard. Our most popular representative from Genetic Apex is Charizard. Charizard Moltres deck almost remaining unchanged, except for, of course, you get these new supporters in there. You know, you've got Pokemon Communication and you have Dawn, which let some huge plays get set up for Char. So we're getting ready for our next match here in round number 2. What do we have, Jeff?
We've got some Rampardos, our new fighting fossil, cracking for a whopping 130 points of damage for a singular energy.
This is very fun. Oh, they also have Chatot. I mean, come on. I love this deck. I don't have super high hopes for this deck, but I am so excited to see what happens
Way
here.
to be an unbiased. Wait, is that a dome fossil too? It's Chatot double fossils, Spraggles.
Look, if Chatot double fossil wins, this is going to be such an exciting match. This is absolute chaos right here. I feel like we are watching this POV from the Joker's perspective right now because this is pretty nuts.
Yeah, let's get our screen realigned here. It looks like we've got former metagame staple on the backside here, Celebi, as the definitely the villain of our story here, as Chatot Fossil is going to be fighting for its life in a matchup that's all weakness advantaged.
Yeah, and here we go. We've got the dome fossil set up. Chatot, I mean, we've got Giant Cape to give us some time. They are going to put on their fossil, however, and we're going to see if they want to try to play anything else before they mimic. They could, throw some cards away like Giovanni or something like that. They could throw away Sabrina right now. Wouldn't be throwing it away, right? It could be slowing down something that's happening on the other side. We'll see how they want to play this here. Because of course,
Notable for
go ahead.
I would say notable for our Chatot is that you draw cards based on the number of cards in your opponent's hand here. Let's get this sizing done here. So there's only 2 cards. So we're turning 4 cards into 2 here for our Chatot gamer.
Yeah, you actually maybe do get something you're looking for, but again, not playing any of your supporters right there means that you could be throwing 4 cards away, and you have a chance to draw those right away. So they decide not to do that. We have the Giant Cape onto Celebi. I wonder if there's some interesting breakpoints with Giant Cape and Celebi. I haven't really thought about it. 150 HP in some ways feels kind of.
Gyarados is a noteworthy one. You beat
There's a good
you
one.
beat the 140. You also beat the combinations of like Tauros, Orion Mega plus Giovanni is noteworthy.
So something that's interesting right here is you saw them kind of like having fun swiping their energy around. Their entire deck is based around having Pokemon that attack for 1 energy. Kabutops and Rambardos both need 1 fighting energy, so it's like they can put it wherever they want. Really makes no difference right here. As we have Executor EX, and we could have the game ending very, very soon.
Executor EX is not going to be allowed back inside the museum. I think it's going to trample over a bunch of fossils in this game. If we hit heads, we not only hit for 80, but we also get that weakness advantage, which is going to clear this poor little Kabuto in a single go. Oh,
yeah,
wait,
here we go.
The cape, does the cape save it? The cape saves it, right?
I guess the cape would save it. Just barely, right? Yeah, the cape saves it. So that's nice. They will be able to attack. They have Mars in their hand. Feels like kind of counterintuitive to run Mars and Chatot, right?
Well, you want to make your opponent's hand smaller before you draw some cards, I think. Well, I suppose actually, and maybe it's just wonky-ish red card. But in the early game, if they play their hand out, you could draw them back up to 3, so then you could draw 3.
Oh, I guess you're right. You could say, all right, I see what you're trying to do here. I'm going to give you more cards. You're right, Jeff. I mean, yeah.
It's like a mutual Mars.
Uh-huh. Yeah. This deck is wild, man. I hope it does well. I don't think it's got many options right now, as it's just kind of getting beat up here. Coming from the chat, Mars is late game. Yes, I do know that, but I just think it's funny because it does feel like those 2 cards are almost at odds with each other. But yeah, Granados.
All right, we have the Kratos here, and if we find the Rampardos, it combined with a Kabutops attack technically clears an Executor X, and then Celebi is, so you're saying there's a chance maybe it flips all tails. But wait, Spragels, we were talking about the cape. Clearly, the cape is anti-Rampardos tech.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, the cape giving you just those extra breakpoints. Yeah, that's really interesting. We got the fossil out here. They're ready to let it go. Rampardo's just one of those super exciting cards from the new set. Obviously, all fossils are a little tricky, right? Especially a stage 2 fossil. But 130 damage with 1 energy. However, if you pull the knockout, you do take 50 damage to yourself. But that cape gives you some cool breakpoints. You would be able to KO 3 Pokemon without KOing yourself.
All right, we hit tails here, but this coin flip doesn't really matter. I assume we'll see Kabuto come up to the front here since it retreats for 1. And if we top deck a Kabutops, that could maybe keep us around. But I think the writing is on the wall here for our fighting player at this point.
Yeah, unfortunately. And there's the Kabutops. Not that it makes a huge difference right here. It would be able to do some decent damage to your opponent, But at the same time, it's going to need a lot of damage if it wants to heal itself up enough to get away from a KO right here. And I think they're looking at all of their options, and they just may be out of time. I feel like you can't do anything but
We're at
switch to Kabutops.
Yeah, we're at 2 knockout points for our top player here. So yeah, the Kabutops is definitely the line. We get to go ahead and leech life. When we go back up to 110, we heal equal to the damage that we dealt. So we're technically not dead yet. However, if there's a leaf on the other side, this Celebi comes up and easily cleans us out a majority of the time.
And here's the leaf. Yeah, and they're looking to start flipping some coins here. Now, of course, we've all had those moments where you flip. I think I've flipped 10 tails in a row. So we'll see if something like that could happen. They need some really lucky flips here. They get one, and they get two.
Weakness is going to go ahead and clean this out here. Game 1 going over to our Celebi player. As interesting as our fossil deck is, I think if you were to engineer a deck in the lab to give it a hard time, it's probably something that involves Executor and Celebi with a cape.
Yeah, this is just a really rough deck to run into, right? And it doesn't give you a lot of time to get set up. You're hoping that your opponent is trying to get something set up here. You know, you're hoping that they don't have a lot of aggression. But of course, this is a very aggressive deck. This is the deck that kind of unlocked Celebi's potential. You know, you have time to get Celebi online. Executor just needs one grass energy. Celebi getting powered up on the bench, and Executor swinging on. Again, if you get turn 1, you're actually kind of happy with this deck because you evolve on the turn 3 of the game, swing for 40 or 80 right away with a massive HP sack of 160. Really hard to deal with for a lot of decks.
Yeah, and Executor has long been kind of the king of going first in Pokemon Pocket, and with Weavile and Darkrai being added to the game, we finally have some secondaries that also enjoy that as well, but it doesn't change the fact that Executor is still stellar when you have that first evolution advantage.
Yeah, and here we go. Heading into our next game here. Again, we're watching this from the perspective of our fossil deck here. They do start Chatot, and that is a guaranteed start for them, Jeff. It is their only basic in their deck. When you have a fossil deck like this, one of the cool things is you are 100% guaranteed to pull whatever basic you put into it. Theirs is Chatot, and it's, you know, I understand the strategy behind it because using this, you are actually able to shuffle your deck around as many times as you possibly can to get all of the cards you need. And we're going to see if they get that brutal start here. They're actually using Pokemon Communication right now to try to find Executor EX.
Yep, and Pokemon Communication is one of those cards that's actually good against Chatot in a way because it puts you down a card, right? Like you're turning one of the cards in your hand into something else, which makes the Chatot draw even less. And we talked a minute ago about Executor being good while going first. It's also pretty fine while going second too, because in a spot like this, we see where this hit for 20 means that you actually don't even need to flip heads unless there's a cape here.
Yeah, I feel like this cape might be a net. I know they don't want to throw cape on this Pokemon, but I think it might be kind of necessary just so that they can deal with Executor EX if they do end up pulling it. And it just makes it so they won't draw it again. Their opponent only has 2 cards, but you unfortunately have a little bit of nothing in your hand. You can't get any of your fossils set up, so you're going to need to do something to get those cards out. Not a great start here for the Chatot player.
Yeah, and again, between the Pokemon Communication just having 2 basics, we're down to 2 cards. Our Chatot player is just kind of like, I've made life decisions that have led me here. How are we turning 4 cards into 2 cards yet again? You kind of feel obligated to looking at it.
I think so. I mean, I personally might be playing a supporter here just so I don't pull it again because there is a chance that Sabrina or Giovanni runs right back into your hand, which would be unfortunate. And there's Geo. That's exactly the card I was thinking of pulling. I'm sure there are great break points, but I feel like I can't pull that card, but it might be irrelevant here as Executor hits the board.
Yep, Executor single heads here going to go ahead and send our fossil back to the prehistoric times if we hit this heads, and that is all she wrote, it would appear, Spraggles.
Yeah, really cool deck, and I love seeing stuff like this. And one of my favorite things to do on stream is to try like a lot of different ideas from the chat and things like that. And you'll get really cool decks like this, and there are times where they can soar, and you get just such fun moments, and you mimic, you pull out all the cards you need. I really love it, but you do get to see how running into something way more competitive, way more meta, like an Exeggutor Celebi deck, just makes it a very, very hard
It
situation
just
without you getting a perfect draw.
And just so we're clear, to help people understand the format of this tournament a little bit better, we've got about 1,000 players. They're playing best of 3 rounds. This was round 2, so I know the Fossil deck did not have a particularly good run there, but both of those players were 1-0 going into that match. The way the structure of this tournament is, we're going to play 7 rounds of Swiss, and after that, all players who have 6 or 7 wins are going to be positioned into a single elimination bracket. So our Fossil deck is technically still live to win this entire tournament if they run off some more matches from here on out.
I gotta say, I love the chat right now is pitching YouTube titles on this. This only fossils deck is busted, and things like that. And I saw a question in the chat: how is this a feature match? And I gotta say, how is this not a feature match? As the tournament's gonna go on, you're gonna see Darkrai, but you are out of your mind if you think I don't want to see a fossil deck early. You are crazy. For sure, I want to see so much variety with this. I think one of the big reasons that you and I were talking about doing this tournament so early into Space-Time Smackdown is seeing all the variety with a new set, because this is when you see people get to really stretch and try a lot of creative things. Near the end of a set, you're going to see all the same decks over and over and over again as people have decided what the meta is. But this is the time you get to see Chatot Fossil.
Yep. And, sometimes they're going to fall short, and sometimes they're going to get to go ahead and punch it and go all the way. Last season, for example, one of the first tournaments of the season was won by a Golem deck. And that deck ended up not panning out overall as the metagame progressed. But these early tournaments are the ones where you see some of the most interesting things, and those decks have a chance to go all the way when they are played well by good players.
That's right. That Golem deck is a great example, right? Because it played really well into people who didn't understand exactly maybe how it was going to set up and didn't have something to kind of counter it right away. Like Arcanine was really rough into it, and it was super popular for a while there in Genetic Apex. So yeah, you get to see moments like that. So as we're going through this tournament, the more and more meta things naturally will become a lot of our feature matches. But as Jeff and I were talking, pre-stream about what kind of stuff we wanted to show here on broadcast, especially early, I want to see these decks. I want to see the Togekiss. I want to see the fossils. I want to see the Mismagius. I want to see things that we might not see as the tournament goes on. And hey, it would be really cool if we do too.
Speaking of the tournament going on, competitors, if you are hanging out watching the streams, round 3 pairings are up and feature matches have been tagged in the Discord server. We're going to take a brief pause for the cause here on the broadcast to make some dollars and let some adverts roll. We'll be back in a few minutes to bring you all of the action starting in round 3 of the first Hoaglandia Spraggles Open Series Pokemon Pocket Tournament.
Don't go anywhere.
Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, welcome back. We are going to be starting round 3 of the first ever Hoaglandia Spraggles Open for Pokemon Pocket here this afternoon. I appreciate everybody who's hanging out. We've got almost 5,000 people between our 2 live streams today, which is awesome. I'm so pumped to see so many people pumped for Pokemon Pocket.
Yeah, amazing. Thank you all for being here, and I hope we're providing a really fun event for you. I know that this is the most exciting time around a card game is a new set release, and I'm so pumped to see so many of these decks and so many of you here checking it out. So huge shout out to you for checking out what we are doing. Thank you for all the support, whether you're liking the stream, watching along, which we appreciate, or supporting with subs or memberships. I know we don't have alerts on today, but we do really appreciate that. And now I'm seeing in the chat, ow, my ears, so maybe I'm a little
Apologies.
too
We
loud.
had some issues with Spraggles audio dropping out in between scenes, so I think I've adjusted that. But apologies to the headphone users who got a little bit of a burst there as I was pulling the levels in, up, and all around. Speaking of all the awesome support for memberships and subs we've had on both sides, we'd like to give a shout out to our wonderful sponsors of the stream. This wouldn't be possible. You see Spraggles and I wearing our awesome Into the AM t-shirts. They make fantastic premium clothing with awesome, unique designs. If you want to stand out in a crowd or you're looking for the perfect gift for someone that'll be super functional and they'll love to wear all the time, be sure to check out Into the AM and use code Hoaglandia to save 10% on your orders. If you're looking for something sweet to drink while you're rocking your sweet clothing, Advanced GG has you covered. They make my awesome branded shaker as well as a fantastic range of drink mixes, both energy, focus, and hydration powder. I personally am partial to the blue raspberry lemonade. And of course, our third and not least sponsor, the Extra Smart Wallet. Every gamer knows you need a powerful place to keep your most powerful card in mobile gaming, and the Extra Smart Wallet ensures that your cards are just a flick of a trigger away, ready to reach at any point. They're going to stay safely in your pocket, and with its RFID blocking technology, they'll make sure you're never going to have your information taken by anyone that you don't want to have it while you're out in a crowd.
Now, I could take your information and that would be totally chill. As always on my stream, I know this is a little different from Jeff's. You can send me your social, you can send me your credit card information. I just love holding on to it. But I do think Extra is a great wallet for not letting anyone else steal some of your information. Thanks to our sponsors. Thanks to all of you. We have more exciting tournament coming up. Jeff, I want to talk a little bit about how this meta is shaking up and a few cool decks that we have not seen yet. One I really want to highlight that I was playing on stream the other day, if we scroll down just a hair, is Infernape EX. So Infernape EX actually not doing too bad to start this tournament. Not a ton of play, but a 50, almost 8% win rate right here. The exciting thing about this deck compared to something like Charizard is while you still have the stage 2 in Infernape, it requires such little energy. Only 2 energy for Fire Blast, making plays where you use Dawn to power up either Moltres to attack or Dawn to let Infernape attack twice in a row. Super relevant and super powerful.
Yeah, and I think the Dawn is a card that we're going to talk about a lot today. We've already done it. We're going to keep talking about it. And I think this is the big reason to consider playing Infernape with a Moltres deck over the Charizard or Arcanine builds that we've seen in the past, because Dawn lets you hit that 70 damage early with Moltres, but it also gives you that late game double burst with the Infernape, 140 and 140 again.
Yeah, it's really nice. And of course, unlike a Charizard deck, unlike an Arcanine deck, with only a 2 energy cost on Infernape, you're not losing much by making plays like this, which is really cool. It looks like one of them's actually running Volcarona. This is a card that I wish was better. I feel like when I saw Volcarona in Mythical Island, I just thought, dang, man, this is so expensive to do this damage, unfortunately. And then you're discarding. This is one of those ones that I feel like I wish I could get more out of this bench sniper.
You know, one of the tough parts about this card too is, one of the reasons why I think we didn't see it take off last season is not just the energy cost, but there's a real risk associated with playing a one single knockout point Pokemon in a deck that's otherwise all EXs. Because if they pick up a stray knockout on your Volcarona, then they just pick up one EX knockout and win the game. Whereas if your deck is built around all EX Pokemon, they have to take out 2 higher HP pool cards, which makes the job harder for them overall.
You also have the really unfortunate possibility of starting with Larvesta being your only basic, which is just no fun. 2 retreat cost, 2 energy to attack. What are some other decks we haven't talked much about that are making some waves?
Before we dive into the ones at the very bottom, I would like to just kind of talk about what we've got going on at the top here. We see a huge delta 2 rounds in between the Darkrai Magnezone decks that have that bigger attacker and the Weavile Darkrai deck, which is our second most popular deck, really struggling a little bit to start here. Sub 50% win rate for a deck that a lot of people, myself included, were looking pretty impressed by early on in this format.
Yeah, I mean, it feels quite powerful, especially if you get that, first, beautiful like start with it. It feels really, really strong. But at the same time, I think a lot of people expected to run into this deck, so they maybe know how to play into it, and they don't know how to play into Magnezone as well. Even though we have been seeing that make some great finishes in tournaments. And then we have other cards that I maybe expected to do a little bit better and are not really performing well at all. Unfortunately, Dialga Melmetal there not having a great time. Palkia Vaporeon looking very, very good at 62.5%. Another, these are like a few of the big decks you expected to be talking about. You expected to be talking about Darkrai, Palkia, and Dialga, and wondering how they were going to fare in this. Gyarados, the superstar from Mythical Island, sitting at only 47% right now. And it's possible that this deck has had its best days are behind it, but also we may not know how we should be playing it in this new set.
Well, and one thing that I think is worth pointing out here too, if we look at these decks that are a little bit more popular here, is we have a 6% Yen Mega Executor, we've got a 3% Celebi Executor, we've got a 3% Yan Mega Dialga. So this is 10% of the field here at the top has these powerful grass Pokemon. And that, I would wager, is one of the reasons why we're seeing the Weavile Darkrai deck struggle, is these are both dark types that have that weakness to grass. Yanmega in particular clears both of them in a single hit if they don't have a cape involved, and the Magnezone build could be performing better in no small part due to the fact that Magnezone is 140 HP Pokemon that's not weak to grass.
I'd love to take a look at a deck that everyone loves. As we scroll down just a little bit, Mewtwo Gardevoir sitting at 36.67%. And not a single tear was shed for Mewtwo possibly falling off the meta. For some reason, this deck makes you naturally smell worse. So you actually do need to shower after you're playing it. It's been a deck that's just frustrated me for so long because I don't really enjoy its play pattern, Jeff. I'm interested to see if they can pivot on this at all. This is a really rough start for Mewtwo. A couple of interesting ones to throw out as I know we're getting ready for some of our next matches. Pikachu Pachirisu sitting at about 50%. Pikachu Zebstrika still an extremely strong deck at about 60% in our tournament. But again, we have so much variety in this that it's kind of hard to say, well, Pikachu is crushing it right now because it's only 1% of our deck population.
Yep. Let's get our round side updated there. We are heading into round 3. And speaking of Pikachu, we're going to have a little bit of Pikachu action here on the bottom of our screen. And we're going to get to see it play into one of the new decks in the format. Some Darkrai, not only sleeves and swag there at the top, but also energy with Druddigon and a Darkrai behind it. I would wager this is the Magnezone build up for our top player.
Yeah, we could be seeing the Magnezone right here. We have the Voltorb start for our lightning type deck that we are watching the perspective of. Man, they are crushing it with some of these playmats. I got to say that I just got that Cynthia, and it is quite beautiful. This Darkrai is looking pretty good. And there's the Magnemite, so it's exactly what you expected, Jeff. This is the superstar deck of this tournament right now, and we're going to see it run into a little bit of a new variation on that Pikachu Zebstrika.
I'm interested to see how this matchup lines up here. Unfortunate for our Pikachu player, I was about to say, we've got to see those 2 Zebstrikas in hand. So you were really hoping for that Pokeball to find your Blitzel so you could start building up this bench attacker. We see a Pokemon communication in hand for our Pikachu player here. I wonder if we're going to see that fire off looking for a Blitzel here.
And here we go, Pikachu EX being powered on the bench. We do have the opportunity to look for it, but they decide I'm going to draw one and see what else I can find. I think this is often the play, right? Because you could be pulling professors. There's so many things you could pull that could thin your deck and make it easier to find the card you're looking for with communication if you do wait another turn. And if you don't need the card this second, that might be the call. We see Magneton hit the bench, and this is a great start for our dark deck.
Yep. Having that Magneton early means you get to start building up all of these lightning energy while also attaching the dark energy to Darkrai. And this is a big part of what makes this deck so powerful, is because Magneton is kind of self-sustaining in the energy it generates for the Magnezone, you get to dedicate all of your actual resources every turn to getting the chip damage with the Darkrai.
And here we go. We have X speed, so they can make some plays here. We obviously could have Zap hit the bench as well as maybe another basic and start making some decisions for our lightning deck. They could be looking for this Blitzel, and there it is. They do pull it. That could have been a Pikachu EX or probably a Zapdos EX. I don't have their deck list in front of me, but I think those were all very possible. The bench is full. They decide to power Pika. They have Giovanni, so this could take down Drud in one.
Okay, but here's the thing though, Spraggles. If we take down the Drudagon here, the Pikachu takes 20, and then it gets cleared by the Magnezone next turn. This Magneton generates a lightning energy for itself. We attach our dark energy for the turn, and then we crack for 110. This game might be over if the stage 2 is in hand for our Darkrai player.
This is very scary. And even though the game might be over, if that happens, I don't know if they have a lot of other options, because letting it power any further could be even more devastating. They, of course, could have tried to snipe a little bit with Zebstrika, but that time may have passed now that energy is already on Pikachu EX. We're going to see if they are ready to go here with the knockout blow. We have Volt Charge. Whether this energy, if this energy goes on,
there it is.
There it is.
Yep, and this is the game is kind of over from this point. I think there's no energy for our Pikachu player. There's only one knockout point for them, and this Magnezone's ready to deal another 110 next turn. If there's a Dawn in hand for the Darkrai player, we can clear the Zapdos even.
We can clear the Zapdos anyway.
Oh,
right?
it's weakness. It's weak to lightning. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, we're actually just done here.
I think it's just over. Wow. I mean, what a deck. It's just so powerful, and you just saw what it could do here. They were considering the concede. I'm not sure what else they could be looking for here. Yeah.
It makes me really excited about the future of Pokemon Pocket, that this Magnezone Darkrai deck is putting up impressive numbers in this early format, because it's such a good example of atypical non-linear deck building. A lot of the decks that have been good in our early Pokemon Pocket formats, things like Mewtwo that you were talking about a second ago, Moltres, Charizard, they were very straightforward and obvious to build, and their play patterns were very, you do this thing all the time. And this Darkrai Magnezone deck has a couple different ways to attack. You can hide, you can punch quickly. It's super flexible and non-linear in how it plays out.
Yeah, and here we go. Magnezone now gets to swing again here, and that is going to be the game. Obviously, it would be discarding its lightning energy there, so it's only able to do this twice if it gets to power up for 2 turns with Magneton. They were able to do that and finish out the game. What you just witnessed right there was a crime. No, what you just witnessed right there was a pretty amazing start, and for our Darkrai Magnezone deck, right? It just feels like kind of similar to Mewtwo Guard in that once you see that Gardevoir come online, you know it's kind of over. They had everything ready to go. They went Magnemite, Magneton, Magnezone when it was time to start swinging.
I think it's worth pointing out too, it's not like the Pikachu player had a bad hand. They had their Pikachu, they filled their bench, they had the Giovanni to clear the Drudagon right away. And one of the most important things to call out about that again is that this Darkrai Magnezone deck is another new deck in this format that likes going first. It was ahead because it hit its evolutions quickly, which let it charge up the Magneton sooner.
Yeah, which is really fun. You talked about this a lot earlier, and I do think it's one of those things that you really want to highlight for players, because I know one of the biggest complaints in Genetic Apex was going first means you lose, you know? And this, you could see a lot of situations where that is not the case. We do have our Pikachu player going first here. Couple of Zebstrikas in hand, Professors to start, obviously. You can start pulling from your deck. There's the Pokeball, so you can start getting some things set up here. Other Pikachu and Zapdos to fill out some basics, and they're just going to wait.
Noteworthy here that we're missing the Blitzel on 1 again, and I think that was maybe a small misstep in our first game from our Pikachu player. They were so focused on being linear aggressive and trying to run down this Magnezone opponent that ultimately running them down was troubling to them, because it let the Magnezone come up and just start clearing them right away. And perhaps our Pikachu player needs to take a little bit more slower, deliberate pace to get the damage on the back.
I don't know if that is that the player who's recording their stream
It
and
is. So,
clicking to something else.
unfortunately, for those that are coming in, there is no spectator mode for Pokemon Pocket. So, shout out to all of our players doing screen shares through our Discord server for our feature match. And we've had a couple of small hiccups here and there, but by and large, running very smooth for us today.
Yeah, everything's going pretty well here. It's just funny to see.
Yep.
Here we have the Voltorb being placed onto the bench. They're deciding where they want to put their energy right now. We have our other Pikachu EX. We obviously have Electrode in their hand, which, you know, is really nice. 0 retreat cost, can do some decent damage and not give up 2 points. One of the cool things about a Pikachu deck is, yes, the Pikachu EXs and Zapdos are giving up 2 points, but you usually have multiple cards that you can give up for 1 point before you need to lose an EX Pokemon.
Yep. And so I think that putting the energy on the Electrode here is kind of our Pikachu player acknowledging, oh, I can't just go pedal to the metal, run you down with Pikachu here. Really interesting Sabrina from the Darkrai side, because I feel like if I'm the Pikachu player, I'm like, yes, please, Electrode to the front of the class.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? Because that's exactly what I would have wanted.
Although, here's the noteworthy bit, and this is one of the reasons why this Darkrai deck is so disgusting, is this Electrode only has 80, which means they Darkride it with the Sabrina, and now it takes 20 from the Druddigon, and then it takes 20 from the Darkrai, and then it trades with the Druddigon next turn if it attacks it.
Yeah, that is. I mean, there's an interesting line right there. We'll see if they decide to attack. The nice thing about Electrode right here is they can retreat for free. I don't know if we have any Dawn in this Lightning deck, but if we did, this free retreat is pretty nice because you're then able to power up something that you throw into that active spot. But you're right, that play was set up specifically so they could do some damage. However, it looks like Darkrai could be coming in to clean this up here.
Yeah, and we see one of these Pikachus already at 100 here, and there's no energy on anything on the board for our Pikachu player. So Darkrai's Pokemon ability not getting much use here, but getting to prioritize picking up this first knockout point, which means if we clear either of these Pikachus, it's game winning in the future.
Boy, this is just a tough spot here for our Lightning deck. I mean, I'm not really sure what you do after you lost all your energy there and you see a fully powered up Darkrai in front of you. We do see Blitzel hit the board, and we have no options for a retreat. We do have Cyrus to possibly pull in their Druddigon and give yourself some time. We're going to see how they want to play this, Jeff.
Yeah, Cyrus at any point for our Darkrai player is actually just lethal with this Pikachu having damage marked on the bench. One discussion point I've seen a lot of is, okay, does Giant Cape just power creep Potion? And while I think Giant Cape is generally better, this is one of the many spots where being able to actually heal to full is relevant in a metagame where Cyrus is a card.
And this is what I thought they were going to do. So they pull Drud here. This gives them possibly a little time, right? Now your opponent still has to retreat this Pokemon. You can power this Pika. You could retreat into Blitzel right here, which is what they decide to do. Now, of course, your opponent could Cyrus you, as we just talked about, and pull this Pikachu out there. But you can't Cyrus and Leaf on the same turn. So it looks like Drud is hanging out here at least for a second. I guess X-Speed is also a possibility to get this card out, as we're going to see how they want to play this. Putting energy onto their other Darkrai. Blitzel takes 20 damage. Now the cool thing, oh, here comes the Leaf. So they are going to attack Blitzel, and that pulls out the concede.
Yeah, I mean, that felt like a clinic, Spraggles. Like, this Pikachu deck was consistently one of the top performing decks for the first 3 months Pokemon Pockets existed, and that matchup didn't feel particularly close from the Darkrai side.
No, not at all. And, you know, we were talking about this deck earlier. People were saying, why are we seeing the Fossil deck? Don't worry, I think we're going to be seeing a ton of Darkrai Magnezone as this tournament goes on. Really powerful, clearly hard to deal with, and this being so early in the set, I don't think we have a lot of counters. I don't think we have a lot of, you know, people formulating how to start or how to play against this deck yet, and really some great ways to shut it down. This could be the Golem of this set, or this could end up being the Gyarados of this set, and people are going to really need to figure out how to counter it. As we're getting ready for our next one right here. I was excited to see how that deck would do. I was even more excited, Jeff, to see how that deck would do into something that's been pretty strong, Pika Zebstrika, and boy, it really handled it well.
Great. I think we've got our next match here. Just sorting out some of the tech.
Yeah, no problem. While we're waiting for it, I want to shout out a couple of things that I'm seeing happening in some of the lesser played decks. Articuno Palkia actually having a really decent start in this tournament as well. So Palkia, Articuno sitting at about 68%. Now, again, these are decks that don't have a huge amount of players playing them. There are only 8 players playing this deck, as opposed to the 86 players who are playing Darkrai Magnezone. So of course, you have to get a bigger sample size than this, but the players who are playing this are making it through their tournament decently well. As we're getting set up for our next game here, what do we have coming up here, Jeff?
Got some Darkrai Wheezing Farfetch'd for our bottom player here. Something incredibly aggressive. Farfetch'd, a card that's good at setting up damage when you're going second right away, and Wheezing doing the opposite, being stellar when you're going first.
All right. And we have seen Darkrai Weezing doing pretty decent in this tournament too. 57% win rate. Darkrai, a real star, like a lot of these decks. Darkrai Greninja, 55%. Darkrai Weezing, 57%. Darkrai Magnezone, 68%. Darkrai Weavile, however, the odd one out, sitting at only 46% as we get ready for this fire type matchup.
Yeah, I think it would be really interesting. This would be, I think, one of the first times in Pocket's short-lived history if kind of the cookie cutter default version of the deck that was very clearly designed, the Darkrai Weavile, wasn't like the standout best one in terms of early tournament performers.
Yeah, right. Here we got the Pokeball. Looks like they're starting decently. On a recent video, I said Pokemon Ball, and I got grilled. I got absolutely cooked. And I know it's Pokeball, but when you're just talking and when you're going, sometimes words get
Sometimes
ahead
it
of
gets
you.
just between your brain and your mouth noise, there's a disconnect in
Uh-oh.
the middle.
Yeah, and everyone called me out. They said I was a cop. Like, who's calling it by its government name? So we get ready for this start here. Giovanni's swinging for 50 on Farfetch. They don't have anything else as far as basic Pokemon go. This is, as you called it, Jeff, a very supportive hand. 2 Leafs, a Geo, and a Weezing. Not what they want to be looking at.
I absolutely love the turn 1 Giovanni from our Darkrai player here on the bottom. We see a second Giovanni in hand for them. So what this first Giovanni sets up is it means we can quack for 40 next turn, and then Giovanni can clear for 50 on the turn after that, assuming that there's no cape or anything else like that. Also, when your hand is incredibly supportive, as Spragels pointed out, there's a lot of value in using one of those supporters early because you're likely not going to be able to play all of them over the course of the game, being limited to only sequencing one per turn.
And here we've got 2 Charmanders on the bench right now for our fire type. We've got the Inferno dance setting up. We can see our player perspective that we're watching showing off their actions per minute. Very nice. A lot of clicking going on right here. And here come our coin flips. You can brick in this moment, which is really heartbreaking. We're going to see what they get. 1 heads.
Okay, running close to statistically average here. You're really hoping for some basic Pokemon or professor's research on this side. And having to attach your second energy to Farfetch is one of the saddest things you can do in a duck deck, in my experience.
Yeah, this is pretty rough. Farfetch now in some trouble. I mean, a Dawn ends the game. So let's see if they got it.
Not only a Dawn, but just like even a Charmeleon in the back is probably pretty tough. That's going to attack for 60, even if there's not a Charizard as a follow-up. I'm assuming from the pause on our Charizard player's side here, there is not a Dawn to win the game on the spot, but definitely a pretty favorable position from them. They want to make sure they make good choices from.
It's also possible that they do have Dawn and they're taking this moment to do a quick little dance break or something like that. Oftentimes when you have the perfect deck, you will take some time to make sure your opponents think they have a chance. It's called BM, and it's something that everyone does to me when I'm streaming. They play all their cards. They had it the whole time. Just play the card. All right, let's see what they end up doing here. Again, a Dawn is a game winner, but it looks like from what they're doing, they do not have this combination, as they are probably just going to continue to power up their Chars right here. I think that communication looked like it was fishing for a Charmeleon.
Yeah, that long pause there, probably our Moltres player trying to deduce, okay, what do we want to communicate into second energy on the Moltres? So I assume that means we
Oh,
had the Dawn the entire time. Oh my goodness, gosh, Spragels, we had the Dawn the entire time. I know we're commentating a couple of minutes behind. Wait, are they going to time out? Okay, there's justice in the
no
world.
way!
There's justice in the world. Good golly, never before has BM been so deservedly punished as this moment here we are all watching live in Technicolor.
I'm shocked. I'm flabbergasted. I'm blown away. Give me a thesaurus right now. Like I can't come up with enough words. What an insane moment. They took way too long to make their play. They KO the Moltres with the duck. No way. No
All right,
way.
well, this is a best of 3 match, so the Charizard player is gonna have a chance to redeem themselves, but it would be certainly a redemption arc after that one.
I love seeing the chat right now because it's absolute pandemonium over that moment. The highs and lows that we just witnessed right there. The insane amount of time, Jeff, it took for that Dawn to be played. We just thought, wow, how crazy is that? They had it the whole time. Time ran out. They got the energy onto Moltres, but it was the last thing they could do. If
Our
I don't know.
Dark
I
Eye
don't know how to
player
feel about
did
that.
very appropriately send thanks after the end of that game, and I think it's easily the most appropriate thanks I've ever seen set in a match of Pokemon Pocket.
Dude, that is a moment right there. That is a moment that you see on stream. And one of the tough things is, I think if I'm being generous, and I would like to be, I think the Moltres, our Charizard player, probably just had a moment where they didn't realize they had the GG right in front of them. They were already in like
Yep.
check, like their opponent was in check. They had checkmate, right? Um, but at the same time, they were fishing. They were like, "How do I power my Char? I'm looking for it right now." They throw their Charizard into their deck. They're looking for Charmeleon, and then last second they see Dawn and they go, "Oh man, perfect! No time left. They can't attack." And it feels like justice was done this day for sure.
All right, it looks like our players needed just a minute in between here. I am looking for the start of our next game. I wonder if maybe we had a.
Well, it's also possible, after a moment like that, you might have to patch some holes in your wall or something. So they could need a minute between game 1 and 2. That was just one of those super unfortunate moments. And it was caught on stream. I want to shout out to the over 5,000 people watching between our two streams who unfortunately got to see one of the most like roller coaster of emotions moment that you could have in Pocket.
Yeah. It looks like there's not going to be a second game in this match actually. Well, that's sometimes you just got to take a deep breath and move on. And
Okay.
nope, I respect it.
I get it. I do get it. That is such a moment. We've all been there, right? This is a new set. These are new cards. That is very frustrating. There could have been like some lag a little bit too, where you're like, I'm trying to input my and you just get so frustrated that you don't want to deal with it. Super unfortunate, but I gotta say, like, very entertaining for the chat. I think everyone's having a pretty good time.
If I was scripting a round, there would have been a round scripted to do that at some point if it was allowed.
Yeah. Coming from the chat, we have not all been there. Well, good for you. But I've been there.
If you haven't been there, you haven't played
enough.
enough Pokemon Pocket, is all I'm going to say. Your account doesn't have 1,000+ wins because you play a healthy amount instead of an unhealthy amount.
And here we go. Jeff, we're taking a look at a new matchup right here. We've got Gyarados, which we talked about. If this was Mythical Island, we'd be looking at one of the most meta things in the set. But right now, Gary really struggling into this new meta so far, at least in our tournament here today.
We've got Gyarados on the bottom. We've got a Druddigon with a water energy on the top. I think this might actually be a Gyarados mirror match. but we do see some new cards in play for our bottom player here, at least with Cyrus lurking in the back of their hand.
Yeah, Cyrus, such a nice card for Greninja decks, right? I mean, you can just make so many amazing plays. I was playing Darkrai Greninja just yesterday, which has like a lot of really fun plays with something like this. Also, not only are you chipping in the active spot, but you can chip something on the bench, bring it in for some big time KOs. So we're going to see how that plays out. It's funny just seeing Magikarp v Magikarp in a meta where a lot of people have moved on a little bit. Misty on the side here of our player's perspective that we're watching as they're deciding how they want to power.
See, take everybody's favorite Pokemon Pocket card, one I've literally never heard a complaint about in my life. Hits that Tails for. Has Misty added a single energy on stream so far today, Spraggles? I don't believe she has.
She hasn't, and I think a lot of people would be happy about that. But at this point, I really want to see some Misty flips work out. I'm sorry, but we need to balance the scales a little bit. Next Misty needs to be 5 heads. Here we go. Perfect. This gives us our opportunity right now.
Yeah, I mean, and when Misty starts going, she usually doesn't stop. If you're gonna hit one, you might as well hit them all because it's about the same.
Wow.
Continuous Misties today.
If you are keeping track at home, not a single Misty has generated energy on stream today. Will it happen? I do not know, but we have the Magikarp being powered up for our opponent right here. And of course, for the perspective we're watching, 1 energy on their Magikarp as well.
Pokeball here. We see one Cyrus being included in this Greninja Gyarados deck. Something that's noteworthy about this archetype is that its slots are very tight. There are 12 Pokemon that you need to play to fit Greninja line, Druddigon Gyarados line. There's then the auto include 2 research and 2 Pokeball, which really only leaves you with 4 utility slots to play around with, which typically 2 are Misty, and then Leaf is often vying for those last 2 in your deck.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. I mean, this deck is cram full of stuff. Cramorant missing, of course, but otherwise, this deck is cram full of stuff. We've got a 3rd energy onto our Magikarp on the bench. No Frogadier in sight, so they know there's really no snipe happening. You couldn't Sabrina and at the same time, get something in to attack that Magikarp. Both of these Magikarps feeling pretty safe right now. And you're in this weird spot. No Gary, no Frogadier. You're just kind of bricking as far as finding those stage 1s.
We're in the stage 1 waiting room. And this makes me wonder, we see Cyrus as one of those potential limited slots. Is this a deck that would really like the Pokemon communication potentially as an occlusion?
I think one of the nice things about Gary is it not having a stage 2. You feel like you don't need to run it as often, right? But at the same time, Greninja does. Greninja really does need to find that so it could get online. If this, Greninja was online a turn ago, your opponent would be very scared right now. But currently, they are chilling, putting another energy on Carp. They could evolve to Gary if they have it and Leaf right away, but it looks like they don't. So we're moving on. Pokeball looking for something. It pulls Magikarp. I mean, yeah, here we go. 4 energies on the Carp.
When your opponent plays a Pokeball in that slot, you're like, oh, well, that means they bricked again, and we've got another turn of breathing room.
So they never even had their Froakie, so they've probably got their Frogadier and Greninja in their hand. Wow, I mean, we're just watching like a stonemasons meeting right here. Both of these decks are bricking so hard. We don't have a Greninja on either side. We don't have a Gary on either side. Druddigons are just looking at each other. If this was a Pokemon battle in the anime, it would be pretty boring.
Channeling their energy, hoping to find what they're looking for at the end. Second Gyarados building up in the back. Well, second Magikarp, I should say. There's a chance we never see a Gyarados hit the battlefield for one of these players.
Wow. Okay, Misty. Does it hit? Oh, it still doesn't hit. No Misty's on stream. There's Gary, and now it could be time to start attacking. If they have Leaf, they can move this Gyarados in. They have both Gyarados.
We bricked Misty. We can't play Leaf this turn. The fact that the energy went on the fact that the energy went on the second Gyarados here makes me think that there's a Leaf in hand for our top player, and now our staring contest just gets perpetually more awkward because the top player can't move Gyarados up without losing to the Gyarados on the backswing from our bottom player right away.
Wow, this is just a battle of something. I wouldn't say wits. It's a battle of bricks. And
Battle
we're
of
gonna see
bricks.
who
Yep.
we're gonna see who wins here. We've got Greninja online for our bottom player here, so we do have the leaf coming out. It is time to start swinging right now. Drud is going to go down, and then Gary can come back in, do some damage to it, KO it, while Greninja can start chipping away at the bench. They could start swinging at the other Gyarados. They also, ooh, Froggy. They also at the same time could start trying to get a KO on that Frogadier, or excuse me, that Froakie with their Greninja. So we're going to see where they want to throw this Water Shuriken.
I would
Misty
assume
misses again.
I would assume the Water Shuriken goes into the Gyarados in the back, because we're going to take 2
Yeah.
points when we clear this one in the front, and then we're just at checkmate here. Even if the opponent hits a Misty on the Gyarados at the top, yeah, we're just gonna be done.
Yeah. There we go. So far, not a single Misty is hit throughout that entire match. I think they played 4 Misties or 3. Not a single Misty hit on a single game this stream, which is crazy.
All right. I know this match is had a little bit of back and forth here, but the next round is fully paired. We're gonna watch this match play to its completion, but I'm gonna go ahead and crank it up so we get through it without delaying our next round coverage. The matches are starting. If you're playing, you should be checking into your round.
All right, here we go. We're going at double speed right now. We have the Misty playing for our player perspective. We finally have a Misty hit. That's 1 energy onto the bottom. But here we have Frogadier, and we're powering our Magikarp. No Dredon put onto the field while our opponents are looking for something. They have no other basic Pokemon looking for something. There's the Pokeball. They have a basic. They can throw it on the board. Magikarp can now leap out to this Froggy. We're going to see if they decide to do it here, Jeff, and it looks like they are waiting. Even at 2 times speed, we're still deciding what to do here, and we do leap out. We are switching now with possibly the Magikarp, possibly our Froakie. We're going to see how they want to play this. We could have this Frogadier try to move in and deal some damage while we have Misty. No, they actually do switch with Magikarp right here.
You know, I'm extra impressed with VLC today. I didn't realize it had a Spraggle speed up option as well.
Yeah, you didn't realize that? It's super simple. It's how it works. I am on time with the stream. That's how it goes.
So we see Gyarados nowhere to be found for both. Oh, look at that. And just like that, suddenly Misty's average amount of heads flipped on stream pulls right back to the 50%er as we put a bunch of energy on this Magikarp all in the back at once.
You know, sometimes things just seem to work out, and there's the Misty right there. We had 1 hit for our player's perspective. We're watching there on the bottom. Our top player there just had 4 heads hit. There is the Water Shuriken, though. That is very, very mean. If they don't have Gary, which of course they do, we're going to now see the Leap Out. We're going to see the Water Shuriken. Gyarados comes in. The Water Shuriken goes for the Magikarp. Of course.
Stop! The Cyrus! All right.
I love it.
Well, that's gonna give us a game 3 here, I think, gamers.
Yep. That was a really nice play. That's a moment where, just as we talked about, there's not a lot of space in these decks, Jeff, but Cyrus with Greninja is a powerful combination. This 1-2 punch, you are able to call your shot with just hitting a single Water Shuriken.
Yep, and that was a game that our bottom player would have had breathing room to top deck a Gyarados and get back into it, and the door was just slammed firmly shut because of this new tech card.
Here we go. Pokeball looking for a little bit of their deck. Professor's research. They're able to get a couple of Froakies out. From our perspective right here, not looking too bad. We've got the Frogadier. Pokeball first to grab our Magikarp. Professors could give us a Greninja, which would be really nice. It doesn't yet, but we do Pokeball, so they get a lot of their basics out right away. I think maybe every basic except Froakie.
Yep, and we need a Gyarados eventually, but at the same time, we don't need it until either the Greninja pressures it in the back line or we hit more energy, so we have some time to wait around here.
Misty not doing too much for us right now. We're putting some energy on our Frogadier, able to attack right now and get 1 point. Very nice stuff here for our bottom player.
Yeah, with no energy on either of the Frogadiers for our top player, they're not threatening a lethal on the back with the Greninja here.
Here we go. Their Frogadier in play. They have 1 card in their hand, and it feels like it's, well, that's interesting. They are powering Gary. Misty flips for nothing. Still a lot of bricks for Misty. I mean, Misty not doing too well on stream today. Had 1 or 2 moments previously. But geez, missing a ton.
Oh, Jeff, man. All right, there's one for the water. Oh, and then we pull it back, and then we're done here, right? Like we just
Yeah,
saw
that's it.
this mirror end on the spot with Cyrus both times.
Yep. Just really not much you can do here. The water shuriken on a Magikarp, but which is nice because they don't have Gary yet. Spoke too soon, and that's just game.
Yep, we are going to be heading on in. Round 4 has already started for our competitors. We are going to take a brief pause for the cause here to pay some bills and let some adverts roll. We'll be back with round 4 of the first Hoaglandia Spraggles Open for Pokemon Pocket in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, gamers.
See you soon.
I told you it was going to be a quick break, and we always delivered. We are heading on in to round 4 of the first Hoaglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open featuring the Space-Time Smackdown expansion. Before we get into the games, I'd like to give a shout out to some of the wonderful people that are making this event possible, starting with our wonderful shirt sponsors. Into the AM makes an incredible range of premium clothing and awesome graphic designs. If you want to stand out in a crowd or find that perfect gift for someone that they're going to love to wear, be sure to check them out using code Hoaglandia to save a little bit extra. You see me taking some drinks during the broadcast from our wonderful Hoaglandia branded shaker. It's filled with advanced GG drink mix. They make sweet and delicious hydration, focus, and energy mix, and you can save with code Hoaglandia there as well. And every gamer knows in the mobile game sphere, the most powerful card available to you is your credit card. A powerful card needs a powerful wallet to keep it held in. That's why I carry the Extra Smart Wallet in my pocket with its RFID blocking technology. It makes sure your cards are never going to get swiped while you're walking around out in a crowd, and they're just at a finger's press away to pop on up in there. And you know I trust my Extra to hold my cards well, because those are my real credit cards, chap. So I'm shaking it up and down here, and I have confidence that they're not going to fall out.
And I want to give a big shout out to the people behind the scenes, Jeff's wife, as well as the very beautiful and talented Zoinks helping put this together. So thank you so much. Thank you all for being here. We've got more exciting tournament coming up here. Jeff, I think you told me on the horizon we possibly have a little Dialga Yan Mega.
We do have Dialga and Mega for our feature match. I also give a shout out to my buddy David, who's helping record all of these feature matches as well. It's why we're able to bring you this endless stream of games round after round. So let's go ahead and dive on into some Dialga Yan Mega action here.
And I want to give a shout out to my buddy Mike, who is in Las Vegas. Grew up with him, just a good guy.
Excellent. We see Dialga as the lead here. I didn't catch who has the first energy advantage, which is a really big deal in these Dialga decks. They are going second here for our bottom player, which is a huge leg up. Getting to attach your second energy and then ramp up to 4 instantaneously is huge.
And yeah, here we go. This is really nice. We're looking at, oh, ho, 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 ho. We have a Dragonite deck, which
This is not a drill,
always...
Spraggles. There is a Dragonite deck that is undefeated in round 4 of our tournament.
Yeah, everyone, this is not a drill. Dragonite is here. Call your dad. Wake them up if they're taking a nap, because they're going to need to see this one. Dialga is getting set up with Yan Mega ready to go in their hand. We've got the Rocky Helm also ready to go to take some damage here. Pokeball being played by our top player. I cannot believe we are seeing some Dragonite. Such a fun deck, but horribly inconsistent.
And, well, that consistency, Spraggles, is something that all of these Stage 2 decks got a boost with this season. I wager we're going to see our player communicating, digging for not 1, but potentially 2 Stage 2s as a Magnemite hits the bench for our top competitor.
This is really interesting. I'm wondering if we have gotten rid of Lightning Energy altogether, and they are only banking on... No, we have not. Okay. I was wondering if they got rid of it altogether and we were just banking on Magneton generating it and then dawning it to our Dragonite. But it looks like they still have both in the deck.
Yeah, I think you want both, and then a Dawn with a Magneton can just like give you a little bit variance mitigation, because Dragonite, one of the reasons why it struggled is that it hits variance from 3 different directions. It's got stage 2 variance, assembling your 3-card combo. It's got 2-color energy variance. That's a 50-50. You have to win a couple of times. And then ultimately Dragonite's attack is also another source of variance, as these Draco Meteors are very unpredictable in where they hit the board.
Yeah, it's such a cool card. I think at some point, if we were able to sort of guarantee the energy that is coming out of your zone or something, it might have a little better shot. But you're right. Just so many opportunities to essentially brick. So many opportunities to not get what you need. However, things are looking pretty nice for our player here. We've got Metallic Turbo powering up our Yanma, deciding not to evolve it right now to Yan Mega.
Yep, and this is an open deck list tournament, so you get to know if your opponent has a card like Sabrina or a card like Red Card that could really punish you for not playing the evolution out early. And if you know you don't need to play around that type of effect, you can kind of conceal the information that you have your powerful hitter in your hand until later.
Here we go. We're going to see how they want to play it on the other side. Obviously, they put the water energy onto their benched Dratini, so I think they're thinking, yeah, this this Dratini on the active spot might not be long for this world. We do have the energy being powered up on our Magneton, however. We have the lightning energy placed on it, so we're going to see how this works out next turn. They do put 1 energy on it for a possible retreat, so they could start swinging with Magneton here soon as they power up another with Volt Charge and Dawn.
We get to hit for 100 this turn then? Wow.
If they have the zone.
Okay, yeah, we're in the zone. The Magnezone here, you know, giving you a second potentially powerful thing to be doing in this Dragonite deck. I know it can seem a little counterintuitive to play 2 stage 2s together, but I was actually doing this on stream recently with Garchomp, and in a similar idea to this, when you have 2 of them, the odds of assembling one of your 2 really powerful things is actually quite high.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I mean, this might be some of the consistency that Dragonite needed. It looks like Magnezone actually ending up being the star of another deck here. It was working really well for Darkrai earlier, and now it's working pretty good into this Dragonite deck that, again, has been pretty inconsistent, even though it has some really cool moments. We're going to see what our bottom player here is deciding to do. They have Yan Mega in their hand. They know Dialga goes down right here. Yanmega's weakness is it? It's not lightning, is it?
It
What is
is
this? Oh, it is
it is
lightning.
lightning. Yep, it's got wings on its Spraggles. We see here the Pokemon tools on both sides of the board, giant cape as well as a Rocky helmet, kind of countering each other out. So the Rocky helmet marked 20 damage on that Magnezone, which would have allowed the Yanmega to clear it, but then cape is there to give it plus 20 back as well, really impacting these breakpoints in both directions.
Let's see how they want to play this here. I mean, you could retreat into Yanmega. You could put a cape on Yanmega if you want to, but no, they are deciding to power their bench here. And they are going to let Dialga go down. This puts the Magnezone into KO range, even though I think it would have been after hitting the Rocky Helm regardless, right?
Yeah, and I like this decision from our Dialga player, kind of getting more energy developed on a second Yanmega on the board and moving this Magnezone to the point where the Yanmega is going to go ahead and blast it for 120 to finish it off afterwards.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see what they want to do here. This is going to be really interesting. They have Dragonair on the bench. They could start powering this, but for this Magnezone to attack, they're going to need to keep feeding it energy right now.
Yeah,
They
and
also could retreat, but that's unfortunate,
this is
without a leaf.
that feeding the energy part that Spraggles mentioned is huge here because while they'll get a knockout point advantage by clearing the EX, giving up their single knockout point Pokemon, Dialga has amassed an incredible amount of energy advantage while Magnezone demands a energy deficit essentially here. And we see the Dragonite player going ahead and conceding there, knowing that they're kind of in this checkmate situation.
Okay, wow. Well, there you go. I mean, they GG'd right there. They didn't see a way out of it. It was really cool seeing a different take on that Dragonite deck, but they were not able to make something happen there. So there you go. As we get ready for our next game.
Our matches in this tournament are best of 3, so Dragonite is down, but it is not out. We're gonna go ahead and head on into our second game between our players. First, energy advantage going to be a big deal in this matchup. Neither of these decks have that I like going first advantage. And we have
We are
Dialga,
going second.
and a copy of Skarmory here, and Skarmory, a really powerful card with these Pokemon tools that we see in hand here. While going second, Skarmory threatens to start attacking for 50 damage on the first turn of the game.
Yeah, this is really interesting here. They're going to start, and they are not going to play Dialga. They are keeping Skarmory out in that active spot, keeping Dialga in their hand. Magnemite start here for our top player with water energy, is what they will be generating on their second turn. Pokeball now. We're going to see what they're able to pull. The Dratini hits the bench. And we're moving on to our first round here. Again, Skarmory with a tool. This is really powerful.
Yep, and notable that the stage 1 on this Magnemite only has that 80 HP, so it's just going to have to take 2 hits here once this Rocky Helmet or Cape gets attached here. And this is kind of a relevant decision. Which of these do you want to save for later? Because neither of them are really going to help the Skarmory in the moment. I like the decision to save Cape for later because Cape puts Skarmory to 100, whereas it could put Yanmega to 160, and getting your total HP pulls past 50 breakpoints is relevant for Draco Meteor, letting you live through an extra hit.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Draco Meteor, obviously. It's very chaotic. There are sometimes it does exactly what you want, but one thing is for sure, getting past one of those 50 breakpoints, going from 100 to 120, etc., is very, very important. Skarmory going from 80 to 100, however, makes no difference as we have the Volt Charge happening right here for the Magneton. They might just be doing it to use it. I guess they could retreat maybe with X speed or something here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, the
what they're gonna end up
Magneton
doing.
being played out here would imply to me that they just have another Magneton in hand and they might as well play it out because it's a resource they're not going to use otherwise. But I think our Dragonite player is definitely in a tough spot here from this point out. And they're actually just going to go ahead and pack it in.
And one of the tough things about Dragonite, I mean, remains unchanged. Even with that Magnezone deck, there are just some really unfortunate draws for it right there. Just you don't get the energy sometimes. Your Draco Meteor doesn't hit sometimes. You don't find your stage 1 or your stage 2. And it doesn't look like, at least in that very, very small sample size that we saw, much changed for it. However, those were some great starts for our Dialga deck, to be fair.
I was a little sad that the Skarmory gameplay got cut short, so I wrestled up some more of it here. This time, Skarmory being paired with Bastiodon. Bastiodon. I think it's Bastiodon. Chat's gonna let me know
Yeah,
for sure what it's supposed
I
to be.
believe it's Bastiodon, right?
New steel fossil Pokemon. So, talking about consistency in terms of things, Fossil Stage 2's the least consistent cards in Pokemon Pocket, because not only do you need to assemble a 3-card combo, but you need to assemble this 3-card combo with a basic that you can't Pokeball and more recently can't Pokemon Communication for.
Yeah, it is quite tough. We do have the Skarmory start though, so you are guaranteeing a Skarmory start unless they have other basics in their hand that I'm unaware of. But the nice thing about this is, again, this is a beautiful card when you are going second, right? You put a tool on, you put one energy on, and you are swinging right away. Huge damage here. 50 onto the Kangaskhan. And there are some situations where if your opponent bricks kind of hard, you could KO them and end the game right away.
Yeah, I mean, the appeal of a card like Kangaskhan or a Druddigon or these other 100 HP lead Pokemon is that they're supposed to buy you a lot of time. But when Skarmory comes out of the gate swinging for 50 points of damage on the first turn, suddenly that a lot of time is cut completely short, not giving you a lot of space to set up in the back.
And there we have our Darkrai set up here. So we've got the Kangaskhan and the Darkrai from our opponent. I'm interested to see what else is in this Darkrai deck. The energy being placed onto Kangaskhan would give them the opportunity to possibly hit for 60, but of course possibly hit for nothing. Darkrai would guarantee 20 damage and you'd power up your EX, which is what they decide to do. It's going to knock Skarmory down to 80 right here. Our bottom player, no fossil in hand yet, so they cannot start getting that Bastiodon online. However, once it is online, it's a super fun card, Jeff. It does take 3 energy to attack, but the great thing is its ability, Guarded Grill. Your opponent needs to flip a coin. 50-50, you negate 100 damage. I was playing it the other day, and we literally had Palkias swinging into us, losing all their energy and only hitting us for 50. It's very fun.
I love that this card gets to live through a Charizard Blast. One of our first cards in Pokemon Pocket, where we're just like, oh, 200, hold please.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It really is beautiful. It's a really cool card. But like you talked about, fossils are always tricky, right? They're hard to get online. And I think that's one of the toughest thing about them. If you just don't pull your fossil, you're now taking a Pokemon that's a stage 2, making it even harder to find somehow. It could just be buried at the bottom of your deck. And it's basically like it's at the bottom of the Marianas Trench because there's no way to get it out of there.
All right, we see the
Notoriously deep trench, by the way.
we
For
see the
people in
rock.
chat.
We see the Rocky helmet get attached to Kangaskhan, and oh, we see Magnemite hit the bench. So this is another Magnezone Darkrai variation for our top player, but they're notably choosing to play Kangaskhan as their lead as opposed to Druddigon, so they can apply even more pressure with whatever they're beginning with up front.
This is interesting right here. So, yeah, that Rocky Helm's gonna be annoying for sure. They're gonna get themselves down to 30, which is KO range for this Kangaskhan. And you could get the KO if you just put the energy on Darkrai and that Skarmory attacks once again. And now we have Magneton online. It's going to be able to start generating its own energy with Volt Charge. Cool variation of this deck for sure.
With the energy from the Darkrai here and the Rocky helmet on the Kangaskhan, it means even if this Kangaskhan bricks, the Skarmory is going to be going down next turn here. Although obviously most of our permutations let us clear. Mama is taking a break.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, obviously they would want to take that down, right? Just so the next Skarmory comes in, they can get some extra damage to it. We do have Potion here, which lets them swing and survive another turn. Very interesting. But as far as your fossils are going, I mean, you are throwing up bricks.
We are unfortunately at checkmate here without a cape for the bench, right? Because if we attack, we take 20, and then the Darkrai comes up and deals 20 with its Pokemon ability, and then it cracks in the back line for 80. So we're going to be going to the next game here, it looks like.
Yeah, you're right. And this is just what happens with fossils sometimes, right, Jeff? You know, we talk a lot about the variants that some of these decks have. If you don't have this fossil, if you never get it, there's nothing you can do in this moment. So unfortunate little run there for our Skarmory fossil deck, which looks pretty cool, but dang if you don't get those fossils.
Yep,
They might need a supporter. They might need something. Who digs for fossils out there? Come on,
Bill.
people.
Bill seems like a fossil kind of guy, right?
Get Bill on it.
And this is,
Somebody get
that
going.
inconsistency we were talking about. Any stage 2 is difficult to get together, and when you don't have Pokeball to fish up your basic, it comes at a real cost. And this is kind of the danger. Something we've seen in Pokemon Pocket's existing formats is that the good decks tend to optimize towards playing 5, 6, or even 7 basics sometimes, because you want to minimize your chances of having a game like that where your opponent only has 2 knockout points, but they've now won the game because your cards didn't come together.
I love multiple people in the chat. You guys are so on it. The 4th gen Rock Gym leader is a Fossil Digger, Roark. It's perfect, actually, Jeff.
Okay.
Why isn't it in this set? It's guaranteed to be in our mini set, which is guaranteed to be Gen 4. Okay? I'm a YouTube thumbnail and I'm clickbaiting you right now. We don't know what it is. We don't know what it is, but a lot of people will tell you it's going to be Gen 4.
If we leave Gen 4 and I don't get a Giratina EX, I'm gonna have to fly to the Pokemon Company headquarters and have some words.
Yeah, I'll fly with you just because I want to see it. I bet it's pretty cool there.
Me too. That's actually my real reason. I just want to pretend
Yeah.
to be mad because it's the internet.
Yeah, well, I'm really upset about this. Whoa, you guys have like life-size stuff in your man. That Palkia is amazing.
All right.
This is a good start here for our Skarmory player. There's the armor fossil, and we actually get to see this deck possibly perform. They also have a professor, so we can start digging for more fossils in our deck. They don't yet have the shield on. They have the Bastiodon, though, correct?
Yep. I would bet first energy advantage can potentially matter a good bit in this matchup. If Kangaskhan hits a little bit of good variance, it can clear the Skarmory out. You'll also notice there is a distinct lack of hats in our metal player's hand on the bottom.
Yeah, unfortunate here. We're going to have to see what happens for our top player, Kangaskhan, in that active spot. We have the Pokeball. So they
Notable that a research happened here, so Darkrai plus Dawn is off the table, so Skarmory is guaranteed to live for at least a turn here.
And here we go. The Rocky Helm. The energy. And they're just going to swing. Obviously, Kangaskhan could be a really devastating Pokemon, right? I mean, this thing, able to do 60 your first turn of attacking is very, very powerful. We're going to see if they hit it. Ugh, rough, really rough for our bottom player right here. Darkrai hops on the bench, puts 1 energy on it. That's down. The Giant Cape will save it. But boy, that's tough.
Will it save it, Spraggles? I mean,
I don't know.
Mama seems pretty upset. If she throws hands one more time here, this 20 extra health ain't going to do a whole lot for it.
You're right. I mean, well, I mean,
this is
closer.
aggressive. I don't know. I feel like I would be inclined to bet on top decking a stage 1 here.
Wow, interesting. Okay. Well, we're saying if Kangaskhan hits, there's nothing we can do regardless. They have no shield on. Once again, our fossils are still buried there, and they're using, those little brushes, and they kind of like they use toothbrushes to get the dust off the fossils. Not how I do it. I just use a shovel, dig them out of there. They'll be fine. But that's what's happening with this deck right now.
All right, and that's a Pokeball, and I believe we saw a Pokeball last turn too. So just some basics being held in hand to conceal information for our player. And the Darkrai is really good here. It means Kangaskhan only needs average variance. A single head's going to clear this Skarmory, and then we're kind of between a rock and a hard place here once this first one goes down, with no stage 1 or energy on the bench for our metal player.
Yeah, here we go. 25%. The Skarmory lives. 1 tails. 2 tails. Holy.
All right, Mama worked overtime last round, so she felt like she deserved some time off this time through.
Skarmory again. I mean, it's not exactly what you're looking for, but it is a sign of life. Now the question is, do they take the KO? I think that's what they've got to consider right here. If you take the KO, Skarmory goes down. If you don't, then it goes down kind of regardless to energy being attached to Darkrai, and then you still got Kanga out there. So I think, unfortunately, you have to probably take the KO. I guess there is a play where you could Sabrina to see what they want to throw out there.
I think I like taking the KO this turn because, like you said, it's going to go down to the Darkrai next turn anyways. You might as well take a point with you on the way out the door. And the way the energy is lined up on the board here, the only way our Darkrai player is attacking next turn is if they attach the energy to Kangaskhan anyways, and they probably want to get Darkrai powered up more than anything.
Yeah. So here we go. 1 point to both players right here. And it's just really tough when you're not getting your fossils. Again, we have a stage 1 that they are not able to pull. It's really unfortunate seeing this deck brick so hard, but this is just the nature of these decks where you can't dig for some of these Pokemon. There's no way to get a fossil. There's no way. You have to draw it. And then these stage 1s, if you have Pokemon communication, you could try to find them in your deck. I'm not sure how many copies of it they have, but one thing is for sure, they have none in their hand.
And one thing I want to point out here that I think is a plus in favor of the Darkrai Magneton deck up top, which is one of our most popular and successful decks so far today, is that this deck is in a commanding position in this game where Magnezone has not been remotely a part of it, right? We're just Kangaskhan's, equipment, and Darkrai having the flexibility to hit in a few different ways is one of the things that makes this deck likely so powerful.
That's just not the card you want to see. Obviously, you want to be able to power your fossil here. Instead, we have a Rocky Helmet, which will do some damage to Darkrai when they try to attack here. And you put an energy on Skarmory right now. You could Sabrina here, try to bring something else in and maybe slow it down a little bit. Or you can damage the Darkrai right here for 50.
I think bricking on the stage 1 this turn puts us into checkmate. The Sabrina gets counteracted by the Magneton putting an energy on itself and then retreating. And then Darkrai clears the Skarmory next turn. And then the following turn, you evolve to Shieldon, and it only has 100 HP, which Darkrai clears in a turn.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff here. There's not a lot you can do, right? When you don't get your cards, you're in trouble. And with decks like this, it just sometimes you don't get your cards. As we're speeding it up right here to kind of see this play out, there's the Volt Charge Jeff talked about. There's the Magnezone. Actually, not what I expect them to do, but that's fine too. Magnezone can pick up the KO right there. Rocky Helm.
I don't think there's a wrong way to eat this Rhesus at this point. We did get a little bit of damage mark, but like I said, even if the Shieldon comes off the top here, we're still pretty done.
Potion too. Unfortunate. Yeah, where's Rourke when you need him? Get that supporter already for these fossils, man. It's just so tough when you can't dig and get any of these guys. From the chat, hyper brick decks. Yeah, sometimes they just do. But they were undefeated so far in the tournament, right?
They were undefeated. And I know, and that's something that's really important to hammer home. Like, everybody knows variance happens in these types of games. And just because a deck, we're in the 4th round. So that player won 3 matches before we got to this point in this round. And the way the structure of this tournament works, everyone who wins 6 out of the first 7 rounds of Swiss is going to make it into our single elimination bracket to play for the crown. So that player taking their first loss here in round 4 is still live if they just run out 3 at the end like they ran out 3 to start this tournament.
Yeah.
Speaking of players that are live and decks people have been making fun of, how would you feel about more Chatot fossils, Spraggles?
I mean, it's all I want. All I want to see is Chatot fossil. This is also undefeated currently?
I believe so, yes. I could double check that, but this is, at the very least, I told our feature match pickers they're at least X and 1. But I can double check if they're X1 or XO here.
Either way, here we go as we're starting this one out right now. Looks like we're on double speed here. As we are seeing
as we start.
The fossils, we have the professor's research. Chatot right now could power and use a mimic. Obviously, if they don't mimic, that's very telling. That's letting you know, like, hey, we're ready to go right here. So let's see what they end up doing. They're adding 20 HP to their skull fossil. And they could mimic their opponent's hand and get more cards than they have currently. They'll swap out 4 for 5. Again, something you could also do is sort of bleed some cards from your hand by using supporters and things like that. They do mimic, so they are going to search their deck for some of these fossils. As we talked about in the last match, and as you guys all just saw, sometimes you just cannot get your stage 1s. You cannot get your fossils. Chatot is there to try to alleviate that issue, as we have a pretty standard Charizard setup happening for our bottom player. Right now, the Pokeball being used, Charmander
I can confirm that our top player is currently 3-0 as we head into the 4th round of this tournament. So that's why we're looking off to the side there.
Here we go. Pokemon Communications, and they find the Charmeleon. Gosh, this card is so good for these Stage 2 decks.
Pokemon Communication is one of the many cards in this set that has just made me so impressed with the elegant designs they've implemented. Leading into this expansion, you heard people ask for, when are they going to give us rare candy to make Stage 2s better? When are they going to give us rare candy? And the Pokemon Pocket designers were like, what if we just designed a card that's just like adds consistency but is way less offensive than rare candy?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it feels like every new addition that they have brought has not ruined the game where you go, like, everything is now irrelevant. It, like, takes things, makes them more playable, adds new options. As you talked about, we now have better turn one decks. Just really cool choices here as we are filling our board with fossils. We see the start of Rampardos there. And shout out once again, can mimic here depending on what's in their hand. But no, they decide to move out into that active spot and start doing some damage. That's 50 damage there.
Something I would like to point out here, because I think it's super relevant staring down the barrel of this Charizard, is that Charizard's going to clear all of these fossils in a single hit. However, Rampardos cracks for 130 and Kabutops cracks for 50, which those two together over the course of 2 turns are going to clear Charizard's 180 HP pool and only give up 1 knockout point as they each get cut down individually.
We have Charmander being pulled with the Pokeball right there. They could play it on their bench. They aren't really worried about the Mimic anymore, so they may not be able to play these cards that they don't need to. A Sabrina here could get this card out, but of course you could Sabrina. And the nice thing about a fossil is if you Sabrina your opponent, they just simply put in this fossil and discard it and bring their card right back in. Fossils, obviously, a lot of people used to see these fossils used just as kind of a Sabrina buffer, basically, in a lot of decks previously.
So this Moltres and how many coins we hit here is a big deal. If they full brick, it would be real bad. Okay, at least one. Okay, what's the opposite of a full brick, Spraggles?
I mean, I guess the opposite of a brick is water gently flowing through your hands. I have no idea what the opposite of a brick is.
We have a bag of feathers for the Moltres, powering up 3
That's
energies
pretty
on
good.
our Charmeleon in the back. And this makes me wonder if the aggression in putting the Rampardos up to the front could have possibly been a mistake from our player here, because we're going to need this Rampardos to crack this Charizard at some point. If there's a leaf here or something, yeah, this is the hope they don't have Charizard line, and I there's a Charizard, Spraggles.
There is a Charizard. However, at the same time, I mean, it's fun KOing enemy Pokemon, right? So that's what they were able to do right there. This Charizard, however, is ready to go. They have 2 of them also, and it has 5 energy on it. So even if it uses its Crimson Storm here, it will be able to attack the following turn with another Crimson Storm. They're putting an additional energy on that. They could do it next turn. They're doing it this turn. Charmander hits the bench, and that's going to be the end of Rampardos.
Yeah, and I think this is the end of the game at this point. Without another Rampardos building up on the bench, the combination of Kabutops are just not going to have the individual attacks necessary to punch through here. I think on the Fossil player's side, if they're going to want to be successful in this matchup, they're going to need to set it up so they pressure the Moltres with the Kabutops and then finish with the Rampardos, so that way you can do that 130 into 50 clear.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. And also, it's a little tough to have both of your dome fossils there on the bench and not room for another skull fossil so that you could power up another Rampardos here. If they had that working on the bench already, considering it's only 1 energy, you don't have to stress too much. But without that powering on the bench, it's going to take too many turns to get online before Charizard could just start ripping through your board.
Yeah, and we see that triple heads for the Moltres could actually end up being relevant here because it's at 4 energy now, so you get to go up to 5, down to 3 when you blast, and then up to 4 finishing blast on the next turn, giving you that 3rd point.
Here we go over to our Charizard player. There isn't really much they even need to draw right here. It's just kind of over. They're going to hit them with a Crimson Storm. I'm not sure. I guess they, for the sake of it, they are looking for their Charmeleon here, which should be, I guess Moltres could also be in the deck. There's their Charmeleon. Oh no, Moltres was KO'd. Excuse me. They're looking for the only possible card right there. They were guaranteeing their stage 1 Charmeleon, Crimson Storm. There's nothing their opponents can do right here, but they're covering all their bases.
Yep. And speed up the inevitability here while we work to get to our second game.
Yeah, we're gonna fast forward this right now. They're looking for something, throwing things around in their deck. There's really nothing they can do here. Looks like using Pokemon Communication, trying to find something. However, yeah, they're discarding the fossil, and they're just gonna kind of leave it up to their opponents. GG.
Yep. There's our third point there for the Charizard player. Again, these rounds are best of 3, so the Fossil deck is down, but it is certainly not out. This Fossil Chatot player is currently 3-0 in our tournament, so they know their ins and outs and arounds, and they're capable of winning games. Let's see if they can rally back to being 1-1 with the second game of this match.
Charizard Moltres, interestingly enough, throughout this tournament is now at about a 50% win rate. Every time we've seen it on stream, I feel like it's still incredibly consistent, but it's obviously running into some tough matchups. I wonder if some of those are, of course, against things like the Darkrai Magnezone that we saw have a ton of success earlier on stream. As we head into game number 2 between these two decks, again, our perspective we are watching on the bottom here is our Charizard player. On top, it is this very fun Fossil deck that guarantees Chatot in that basic, in that active spot, because everything else is a Fossil. No other basics in the deck. You're guaranteeing Chatot, and by guaranteeing Chatot, that means you can, really scramble around your cards and hope to draw everything you need to get your fossils online. It's quite tough sometimes.
Yeah, the research into play no more basics from our Charizard player here, licking your lips if you're on the chat outside here. You're like, oh, 5 cards, gamer. Don't mind if I does, as we gas back up after playing 2 fossils out on the first turn.
I could be wrong, and maybe it was just the circumstances for that match, but I really wonder if 2 Dome Fossils are the play. I guess you could discard one at any time, but yeah, do they have to be discarded from your active spot, or you can just discard
They do not.
them?
Yeah, you can bin them from your bench. So I think it's definitely correct to play them
That's
out.
actually the right play then. That's fully the right play. My mistake. For some reason, I was like, they don't have to be discarded from the active spot. I don't know why I thought that for a second. Yeah, that's fine then, because that thins your deck. And if you just need to put 2 Skull Fossils, you can absolutely do that.
So we'll see the Inferno Dance here from the Moltres, and notable that we have that copy of Dawn in hand for a player card we've been talking about a lot today. And this, if we hit even a single heads on this Moltres, will give Moltres the flexibility to be able to clear Chatot next turn, giving us a very aggressive start on the fire side.
Yeah, and that's something they could choose to take, right? Especially if you're not seeing much get powered up on the side of our Fossil player right here. Chatot goes, and that could be the end of it. However, look at all the cards they've had in their hand. It looks like they probably have what they need right now. We're going to see if they decide to discard one of these fossils or not, if they happen to have the other Skull Fossil in their hand. I do think it might make sense to get 2 Rampardos online, just because you could swing for the most damage possible with those 2. Giant Cape.
Ooh, that's interesting. I don't know that I
thought it was going on Chatot.
Yeah, I think I would be inclined to put the cape on Chatot here so you don't lose it to the Dawn, because notably all of your fossils are getting cleared in 1 to Charizard anyways, so you might as well earn your breakpoint while you can, especially with 0 stage 1s here. If this Chatot gets cleared next turn, there's no Kabutops or Rampardos coming up to fight back.
Well, I think, I think the cape is the call there. They didn't end up going with it. I do think the cape is the call, but I'm now seeing, one thing that was really unfortunate clearly for our Fossil player is they had none of their stage 1s. So they were just kind of going like, at this point, I'm gambling right now, hoping that this next Mimic gives me something so I can get this Rampardos online.
Yeah, I see we're hovering on the Sabrina here, and I understand the pause here, because, there's some appeal to clear the chat out with the Dawn, but there's also a lot of appeal of just, what if we just put 6 energy on Charizard again and attack a bunch?
Uh-huh. I mean, there is a thought, it kind of feels like a Draco Meteor a little bit, right? If a Draco Meteor has the ability on Dragonite to hit 2, even if 3 times, the game is over, right? Maybe they're thinking, look, this Chatot's done all the damage it can do. They've got to have something right now, so we're not even worried about KOing it. We'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. I don't love the Sabrina. Me personally, I would have went with the Dawn, but I'm also just partial to new shiny things, so I would have wanted to make that play.
I think I like the line of powering up the Charizard, but I also don't find the Sabrina line compelling. I might have just not played a supporter for the turn, because I think your comment earlier about the Chatot player kind of wanting 2 Rampardos is likely accurate, so they were probably inclined to discard a Dome Fossil anyways, so this is not really meaningfully disruptive. So I think powering up the Charizard is fine, but I think playing the Sabrina just kind of to use a supporter might not have been the best sequence.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling, right? I just thought, look, I understand Kabutops could be nice, especially after you've hit with Rampardos, but you're going to throw one of these Dome Fossils. They don't want it anyway. As we talked about earlier, like fossils used to just be in decks with no other fossil Pokemon as a Sabrina bait, right? You could just use them to make sure your opponents can't get a good Sabrina. Now we have the Kabuto. We also have the Rampardos line starting up in the back there. Chatot can once again mimic if there are other cards they are looking for. Now, if you have your stage 2 in your hand, you're probably not going to mimic here.
Yep, and we learn a lot about the texture of our fighting player's hand as to whether or not this chat out happens, and the Charizard player can hedge their decisions around based on what this chat out does. I think if the chat out doesn't attack, you probably Dawn and clear it with Moltres next turn.
I would say so, because they just told you that they've got their cards and they're ready to go. Here comes Kabuto, and they do attack last second, by the way, there. I don't know if you saw that timer. That was just like by the skin of their teeth.
I like this attack a lot because I think they're learning from their mistake in the first game. I think you need to not have your Rampardos up when Charizard takes the active spot, because you need to hit the Charizard with the Rampardos and then finish it with something else.
And now we have the other Moltres and Charmander hitting the bench right here. We have Leaf. It looks like we could be bringing in our Charizard right now. I mean, it's got a lot of energy on it. It's ready to start doing some damage. Doesn't matter how much HP is on the other side right here, because we are able to KO them.
This is, I mean, if there's a Rampardos into a stage 1, this Charizard's going to have a bad time, though.
We're going to have to see what they have on the other side.
Notable difference is that, what is Rampardos' stage 1 called? Craniados? Yeah, this one. Its Headbutt deals 50 for 1 as opposed to dealing 40 like Kabuto. So very clean. We're going to deal 1. Oh, we don't have the stage 2. Do we have the stage 1 and not the stage 2?
But we might have another stage 1. They'll do the damage right now.
Okay.
And then they're just waiting to get that stage 2, like as you talked about.
But the problem with this line is you don't have any points on the fossil player side, and now they can spend 2 energy to spend no energy because we top deck Leaf, retreat the Charizard, and then like use the Moltres to start building up.
Yeah, and they might end up doing that here.
I say we could Dawn and attack with the Moltres, but that seems not good.
Yeah, like, no, they just go for the KO on Crimson Storm, but they didn't power Charizard. This is a very interesting decision from our Fire player. They're not going to be able to Crimson Storm next turn, but they must be banking on the fact that they actually have that stage 2 in their hand, and they're giving this KO right here. Unfortunately, now, Jeff, I don't know how they're going to take down Rampardos.
Yeah, I think this attack was basically a hedge saying, okay, you didn't Rampardos me last turn, I don't think you have it. And obviously we do, and we can't know from this perspective if they top decked it or not, but it's a heck of a gamble.
Yeah, I mean, now they're in a really tough spot here. Nothing has an HP pool big enough to deal with this.
Yep. The Moltres on the bench can live a hit, but the Moltres on the bench that's living a hit also isn't accomplishing a lot. Oh, wait. Can they force a draw? This is if we hit with the Moltres, it's a draw. No,
wait,
no, hit with the Moltres, it's a draw.
Oh no!
Rampardos recoils for 50. If you put the energy on the Moltres and attack for 70, you get a draw.
No,
oh, no, we missed it.
How unfortunate. They didn't just play it out. Oh, that's so unfortunate.
How many wins do you think our 3-0 Rampardos player has gotten that should have been draws?
Oh, that's a great question, right? You think people just concede in that moment? I mean, I don't know. I guess you wouldn't want to do anything that's just like bad etiquette or whatever. But I do feel like a lot of times in tournaments, I would probably just play out, even just to see if my opponent makes a horrible mistake or something like that, or they are thinking too long and they time out. A moment like that, it just would be really nice if you would have played that out. But here we are.
Heading on in to game the 3rd here between our 2 players. Both these competitors are 4-0 Charizard versus Fighting Fossils with Chatot.
And there we go. We've got the Moltres in the active spot for our Char player. Decent start. They're going first, which is not really where you want to be as Charizard. You want to be going second so you can start powering right away. However, they get that extra card to draw. Pokeball can give them something. They may want to just throw a Pokeball. They'd put it on the bench. It would be equal amount of cards. If they start playing professors and stuff like that, though, they could really fill up their hand with cards they can't play. And then all of a sudden that Mimic gets better and better.
I would just like to say our chat out player is incredibly lucky starting on their ideal basic 3 games in a row this match.
Yeah, super lucky. There's that. I mean, and that's what you really need to take away from this chat. Can you imagine if they didn't start chat out right here, how bad this would be?
So we see going down to 4 cards on the Charizard side. So how many fossils and Pokemon equipment for the chat out player is going to be a big question. Anytime you're trading even number of cards, less exciting with chat outs. You want to end up cards ideally. You want to play as many as possible out before you redraw towards the stage ones that you're looking for.
I gotta ask, Jeff. I don't know exactly how this would work. What would have happened if they got a draw there? Does that round not count and they continue to move on through the best of 3?
Yeah, so
Like they just
the
might play
rounds
2
are
more?
our first player to get 2 wins essentially.
Okay.
So if one player won and then you like had 2 draws and you ran out of time, the person with 1 win would win, but you keep playing until someone has won 2 games.
That's what I assumed. I just figured I'd ask because I saw the question in the chat, and I'm not much of a rules guy. If anything, I'm all about breaking them.
We
Here we
see,
go.
wow, this research is a huge brick for our Charizard player. We missed on Charmeleon, and we have 6 cards in hand for our chat app player to get excited about.
Yeah, that is really nice, right? Also, only 1 energy right there. We're gonna have to see how things are going for our Chatot. They could have some of these fossils. I mean, this Chatot is just the entire concept behind this Chatot is please, please, please give me these fossils that, again, as we talked about earlier, there is no way to draw and get any of them. Even Pokemon Communication will not get you these early fossils. So this is one of their only shots. They did get their Cranidos online. They have a Dome fossil on the bench as well, and now a ton of cards in their hand.
All right, incredibly likely to find Charmeleon here on the Charizard side of this Pokemon Communication. We hit it. Okay, we've got Daddy Charizard set up here, but the chat app player drew a giant grip full of cards, and they're very likely to have Kabutops into that Rampardos the following turn, which, like we saw in that last game, hitting that 50 into 130 breakpoint is so strong against Charizard.
Yeah, it really is. And we're going to see what they want to do here. They decide to Inferno Dance. They put an energy on Charmeleon. The nice thing is they could always Dawn without having to put any energy on the Moltres. This is what's so powerful about it. Moltres can sit with 1 energy, and as long as there's an energy on the bench, you could Dawn and move it up. That being said, they don't have Dawn in their hand. They have 2 Leafs, a Sabrina, a very pretty Charizard EX, and an X Speed.
As a quick shout out to our players who are in the tournament competing right now, the pairings for round 5 is live. We are watching these matches a little bit behind for competitive integrity, so there's no screen peeking or anything like that. So make sure you check into your match and check if you are a feature match for our next round of the tournament now.
Here we go. We're going to see what they have on the other side. Looks like things are getting set up pretty well. Pokemon Communication. So right now they are throwing either Kabuto or a Cranidos there to find possibly Rampardos or Kabutops. We're going to see what they're able to do.
One of the other things Communication does here too before you chat it is it just like takes the card out of your deck too. So it just means you're more likely to draw the rest of your capes and your other evolutions when you gas back up to 5 cards here with the chat out. Keeping track, this chat out's like plus 8 cards or something absurd over the course of this game, yeah?
Yeah, it's been amazing. I mean, some decks you run into, and Charizard is one of them, they don't have a lot of cards that they want to play out, right? Now, there are other decks that have very, like, small hands. You run into Pikachu or something like that, they could have a couple of cards in their hands at different times. They are going to get aggressive right here. They're going to leaf right away, and they're going to put in Charizard now.
Yeah, I think on the Charizard side, they need to pressure with the Moltres so this sequence doesn't happen, which is Charizard comes up, cracks this, and then Rampardos is going to deal 130, the Charizard's going to clear it, and the Kabutops is going to finish.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. One nice thing is they do have some energy powered on their Moltres here. Maybe they think if they stall this out, they're just giving their opponent more and more time to get everything online. That being said, they have redrawn so many times. If they don't have their cards at this point, it's fate. I mean, you're not going to win this one. They just have so much. Another Skull Fossil hits the bench. We could see another Cranidos. Rampardos is in that active spot with a giant cape that's actually being put onto the bench for our Kabutops, which is
Yep.
interesting.
And we have that. I think the Poke Tools mostly just don't matter where they're going at this point. The Charizard's either clearing them or they're not. I guess a noteworthy breakpoint on the Cape on the Kabutops is getting up to 160 means you live 2 hits from the Moltres dealing 70, which could be relevant here.
Great point. Yeah, that could be the relevant breakpoint, as Rampardos is, of course, going to go down to the Crimson Storm from Charizard. But it's going to take a lot of damage here. We have the Kabuto as well. Looks like we still don't have the Cranidos on the other side, but just about everything else is going well. 130 damage over to the Char. The other Chars are probably not what they're looking for here.
We have the Leaf, so, like, I assume we're pulling the Charizard out here, but, like, Moltres is not lining up well into this Rampardos. Something that's noteworthy about Rampardos' attack is it only self-damages when it gets a knockout. So if we see this Charizard player pivot into Moltres and hit for 70, the Rampardos can hit for 130, and then the Kabutops can come up and clean it, and without the ability to heal this Charizard, it's always going to be threatened to be one-shot KO'd by any of these 50 damage dealers we have in the back.
And we've got Leaf as an option right here, but it really does feel like, we're just kind of almost delaying the inevitable a little bit after that huge amount of chip damage on Charb. However, we did not use our Crimson Storm, so we have 4 energy on Char. The next time it comes in, it clears anything that's on the other side of the board. Moltres, it could Heat Blast here, and it decides to.
We got that hit. The Moltres actually, with the 150 on the Rampardos, actually doesn't even clear the Rampardos next turn. Oh my goodness, we just have the clear. Oh,
I was even going to say, I wonder if they have Geo, but I hadn't seen it. Here's the Geo. They go down. It does take 50 damage, but who cares? Sitting at 30, there's really nothing that can be done right here. There's no energy on the other Moltres, so you can't use Dawn to push energy up to it, even though it's not in their hand at all. I think it's just over for our fire deck right here. And we are seeing the Chatty Fossil. Looks like it takes this in 3 games. But they would have had a tie last round, right? We would have been heading to essentially a game 4.
Yeah, really small mistake from the Charizard player, not realizing that the draw was going to happen in the previous game and hitting that concession, meaning that once our Rampardos player takes this win, they are going to be 4-0 inside of this tournament.
I guess it's possible to X speed retreat into Moltres. I guess you could Sabrina. I'm just trying to think if there's like a good way to delay this at all. No, they decide not to. There you go.
All right, gamers. We're going to be back with more rounds and more coverage in round 5 of the first Hooglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open here real soon. We're going to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll to pay some bills. Don't you go anywhere. Things are heating up. We're going to be moving on into our top cut rounds here before long, and then we're going to crown a champion later today. Lots of Pokemon Pocket action still coming up.
I cannot wait. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, gamers, to the fifth round of the Hoaglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open. Before we dive on into the match, we'd like to give a shout out to some of the wonderful people that are making this possible, starting with our awesome sponsors, Into the AM. Makes wonderful graphical t-shirts that you see myself and Spraggles wearing. They also make a great line of premium clothing. If you want to wear something that makes you stand out or find the perfect gift for someone that they will absolutely love, be sure to check out their website using code Hoaglandia to save a little bit extra. I've also got my wonderful branded shaker here that inside of it has some of my advanced.gg drink mix. They have a huge range of awesome flavors of hydration, focus, and energy mix that you can check out on their website using code Hoaglandia as well. And last, but certainly not least, every gamer knows the most powerful card in mobile gaming is your credit card, and a powerful card needs a powerful card holder to put it inside of the extra. Smart Wallet will keep all of your stuff nice and safe with its RFID blocking technology.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. And thank you to all of you for being here, checking this out. It's been a little slice of heaven casting alongside you, Jeff, as we are getting ready to head into round 5. And you told me something while we were off stream that got me very excited, but I won't mention it. Of course, you said keep it a secret. Another thing you said was we have an Infernape game coming up here very soon. And I've been so pumped on this deck. So I'm excited to see it on stream.
What have you been liking about the Infernape? What makes you excited to play it?
The thing I really love about it is the Dawn combination with Moltres and Charizard is it can be a little frustrating, right? You don't want to really take too much energy away from Char. Depending on your flips, you're okay. And then here we go. Here they're looking at their deck list. So obviously, like we said, we're getting these recordings from our players right now, seeing what our opponents have, which is very fun. This is what you would be doing in a tournament, right? And the thing I love about it is because Infernape doesn't need a lot of energy, like Char, you actually can make this Dawn play more aggressively with Moltres.
Yep, and Moltres here, really nice breakpoints, we refer to it as, into Dialga specifically, because Dialga has that weakness to fire, meaning that the plus 20 for Moltres is 70 to kick up to 90 and clear it in 2, even if it has something like a cape protecting it.
We have another Pokeball, and we have we have a Professor's in our hand. We decide to use neither of them. Obviously, being able to see what your opponent has, you know whether or not you can get Marsed or red carded or something like that. So you can keep all of your cards. Interestingly enough, red card's completely fallen out of the meta, it looks like, and Mars is nowhere to be seen. Where are all the red card fans at right now? I don't know, but I used to hear that it was the best card ever, Jeff.
Did you take note of what our Infernape player has in hand? We took note during the deck highlight that there was one Infernape player playing Volcarona. Yeah. And it is lurking there, the stage 1 that can reach into the back line and deal 80 damage to absolutely anything on the board.
Yeah, we also have Cyrus in this deck, which could make a lot of interesting plays with something like that as well, right? So not only could you damage something that's on the bench, you also can pull something that's already been damaged out and get some damage onto it. We're seeing how they want to play this. They do put the Larvesta down. They have not yet placed the other Chimchar down. It looks like even with a perfect Inferno Dance, they're saying, look, I only need to put one on Chimchar right now. I can put a couple on Larvesta, depending on how well this flip goes. And it went real poorly.
Yep, that is a giant bag of bricks there for our Moltres player. Something to consider in these Stage 2 decks with the addition of Pokemon communication to the format is, in addition to having the flexibility to leave that last spot in the bench open to maybe deploy another Moltres, for example, having that Chimchar could trade into our deck for a Stage 1 at some point in the future if communication comes up.
Yeah, great point. As we see a ton of cards on the other side for our Dialga, and they are getting set up. Looks like we have Dialga, Yanmega, and Skarmory, a look that we saw a little bit earlier as well, as this metallic turbo is going to be able to throw 2 energy onto their bench. Obviously, they don't need to put that on Skarmory, so it looks like we are going to see this Yanmega get powered up here.
Yeah, and the Yanmega notably cleaning for 120 points of damage, which lines up really nicely into the Moltres EX's breakpoints once you factor in that metallic turbo. So the 30 drops us to 110, and the Yanmega threatens to swoop in and clean it up as early as next turn.
Yeah, this could be unfortunate for our Infernape player. One thing that you hate to see is, you know, a full brick there on the energy. The nice thing about Infernape is you really don't need much. Throwing this Chimchar, just as you mentioned, into the deck, looking for Monferno, and they are able to grab it. Pokemon communication, once again, just being a stellar card right here. We have the Volcarona evolving on the bench as well. 2 stage 1s on the bench, another Inferno Dance. As long as they don't fully brick right here, they should be good. Yeesh, not great flips though.
Yeah, so this can get the second energy on the ape, but we might. There's merit to putting in either of them here. You have your energy next turn plus a leaf potentially. The Yanmega comes up. It notably only has 140 life, so unless there's a second cape lurking for a Dialga player, we're going to be trading 2 points for 2 points here with Yanmega.
Yeah, the other thing they can do is keep Dialga out and continue to deal some damage, but there's the cape that you just talked about, Jeff, so they don't need to make that play anymore. It looks like Yanmega can come out and take down Moltres. They're going to
Oh,
Leaf as well, keeping the energy on this Dialga. Great start for our Dialga player. Kind of a chaotically bad start, unfortunately, for our Infernape player here. Just really bricking with this energy, and it looks like they're chugging as well with their screen right here.
yeah, Yanmega, not only is it a grass Pokemon, but it's also flying Pokemon. So the weakness typing here lining up beneficially for our top player, which is actually one of the benefits the Steel deck has from playing this. You get to diversify what your card's weaknesses are by this one being weak to lightning as opposed to fire like the Dialga.
And here we go. They're powering, obviously, this Volcarona. No reason to put any more energy on to this Infernape. One cool thing this Infernape can do, we talked about Dawn earlier from Moltres. Dawn can also power this Infernape. And of course, for people who are wondering what's going on with the stream, it's not really a stream issue, unfortunately. The only thing that we can do is get these feeds from our players. So we are not able to get the feeds from any other source. There's no spectate client inside Pocket yet. So sometimes they might not have a strong enough internet connection or device able to give us a good feed.
Fill in.
We did see, however, that it looks like the Dialga player did win that match.
Yep, fill in some of the blanks there. It looks like the Infernape was able to pop up but not deal enough damage, and then ultimately ends up conceding there once the Yanmega gets set up to knock it down 120, 120. These rounds are best of 3 for those of you who are just joining us. We are in our 5th round out of 7 rounds of Swiss before we cut to our players who are 6-1 or better. We'll see if our Infernape player can put together a win and force a game 3 in this match.
Yeah. Really unfortunate start for Infernape, it felt like, and a really nice start for Dialga, but that is how it goes sometimes. We were watching this from the perspective of the Dialga player currently, as we were switching over here, maybe hoping to get a little bit better quality on our stream. Starting with Skarmory right now, and Yanma on the bench. They're considering it, and they're deciding not to. We now have our start here. Obviously, this is this is not exactly where you want to be with a metal deck. I feel like you want to be going turn 2 so you can get that Dialga out. However, Skarmory will be able to attack when it's time. They are using professors here, just getting a ton of cards into their hand. They don't really need to do much right here, but they are deciding to put some cards onto their bench. Yanma coming out here, Dialga coming out here. The nice thing about getting Yanma out there early is you can power to Yanmega if you wanted to right away. They won't have the energy for it, but they do have it in their hand.
Yeah, one of the noteworthy things here, I think both players would prefer to have first energy advantage in this matchup, but when you're on the Infernape side where we actually have it, the question is, do you have Moltres after you have first energy advantage? Chimchar getting an energy on it here is definitely not the droid you are looking for. Skarmory, noteworthy having wings as well here, being weak to lightning and not fire.
And here we go. They are going to do a considerable amount of damage to this Chimchar right now. Scary place to be in. Obviously, they must know they have no Giovanni, because obviously if they did, this would be very much over. Chimchar going to get knocked down to only 10 HP, and they're going to need to make some decisions here. I don't know what else they have, but they don't have any other basics on the board.
Second Chimchar, definitely not the droid you are looking for in a spot like this. We get to do a little bit of a shuffle here to avoid getting knocked out this turn, but we see that Sabrina hover real quick for our bottom player. We are not waiting around here. They must have seen the match earlier where we timed out waiting around, so this is probably the game with this shift, I would wager.
It really could be. I really wanted to see Infernape, and it's actually been doing well in this tournament so far, Jeff. But boy, is this a horrible start for Infernape here. I don't know what you do. You have to get this Chimchar out. you need that Moltres wall or something like that. All the while, we're now letting our metal deck here power up. Skarmory only needs 1 energy, so this is just very rough for Infernape.
And we're seeing, you know, kind of one of the benefits of Skarmory as a card. It is a card where when your opponent misses a beat, dishing out 50 damage turn after turn after turn while also developing in your back makes it just impossible to come back from your mid starts.
Yeah, deciding not to attack here so it doesn't take damage from the Rocky Helm. If they are able to get Infernape, they have a free retreat that they could retreat into Moltres, so there is a strategy there. They know that the Yanmega is not online to pick up the KO. They know the Dialga can't pick up the KO yet without, yeah, even if you retreat the Skarmory, you'd need X Speed and Dawn. Oh, and you still wouldn't be able to. It's 4 energy, not 3, my
So
mistake.
you can retreat this. They could have retreated the Skarmory to the Dialga. No, because in the Rocky Helmet's not there. Yeah, because you would only the Infernape has 170, right?
It's got a lot of HP.
If there's a monkey here, we have some breathing room, I suppose, with the asterisk that we don't have energy to attack next turn.
Yeah, that's right. You will not be able to hit with the Dialga for enough. It will only hit for 30. They don't have enough energy to hit it for 100. Skarmory could go down here, bringing Infernape down to 100 HP. The thing about Infernape also is has 0 retreat cost, so next turn it could switch if you get something on the bench. However, your opponent is hovering their Cyrus card right here, so they have the ability to bring this back out when it's time, and that just really could be the game with already 1 point to our player on the bottom.
Yeah, I think the Cyrus is checkmate here. I think if there's not a Cyrus lurking, our top player could be like, okay, I could draw Moltres, I could retreat to that, we could play like a real game. But with Cyrus in the wings for our metal player, it just means that we're kind of in garbage time here. The game is over, but we haven't quite clicked through it all yet.
Chat saying can't use Cyrus. We're saying if they are able to retreat, then the metal player can use Cyrus. Obviously, there's no reason to use Cyrus.
That's a good lesson window here too for the people at home. One of the things you want to be doing to get better at Pokemon Pocket is you want to be thinking about these games 2 and 3 turns in advance. You want to say, okay, what is the avenue for one player to get back into and win a game like this? And normally the avenue would be I can retreat Fernape and put out Moltres and charge it back up and then maybe get a big hit. But Cyrus cuts off that avenue. So the game's not literally over next turn. We're not literally playing Cyrus yet, but the existence of the card in the hand means that we're functionally done and the game is checkmate essentially.
And now you're seeing the play here, which would be nice if they got any of this many turns ago and could set something up, but our metal player is ready to go. It is over. Our fire player doesn't know it, but they obviously have an idea that this could be happening here because they know their opponent's deck list.
I honestly really like
GG.
I like our fire player played this game. I know that they had some incredibly bad variants here and they didn't ultimately win, but I think they navigated well with the tools that they had, and it was unfortunate for them that their opponent had the Cyrus they were unable to play around.
Yeah. One of the worst, just a horrible start for this Infernape deck in game 2. And then game 1, they had a complete brick on their Moltres. It's sad to see because I really wanted to see this deck. But I believe they're not fully out of this tournament, right? If that's their first loss, they're still doing okay. Yep. As you're getting ready for the rest of for our next game here, just to give you guys a quick update on what's happening in the meta a little bit. Darkrai EX Magnezone still performing very well with a 65% win rate in this tournament. Darkrai Weavile moving up to 50. Charizard sinking down here, 47 now. We have Exeggutor doing okay with Yanmega. We have Palkia still performing well at about 60%. Darkrai Weezing at almost 60%, 58% right here. Celebi dropping down to 48%. Mewtwo Gardevoir at 25%. Now I just feel bad for them at this point. Holy.
How the mighty have fallen. We are diving on in to our next match here where we're going to be looking at a new card from the Space-Time Smackdown for the first time today. We've got some Lucario Aerodactyl action going on for one of our players here.
Oh, this is very cool. So Lucario, if you guys have not seen this card yet, I'm sure you have. If you're checking out this stream, right? You guys are, enthusiast about this game a lot, and everybody is excited about this Lucario card. But this is going to give you 20 additional damage for any of your fighting Pokemon when they're attacking that active spot. So things like Hitmonlee are not going to be attacking the bench for 50, even though we would all love that. However, you're going to be doing a ton more damage with any fighting types again, this deck is Lucario Aerodactyl. This Aerodactyl now for 2 energy is going to be swinging for 100. That clears Drud in 1.
And not only does it clear Drudagon in 1, but it gives you a lot of good breakpoints in general. It lets you jump up to things like 120 to hit weakness breakpoints because things like EX Pikachu or more recently Pakarisu that was added to the game here.
Yeah. And one nice thing, Jeff, Lucario, unlike something like Superior, Lucario stacks. So if you have 2 Lucarios, you're doing 40 additional damage with fighting types. I know a lot of people have been trying to make these Lucario decks work. I've had some mixed results with them, sometimes really good. Sometimes I just feel like Lucario's retreat cost has been a little tough. It is a 2 retreat cost and a 2 attack cost here. They also have Marshadow in this deck, a card that I absolutely love from Mythical Island. You have 1 energy on Marshadow on the bench, and you are always ready to revenge your opponents as long as they don't KO you with something like a Water Shuriken or a Nightmare Aura from Darkrai.
Yeah, getting 100 damage out of a basic Pokemon that's a non-EX on a 2 energy attack is just so incredible. This is easily one of the best payoffs for these single knockout point focused decks. We see the Riolu taking a 20-point hit on the Drudagon here, taking 20 itself. I think this is a little bit of a bet that, okay, if we top deck our second Lucario next turn, we'll deal 80 with those stacking Pokemon abilities, letting us clear this Drudagon out.
We do not have the Lucario, but we have Aerodactyl right here. So it's going to be interesting to see how they want to play this. They could Giant Cape the Riolu to give it an additional turn in that active spot. It looks like they're going to possibly let it go down here. The other option is using that 1 energy to retreat and putting something else in that active spot. They are going to use the Giant Cape to buy another turn on Riolu right here.
Yeah, I would bet, yeah, we're just going to see the end turn here. We want to play around that rough skin on the Drudagon, and they know that 20 damage is coming from the Darkrai on the bench here. So if you go down to 20, you're going to get cleared next turn.
Yeah, and here we go. We have Riolu taking the 20 damage right here. Jeff highlighting the Darkrai EX card. The Nightmare Aura is the damage you're seeing. It doesn't need to attack, and it's going to do 20 damage to the active Pokemon every time an energy is placed onto it. And very specific here, from the energy zone, so no, it cannot do double damage with Dawn.
It's really incredible the amount of pressure Darkrai EX has allowed these Drudagon decks to generate that are playing both of these cards. You know, normally Drudagon is a very minimal amount of damage as you're cutting it down, but taking 40 damage a turn from your opponent not having to put energy on that active is such a big deal.
Now, this is an interesting play here. Oftentimes, I feel like you don't get a ton of value out of Aerodactyl's passive, Primeval Law, but this does make it so that that Magnemite cannot evolve if it happens to make its way to that active spot. So I wasn't anticipating it was going to make it there right away, but it's just an interesting thing. You cannot go Magneton into Magnezone in front of that Aerodactyl anymore.
Kind of an awkward spot for our fighting player on the bottom. Notably, our Darkrai player has not taken any knockout points so far, which means Aerodactyl being in the active is pretty awkward for us. Ideally, you want to be closing on Aerodactyl, not giving it up as your first knockout. If we attack here for 100 and clear the Drudagon, sure, we get our second point, but then the Darkrai EX is going to come up from the bench for our top player, clear the Aerodactyl out, catch right back up, and be ahead in terms of energy on the board.
It looks like they're deciding to power Marshadow, retreat into it. They're running that through their head as we speak. Oh, never mind. They're not retreating into it. I apologize. They are attacking right now. This does mean that our Aerodactyl is going to go down to Darkrai if they decide to switch into it. The revenge damage here from Marshadow would not KO this Darkrai. It is not weak to fighting. It's weak to grass. However, if they were able to pull another Lucario...
No, wait. We're missing the Lucario bonus.
Oh!
Because okay, I get it. There's a Rocky helmet.
There's a Rocky helmet. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so there's 2 bonuses here. The Rocky helmet is 20 to the Darkrai, and then the Marshadow is 100 plus 20. And the breakpoints here are so interesting.
Yeah, the thing I wasn't taking into account was the helmet. I spaced on the Rocky helmet. I knew we had the Lucario bonus, and I thought maybe if they top deck the other Lucario, you're going to get the 140. But you're right, they take damage because of that helmet. Now they're going to have to retreat this Magnemite into the Darkrai. Yeah, this is
you can't attack or you lose the game. We're hoping they miss it. Our Lucario player who's 4-0 is not about to miss it.
Yeah, here we go. Nice stuff. So the revenge damage plus the Rocky Helmet brings it down to 120 right here. And that's going to be enough for the KO with the Lucario bonus. Not needing to top deck the other Lucario. Had they not had the Rocky Helmet here, they would need that other Lucario to hit their hand. And they did get it. So, wow. I mean, they would have had it either way. Interesting.
I mean, this matchup feels like a testament to just like how much plus 20 damage is in these games. Like we saw Giovanni, such an incredibly powerful card, still reasonable, honestly, at just plus 10 and getting twice that amount in not just one but two ways. That Rocky Helmet and the Lucario hitting that 140 breakpoint is huge in this matchup, not only into Darkrai, but also the Magnezone is 140 as well.
Yeah, really nice stuff there. And you're kind of seeing like, look, we have not seen this Magnezone deck have any problems all day. And you're finally seeing something kind of give it a little bit of a run for its money. This is a fun deck too. We've got the Lucario and we're leaning on the Aerodactyl to do a lot of our damage while we can clean up with a Marshadow after a KO. Very, very cool.
Head down into our second game here. Rounds are best of 3 if you're just joining us. So the Darkrai Magnezone deck is down but not out. Let's see if our Lucario is going to be able to close this up in 2 or if the Darkrai player is going to force a game 3.
And here we go. We're starting once again with Riolu. The only start that this deck could have is either Riolu or Marshadow. So this is something you're very aware of. Druddigon on the other side, which is kind of exactly where you want to be, setting up that wall so you can power your Darkrai very safely and so you can hopefully get your Magnezone online. Professor's research to go ahead and start digging through their deck for some of those cards.
We could see the quick double Lucario knockout here. We find another Riolu, we can jab for 20 and then double evolve Lucarios, hit for 80 the following turn with Lucario would put an immense amount of pressure on our Darkrai player to start.
Can you show me exactly how that hit would go one more time, Jeff? I feel like okay, there it is. That's what I thought. I was just curious. I just want to know how it would go. Perfect. Oh, and Hitmonchan. Thank you, chat. I forgot about the Hitmonchan. They do have that in their deck as well, which is actually really cool with Lucario. I mean, Hitmonchan swinging for a lot of damage.
I personally, as someone who is approaching Ancient, appreciate the original art Hitmonchan becoming a playable card potentially this season.
Someone who I'm currently 17, so I'm someone who likes all the new art. I don't even know what Hitmonchan is.
This is from my childhood. They knew exactly what they were doing when they were pandering to millennials with this game.
Yeah, they knew what Genetic Apex was about. I mean, they were pretty sure how this was going to work out. I didn't know if they knew it was going to be $400 million, correct? But they knew what they were doing.
Okay, the Magnetons on the back are actually really scary for our fighting player. Because what this means is they charge to 1 energy this turn, and then the next turn, they can charge to another energy, and they can evolve and then start cracking for 110. So while we have the double Lucario start that's, real good, it's not going to leave us energy to attack again the following turn, and the Magnezone is going to be ready to just run them down again and again and again.
I think they're considering that, but they don't have a lot of other options, right? They're going, what do I do with this here? There's a possibility of putting the helmet on just to, not tank a little bit, but to throw a little revenge damage at our opponents here. Here is the nice KO. 2 Lucarios mean that 40 damage goes up to 80. Drud goes down. 60 HP on Luca.
Yeah, the rough skin here actually means that they don't even need Magnezone. They can put up the 2 energy Magneton and then just like charge it, put a dark energy and crack for 60 and get the cleanup here.
Yeah, very nice stuff. And you're not going to be able to do anything as our fighting player because this Lucario takes 2 energy to deal damage. So you see them powering up, Volt charging on the bench as well. Final dark energy going to be placed on Magneton to finish this off.
Our energy ability on the Magneton here, really highlighting the strength of this 2-color deck that's only leveraging dark energy, getting an incredible amount of consistency while leveraging cards from multiple colors.
Here's Darkrai, makes its way to the bench.
If there's not a Magnezone, wait.
What?
There's got to be a Magnezone, right? If we're making that play?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I was like, there's no way this Lucario lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, okay. Fair enough. I was confused. I might even personally not do that and just save it for the one on the bench, but either way, I mean, they get the KO here. Maybe they just wanted to have that in the active spot. It's not like it was going to go down. So
yeah, there's a lot of ways to eat this Reese's, I think, for the Darkrai player. All the roads are heading in the direction you would prefer they go.
Only one way to eat a Reese's, Jeff, and if you
Ooh.
open the bag with both of them in it and you throw them in your mouth at the same time.
Cape Cape buys us a singular turn here, but that singular turn is really relevant because that
Doesn't it?
energy that we were talking. Oh, it doesn't. No. Oh, it buys a turn if they don't have Dawn. So they need Dawn to
Oh, right.
Darkrai plus push an energy
Correct.
up.
Yeah, if they don't have Dawn, yeah. Okay, I was thinking Darkrai onto the energy and onto Magnezone, but you're right. If they don't have Dawn, but now, so wait, now if we go back in time, wouldn't have
Yes, if you go
Magneton
back in time,
actually?
you're correct. They should not have evolved last turn. If they wouldn't have evolved last turn, they could have cleared and then cleared this again this turn, playing around the Cape because the Magnezone could have attacked while attaching energy to the Darkrai.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We just hit our first official. Hindsight is 2020 here on the stream. If we were to go back in time, I would have been right, and that's huge. Back to the match.
Noteworthy here that this Magnezone can't attack again. However, there is the Magneton sitting on the bench, and these two Dark Energy do allow it to retreat. So we'll see where exactly we want to end up at here. If there's another Magnezone for our top player, this game's probably over, I would assume, with no energy on the Marshadow.
Interesting that they don't power the Marshadow at all here. I understand, like, they could set it up where they don't even hit the Hitmonchan right now, but Marshadow has the revenge KO. I guess you could go either way a little bit. I mean,
I don't ultimately think it matters. The damage that I think you're right that you're probably supposed to energy the Marshadow because this damage on the Magnezone probably doesn't matter in the long run because it's almost assuredly retreating here.
yeah, I guess it has to retreat, right? I mean, it had no lightning on it,
Oh,
so
wait. So what can happen here is we got a fourth energy on the Magneton on the bench. So this dark energy can go on the Darkrai, and then we can retreat to the Magneton and clear this Hitmonchan.
yeah, there you go. So it looks like, or they could have dawned to the Magnezone if they had that. So it feels like there's no way Hitmonchan doesn't go down here, and now you don't have a powered Marshadow.
Yep. What?
Did we just have our second hindsight is 2020 moment of the stream back to back? Apparently not, as Drud comes out.
That's interesting, and this is something that you'll see happen that I'm guilty of, and all players are guilty of, is not pivoting. Yeah, the person they're looking at like, what? How much damage does that do again? Our top player probably had this kind of mental lock where in your mind the Magneton doesn't attack. It's a card that charges energy. That's what it does, and the pivoting to the it does this other thing too takes a minute sometimes.
Huh. I guess you can't power Marshadow here once you want Aerodactyl out there. At this point, Aerodactyl has to come out because you've already given a point. If you give another point with Hitmonchan, then Marshadow, you're just going to revenge KO it. So
yep. There's a chance actually that between the Darkrai and the Drudagon, we might trade the Hitmonchan with the Drudagon next turn. Yeah.
I guess that is possible. Darkrai's getting powered up. This is going to put it down to 20. So they are maybe banking on this. Now our fighting player is going to need to decide whether they want to give this point up to get Drud or not. The obviously huge disadvantage there is Aerodactyl is going to start taking damage. But no, we actually have the aggressive play here from our Darkrai deck, moving Darkrai in.
I don't know that I love this one.
I thought they were going to move in Magneton.
I get the Magneton. I feel like you're supposed to just sit once you committed to the Drudagon plan, because now at this point, if the Darkrai goes down, you get chased down. So if I'm pretty sure there was a copy of Cyrus in this fighting deck. Yeah.
I'm honestly not remembering.
Yeah,
it.
I think I saw that earlier because now you can't kill. I suppose the Aerodactyl's weak to lightning. So if you have Magnezone next turn, they do have lethal.
Oh, okay. So that was the play. They want to bring that Aerodactyl.
Oh, this play also lets the Darkrai player win if they have Cyrus or Sabrina. Is actually lethal on the Dark player side. So maybe I think the Dark player is up either way here. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
they just knew they had this. I know this play looks a little bit weird from our Dark player, but they know they have Cyrus in hand and we did not. So that's really clean if they know that that's going.
Great. Nice play. Fun match, man. Well, this is a really fun back and forth with these two decks. I love it.
I hope the fighting deck or some iteration of it remains good because genuinely I think it generates some of the most interesting games of Pokemon Pocket. These decks that have not only a ton of micro decisions but focus around single knockout point Pokemon, so the games tend to be longer, which means there's more decision points packed inside of them.
I should mention in the chat right now, I'm going to take a drink of water and you're going to get to see my giant water bottle.
You gonna drink that whole thing before the stream's done today, Spraggles?
I'm doing it in one big gulp.
Headed on in
Right.
to game the third here. I think the fighting player would definitely prefer to have first energy advantage, which they're going to miss here.
Okay. They're going first. Hitmonchan hits that active spot. Nothing in their hand that's super exciting. They do have Old Amba, which is a little hard to pull sometimes. So it is nice to have that early. Pokeball will give them their Riolu. Another Riolu is already here.
Okay, that's not
Oh,
bad.
could give them Marshadow too. Two Riolus. So you could get a couple Lucarios powered pretty fast here.
Yeah, this is one of those spots where you sit on the other one in your hand, I would assume. You want the flexibility to play something else out to your bench, but also, like, if you run off the first Lucario, you probably hedge and play the second one so you could have two at once.
Little Nightmare Aura doing some damage to the Hitmonchan here. I wonder how different Darkrai would be performing if it was weak to fighting right now.
It would
Not in
this deck would be
matchup, but
everywhere. Yeah.
yeah.
That's interesting. So, do you? Yeah, I was gonna say there could be merit to just like energy the Aerodactyl, so you can 80 next turn.
Yeah.
We're going for the jab.
I don't know. I don't know. I
I,
guess you can
I,
put Riolu
I
down.
suppose the breakpoints here are good. You jab twice, puts them down to 80, and then the Aerodactyl finishes after they take one knockout point.
Yeah, that would be nice. Our opponent, of course, could retreat here to power up Darkrai. A lot of Darkrai decks don't like it in the active spot. It has a decent amount of HP, but you love being able to power it on the bench because you're still doing the same amount of damage with Nightmare Aura. They're looking for something in their deck. They're throwing something that they have, trying to find possibly Drud, possibly Magnemite.
Yeah, Drudigon was probably your ideal pull there, but Magnemite's likely better than the second Darkrai would be in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Our fighting deck now able to throw hands once more. And if they top deck a Lucario, I mean, things are looking better for them. Pokeball just to get that Marshadow out would be nice. Obviously, the less cards in your deck, the better, so that you can pull one of those stage 1 Lucarios. Powering up the Aerodactyl now. Throwing another quick jab at the Darkrai. Gonna knock it down to 80 HP. As like you said, Jeff, this is a just a single energy retreat from Hitmonchan into a KO for Aerodactyl. So our dark deck is in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, Drudigon, definitely one of the best finds in their deck here. Regardless of if we have Leaf or not, I assume this Darkrai is going to be retreating back to the safety behind the big spiky dragon.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to need to. Leaf would be super ideal for them, but if they don't have it, they're just going to be slowing down their energy production here for Darkrai. But you're right, I think they have to retreat.
One of your top decks on the fighting player side is if they switch to the Drudigon and you peel a Lucario, you get to clear that Drudigon in a single shot with the Aerodactyl, which would be an incredible amount of tempo, especially if the Darkrai has to give up its energy to retreat.
All right, let's see.
Oh, there is a Cyrus in hand for our bottom player as well, which is a consideration. We might, and we know deck lists are public here, so given that they know there's a Cyrus they need to play around, they might just like take a knockout point with the Darkrai, knowing that it could get chased down either way.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, now they're just thinking, do they have Cyrus? You know, that's the real question right now. They Leaf. This is nice, but they don't know, obviously, how bad this could be.
You see our fighting player like, yep, got you right here, buddy. Cyrus is going to drag you kicking and screaming back into oblivion.
Yeah, great 1-2 punch, if you will, here. The retreat into the Aerodactyl, the fighting energy onto Aerodactyl, the Cyrus for a huge KO. And this series right here, that little combination, losing the Leaf, losing the Darkrai with 3 energy on it, that could definitely be the game.
Yeah, and notable breakpoint here is that even if there's a Magnezone lurking for our top player, that only does 130 damage with weakness to the Aerodactyl. So it is not enough to clear it in a single go, unless there's also a Giovanni lurking.
I think we do need to have, well, I was going to say, I think we do need to have the Drud move up there because there's no way for this Magneton to attack, but maybe they're looking to tank some more damage and possibly get another Darkrai built up on the bench here, possibly tank a little with Drud, leaf it out, make something happen. They're in a tough spot, though. The Volt Charge can let them retreat, but they could have just not done that, and they are going to go into Magnezone.
The Dark Energy here, they didn't have it. They had to be. It was very speculative to put this up to the active spot if we were banking on drawing them back. Oh, it can't evolve the flavor text, Spraggles.
Oh,
the
we talked about that.
text. It's the law. Stop
It's
trying to break the
primeval law. You can't break the primeval law. What are you calling it? A Pokemon ball out here? Come on. This is the rules, baby. What an unfortunate moment. The law is primeval. Hey, look, to be fair to our Darkrai player, Jeff and I both had a moment where we didn't think about it. So you don't run into it too often. And the primeval law, it takes down another one.
Well, it's one of those things, right? Where like you are never playing Aerodactyl because Primeval Law exists. You're playing it because like it's a good finisher. And then there's just games like this where it's like, oh yeah, that's totally the reason we just won.
Mm-hmm. They wasted so much energy there. You could definitely Sabrina here. I love that play. You're not going to take any revenge damage. I think it's the way to go.
This is just it's a tempo black hole. This game was maybe salvageable if we remembered the law, but without it, we're definitely donezo.
That's a GG. That was just a full on. You don't play into Aerodactyl too much, and you forgot they were going to evolve in its face. It's funny, even at the start of the series, I think I said that could happen, and there you go. It couldn't evolve, and that is the end of the game. It looks like they can keep dancing for a little bit here, see if they can find something in their deck. But boy, what a moment there.
This is a really good set, and like you said, we've watched this Darkrai Magnezone deck a few times today. It's had really impressive stats. It's the most played deck in the tournament, about 9%, and it's nice to see it struggle with something because it means that it's very likely not just going to run over the format, right? Like this is one of our early contenders, and you're going to have to think about it, but this fighting deck really gave it a meaningful run for its money here.
Yeah, which is really cool because I think there were some cool Aerodactyl decks in Mythical Island. I know I was very negative on Aerodactyl when I saw it. I didn't think it would get much play, and it did kind of get there near the end of it. We found some cool stuff, but this might be really what it needed. The extra damage there from Lucario being able to just let it hit some really nice break points, Also, something like Giant Cape, getting it over that 140 HP hump could be huge too.
Yep. It's almost funny to say. My gut instinct when you talk about Cape with 104 is like, oh, that means it lives against Mewtwo, but like, that might not be a consideration. Like Mewtwo had a low play rate. What did you say, 25% win rate going into this round or something?
Yeah, let me see. Mewtwo. Last we looked at, I think it was 25. I think it's updated now to 24. So
you're saying there's still room for it to go down.
1 second. 25. Can someone in the chat do 25 minus 24? Oh, the match is over. No, there's no time. There's no time. That's fine. Maybe during break.
All right, gamers, our round 6 pairings are already up. Those players are getting sorted in to the feature match area. The constant stream of content and matches will never stop until we crown a winner here later today. Spraggles and I are going to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll, but don't you go anywhere. We'll be back real soon with round 6 of the first Hoaglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open.
What a break! I was trying to chug the water the whole time.
Welcome back, gamers. We are heading on into round 6 of the first ever Hoaglandia Spraggles Pocket Open here today. Before we continue, I'd just like to give a shout out to all the wonderful people that make this event possible, starting with the awesome shirts that Spraggles and I are wearing. You see it from In to the AM. They do fantastic lines of premium clothing, including these unique graphic designs, everything from scenic outdoors to space scenes like Spraggles is wearing. They make the perfect gift for someone that they'll absolutely love to wear. Also give a shout out to advanced.gg. You see me drink from my Hoaglandia branded shaker. It's always got some of my favorite hydration mix. I've got some blue raspberry lemonade today. They also do focus and energy drinks as well that you shake on up. And last but certainly not least, in blue over on this side of the screen and red for Mr. Spraggles, we've got the Extra Smart Wallet, one of the most powerful places to keep your most powerful card in mobile gaming. The credit card, just a flick of your wrist with its RFID blocking technology. It'll keep your cards nice and secure as you're walking around out in the crowd. Never going to slip out unless you're ready to whip them out yourself. What do we got going on as we head into round 6, Spraggles?
We've got some super exciting meta stuff happening. Shout out to everyone watching. Thank you for liking the stream. Thank you for subbing up, becoming a member. We really appreciate you all. Big shout out to this big jug. Not a sponsor here, but if I had a Hoaglandia emblem right here, I'd put it on the jug, Jeff. The metagame. We've been talking about Darkrai Magnezone. It's still crushing it with a 64% win rate. As we scroll down, though, the absolute tragedy for Mewtwo Gardevoir. Now it's at 24%. I don't even feel, well, I guess I feel a little good about it, but I don't even feel that good about it. I mean, that deck is absolutely falling off a cliff right now. Starmie Palkia still looking pretty great at 59%, as well as Palkia Vaporeon at 58%. Some other decks that seem to be doing pretty well. Yanmega Dialga still hanging in there. Darkrai Weezing still hanging in there. Darkrai looking like the huge winner of this tournament so far, just having some really impressive early performance.
Darkrai Greninja here as well. Lots of Darkrai variations. We have Palkia Starmie down here putting up some solid results as well. I think the biggest thing that stands out in my mind is really interesting is, you know, the gut reaction, my own included, is that like Weavile Darkrai was like the obvious pairing is going to be strong, but it's actually one of the worst performings of that EX in this tournament so far. The Magnezone build obviously being the standout that we've seen a couple here at the top, but even the Weezing build here far outperforming the kind of stock expected build going into these rounds.
You know, some decks that we've not gotten to see any of our Pachirisu decks. There are some Pikachu EX and Pachirisu EX decks. I'm wondering if the concept behind Pachirisu was more to slot it into other decks rather than Pikachu EX. You know, the thing about Pikachu EX is it requires other lightning types, and Pachirisu can be played with colorless and things like that because it gets its extra damage from having a tool attached. So this could just be an early look at Pachirisu, and we might see some more interesting Pachirisu variations kind of as the meta continues to develop.
Well, and they're both cards that demand a lot of deck slots specifically, right? And like Pachirisu covers some of Pikachu's requirement, but needing to put like 3 to 4 Pokemon tools in a Pikachu deck is tough because, you know, you need 7 basics, you need some evolutions for some of those basics typically, you need Pokeballs, you need research, you need X speed, and then suddenly it's like, where do I fit Great Capes and Rocky Helmets into all of this as well?
You know, I'm looking through some of the decks here. I see people in the chat asking about Garchomp, and Garchomp is, I mean, these dragon types are really tough, having multiple energy. I do see, unfortunately, a Garchomp Spiritomb that didn't get a single win in the tournament. I'm trying to see if I can find another Garchomp. We have a Miss Magius who went about 28%. You're not going to learn a ton from these. We have another Garchomp that did about 37%. But again, they don't have a lot of people playing them. So it looks like maybe they have not figured out exactly how these decks are going to do well yet.
To plug a piece of my own content before we dive on into round 6 here, a weekly series that I do at the Hoaglandia Pocket YouTube channel is I will be combing the data from this tournament and every other large tournament that went on yesterday and today, and I'll be talking about the conversion rates between the starting metagame and the top performing metagame distribution. So if you want a very data-driven look at what our early format snapshot looks like, be sure you check that out tomorrow on my channel.
That's going to be very exciting. I mean, we have a lot of big tournaments that have been running since the game start, but we have a couple huge ones this weekend, including this one right here with 1,500 players playing in it. So we're going to learn a lot after this weekend is over. And then, as always, I can't wait to see how people react to it. What do we have in front of us, Jeff?
Got some Infernape here. There's a few of these players making deeper runs in this tournament. The last one we watched on stream had a little bit of a fall flat draw 2 games in a row, so I'm excited to give it another chance here and see how it can potentially perform for us today.
Yeah, and Infernape keeps moving along, but its win rate obviously dropping as it goes, right? So it's going to be running into more and more meta setups, so we're going to see how it performs against it. Our opponents right here, Dialga EX deck with Yanmega. Not too bad to see that with an Infernape, right? I mean, that's some nice fire weakness for the Dialga, so you could actually do some decent damage pretty fast.
Yeah, whether or not there's capes lurking for the Dialga player is a really big deal in this matchup. That weakness on the Dialga means that Infernape clears it in a single hit, and Yanmega only has 140 HP to start.
Yeah, and here we go. Our opponent right now is going to get the first shot. They will put that Rocky helmet on, so if Chimchar decides to start swinging, they are going to take some damage. However, you know, the nice thing about having a Monferno so early is it only needs 1 energy to start fighting. Of course, they could try to get that Moltres out as well. It doesn't. The nice thing about Infernape decks is, unlike Charizard, you would never really want to power Charizard in the active spot, but you kind of could with one of these Infernape decks.
Yeah, and there's the Rocky helmet here actually means you just have no incentive to attack this Dialga because
Mhm.
there's no reason to take recoil damage back from the Rocky helmet, and this means it can't have a cape attached. So you can't put 2 Pokemon tools on the same thing. So if they're never gonna get its health above 160, you might as well just wait and clear it with Infernape in one go.
It's a great point. Yeah, there's no real reason for Chimchar to do anything here. If they can evolve to Monferno in its face, we're going to have to see how Dialga wants to play this. Obviously, they're behind on energy generation, and it takes a lot of energy for this thing to start going. Once it does, it will power its bench in some pretty impressive ways and can do a lot of damage there with its 100 damage attack. They can't do too much yet, as this Chimchar just gets to sit in that active spot. It will become Monferno now. And we also have Dawn, which is
Yeah,
interesting. We could put a card on the bench and start powering it. We could Moltres and power the bench.
the first energy advantage here is huge, especially with the Dawn letting us kind of bank this extra energy. It means that the Dialga is going to get a single attack in before it gets wiped, and then with the Dawn and the energy on our bench for the Infernape player, they're going to be ready to clear them again immediately the next turn. So if there's not a cape for our Dialga player, they're just going down 2 turns from now.
Yeah, and this is that advantage we talked about with Infernape. This is what I was so excited about with it. The Dawn plays for this deck, I think, are incredibly impressive, right? So you're going to see here, this Dialga could go down. They could retreat possibly into this Yanma, but it may just be delaying the inevitable, and they decide not to do that, it looks like. They are going to use Metallic Turbo. They're going to hit their opponents, unless they just put 2 energy on to retreat. They don't have Leaf. We'll see how they
As
want to play this. Either way, they're just like very far behind, it feels like.
As an update too, these players are both 5-0 in this tournament, and the structure of our event is you need to finish with 6 wins in the 7 rounds of Swiss to make it to the single elimination rounds. So the winner of this match will be guaranteed to make the top cut of our tournament today, and the loser will get to play the last round for a second opportunity to do so.
Yeah, so a couple of decks that have been doing very, very well for these 2 players. And now this Dialga player, I mean, they're just really trying to see, like, what can I do here? They do decide to power with Metallic Turbo. I think it's the call. There's not too much else they can do. Putting the energy onto the Yanma, they will be able to attack with
The
Yanmega. Here comes the Infernape,
the
and they also have a giant cape.
the cape draw here is actually
Mhm.
huge because the
Yes.
Rocky helmet means that we otherwise would have been dying to the Yanmega on the backswing next turn. So the cape lets us clear the Dialga and not get cleared by the Yanmega now.
I would say that's, I think we just have game right here. I don't see any way around this. I don't think there is any way around this, right?
Uh,
Yanmega
a,
can't KO.
a cape on the Yanmega would let us buy a
Okay.
turn, and then technically the Infernape can't attack again the next turn, but the Chimchar on the bench could clean it out, I suppose.
Okay. Well, there you go. This is just a great start for Infernape, obviously. There's Skarmory. Oh, okay, well, I guess you could... No, he can't go into Skarmory, obviously. They just gave up 2 points.
And the
Yanma.
Skarmory lets us know there's almost assuredly Capes lurking. The question is, do they have that and have Yanmega? And even then, that's not a guarantee. It's just we get to keep playing the game if we have both of these cards.
You know, they say not all heroes wear capes, but if this Yanmega wants to be a hero, it's going to need to put one on right now as they're deciding what they're going to do. They don't have a ton of options. They could be hoping their opponent doesn't have Dawn. If they didn't have Dawn, they would have played their energy the same way. There's no point putting extra energy on the Infernape, so they could be praying that there's no Dawn right now. They decide to
Sleep is a
leap
disaster.
into Dialga with a cape.
Yep.
Okay, so
Okay.
they
I
didn't
mean,
have Yanmega,
this is
right?
as good as you can get, I suppose. You're not
Uh-huh.
dead, and then well, maybe the opponent doesn't have the Dawn for starters, right? Like they need to have the Dawn, and then the game still has some maneuverability, but the
This,
weakness probably means no. Yeah, because the Chimp Char's gonna finish Dialga.
yeah, look at this Geo. Wouldn't that have been so nice for them? I mean, unfortunately, of course, you can't do two supporters in a single turn. So you are only able to do the 160 damage right here to Dialga, leaving it at 10 HP. There is an option. I was about to say, I wonder if they decide to not attack, you know? Because one thing they could have done right there is put one energy on Infernape and pretended like they didn't have Dawn, and then just
Mm,
Geode next turn.
yep.
And I wonder if they're actually regretting that right now.
Because now they can
I guess
attach the
Chimchar still gets the KO, so
well, so the Dialga pivots even without another leaf. You just give up your energy to do it, kind of like putting yourself into a tempo black hole.
mhm.
So there's a few different permutations where we could switch out from here. The energy on the Skarmory would imply that we have our second leaf here. Now, is there a hat for the Skarmory is the next question we need to ask ourselves.
Hope he's got a beautiful hat.
Even without the hat, it's noteworthy that dealing 20 here means Yanmega can clear, but another important consideration is that our Dialga player hasn't secured any knockout points yet, so our bottom player can actually give up an EX KO and still be okay here.
Boy, I mean, if this Yanmega player pulls this out, I'll be very impressed. You know, this is a great series between these two. I like the play here. Again, this is another amazing thing about Infernape. It's got that Starmie retreat cost of 0. So even after it uses all its energy, it can be powered up by the Inferno Dance here from Moltres.
Good call
That
out.
is
We
what
don't
they're
have
going to.
match points on screen.
Oh, okay.
Let's fix that. Thank you, chat. I take back some of the bad things I've said about you over the years.
You guys should hear what he says when we're on break. It's just him yelling about the chat for 3 minutes straight. I'm almost in tears. And then he says, "We're coming back."
Get it together.
Okay. Skarmory right now, not going to be able to do too much into Moltres. They're trying to get this Yanmega online. I'm wondering if they never got it or if they, yeah. I mean, they
think
just maybe never pulled it.
even if there was a Yanmega, I think the writing was on the wall there. Our Dialga player, I think, maneuvered really well, buying themselves as much time as possible, but I don't think there was a line once the Infernape was online ASAP and started chunking.
Yeah, which is, I mean, you got to see a little bit. So we didn't get to see it earlier, unfortunately, with Infernape, but just like a really hard brick, you know, just like drawing super poorly for it. But right there, this is a good matchup, obviously, running into this metal type, and then a really nice evolving on curve there for the Infernape. So
If you're just
great
joining
game one
us,
for them.
yep. If you're just joining us, all our tournament matches are best of 3. So the Infernape player is up, but we are not done yet. Let's see if our Dialga gamer can rally it back and force a third game, or if the Infernape player is going to lock their spot in the single elimination rounds by starting this tournament 6-0.
Ooh, that is a lot. I mean, 2 items, two communications there in their hand. Not exactly what you're looking for when you have that Moltres out there, right? You need some cards to be able to power up. You may actually not hate going first here, so you can hopefully get a card because, yeah, you got nothing.
Yep. Yeah, the saddest Moltres in the world are the ones where you're like, fire energy, pass.
Right. as we had to take a look at our Dialga player. Something I should mention to the chat, everybody. Some people are wondering, like, are players able to watch this and get information about their matches as they are happening? We are taking these matches after they are done to preserve competitive integrity, as Jeff would say. Also, I've noticed some people in the chat very excited that you were featured on stream. Just make sure you don't spoil how your match went. I'm very excited to have featured your match as well. So here we go. The Dialga player getting ready to go. You kind of, I mean, going second with Dialga, I feel like is really nice. It just gives you the opportunity to start powering your stuff early. You've got the Pokeball, so you can pull some of your cards. Man, that I feel like that Cynthia set looks so nice. I'm not trying to sell any Pokemon Pocket stuff. They're doing just fine without it.
But
Me saying it, but dude, that looks so nice.
I'm just saying, Pokemon, though, if you gave us a referral code, it would get used.
Yeah, that's what they want to do. They want to hand over money to the Hooglandia Spragels organizations instead of keeping it all to themselves. But I agree with you. I would talk about that code. You know what? If I had a code, you wouldn't believe. After we talked about our amazing sponsors, I'd take 5 minutes to tell you how much I like this Cynthia stuff right here.
All right, so we have solid hit from our Moltres player here. Chimchar hitting that 66% on the Pokeball with the Monferno in hand, and noteworthy that we have not one but 2 copies of Communication, so incredibly likely that we are going to find that Infernape ASAP here.
Coming from the chat, I see Spraglandia. That does sound like an organization that ends up trying to take over the world. You know, it's one of those, it's very nice. Welcome to Spraglandia. Let me show you around. It seems clean and nice on the outside, but once you start digging into it, it's a cesspool.
It's, I just watched, what's the Thieville, the Dr. Seuss one, where it's like all sad outside the town and you have to buy air and stuff. It's like, be one of those.
I actually am not sure what Dr. Seuss that is. It sounds very sad. Sadder than
Lorax.
Hop on Pop.
The Lorax. It's the Lorax. That's the one.
Lorax.
To save the trees, Spragels.
Okay.
All right, so we have a professor's research here. We're gonna dig real deep into the deck here. There's Infernape all natural. Don't even need to communicate with the Pokemon. With 2 energy here on the ape, definitely powering up the Moltres here. Might as well put a hat on it.
Yeah, the cape is nice here. They wouldn't be able to KO with a Dawn from that Dialga, but it does, you know, give it a nice little extra boost of HP. I guess they could have KO'd it with Yanmega, which is what they were worried about, is a retreat into Yanmega, going for the KO right there. So that cape might have saved this Moltres. And now, next turn, this Infernape can come in and pick up a KO if they don't get a cape on Dialga. Again, giant cape. Seeing so much value in this match right here. Like, if you want to look at one match that just shows you how powerful these extra 20 HP points are, this is it right here.
Yep. And this is looking about this game and talking about cape, not only this Yan Mega play. But if you're playing these 140 HP Pokemon in general, it feels like Cape is not going to be an optional card if we're living in a world where Infernape is going 6-0 in tournaments, right? Like, that 140 damage, you need to be able to avoid that breakpoint whenever possible.
Yeah, 100%. That's a great point. 140 has always been in Pocket a scary amount of HP. Anything under 150, basically, or anything, I guess, in some ways under 160, right? Because of Mewtwo. So yeah, 140 is a scary place to be. We've got Infernape. The card's up on the screen. We can see the play here from our metal deck. They decide to pull the Dialga back with Leaf, put an energy on Skarmory as well as a Rocky Helm, and start doing some damage here to Moltres. Now, Moltres is in a weird spot, right? So you can put one more energy on Moltres. You can KO the Skarmory. Gosh, I love that Infernape.
It's so good. It's honestly one of the best pieces in the set.
It's so freaking good. I don't have it yet. Not mad about it. Think about it every day. But yeah, now this Moltres is in a tough spot, right? If it picks up the KO, it can get revenge KO'd by this Yanmega.
It depends on how many capes are in the opponent's deck here, I think. Because the Moltres can clear the Skarmory, which is trading 1 point for 2 point. But without a cape, the Infernape gets the next 2 points the following turn. So if there's no capes, you take this hit every time. The pause here makes me think there's at least some number of capes, which is almost a given Skarmory encourages you to play lots of equipment.
And now we can see you have a possibility of just simply pulling back this Moltres and doing something else. But it does feel like a time you could take a point and then set your opponents up to bring in something strong and just take it out with Infernape. However, they would know that would be happening. We just go for the Inferno dance here.
Interesting. So
Yeah.
this line feels a little strange to me because if there's a Yanmega lurking or even a copy of Dawn, you're giving up the Moltres knockout next turn.
Hmm. Hmm. Well, let's see what they
Oh,
decide to do
Skarmory isn't
here.
weak to fire. Oh, chat with
Oh,
the
you're right.
pickup.
Okay.
I'm just used to
I
all the
didn't even
metal
realize
cards
that.
being weak to fire last set. We got to get some used to that, right? We talked about that earlier too. That's a good pickup. That makes this make a whole lot more sense.
Thank you, chat. I do see the comments as well. They finally realized it. Never mind. The chat is look, the everyone is ahead of the streamers right now. The players in the game know it, the chat knows it. It's just taking us a while to figure it out. Thank you for the call out there, guys. As we have more damage here from the Skarmory. However, they're not able to KO this Moltres. They are now able to retreat without the use of Leaf or anything like that. We have another Monferno on the
Okay.
bench getting powered up. And now the
Um,
question is, how do they want to play this with, you have two Infernapes basically ready to go.
huh. I feel like I would be inclined to put I don't even know. All your lines are awkward into Cape here, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, if you attack with Infernape, right, you take 20 damage. That brings you down to 150. You could put a cape on to put you back to 170 if that's something that you're interested in. You could put in the other Moltres and attack, but you put yourself into range of a KO. I do think Infernape is the call here. I think you start looking to pick up some points, and you don't
Yep.
care about the cape.
I guess
This
actually,
brings you down to
so the way
150.
this works out, you can kind of make them have two capes, right? So if they put something up and they put a cape on it so it lives, you put your Moltres up on your free retreat and hit them for 70, and then they have to have another cape afterwards. Oh, I guess the Skarmory's an interesting line too, because now you have to go through two of them.
Yeah. This is a, I mean, it's not surprising to me, by the way, that both of these players are doing really well in this tournament. I think they're both playing this probably as well as they possibly can. Really tricky for this Infernape player to get in there and make something happen into this metal deck. And we still have not seen Yanmega come online. Right now, I think it's probably because they're holding it so that they don't accidentally give up multiple points at some point. But here we go. The question is, do you want to put another tool on Skarmory? If it's a cape, and it's
Yep.
your only cape, no.
Yep. And the it's hitting this to 130 versus 100 is a big difference if you only have one cape, because being at 100 means Dialga and Yanmega both clear it in one, whereas being at 130 means neither of them do.
Yeah. And
Okay,
we
we
have
have a
the
helmet.
Rocky
That's
Helm.
easy.
So,
Rocky Helmet's super easy. You put that on there and you lap your damage up for sure.
yeah, perfect item for this Skarmory right there. Obviously, the cape brings you so much value to your other Pokemon to save you.
Oh,
Now,
that's so good. Why
it's
is
such a
Dawn
good
so
card.
good? Is she
Dawn
so
is
good?
so good. We've talked about Dawn all day. We could talk about it all night into the dawn of tomorrow. Like, this card is crazy good.
I like I like how after that draw too, the play rate here is just like, oh wait, like we were so slow and deliberate thinking through what we were doing last turn, and now we're just
Mhm.
like, giddy up, cowboy. We know exactly where this game is headed.
That's exactly right. Remember all the cowboy stuff? I have trademarked, so please don't use it. But yeah, I mean, really, really nice stuff right here. Now they have this Dawn. They can power either Infernape next turn. They're not using their giant cape. They're going to keep it at 150 HP. This gives them 2 points, and they've really got their opponent in a tough spot right here. They don't know it, but getting this deep into their deck, they have to start guessing that maybe they have that Dawn. Dawn of the Planet of the Infernapes. I actually named my deck that. It was like it's written poorly because it can't fit the whole thing, but it's like Dawn of the Planet of the Infernape.
All right, we're through a lot of cards on the Dialga side, so I have to imagine that we have a cape here, but with the pivot into the full health Moltres, that cape is still going to be only a temporary bit of reprieve.
Yeah, let's see what they go ahead and do. This will be the first time we see Yanmega out of this deck. Are they playing Cyrus?
Cyrus would make things a little bit more complicated here.
Yeah.
They would kind of need 2 of them though, right? Because you're on 0 knock.
Uh-huh.
I think it's impressive how few knockout points this Infernape deck has given up, because this is the same spot we were in the other game where like the little M is like fighting for their life, but also like they can't even steal a win because they're just on 0 knockout points the entire time.
There's our Cyrus. So
Okay.
they will be able to pick up a KO on one of the Infernapes right here. They get the prettier art off stream. Absolute shame. They have another Yanmega on the bench, but it only has 1 energy on it currently.
No cape, we're done.
Yep. That's it.
It is the dawn of the Infernapes.
Dawn of the Planet of the Infernapes.
Okay.
You have to get. It's like, wait.
I mean, I guess we retreat and then we still win, and it doesn't matter, but we did some extra clicks here, I suppose. We see the line, yes?
What are they doing?
Like reveling in it?
They're still fine if they just retreat.
Yep. Okay. I
Okay.
assume we see it. And this is, you know, you don't want to mess it up. It's fine to count this out. The winner,
Yeah.
the winner of this match. The winner of this match is locked for single elimination rounds. They'll be 6-0. Are we missing it?
I think they might be missing it. They have to retreat. What is the opposite of the Dawn of the Planet of the Infernapes? No!
Ooh, is there a punish for this? Yeah, we switch back to the Dialga and have a hat for it, yeah? I don't know that we can win from there. Does Dialga, I think we need like running hats, right? We would need a hat for the Dialga, and then we would need a hat for the other Yanmega. Okay.
Whoa.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Well, that locks our first Infernape player for our single elimination rounds in this tournament.
That was scary. But you know, again, I've seen players all the way to the end of a tournament, and trust me, man, like you'll make mistakes, Jeff. I'm talking about you specifically. I've never done this. You'll make mistakes playing normal games, you know, just like playing, you just like, oh, I totally forgot that. With all the pressure on, it's easy to overlook something that of course everyone here in the chat is seeing.
It's one of those things that doubles up too, because it's not just there's pressure the later you go, it's you've been playing for longer the later the tournament goes. So you're not just like feeling the pressure building up, but you're more tired, and it's easy to miss things like that for sure. Let's keep the action right on rolling. A card that has been doing very well in our tournament so far that we actually haven't had on stream yet is Palkia. So we're going to have some Palkia action here today against some Executor as our next round 6 feature.
Coming to the chat from the chat really quick. Yanmega is not weak to fire. I know, but it has 140 HP, guys. That's what Infernape hits for. So I don't mean to like big time you right now, but stop being so small time.
Counting, not even once.
But yeah, that was a wild moment right there. What a crazy match. That was great.
We have some Celebi here on the bottom for our Executor player. I would wager, based on the inclusion of Communication and Rocky Helmet, that there's probably not Superior, or if there is, it's probably not the full line.
Yeah, right. You could have even just like a Snivy, use the 1 Pokeball for it. We'll see what they end up playing right here. I love that Palkia art so much. I think it's maybe the cool when it's on the board. I think that's like maybe the coolest card. It looks so, it's just so unique, so awesome. I love it. Use creator code Spraggles inside Pokemon Pocket right now to buy that Palkia, and we get a little bit right
here. Creator codes. Man can dream.
Misty, turn 1 for them. I guess it's turn 2 of the game, but their turn 1 and another miss. Boy, we have had no Misty luck on stream today. Very, very low rolls for our Misties.
Palkia here, getting to show off why it's good even without a Misty or when your Misty bricks, though. Getting to just pump out that steady source of 30 points of damage every single turn. And that's really the power of this card, is that it's not a one-trick pony. It's able to be a big payoff thanks to its Dimensional Storm attack, but it can also just frontline for you and provide the steady damage while you build up something else behind it.
Oof. Okay. They at least have the possibility of getting their eggs, and there they are. It's a tough start for this Celebi deck. One
Uh,
energy on Celebi.
the pause on the Rocky helmet here, because really you probably want to put that on the Executor. One thing that
Yeah,
is noteworthy is that this Palkia lead is a little bit middling against specifically a deck featuring Erica, because you can basically undo 2 of their turns worth of attacks with just your supporter slot.
interesting using the helm now. They're in the exact same position they were last turn, and they had helm. They just decided to not put it on.
Yeah, that's curious to me. I feel like I would be inclined to save it for the Executor at this point.
Okay. We're going to see what this water deck wants to do. I don't know what else is in it. I don't know if this is a Starmie water deck. I don't know if this is a Manaphy. Whatever it is, they start Palkia. See someone in the chat. They've been watching since 4 p.m. and it's nearly 9 p.m. Much love from the UK. Thank you very much.
I don't know how late you plan to stay up, but we are probably about halfway through the tournament at this point. Round 6, I would imagine we're going to have 5 or 6 rounds of single elimination after our 7th round of Swiss.
I think I'll stay up through the whole thing, actually, because I'll be casting a lot of it, so I'll probably stay up.
As someone who's cast with Spraggles before, his commentary is markedly better when he's awake.
Yeah, sometimes when I'm asleep, I will get a couple of good mumbles out because I'm usually mumbling something about Infernape, but it doesn't always tie to the match, so I'll stay awake for this one.
We see our Palkia player here kind of having a mediocre draw, although it's worth noting that they did Pokeball and then declined to play a second thing out here, so they could have developed something else on the bench if they wanted to.
Yeah, we've got eggs, and they're multiplying. They are going to make their way to the active spot if we retreat this Celebi right here. We could Erica to get some of the damage off of Celebi. They don't have a way to take it out yet, though. I mean, you can't get enough energy onto Palkia fast enough. Even if you Misty, you can't get Celebi in. So they have one more turn to decide whether or not they want to use that, even if they decide to at all.
I suppose the pause here is you could switch to the Executor and do an average of 60 damage with 1 coin, or you could like Erica the Celebi and then like flip 2 coins into flip 3 coins and like maybe push the Palkia off the board altogether with some good variance.
Yeah, that's true. The eggs, a more consistent play. The Celebi, a faster route to victory, right? So we'll see what happens here. I know Jeff's rooting for tails. I'm rooting for heads. And we both get a little something.
I'm rooting for statistically average in a good game of Pokemon Pocket.
What an awful thing. I'm rooting for statistically average. Like, no way. Let's see some craziness, man. They didn't put coin flips in here for no reason. We want to see some nut stuff happen.
So noteworthy here that the Rocky Helmet putting another 20 points of damage on here, not really going to be relevant unless a Giovanni comes off the top. 60 versus 80, exactly the same when you're attacking with a Celebi.
Interesting. So this is the Palkia Articuno deck that we kind of saw doing well in the tournament earlier. We can now retreat into the Manaphy and start powering the bench, and Leaf makes that a perfect play. Absolutely love it right here. Manaphy is now going to start powering multiple Pokemon on the bench. It might only have 1 turn to do that, though.
Something that's especially noteworthy about the way the knockout points line up here, though, with the Manaphy is that the entire bench for our top player is EX Pokemon. Meaning once this Manaphy goes down, a single additional knockout point is going to win the game for our Eggs player.
Yeah, they put 1 energy on the Palkia that it's already been damaged, 1 energy on the Palkia that has taken no damage. Obviously, they would love to get that no damage Palkia in there to be very safe against some of these breakpoints for KOs. They continue putting energy on the Celebi here. And you may not ever need to use Erica at this point because one of them could come in with that powerful 150 damage, and it doesn't matter how much HP you've recovered on Celebi, it can't survive it.
Interesting energy on the Celebi here. I suppose you only need 1 on the Executor anyways, so you might as well just like make it slightly more guaranteed that you're going to clear this Manaphy. And we needed the 3rd coin. All right, they played around their bad variants there appropriately.
All right, there you go. Manaphy goes down. They do have the option of putting in this Palkia, but it only has 80 HP, which means 1 good coin flip from the Executor and the game is over, right? Now, if you put in the other Palkia, it would have to start swinging with Slash, but they do decide to pick up the KO right here.
Yep. And I mean, I think you're kind of compelled to do this because you already gave up a knockout point, right? Like, if you put the other Palkia up and they high roll you even a little bit with the Celebi, the game is over and you've lost. So you need to take this guaranteed clear, and then I think you need to hope that they miss on the egg next turn. And the second Manaphy is actually really good here in the back because it kind of bucks what I was talking about a second ago, where you can give it up as a second knockout point and not immediately lose the game.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice. Unfortunately, they have no cape and potion. If they cape and potion, they would be able to put themselves up to a place where they could not get KO'd there. It's possible they had cape, but they were just thinking like it makes no difference, obviously, with that Rocky Helm. We'll see how they want to play this. We've got a Professor's Research. They're looking at all of their discards right now.
An update from the tournament chat. One of our players that we watched the last round playing Lucario Aerodactyl confirms they're now 6-0 and locked for top cut as well.
Dang, what a cool deck to make it. That's exciting, man. That's really exciting. Professors right now, we find a cape, we find Erica. We already have the Rocky Helm on. Probably
a big deal. That's the game.
GG.
Palkia is going down here, but again, if you're just joining us, all of our tournament matches today are best of 3. So Palkia is down, but not out. We're going to be heading on in to our next game between these two competitors, and these players, for those joining as well, are currently 5-0. So the winner of this round will also lock their position playing for in our single elimination rounds, and the other will get a retry in the following round. All players 6-1 and better will make our single elimination matches today.
Do we have another match coming up here?
This will be our last one to watch for this round, and then we'll be heading right on into round 7, it looks like.
Oof. All right, all right, all right.
And we really get clipping here at the end as we got fewer people still playing.
I know. It's pretty exciting. And now we're seeing like these are the decks that are making it all the way through, like all the interesting stuff that's been thrown at them. These are the decks that are making it all the way to the end. So you're going to see things that, at least for this tournament, ended up being the most meta deck. Will it continue that way? We'll find out. Here we have the Celebi starting. Once again, no eggs, and you're going first. So you're kind of frustrated by this start.
This is a worst possible start for our Celebi player and a best possible for our Palkia player. We haven't talked about Manaphy a ton yet today because it's our first time watching Palkia. Man, is this card powerful, Spragels.
It is incredible. We have a Misty flip to start us out really quick, and it gets Tails, which all Misties seem to be doing that. Manaphy Oceanic Gift is crazy good. For 1 water energy, you are going to put 1 water energy on 2 Pokemon on your bench. Really powerful, and you see it paired with Palkia all the time here. As we finally get our eggs, we can retreat into it, but it looks like we would have to spend to do that, so they could just wait a turn here.
Have you played a lot of Manaphy or Palkia so far, Spraggles?
It was actually, luckily, it was one of the only decks I could build day one. I built, my first deck I built was Manaphy, Palkia, Vaporeon. So that was the first one.
Have you lost any games after you activated Manaphy twice while having first energy advantage? Because I don't think I have.
I don't keep stats like that. I don't remember, but I honestly, that deck has been insanely consistent for me. Like yep. you start Manaphy, and yeah, you're doing so insanely well. Yeah, Starmie's here.
There's Starmie, but we're not even rushing to the Starmie because the Manaphy here like charges the Starmie, and now next turn we have both Palkia ready and Starmie ready to go. Like I said, I think we're done here.
Yeah, this is just really tough. They could look for a KO on this Manaphy, but they could also just retreat into the eggs. They're safer from the Palkia here, but instead it looks like they are going to look for a KO. I don't know. Maybe they have a Geo on the other side. I'm trying to think why they would do that instead of I don't know, because they know Celebi is going to go down here to Palkia, but maybe they're fine with that, I guess.
I suppose your plan from here is the Celebi goes down to the Palkia, and then you have Erica Potion to help the Executor live. I think a small head-scratching decision that's been made from the Celebi side in these games is they keep putting the Rocky helmet on the Celebi as opposed to the Executor, and I feel like its value would go a lot further if they were putting on the slightly tankier Pokemon.
Yeah, possibly. I guess the nice thing about putting it possibly on the Executor is it would help you get away from that kind of annoying break point where...
We have another one. It's fine. Ignore me.
Yeah, I guess so. Here's the energy. You're not able to get enough onto Palkia yet. Nice coin flip for them. 80. That's pretty huge. They do have Cyrus in their hand too. So at some point they could bring that Palkia back in and try to end it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, this gives us a coin flip to win the game next turn, yeah.
Yeah, let's see what they end up doing here.
And more importantly, even if we miss on the coin flip to win the game next turn as the Executor player, thanks to Cyrus, we can they would have to have a Leaf or an X speed to pull the Palkia out again.
Yeah. Nice damage right there.
The dangerous part here is if you miss on the coin flip and they have X speed or Leaf, you lose the game on the backswing.
Yeah, they could Erica right here.
Yep.
To heal them up to 100, and that gives them the opportunity to.
Yeah, I think the Erica is the safer play. It gives you 2 chances to hit heads against the Starmie as opposed to 1 chance to hit heads against the Palkia and then lose to Leaf.
Right. And
this
there's
is
a potion too.
We talk a lot about coin flips in games of Pokemon Pocket, and we'll never tell you that no game is not decided by a flip, but this is the type of play where this player playing well on the bottom has identified a spot where they can win 1 out of 2 flips instead of needing to win 1 out of 1, making them more likely to win the game.
Yeah. So there you go, Starmie, but they're just going to retreat this Starmie, I have to assume.
With our Cyrus in hand, the game is just done here unless we have a cape or a potion out of the Starmie player.
Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah, that was the better play. That was definitely the better play. Cyrus gives us 150-50. This gives us 2. So nice stuff. Yeah, they had a 25% chance to sort of break this as opposed to a 50% chance.
Yep.
Nice play from the Celebi player.
And this will be the second game in this set. Ooh.
Now it's right back to a 50-50. Slash, bringing it down to 90.
So it's a 50-50. Oh, never mind.
Well.
Kinda.
They have 2 Cyruses. So you Cyrus the Palkia, right?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, wait.
But now this can't attack us next turn unless it wants to get in range of the coin again.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. Because then now you just have so many coins. You have so many 50-50s here.
So and this is again just like there's a lot of coins involved here, but like we're taking lines that make it more and more, and we just need to hit one of them at some point, essentially.
Just so many 50-50s here is crazy. They don't attack, right? But they do Cyrus. So here's one of them. Okay. 150-50 to win the game. Tropical swing, and they miss.
But there's nothing that clears us next turn at this point. I guess a Misty could flip 3 heads. Sorry. I'll take a pause. I apologize to the Eggs player if they lose this. Okay, just a leaf.
Leaf to the full HP Starmie, obviously. It can attack. Now we've got another coin flip right here.
No, we're locked. We've got the Cyrus.
Oh, that's right.
We get to drag this 10 HP on kicking and screaming. Yep.
I forgot about the one we got down to 10. I was going to say they're flipping again. No, they have it now. Wow, what a game. What a game. That was such a fun match to watch. I mean, that's a great example of like how to play around all of those coin flips, right?
Yep.
Amazing.
Snap bolt there, locking their spot in our single elimination rounds at 6-0. We are going to be coming back with round 7 of our tournament, where we will have some different 5-1 players playing to lock their spot. Our top cut is going to have no tiebreakers involved whatsoever. All of our players who are 6-1 and 7-0 are going to get slotted into a single elimination bracket that will square up in the first round, and then we will play until we have just one winner. We can take a brief pause for the cause before we get into that, though. Don't you go anywhere. We've got a ton of Pokemon Pocket coming up today before we crown ourselves a winner. Welcome back, guys, gals, and non-binary pals to the first ever Hoaglandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open. We are heading on into round 7, and all the matches we watch this round are going to be duking it out to lock their spot in our single elimination rounds. All of our competitors started out with no match wins today, almost 1,000 of them competing, and everyone who finishes 6-1 and 7-0 is going to get seeded into our bracket in order to duke it out for the crown. I'd like to give a shout out to our wonderful sponsors and everybody else that's made today's event possible, starting with the wonderful shirt that I'm wearing from Into the AM. They make a fantastic line of premium clothing and awesome graphic t-shirts. If you really want to stand out in a crowd with everything from nature scenes to awesome space things with lots of fantastic colors like Spraggles is wearing, check them out and use code Hoaglandia to save a little bit on your order. You also see me drinking from my wonderful Hoaglandia branded shaker throughout the course of this event. It contains some advanced.gg blue raspberry lemonade hydration mix. They also make focus and energy drink powder. You can check them out using code Hoaglandia as well. And last but certainly not least, every mobile gamer knows the most powerful card at your disposal is your credit card. And with the extra smart wallet, you can protect your most powerful card with its RFID blocking power, so you're never going to get picked up by a scanner in a crowd, and you can know your cards are safe and secure and accessible with just the push of a button. I've got the wonderful blue one here, and Spraggles has red to match our wonderful Pokemon and colors here today.
Oh, man. Beautiful job, Jeff. I am a little annoyed about this wallet. I got to say, I am one of those guys with a scanner in a crowd trying to take people's credit card information, and this has really done a number on me. But I am so excited about what's happening here today. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate everyone being here live. We have over 5,000 people watching between our streams, which is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for all the support, everybody, as we get ready for our next round here. And these decks we got coming up are super exciting. Which one do we have first, Jeff? Because both matches we were talking about on break are absolute barn burners.
We're going to kick off with some Darkrai Wheezing, which has actually been the better performing Darkrai variation in this tournament so far, outperforming the Weavile builds, going second only to the Magnezone Darkrai variation, which we've also seen a couple of times today.
Beautiful stuff. So we get to see this Darkrai Wheezing. This we have not seen before. They are starting with Farfetch'd here. Farfetch'd, 2 professors, a Pokeball, and a Koga. So you don't have a lot of cards out there, but you kind of got everything you need very, very soon. We are not in Top Cut yet. This is the last round of Swiss before we head to Top Cut. And there are 2 Pokeballs. Wow. You got all the stuff you need to start getting some cards.
This is kind of exactly what you're looking for here, and I'm interested to see how this matchup plays out as the opponent leads on a Celebi EX. Traditionally speaking, these decks that deal smaller chip shots amount of damage, like these Farfetch'd and Weezings tend to do, struggle into these grass decks that feature Erica.
I see a question in the chat. How was the tournament organized? Very well, actually. As we head into this next round for our opponent, they get to start putting some energy down. I don't know if they're running. This could be the Celebi Eggs deck. Obviously, if it is, you're always disappointed to start with Celebi. You would love to start with Eggs here, but they are a turn 2, so it's okay either way you go at that point. Pokeball, pulling some more basics into their hand. And yeah, I do see people in the chat talking about Mewtwo. A really unfortunate day for Mewtwo. 23% win rate. They may all be out. I'm assuming
it keeps losing a percent every round, Spraggles. It was 24 and 25 and 24 and now 23.
Oh, it might even get to 22. That would shock me to my core.
All right, we see here the Rocky Helmet really relevant on this Celebi here. If the Farfetch wants to get Frisky and Quack it, it's going to end up going down to just 40, and then a single heads would put it away.
Yeah, that would be a nice break point, all right, for our opponent. Rocky Helm is just such a amazing item in Pocket here. Really terrible for anyone still playing Pokemon Unite out there. Definitely don't put that on any of your Pokemon. But here, Rocky Helmet's looking real nice. We do have the Darkrai, so you have some interesting options, right? You don't have to attack with the Farfetch'd. You could power up your Darkrai on the bench, dealing damage to Celebi and not taking any of that Rocky Helmet damage. We're going to have to see how they want to play this, as Darkrai and Weezing do hit the bench.
Yeah, kind of just all the Pokemon abilities here for our bottom player. Darkrai letting you get in chip damage without actually attacking, and then Weezing doing some of the same, allowing that gas leak to poison, but notably only from the active position, so we can't use it while we're on the bench.
Yeah, and they had to make a decision here, right? Do you pay to retreat this far-fetched so that you can poison with the wheezing? However, they already have an energy on Celebi, so they could simply just retreat the Celebi into Executor, which a lot of decks like this could do. It would give them an opportunity to 50-50 a KO on the far-fetched as well. So we'll see how they want to maneuver this. I like the setup here for our dark player, absolutely. And the bench for our grass player, we got 2 eggs on it right now.
Yep. My assumption here is that the Celebi is going to take a crack in this turn because you don't want to move the eggs up until you have that powerful Executor with its larger health pool active. And then on the Darkrai side, assuming the Farfetch'd lives through this attack, we'll probably see a Leaf in to put the Wheezing up to pressure this Celebi a little bit.
Here we go. We got the 50 damage right here. That's that unfortunate flip. Now, this is the reason they didn't attack with Farfetch, right? So Farfetch lives through this. They can now retreat it into this Wheezing. They could use Leaf to possibly do this. They do have Koga to pull out Wheezing at some point. But Leaf is really nice to keep your energy up on Darkrai if you do have to pull it out. So we'll see how our Dark player wants to navigate this.
I want to call out our new supporter Cyrus in our dark player's hand here. So something that they could possibly have available to them is we can get this Wheezing up and we can mark 40 damage on the Celebi. And then if there isn't an Erica to bring it back in, the Darkrai can kind of threaten lethal on at any point in tandem with the Cyrus, picking up 2 pretty valuable knockout points.
Yeah, that would be really nice here. We're going to have to see how they want to play this. They're taking their time here. This is a little tricky, right? Do you use Leaf right now? Do you save it? I don't know how many they have in their deck. The energy goes on to Darkrai. We can still Leaf the Farfetch'd if we
I
decide to.
I like this line a lot, and I think the Cyrus that we have highlighted here is the reason for it. Even if an Executor comes up here and clears the Farfetch'd, what's going to happen then if there's not an Erica is next turn, the Darkrai can go up, you can Cyrus the Celebi up, and then you can knock it out.
All right, let's see what they decide to do. They can obviously pull their eggs in. They can start doing some damage. Here's the Executor EX. You could put in Execute right here to pick up the KO. But you don't have other basics, I think, in this deck, only worth 1.
Speaking of things that are worth 1, I think one of the appealing parts we were talking about Darkrai Weavile versus this Darkrai Wheezing build is that Farfetch'd and Wheezing both being single knockout point Pokemon makes your opponent have to work a whole heck of a lot harder to work through finally being able to clear you.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's really nice to have multiple Pokemon that can go down and you can still keep swinging with your big EX Pokemon. Obviously, if your whole deck is full of like these EX monsters, 2 of them go down and it's over. This gives you the option to have 3 Pokemon go down. And because of that, you can make a lot of really interesting plays, moving them in and out of battle. And with something like Koga, even if there's damage onto Wheezing, you can make something happen. Eggs moves in. They are going to get a guaranteed KO onto the Farfetch'd right now.
And the potion here is absolutely huge. Again, this tournament is open deck list format, so that they know that they are playing around a copy of Cyrus here.
Scary moment right there. Like just running out of time. When I see that ticket and it's like you hit your attack, go, 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 because there's animations for all these cards. You better get moving. They do pick up a point right here. The Wheezing is going to come in naturally, and it could poison. They could continue to put energy on the Darkrai if they want. I'm not sure if their opponents have Sabrina.
I assume we're going to want to tackle here, and we do have the Farfetch'd in hand for our Darkrai player to play around a copy of Sabrina, fishing it back up. It is noteworthy that Weezing's total HP is kind of awkward against Executor in particular, if there's not a cape involved, just because 1 heads over 2 turns knocks you out, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, that's true. Cape would be a really nice break point into Executor. Cape is just, whew. I feel like Cape is also an item that I felt like it was doing very well. Same with Rocky Helm, but boy, seeing it today, like so many amazing opportunities for that extra 20 HP one way or another between the Rocky Helmet damage or the extra breakpoint HP on a lot of your Pokemon. 2 great items.
I think Cape has made Pokemon Pocket incredibly more skill testing because it does a good job of making games longer. A lot of our previous formats revolved around things that were like getting really clean 1-hit knockouts no matter what you were doing, and Giant Cape just scrambles the math on all of these breakpoints, meaning your games are longer and have more decisions on average.
Yeah, that's a great point. It's also really pretty because it's blue. Try to
Speaking
add.
of some
Well, like,
break point,
it would be nice to add something, you know?
speaking of break points here, if there's not healing for this Executor, it's going to take 10 from poison, going down to 110. We can Koga the Wheezing back to our hand on the Dark player side. We can Energy for 20 on the Darkrai, and then we deal 80, putting them down to 10, and then clearing from poison. So we need a Potion or Erica for this Executor to stay in play reasonably.
Luckily, grass decks almost always have 1 or 2 copies of Erica. We see they've used a potion already on that Celebi on the bench. I almost called it Cerebi. I do that way too much. As we see Sabrina, now they're going to need to make a decision right here. And it looks like they're bringing in the duck.
Yep, I think this is
Okay.
very reasonable. Remember that that Darkrai is weak to grass, is a very real liability. That Sabrina play means there's no Erica here for our opponent, for the Celebi player though, meaning that the Darkrai is likely going to clean them out.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And they get a tails here. So a lot of unfortunate stuff. But this also means they will have to pay for something like Leaf if they want to bring Darkrai in. You can't get Farfetch'd out of there without spending an energy, and you need to put another energy on Darkrai if you're looking for the KO. Of course, I guess the Darkrai player does have to worry. That Celebi comes in, it'll flip 3 coins, and that's a scary place to be.
Yep,
We do have the Leaf as an option.
this is one of those spots where like you acknowledge as the Darkrai player that like, yep, there's a 3 heads permutation here that I lose the game to, but it's unlikely, and this is the statistically correct play to take the knockout on the Executor.
Let's see what happens. We've got the Nightmare Aura. As you talked about, this will bring them down to 90. Dark Prism brings them down to 10, and then that poison damage ticks them down, and they are KO'd. Now, our Celebi is still online, and they have an option to flip some coins right here. Hitting 2 would bring the Darkrai down to 20 HP, which means it couldn't attack because of that Rocky Helm. So, some interesting breakpoints here.
I think Darkrai was always on the hit and run kind of plan here. We're going up to take this knockout, and then we're going to pull it back to the bench. The moment of pause there on our Darkrai player side is if there's a Cyrus lurking for the Celebi player, that could really complicate things.
Yeah, let's see what they end up doing here. 3 heads, and it's just game over. Obviously, this is unlikely, but here we go.
Meowth says,
Okay.
Ooh, what's the opposite of 3 heads,
Oh!
Spragels? That is just Celebi things here.
Oh, you don't like to see that if you're the Celebi player. Super unfortunate. Then here's the Sabrina. Eggs go down, and that is a win for Darkrai.
This was really
Scary
impressive.
stuff.
I'm curious to see how game 2 plays out here because I was expecting this matchup to feel really hard for the Darkrai side, and they kind of cleaned him up there.
Yeah, I think they played that really, really well. I think Celebi took their best shot. Knowing what's in their deck, that Sabrina is a definite possibility. So they went for it. They gave it their best shot. This I swear, every time I'm seeing these Celebi decks, they're just getting these unfortunate starts with Celebi. Obviously, they've been doing well through the tournaments. They're getting plenty of times where they start with Executor. But you really don't want to have to start Celebi, pay energy to retreat it. You just slows down the time you're powering it up because you want to be able to flip as many coins as possible when it's time to fight.
The Misties always flip tails. The Celebi players never lead on eggs. Are we cursed? Are we cursing the players we're casting, Spraggles?
Boy, I hope so. I just hope I have a power someday. You know, if it's cursing pocket players, then so be it. That's my gift. Starting with Darkrai here. A lot of these decks are not super excited to start with that, obviously. You've got Farfetch'd, you've got Wheezing, a lot of other things. And there's the Celebi starting once again.
To be fair, the Darkrai player doesn't especially love their lead here either, and the Celebi player does at least have first energy advantage while leading on their Onion.
That is true. Coughing found through the Pokeball. We're able to get that onto our bench. We have another Pokeball we could play, and we decide to leaf right away. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is fine. Like when you're in a situation like this and there's 2 professors research in your deck especially, you kind of want to use your other supporter proactively so that way if you draw research, you can use it guaranteed next turn.
Yeah, I think that's a great call. And we talked about this earlier, right, with some of these plays with Dawn and things like that. Like, if you're going to do it now and it doesn't change much, you got to use the supporter card here in case you need to use another supporter card on another turn. Obviously, there's so many amazing plays if you could use multiple supporter cards, but 1 per turn for these super powerful trainers.
Easing is such a stellar hit here. It means that we
Yes.
don't have to worry about a high roll clearing us out. We can safely play this Pokeball. We're just going to pump out so much damage. Wheezing chip shots for effectively 50 per turn cycle with the 30 plus the poison. And when you add Darkrai EX's Pokemon ability into the mix, that jumps up to 70, which is a very real amount of damage very quickly, especially on a card that only gives up one knockout point.
Here we go. Wheezing is online. There is a question as to whether Power Wheezing or Darkrai, but this is a lot of damage on tackle. They decide not to go with it.
We're doing both. We're doing both, Spraggles. We got a Dawn.
Oh, that's right. See, this is why you play the supporter at another turn. There's the Dawn, moving the energy up. You get to attack with the tackle and the dark. Wow, what a nice turn here for this dark type deck. Beautiful. Man, Dawn is so good. It's just such a good card. I absolutely love it. Like, look at all the plays you can make with it. It slots into so many different decks to make so many amazing plays. Just such a powerful new addition. It's so good.
Dawn is this expansion's Leaf. It's the card where I read it and I was like, yeah, that's very playable. Then I started playing games with it. I was like, man, this card is cracked. Just so many places you want it all of the time. You're almost never upset to have it.
Yeah, that's exactly how I felt with Leaf too. Just like you were saying, like you read Leaf, you're like, that's pretty good. And then you get it in the set, and you're like, this is in every deck. Like you use it in everything. It's so unbelievably good outside of like one retreat cost decks. We have the eggs on the bench. It's just such a rough spot for our Celebi player. They're having to use their potion on Celebi right now, putting 2 energy on it so that they can attack here. Of course, they'd like to retreat, but you can't retreat into Executor, and you can't take the damage of the eggs because you'll definitely go down. There's the Rocky Helmet to try to, curb some of this. Obviously, if there's a Koga in your opponent's hand, you're in a lot of trouble, but they do only have 1 card left.
Okay, we hit on 1 coin here, down to 60. The Cyrus here lurking, gonna be really kind of tricky to play around in this instance for our Celebi player. They're gonna need an Erica, or this is basically just 2 free points sitting in wait on the bench.
Is Dawn a KO on it? What does that give us? 50. Oh, okay.
Dawn doesn't quite get us across the line because we
No.
can't Dawn and like pull the Wheezing out, right? Like, so if we could like maneuver to the far fetched, but we had a retreat cost of 3 on the Wheezing here.
Yeah. Because Darkrai is 20, and then you can't get onto the Farfetch'd.
One noteworthy breakpoint here that this burst of damage does that can be healed away is that even if we retreat the Celebi next turn and Erica it's still at a point where it gets cleared by Cyrus plus a Darkrai.
20 HP left on Celebi. Without attacking, it would go down if it doesn't retreat. Pokemon Communication, they're trading something out. I'm guessing.
Have to imagine they're digging for Executor here. That's their stay in the game line. It's not even a win the game line. It's a, okay, we just get to keep playing.
Mm-hmm. Erica, interesting. Man, I have to wonder what the Celebi player is getting. Here's Potion. Okay. So they're deciding to KO the Wheezing here.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you KO the Wheezing, you aren't dead to the Darkrai next turn. So you're going to 80 on the poison, and then Farfetch'd is 40 up to 50, and then 60, 70.
Whoa.
Well, they lose it now, right? No,
wow.
No, because it's less. Good golly, just Celebi things.
Wow. That's I mean, what a punch in the gut. Oof, that's rough.
This player 0-3 to coin last time too, right?
I mean, this is the unfortunate thing is this is why I think even with like a good setup with these decks, that level of variance that just does happen sometimes. You can win some games because of it sometimes, right? But I feel like more often than not, you're taking good shots with Celebi, not long shots with Celebi.
Yeah.
But man, when you take a good shot and it misses, that is just so heartbreaking.
Yep. And honestly, I think that might be part of the appeal of these like Darkrai decks is they're pretty low variance, right? Like there's no
Uh-huh.
coins involved in what they're doing. Your only variance experience is how you're drawing and what your Pokeballs are hitting. And when you combine that with the fact that they're all mostly one knockout point decks in a build like this, it's incredibly tactical gameplay.
You know, they know their opponent has Cyrus, so they might even just be thinking like, I'm not even trying to play around Cyrus at all. Like,
Yeah.
or they are literally playing around Cyrus by like, if I put this to the bench, I know what's about to happen to me. It's not going to
Yep.
help me out. The question is, what do they have? Do they have their Executor? Or are they just like, is it also buried in their deck? I know they used a Pokemon Communications earlier. This might just be like RNG nightmare for our grass deck right here. They miss all those heads. They miss their Executor EX. They're just missing. And sometimes that happens. It would be unfortunate if it's happening really late in a tournament where you're playing well. There's Eriga. Gives them some time. Flipping more. They're like, maybe four. Maybe 4 coins hits. Right? Let's see. Dude, if this happens, okay. I was about to say that would be so
All right.
chaotic.
We cleared
But
it and we have the Erica. So we're going to 60. And then the noteworthy thing here is with the Dawn in hand, the Duck actually clears and the Darkrai doesn't even risk anything here.
uh-huh. Our players thinking about it and they see it. They see that line. Energy onto Darkrai, Dawn to the Duck. Very nice. Gets the KO. Yeah. Hmm?
Pause. We're just thinking it through. Remember, we're playing for top cut rounds. These players are 5-1. It's
Agreed.
easy to be like, this play's obvious. You just want to make sure you're accounting for everything here and you don't slip up.
Yeah, of course. And you're also, as you talked about on this stream before, you're thinking ahead. Like, yeah, this is good right now. Is it good later? And
Yep.
I
And
think it definitely is.
that's really true. You're like, your play is easy this turn, but your timer is the same every turn. So taking like, 30 seconds on your easy turn to be like, what do my next 3 or 4 turns look like? So it's not like, oh gosh, now things got complicated and my timer's the same length. So just like building that plan when you have the time saves mental bandwidth and wins games.
And here we go. Obviously, if they don't have eggs, this is just, I mean, such a crazy bad draw.
Yeah. If there's
Stick
no big
float.
tree here, they are just scrambled.
Let's see. Sabrina. Yeah, they're bringing in the coughing. Okay.
Well, I mean,
Walking
if we put
home.
the coughing up and there's no egg tree, we're technically not dead on board.
Yeah, I guess they'd have to have Wheezing then Koga. They'd have
Yep.
to Wheezing Koga into the Darkrai. Do they really not have it? I
Yeah,
feel
this
so bad
this
if they don't
pause
have
has
it.
to just be the we don't have it, just like trying to make sure we can maneuver here at all possible.
Wow. How unfortunate for our grass deck here. I mean, they are just coming up empty. If they really don't have it, they're poached. It could be over easy if that Darkrai just goes in
Over easy is the perfect one for sure. It's both an egg pun and what the game is at the moment.
Yep. Dang, dude.
All right,
What
Wheezing
a
was lethal.
world.
We didn't find it, but that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. There's the Koga.
Oh,
There.
still
Oh,
no
excuse.
Wheezing at all. Okay.
Still no Weezing. They already had the Koga. Excuse me.
Huh.
Now you put the energy on Darkrai again. You could put another energy, or you could put a single energy on Coughing, so that you could possibly retreat if you don't pull Wheezing. I mean, there's 1 out of 3. You're a 33% chance to pull it, right?
Yep.
So the play might be putting the energy on Coughing.
On this side of the board, you feel a little bit unlucky. My second Wheezing is buried in my bottom 3. But on the other side, your opponent has like failed to draw an Executor, a single one in like 17 cards as well. So it's like, well, all's fair, right?
Interesting. All right, so they go for the energy on Darkrai. They're going to take the damage now. I guess this gives them the Cyrus play at some point, but you still have to get that Coughing out of there. I don't know what the other card in their deck is, or one of the other cards is. Is it Leaf possibly? So they know it's a 66% chance to pull it out. Maybe that's what they're thinking.
Yep. Okay, so
In our
there's 4 cards in the deck, so they were 40% to find the Executor. Took a
Okay.
draw with 5. I'm
Man,
assuming
if they
based on
don't
the
have it.
long pause, we missed on our 40%er.
I mean, this is just such a heartbreaker for this grass deck.
And
The
this is
Celebi getting 3 tails and then never pulling this, crazy.
live by the coin, die by the coin. Oh, this is
Oh,
I have an executor, but it's the bad one.
uh-huh. Uh-huh. And now they're thinking I can't put eggs down for my other one, right?
Yep. And it's awkward because like we took a Celebi knockout earlier on this side of the board. So if this executor goes down, the game is still over because we only need one more knockout point for the Darkrai player.
There's wheezing.
There's Weezing.
Okay.
Are we done?
We
We're done, yeah, because we gas leak and then we Koga and then we deal 100 and then the poison clears.
That is the game. GG. Wow. I mean, you gotta feel bad for this grass deck, even if you're not a fan of Celebi decks right there. Just how unfortunate. You just saw them like they're like looking for everything they could do. I feel like they're playing it out really well. They're giving it their best shot, but yeah, GG. Darkrai takes another victim.
Yep, that is a Darkrai player with Weezing locking their single elimination round spot, moving on to 6-1 in our 7 rounds of Swiss here. We're going to go ahead and move along to our next round 7 feature. I believe we have some Skarmory Bastiodon as our backup match this round.
Let's go. What an exciting deck to make it this far. Skarmory Bastiodon. So if you're playing only those 2 lines, right? Just like kind of playing a Dialga, you're guaranteeing Skarmory first, which it looks like is what's happening here, right?
Yep.
And there are your fossils on your bench. Nice hand here also for the Skarmory player. They got a lot of what they're looking for here.
Let's get that
Very nice.
Bastiodon up for folks that aren't familiar. One of these fossil stage 2, so one of the hardest things to assemble in Pokemon Pocket because you can't Pokeball or communication for the basic, but pretty big payoff on a single knockout point Pokemon. Consistent 80 damage and has a coin flip to take 100 less damage from an attack every single turn. Able to live through even the biggest blast from a Charizard 50% of the time.
Am I seeing another fossil on their bench? What am I seeing? I must be seeing that wrong in my screen. They don't have 2 fossils, do they?
They have another fossil in their hand here, it looks like.
Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. What is it? They have the Rampardos fossil, but they're not playing.
Oh, no, that's the same fossil as the one that's out there. That's another armor fossil.
What's the one right next to it?
We have Cape, Skarmory, Armor Fossil, Sabrina,
Oh,
and Bastiodon.
okay. Sorry, my screen's a little small. That was seeing the S and seeing the side of it. I was like, is that a skull fossil? No. Okay, thank you. It's Skarmory. My mistake. Apologies. Apologies to everyone. Spragels is not okay. I think I need to take that nap. I think I need a stream nap right now. Yeah.
So we have our second energy going on to our Dialga player, and the Skarmory is really aggressive, but one of the strengths Dialga has is he gets to charge up your back line really quickly. So we're going to get to put up a little chip shot of damage here, but then it's going to get to retreat to safety with something else being ready to attack right away.
Now let's see how they want to play this. Energy onto Dialga.
Yep.
Metallic Turbo is going to hit for 30, and they get to power up. Of course, they are going to take some damage here. And the energy onto the other Dialga leads me to believe that Melmetal is nowhere in sight.
So I think even if you have Melmetal in hand, there's perhaps a compelling case here to power up the other Dialga and then switch into it and then use the second Dialga to build your Melmetal.
Wow, I love this here for our Skarmory player. This is just great. They've got the shield on. Bastiodon is in their hand. This is a great start.
Sabrina here in hand for our Bastiodon player, kind of showing she's a little bit worse than Cyrus in this particular spot, being unable to chase down the Dialga. I assume we're going to see the energy for the turn go on to the Melmetal, and then the Dialga will build that up, so that way the Melmetal can threaten to start attacking on the following turn if it wants.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Putting the Rocky Helm on the Dialga, they could put this extra energy onto Melmetal. They don't. They decide to put it onto Dialga. Interesting.
That is a little interesting. I suppose with our own Rocky Helmet, if the Skarmory decides to attack this turn, it gets cleared, and then you're threatening the dealing 100 next turn.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Ooh, Other shield.
Yep.
Well, well, well.
Both of
The
our
plot
players in
thickens.
this round are currently 5-1. This is the last round of Swiss, so the winner of this match moves on to our single elimination rounds today.
The nice thing about the deck that we're seeing on the bottom of our screen here, of course, is they have nothing in it that, gives 2 points. So they really have a lot of great options. If you have two Bastiodons, now your opponent is flipping so many coins to try to take this down. And you could just negate a ton of damage, especially looking at the other side. I mean, if you're being hit by either of these heavy impacts, one of them deals 0 damage on the wrong coin flip. The other deals 20. So this could be a really tough deck for this Dialga deck to take down.
Yeah, and the other thing that's noteworthy too is the Bastiodon's 160 HP starting pool means that even if you miss on one of your flips at some point, you get a second shot at it the following go round.
It looks like Skarmory does decide to get KO'd here.
This is a interesting decision with the extra energy on the Dialga, because now you're going to give up another knockout point here, and then you're hoping to just solo with the Bastiodon, I suppose.
Yeah, I think that's what they're looking for. I mean, they can always throw away that fossil, right? They don't have to play that other one, and you can just keep this Bastiodon wall up there and see how many Pokemon you're able to take down. They have Giant Cape as well, giving it even more HP. Plus that, when you take into account the fact that you could negate so much damage, I mean, this thing could really live throughout pretty much anything your opponent could throw at you. There's the 100. They get the KO. And now we are bringing in Bastiodon, and I've got to assume we're throwing the other one away. However, they know their opponent's deck list, so maybe they don't have Sabrina or something like that.
Okay, I mean, this breakpoint here is good though. Okay, there's probably a Sabrina lurking with that one being turned away. So we are Bastiodon against the world here, you could say.
This is going to be fun. It's going to be fun to see what they're able to do. Do they put on the cape? That they've used all their Rocky Helms, or is there one still in the deck?
No, I believe we're through both the Rocky helmets at this point. Are we?
Right.
We might not be.
No, maybe not. I think Skarmory had one. So
Either
yeah,
way, they're not threatening a knockout till next turn anyway. So even if you do plan to cape, you can kind of hold it back as a surprise. Noteworthy here that because the second Dialga got built, this Melmetal is not ready to attack yet. Although the damage overall is kind of awkward. Oh, there's a Dawn. Why is she so good, Spraggles?
Unbelievably good. I mean, we've talked about it all day. So, I mean, you're not going to hear anything you haven't heard before, but just such an impressive card. 50-50, this does 20 damage. This could be the match right here in this single coin flip.
It's we're gonna need a couple of coin flips to break our way on the Bastiodon side, because that metal coat from our Melmetal means that Bastiodon's only dealing 60 damage per turn. So it's gonna take it a long climb to get over this. Ooh. There's our first heads.
Okay. So, Melmetal normally would do 120, okay, with heavy impact. Bastiodon's ability on that coin flip, they end up only doing, and now Giant Cape, I feel like, is a 100% must, right?
Well, does the Rocky helmet change the breakpoints? So you're doing 60 per turn. So I think you actually Rocky helmet, because I guess you die if you don't win the coin.
You die. Yeah. I feel like you have to cape.
Just win the coins, Spraggles.
Oh.
It's yeah. Interesting. It's interesting because you're gonna need to win a coin. Oh, we have a Geo. Does the Geo? Yeah, I guess with the Geo you cape every time.
Yeah, we also
you don't.
Sabrina.
Oh, we're Geoing now.
Maybe
there's not capes for the opponent.
So here's 70. They're down to 60. I wonder if they want to try to, maybe they're threatening. Do they have another Geo in this deck, I wonder? Because if they have two Geos, I mean, that's huge.
Yeah, there's
they
the
put
cape.
On a cape. Doesn't matter.
Using the Geo right away lets them know they need to cape. They're probably caping either way.
Yeah, good point. Sabrina, I don't feel like, depending on what they have in their hand, I mean, I don't know how much Sabrina helps. You put one energy on Dialga and it just retreats into the other card. So I think they're just going to have to hope to not flip, not get head flipped here anymore. Energy's on Dialga. Oh, they're prepping it for a Sabrina. Tails, huge. 20 HP left. That means they go down on the next hit.
Yeah, we're
I guess
guaranteed getting cleared here.
that's it. They have to Sabrina, but when they Sabrina, the Dialga retreats. Or
Yep.
no.
The Mew can retreat for one.
Yeah, the Mew. Sorry, the Mew retreats.
Yep.
And yeah, there's no lines out of this. They needed to get another coin flip there.
Yep.
Bring him down to 60. That giant cape saved the day. It really did. Very nice.
All right, because we're watching this a little bit in the future, we are going to go ahead and speed this up because I want to watch this match come to its conclusion, but we also want to make sure we can watch as much as our future rounds as possible here.
Mm-hmm.
This was game 1 going over to our Dialga player.
Here we go, getting ready for game number 2. Really, really nice. I mean, that's just it's tough. It really got down to it. A coin flip could have really changed that. A giant cape changed that in a huge way. We've talked about this a lot today. How these small HP breakpoints are massive. A Pokemon not going down one turn and needing to take one more hit is huge. Really exciting stuff.
All right, heading on into game 2. All of our rounds are best of 3 if you are just joining us. So our Bastiodon player is down, but not out. Let's see if they can navigate in a way to force a game 3, or if they are going to be eliminated from making it to our elimination rounds.
Okay. Skarmory is the guaranteed start for this deck. And nice. I mean, sometimes it's tough to get your fossils. They're getting them. So we've got the fossil on the bench. We have another Skarmory. We also have the stage 1 for that fossil. So not a bad start for the crew.
Opening is almost ideal for a Skarmory player, although it's worth noting both players would definitely prefer to have first energy advantage in this matchup. So the Dialga player having that is definitely a pretty big deal here.
Rocky Helm's pretty nice for our Dialga player, right? I mean, they're just in this situation where now the Skarmory is going to take damage by dealing damage, but Skarmory deals some pretty good damage. 50 is pretty solid.
Noteworthy breakpoint back and forth here is that you can deal 50 twice and take a 30 hit and still not go down as the Skarmory.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, the energy advantage that this Dialga is about to generate is going to be absolutely massive.
The energy heads on over to the other Dialga on their bench. We have Sabrina. I wonder what they throw out with Sabrina. I'm guessing they've got Budding on that Mew. I would have to assume they have it as a possible option there.
Something we've been talking about a lot today, Spraggles, is the use of Sabrina versus our newer supporter, Cyrus. And if you're someone at home perhaps looking to emulate one of these decks that you're watching, I think there's a very compelling argument that this Bastiodon should be a Cyrus deck as opposed to a Sabrina deck. I think the place where Cyrus really is going to shine compared to Sabrina is in matchups like this, or in decks like this where you're dealing smaller amounts of damage, and then like we've seen this game and the last one, they get to retreat safely with this thing to the bench on a low HP pool.
Here we have Skarmory. They're going to play Professors right now. They are looking for that Bastiodon. They still have not found it. They're deciding not to power the Skarmory. Instead, they're going to Cape. That will get their shield on in case they Sabrina to survive here. Although I guess they don't need to worry about that with another fossil on the bench. And they didn't put the Rocky Helm on the Skarmory. Okay.
Right, it's going to come down to this. Can we top deck the Bastiodon to continue playing a game? All right.
We did. Fair enough.
Fossil goes away. No cause for Sabrina. All right. Bastiodon against the world, Spraggles.
Once again, I mean, a few lucky coin flips, and they're in a great spot right here. They could try to swing for 100, but it can do absolutely 0 damage. They, of course, could also try to hit for 30 and power something up. They can also retreat into something like Mew. Both of their Dialgas very low HP. They are deciding to attack for 100. Ooh. Down to 80.
So that's a big coin to miss.
Yeah,
we get to pick up 2 points here, though. If there's a Melmetal, we have a few chances to flip.
I think that's the only way they play that is if Melmetal is already there. I can't imagine they did that without Melmetal because they could put something else in, right?
Yep.
There's the Melmetal. It's going to attack. On a tails here, they win the game. Rocky Helm, nice. Gonna put some revenge damage on.
Was the Rocky Helm deterministic? Oh, there's the heads.
Okay.
So they take 20 from the helm. Oh, they get to.
Sabrina.
Does this do anything though? Oh, the second Sabrina. Oh, are we gonna force a third game with the second Sabrina? I think we are.
I think they are.
Because
Unless they can. Oh yeah, they'd have to
They're-
budding and then put it, but it looks like they don't have budding.
Yep.
Now we're gonna see. Here's the coin flip, right?
Yep. It comes down to the flip. Otherwise, we does it live?
Oh,
Live, Bastiodon, live! Oh!
whoa! All right, Bastiodon lives. But
The Sabrina is lethal. We're going to a game 3.
Did the cape change anything? It doesn't because it's 80, right?
Yep.
Wow.
Bastiodon against the world, gamers.
Wow. No budding was the end for that Mew. It needed to budding so that it could get, all of its HP back, but couldn't do it. Wow.
These players are 5-1. The winner is moving on to our top 64 single elimination rounds, and the loser is all done playing at 5-2 for the day.
It's funny. One of the first decks that I built with Dialga, because I only had one Dialga. So I built a fossil Dialga, very similar to this, except instead of Skarmories, it's just that Dialga to power Bastiodon. And you do get matches like that, where you're like, a few coin flips and I win this thing. It's pretty crazy. Very
Great.
fun.
We've got a fossil to start, which is all you could really ask for in this deck, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and we have first energy advantage on the Bastiodon side for the first time.
Yeah,
this is a really big deal when we have the tool for Skarmory.
Yeah.
This is the start you want if you're the Bastiodon player.
One nice thing about decks like this also, this one in particular is going to run one Pokeball, right? You don't need more than that because you only have one other basic. A deck without any other basics runs 0 Pokeballs, which gives you a lot of options, gives you a lot of different things that you can try. But this is cool. I mean, a lot of good damage. Dialga already down to 50, and now they're going to have to decide what they want to do with it. Mew on the bench.
Right, Dawn to there.
Okay. I guess that was just yeah. I guess it was just kind of a weird mistake, I guess. Could be getting a little tilted, maybe.
Switch into the other Skarmory here. And then noteworthy that Mew only does 20 to Skarmory unless there's a Poké Tool hiding for our Dialga player.
Mm-hmm.
And I think this is showing off like how this deck has got here. Like I feel like every time we've watched this Bastiodon deck so far today, it's been on going first. It hasn't had first energy advantage. And these Skarmories, when you have first energy advantage, holy do they chew people up.
Yeah, they do. Here's the professors. We're looking for Bastiodon. We still haven't found it. This could be tough.
Yeah, because there's a Rocky helmet on this Mew now. We might have spoke a little too soon. I think this game's gonna be over quick one way or another, but it's unclear who's this gonna be good for at this point. Wait, can you retreat to the fossil? He retreats to the fossil and the Mew just can't attack it?
You could. At the same time, you could just take the 2 points here. Because you're only giving up 1. And Dialga can't attack. No, you're going to attack with Shield on. Okay.
This is fine. And then, I guess with this line, if you top deck the Bastiodon, you win the game.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I like this. And it plays like you kind of have it, so their opponent might respect the idea that Bastiodon is there. And just, like, not leave their Mew in.
What is Mew... I guess they could copy the attack of the Shieldon right here. But they would be worried about going down. If Mew stays in against Bastiodon, it's a guarantee. Yeah, so now they have to retreat. Pull in Dialga. They don't attack unless they Dawn, and they don't. Bastiodon's here. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolute great Sabrina here. Whatever they put in, you want to get rid of Melmetal, and you want to get rid of Mew. Mew gives you 2 points, and Melmetal, stops them from powering up the toughest thing that you're going to fight.
That is our Bastiodon player beating the Dialga deck in 3 games there, securing the 6-1 record and their spot in our top 64 single elimination bracket. We started with almost 1,000 competitors today, Spraggles, and now less than 64 remain.
Wow, this is just so exciting, and we're gonna see how the meta is shaping up here in one sec. I mean,
I
wow,
think we're
we're
I think
we're,
we're gonna
we're
take
coming.
a brief pause for the cause, take a couple minute break, and when we return, we are going to take a look through which deck lists have made our top 64 cut today, and then we will jump on into our first matches in that round. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, guys, gals, and non-binary pals. We are heading on into the top 64 cut. We started with over 1,000 players, and now only the ones who had 6-1 and 7-0 records or better remain. We're going to take a quick skim of those top-performing decks here in just a minute. But before we do, we'd like to give a shout-out to all of the wonderful folks who have made today's event possible. Our sponsors to begin with, Into the AM makes our wonderful graphic t-shirts that Spraggles and I are both wearing. If you want to stand out in a crowd or find the perfect gift for someone that they're going to love to wear, check out their lines of premium clothing and use code HOGLANDIA to save a little bit extra at your checkout. Advanced.gg makes my wonderful branded shaker here, and I'm currently sipping some blue raspberry lemonade mix inside of it. They do hydration, energy, and focus powder mix and a ton of fantastic flavors. Check them out in the links as well. And last, but certainly not least, the Extra Smart Wallet is the only one I trust with my most powerful card in mobile gaming. Make sure your card is protected with an RFID wallet when you're walking around out in the crowd, and have your best card easily accessible with just the flick of a switch there.
Beautiful. I mean, this has just been so fun. We're heading into top cut here, Jeff, and we have a lot to talk about in this meta, right? We have some decks that are performing extremely well. We've talked about it all day. Darkrai Magnezone, not only does it have one of the best win rates in the entire tournament, it also is the most played deck in the tournament. So clearly a very, very meta deck. Look at all those Darkrai Magnezones making it in here. There are a few decks that have been performing really well. We just took a look at one of them also. Interestingly enough, now it doesn't have a lot of players playing it, but that Skarmory Bastiodon deck is performing really well for the few players that are running it here in this tournament. It is at an 82% win rate.
There are 4 people playing this Bastiodon deck, and 3 of them have made our top 64 cut today. So small sample, like Spraggle said, but if there was going to be one breakout archetype that I think was flying under basically everyone's radar, this is the one to be taken a look at. Not only because Bastiodon is solid, but I think Skarmory's absolutely aggressive leads are incredibly strong in a format full of decks that often have 50 HP Pokemon like Manaphy and Executor.
Yeah, it's performing really well. Now, of course, it is one of those situations where not a lot of people are playing it. I think that's about to change very, very quickly after this tournament, and we'll see how things shake out. But you're right. Without question, a huge breakout deck from this tournament. And as you said, clearly not a lot of people had it on their radar because only 4 are playing it in a tournament of almost 1,500 players.
And after our Swiss rounds, we have 7 players with undefeated records of 7-0. We have 2 of those Darkrai Magneton builds, and then 2 Darkrai Weezing, with Darkrai Weavile notably being absent, the worst performing of the 3 popular Darkrai variations.
Yeah, there's always a question as to what it's going to be when you see a card's really powerful, and I think everyone immediately felt how strong Darkrai was. Every time you put energy on, you're dealing damage, and there are lots of situations where you want to deal damage and not use a direct attack, so Darkrai has been amazing, but it looks like those are the Darkrai decks to watch right now. Weavile, unfortunately, not working out too well. I wonder if it's going to find a place outside of a Darkrai deck.
One of our undefeated lists here I'd like to call out as well, the Infernape player in our single elimination rounds. I think that Infernape really well positioned in the metagame, especially in a world where Darkrai and Magnezone are everywhere. Hitting that 140 damage in a big swing again and again is a nice amount of damage to be dealing.
And if I'm not mistaken, Bastiodon would be weak to fire as well. You get a good coin flip on that. You take Bastiodon no cape in 1. So there are a lot of great situations for that Infernape deck. That was a deck I really had my eye on before this tournament. We don't have a ton of people playing it either, but I think it's performed pretty dang well.
While there weren't any in the undefeated, we do have a number of people playing Palkia and Manaphy variation. So we are going to start there for our top 64 round here today. And it is playing into our, most popular and one of the top performing decks in the metagame in today's event. And that is the Darkrai Magnezone deck. So I'm really interested to see how this plays out, to see if Palkia looks like it has what it takes to keep up here.
Yeah, we're going to see how this ends up going. Obviously, they are starting Palkia, which is not exactly where you want to be, and they're starting Darkrai, which is not exactly where you want to be. So we'll see how these two players go. Obviously, one lucky Misty here, and the game is over in a single turn. So we'll see if that happens. We have not seen a moment like this on stream yet, but it is always a possibility. And it's one nice thing about these decks where, as you said before, you could just get a free win sometimes. Does not happen here today.
And I actually think, Spraggles mentioned a second ago that neither of these are ideal openers for either of these decks. I think these are some of the more interesting games that these decks play. When people talk about or evaluate decks, they often hyper focus on like, what do your best possible draws look like and what do your worst possible draws look like? When the reality is a lot of the games you're going to play with any Pokemon Pocket deck rely somewhere in the middle of that range.
Yeah, what I personally like doing is blocking out the bad moments, only remembering when things went well, and then making a thumbnail based on that.
That's fantastic. That's why he's at the top.
All right, let's get ready here. Another Misty coming out. We could have a really good Misty flip right here for Drudagon. We're going to see. I mean,
I didn't know Misty was allowed to flip heads on. Woo, girl,
apparently
calm
it
down.
is. Now the question is, how do you want to play it? You could start chipping away, or you could just take the KO right here.
I think I'd be inclined to chunk them, but I'm not the one in the top cut here today, so we'll see what the player making better choices is going to do with their time.
The nice thing is, I mean, they only lose 3. So in 2 turns, they're right back there with the energy they want. And of course, they're deciding right now how they want to play this out. 3 heads gives them this option. They potion. And they could be going for it. Let's see. They do. They decide to take the KO, hitting both Pokemon on the bench as well for 20. They are going to lose 3 energy, but they pick up a point right here, and they're right back to where they were HP-wise.
So Misty spreads a little bit of damage on the back, and they get a free knockout point for it. But even after this triple Misty heads, I think the Darkrai player is a little favored here, yeah?
It does feel like it, and there's Magneton. The thing is, the rest of the hand here for Palkia is absolutely devastating. They have Cyrus, which is nice. They could make some plays around that, but they just have nothing else going on. No other basics, no Pokeballs, nothing else that they can start getting set up here. They have Leaf, but nowhere to go. So this is a tough spot to be in, and I think because of all that, they were deciding how they wanted to run this here. There's another Palkia, so this could be interesting.
It's worth noting that the Magnezone next turn would actually clear the active Palkia. They could retreat the Darkrai and attach a Dark Energy on the back. We're Cyrusing this up. Interesting. This feels like a mistake to me. I guess you're hoping they don't have the Magnezone. If they don't have the Magnezone, you get to clear this or force it to spend energy to leave.
Yeah, and they only have 3 cards in their hand, so it's very possible they have not gotten their Magnezone yet. However, charging here, they could either be using this to retreat, or they could be using this to power Magnezone, which they are. The Dark Energy attached, they're going to pick up the big KO.
Yep, and now you didn't have to spend your energy to retreat on the Darkrai, and I know hindsight is 2020. Players are like, oh my gosh, why did we use the Cyrus here? But this was a playing to win line from our bottom player. If they don't have the Magnezone in that instance, you have bought yourself so much tempo against them drawing the Magnezone in the future. And you probably lose the game on the spot when they have it, but you were also probably losing the game if they had it either way, so you might as well make the tempo play.
Yeah, I'm fully with you right here. I think it does look like, why would they do that? No, but I think you're right. I think it's the only thing they could do. Try to KO it. They're either going to evolve to Magnezone or have to pay 2 energy to pull it back if they want to do that, or sacrifice it. So, I think you've got a few routes in front of you. They don't have a ton of cards in their hand. They could assume that one of those is in the deck.
I think we're in a checkmate position for the Darkrai player winning the game. We can crack for 30, and then we get hit for... I guess we won't have extra energy on the Magnezone next turn.
That's true.
Well, there's no healing
Darkrai
from our there's no heal. The Darkrai will just finish, right? Because of weakness. Palkia is weak to lightning.
Yeah, because
Dawn actually wins the game this turn.
That's right. Dawn does win the game this turn.
Dawn would let us deal 20 with the Darkrai and then push it up. Okay, so we're not winning the game this turn, but next turn almost certainly.
Yeah. And they can't get any more energy on this Palkia. They've used both their Misties.
Yep.
Brings
And
it
then
down to
notably
20.
here, these 2 leftover Dark Energy just discard to retreat from the Magna Zone once you're ready to pull it back out. So even if we Leaf or retreat to the Manaphy here, the Darkrai is just going to switch in and clean out the Manaphy, and they're already on 2 knockout points, so we're done here.
Yep. I'm not sure what they were looking for in their deck. I don't know what else they have. They use both of their... maybe they're looking for the Eevee. If they're running the Vaporeon deck, I guess they could be looking for Eevee. If they're not running the Vaporeon deck, which deck is that? That one was that Palkia Articuno, or was that just a Palkia Vaporeon, right? I think that was just the Palkia Vaporeon. So maybe they were looking for an Eevee, possibly. Possibly. That could be what they're looking for there.
All right.
Either way, we're heading to game 2.
Ooh, sorry, a little too soon. There we go. So just like our Swiss rounds, these single elimination rounds are best of 3. So our Palkia player is down, but they are not out. Let's see if they can rally it back to force a game 3, or if they're going to be eliminated from our tournament here today.
Okay, so we do it. This is Palkia Articuno.
Yep.
All right. So they were looking, I mean, Articuno was an option for him there, I guess. Yeah. So they do start decently. They are going first, which is not where you want to be necessarily, but they've got Manaphy. They've got 2 great Pokemon to power on their bench. A Misty here would be nice. They don't get it.
It's notable, though, that one thing, and I'm interested to see if the Darkrai can keep up with this draw. Because one of the downsides of a Drudagon deck is you do not get to pressure a Manaphy. And a Manaphy, just unchecked, getting to the first energy advantage is going to disappear real fast this game.
Yes. This will be interesting. I mean, you've got a lot of great stuff to power on the bench, right? You can get Palkia ready to one-shot anything on the side of our Darkrai player, while you have these Articunos that you can power up and not only deal damage to the active Pokemon, but also deal some damage to the bench there, which is really nice.
So this Manaphy, even with the energy going on the Darkrai, is going to get to charge twice and get them +4 energy. You attach energy to the Palkia in the middle, and you're going to be able to come up and crack for 150 to clear this Drudagon, and then have an Articuno ready to retreat to in the back right away.
Feels like you could, I was about to say you could Misty here, but I feel like you are probably not going to. I thought you would be using Professors. Either way, it gets no value. 50-50 to provide 1 energy there. It doesn't happen. And we are powering the bench. I guess they're worried about this Magnemite coming in and KOing Manaphy is what I've got to assume, right?
This had to have just been a dexterity error. Or a mental fog moment. Because even if the Magnemite comes in off of a leaf and clears your Manaphy, you end up down in energy from this line, right? Because you'd put an energy on the Articuno and the Palkia.
Oh, yeah, great point. And now you're really far. I mean, now you're way far down. This is very odd.
Yep. Yeah, it's a tough spot to be for sure.
Yeah, I guess it's just a misclick. Unfortunate. Misclick or just a misfire in the brain, which is worse than a misclick, I think. Consult your medical professional if you misclick in Top Cut.
To be fair, I think one of my personally most requested features would be a please let me undo my energy button. It's not like my opponent's taking game actions during my turn. It would be nice to be like, oh, I dropped that in the wrong spot. Especially when you're playing on mobile, it's very easy to drop it on that right side character instead of your lead.
What's the idea behind the Rocky Helm on Manaphy here?
I think the Rocky Helm on Manaphy is doubling down after a mistake. I think we might be a little bit. That's something that happens sometimes. You make one mistake and then you get a little off kilter and then double down into it.
Never happened to me because I've never made the first mistake. But still, I could imagine something like that happening. Fair enough. Manaphy goes down here. The Rocky Helm providing no value right now. Just kind of an unfortunate series of events for our water deck here. They can bring in Articuno and start swinging for 80, which they decide to do. They also have Misty. I think Misty you save for your Palkia here, right?
Yep. You want a surprise big burst on that if possible. This leaf
Here comes
here,
the
and then this is kind of the tough part about these Palkia Manaphy builds that are all EXs in the back line. Once your Manaphy gives up a knockout point, they only have to clear one more Pokemon in order to win the game. And this doesn't take a lot to clear an Articuno.
They have to get very lucky here with their Misty Flip, and they don't. They get absolutely nothing out of it. Articuno now has to retreat, possibly to buy time. Yeah, they're gonna have to retreat. Into Palkia.
With like the Leafs and the other things going on, we have some time here to do some shuffling around, but I don't know that we ultimately end up doing anything positive from it.
I don't know. I wonder if I would have brought in the Palkia right away, or if I would have brought in the other Articuno to stall for a minute. But then I guess Magnazone's Breakpoint. No, yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Cyrus. Okay. Well, there you go. That's GG. Just a really tough match there for our water deck. They couldn't get anything going. Feels like they maybe made some mistakes early, and then it was just chaos for them, unfortunately, as they go down there.
Let's take a look at. We've got some backup matches going here too in our top 64 still. Take a look at what our options are. We're gonna give Palkia another shot. I feel like I wanted to see some of this deck in action. We got a few of them in our top cut. We're gonna see it's gonna be playing against a Darkrai variation again, but a very different build than what we looked at moments ago. So Darkrai Wheezing is the other Darkrai variation in addition to Magneton that's found a lot of success in today's tournament in the hands of a variety of players. Let's go ahead and take a look at how Palkia lines up into that.
All right, they've got the correct art on Palkia, so this is a really good start. You absolutely love it when you have the immersive art, not as much when you don't. The immersive art is going to start here, and now they're looking at their hand and they go, man, these Misties could turn into an easy game 1 win right here. Far-fetched to start, too.
Even just a single Misty Heads here when you're leading Palkia into Duck is huge. Just like, all right, we'll clear you. Don't you dare research. Don't you dare. Yep. All right, here we go.
I
apologize for showing this game on screen. Misty's not allowed to flip heads on stream.
Oh, it's true. What's wrong with you, Jeff?
Yeah, I know.
You cursed them.
When this player was called for the feature match, they should have known their Misties were never going to work.
Yeah, geez, this Misty is having a really rough day, and I mean, I can't imagine anyone's upset about that in the chat. We've all had matches where it's an immediate Misty flip, and you have to concede maybe on your 4th win in the emblem event, and all of a sudden you just have to throw it away. As we have Darkrai powering up on the bench there.
The Dawn of the Farfetch'd here.
Dawn. I thought that was
Helmet.
Dawn.
Okay.
Rocky Helm. That's nice. Dawn to the Farfetch'd.
Who would win? Space and time bending legendary Pokemon or one Leafy Duck, Spraggles?
It would be the Space and Time Pokemon unless the Leafy Duck had a hard hat with rocks taped to it. Then I think that Duck's got a shot.
What about the nightmare creature behind it? Do you think it helps?
No, it's mainly the Duck with the rocks.
Okay, yeah, it's the rock helmet. Sure. I just want to double check.
It's just Duck with rocks for sure. Right now they have 2 Leafs, so they can power their bench if they want. They also can attack and then power the bench. This does feel like a moment where maybe you just start to power what's on your bench. And just get ready to leave this out.
If you're greedy, there's Vaporeon lurking for our bottom player, right? So you could technically put the energy on your lead and then like have your cake and eat it too by washing out to the front.
Yeah, I guess you could. That is something that could happen. Of course, you've got to get that card somehow. You've got 2 Leafs in hand, so you've got some, some fancy footwork that could be made. You also may be wanting to keep the HP of this Palkia at a certain breakpoint, so it's not as easily KO'd when a Cyrus comes, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen.
And here's the other thing, too. Like, okay, you could charge the Palkia, but, like, what are you going to do? Do you use 150 damage on a Farfetch'd?
I think at this point you're gonna have to. That thing's an absolute menace. We've
I
got
mean,
Pokeball. They're looking for something. They pull Manaphy. Now this is
that's
interesting.
huge. Well,
Yeah.
by huge, I mean it dies in one, so maybe not. I think this is probably why Manaphy's had a little bit of a hard time in this tournament. Like, these Farfetch'd and these Skarmories devour these 50 HP leads.
It's true. It goes down in one, and then Cyrus ends the game, huh?
Yep.
This is hard. Let's see what they end up doing. They are going to bring it in.
Yep. Yeah,
This is going to be able... Yeah.
I think it's exactly what you said. I think the Manaphy looks like the play, but then Cyrus here just means the Palkia on the bench. We're effectively locked here.
Cyrus, I mean, another one. We haven't talked as much about Cyrus, and I think Cyrus was hyped an insane amount with this new set, which I totally understand. I mean, this card is very, very good. I've been a little more obsessed with, you know, dawns and capes and things like that, but what an unbelievably powerful card. Sabrina, obviously, you can switch a Pokemon, but Cyrus allows you to choose what Pokemon is going in, which is just such a massive advantage for so many decks that chip away at your opponents a little bit and then they run and hide. Cyrus takes that option away from them.
Yeah, Cyrus is a card that gives these decks that deal smaller amounts of damage at a time a very real shot in the metagame when they've really struggled in the past. The only decks we've seen that deal small amounts of damage really find success in Pokemon Pocket's tournament history so far lean on things like Hitmonlee that could like stretch kick into those backs to clean out those low HP retreats. And now with Cyrus, you have another tool to reach for that any deck can play.
Interesting energy placement here, by the way. They put it on both of the Palkias. So if you get Vaporeon, it doesn't really matter. Enemy plays Sabrina.
Oh, that's interesting. There was a cape on the Manaphy. I guess throws this for a wrinkle. They couldn't clear with the Dark Raid. Honestly, that's probably going to be not optional in Manaphy decks moving forward. You need to play cape.
Here's an interesting play. So if they put out Eevee, they can lose a point, and Manaphy can still go in and lose a point. I guess that Palkia is always in danger of Cyrus. A Misty right here gives you the ability to KO Farfetch'd in one, but as we've talked about before, what a disappointing Misty.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you clear the Farfetch'd with the Misty Heads, the Darkrai comes up and clears your Palkia immediately afterwards, and then everything on the back line is going down in one to the Darkrai as well.
We have a possibility of Mistying here. We also could, of course, Leaf back into Manaphy to set something up, but they decide to roll for it here. They're flipping. Misty gets 2, 3, 4 heads. What are they at now? Are they able to attack twice in a row?
They are, but it doesn't really matter because you're gonna
Yeah.
take the Rocky helmet down to 70, and then the Darkrai clears you out, easy peasy.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
Not the time they wanted to flip, huh?
When you got to use a Dimensional Storm to clear a little baby duck away.
Sometimes that Farfetch'd is such a menace, man. It really makes some big plays happen. Now, like Farfry, Farfry Rocky Helmet is really, really solid.
One noteworthy line for our Palkia player here is that a Vaporeon off of the top would allow us to shuffle a third energy onto Palkia along with a fourth from our energy zone, allowing us to clear this Darkrai and win the game after taking that first knockout.
Interesting. This is a Weavile, huh? I didn't even realize that one of them made it here.
I think while the Weavile Darkrai builds are a little bit worse performing than the Weezing and Magnezone builds, there are enough people playing it and it had about a 50-ish% win rate through the Swiss rounds that some are bound to push through.
All right, so it looks like it all rests on pulling Vaporeon here, huh?
Yeah, and this game's gone on for a fairly long time, and it's not like we need to depend on using a supporter this turn, so even if we peel a research, that could be redraws into the Vaporeon as well.
Yeah.
Okay.
Professors.
That's a redraw. Yep, yeah. We know. That's the I hit a Vaporeon, I win the game shuffle. 2 and 6 cards.
All right. Here we go. Ooh, not able to grab it.
That's gonna be the one.
Yeah. Unfortunate. They're saying it's in the deck. Both Vaporeons buried in the deck. Yeah. Unfortunate. They're looking for it. They're just kind of shuffling their cards around.
Yep.
Nothing they can do.
Moving on
GG.
along here.
GG.
That is first game in favor of our Darkrai player there.
Ooh, I hope that wasn't you in the chat, Mohammed. I hope so, buddy. Again, if you happen to play these matches, that's awesome. Please don't spoil what happens. If that really was you.
Right, we're going to queue up for... That was game 1, right? It's been a long day.
Yes.
Yes, okay, they're queued again. I was like, they were waiting to push the button. I was like, I'm pretty sure that was game 1.
Was it?
We've had Palkia 2 matches in a row, though.
Oh, yeah, we had Palkia 2 matches in a row. Because, yeah, my
Yeah.
brain was doing the same thing. I was like, wait, no. We had Palkia. Okay. Fair enough. Here we go. Coming from the chat, Pocket is 50% luck, 50% skill. Well, with how many decks make it like deep, having similar strategies and stuff like that, I would say it is absolutely not 50-50. Like your deck choice is a huge part of it. What you do in a match is a huge part of it. Of course, there is it's cards, right? I played poker for years. There's luck involved, but if you're putting your money in with the best of it, that's what you're trying to do in a card game.
Games of chance can still be games of skill. You know, if I were to break it down, I'd probably say it was like 10% luck, 20% skill, 15% concentrated power of will, 5% pleasure, and the Misty flips are definitely 50% pain. And hopefully Palkia is going to lose this game.
Well, it's 100% reason for Palkia to lose this game. That's absolutely true. Here we go. Pokeball. Looking for the one of the nice things about a moment like that is there are people who are like, whew, they don't know what that is. And they're like, that was pretty great. What was that?
So, non-ideal start for both of our players here, but we have that first energy advantage on the Palkia side, and we notably have the Leaf with the Manaphy to shuffle this Palkia around, and without like that far-fetched out, Manaphy has the potential to really run away with this game.
And here we go. We're going to see how the Darkrai wants to play this one, shuffling it around here. They've got another Darkrai.
That is not the droid they're looking for almost assuredly. They really want one of their efficient one energy attackers to be able to apply pressure here.
Yep. Rocky Helm, so they can stop taking damage without giving some of it back. You know, a whole lot of chip damage being put onto Palkia here, which is really nice. Every time you put energy, they take damage. Every time they attack, they take damage.
Manaphy's a lover, not a fighter, so that Rocky Helmet's not really going to bother it. I assume we're going to do the shuffle with Leaf. Waiting the Misty back and forth, I feel like with no early pressure, I personally would be inclined to Manaphy, so I'm curious to see what they go with here.
Well, you know, you do have that one moment where you go, boy, if this flips really well, I mean, it's very over, you know? Leaf is definitely the safer play. They've already got an energy attached, so I could see it. And they know that they don't have to worry about getting this Manaphy KO'd unless your opponents can Leaf into something, right? Even still, I don't think they don't have anything they can take it in one at that point.
No, so they would have to, yeah, because you can't Leaf and Dawn in the same turn with the energy that we're at. Starting next turn, they have permutations of cards that could clear it, but at that point, they're just attacking with Darkrai.
Yeah, I think this is a nice play here, especially if they end up finding one of those Vaporeons. You know, could be very nice. Put some energy down. They might have the makings of the KO without Darkrai next turn, so it's not in a vulnerable spot, right? There's the Vaporeon too. So
okay, so
it's a really nice card.
This has got to just be the game, right? We do. Well, it's a huge tempo play. Because we can retreat the Manaphy, and then we can wash out the energy from the Vaporeon and the Palkia, and we can clear this Darkrai that has all the energy on it.
I think it's the play. Me personally, when I see something, it's going to give me 2 points. It's a super juicy like KO because of the energy. I want to take that play. Now, but there are considerations to be made.
I would say counterpoint here. If you use the Manaphy this turn, you set yourself up to Palkia 2 turns in a row and just kind of have like that kind of Mewtwo-esque cannon blowing them down.
Yeah. See how they want to play it. They go for...
We haven't attached our energy yet for the show. Let's make sure we do that before we start.
Yeah. Absolutely. They cape the Vaporeon. Okay. They want to make sure Vaporeon does not go down.
Yep. So now the Manaphy dies. We attach 5th energy to Palkia, and then we have 2 in the tank on the Vaporeon plus energy the following turn. We just go 150, 150, and we're all done here, I imagine.
They could use this Sneasel to block some of it, right? And Sneasel could KO the Manaphy, to be fair.
That's a good point.
You know.
In order for the Sneasel being 1 knockout point to be meaningful, though, they would need another 1 knockout point to follow up, like Farfetch'd.
Yeah, true. They're leafing out to the other Darkrai that has more HP, but obviously less energy on it.
I don't know that I follow this line. So either one is... Do we have a Cape? Cape would make sense. Cape would make this switch make sense.
Yeah, that would be a really nice play. Cape brings it up so it does not get 1-hit KO. They put the energy on.
I feel like on the pass here, we're kind of done. I think we're going to a game 3.
What's the energy on Sneasel? It only needs 1 energy. You put the energy on Darkrai, you at least even just do chip damage.
So I think the energy on the Sneasel here is saying this damage on the Manaphy doesn't do anything for me this turn, and it might want enter damage that does something that's 20 a chip shot next turn, so might as well just like get the Weavile set up.
Okay. I mean,
I don't think it's gonna matter. I think it's just a 150, 150, and we're done here.
Yeah.
But I think there's a lot of merit in other positions to setting up the Weavile in advance when the 20 points don't matter in that moment.
They're looking to Misty here. They hit Stee for 1. I mean, yeah, this thing is just swinging now. You know, it's very scary. Dimensional Storm doing 150. And I wonder if it was the right play to tank with Sneasel, but if they'd have nothing else to tank a hit, I mean, it just feels like they're just kind of cooked right now. We've got Weavile, but it's only got 120 HP at this point, normally at 140. They power Darkrai, they hit it for 20. Cape brings it up to 140. They need a potion, which they don't have. Huh. Okay.
All right, and we're heading to game the 3rd here between these 2 players.
What's the point of professors right there? All right.
Just for the love of drawing cards, Spraggles.
It is fun to draw cards. What are you doing? Yeah, end the game.
We're taking game actions.
I understand. I mean, it's important to play out all your cards, but it's just like, just end it. You got it. But hey, they made it all the way here. So they've been playing all day. They need to make sure that they're making the right decisions. I understand that, but it does feel like time to play, baby.
All right, if you're just joining us, we are currently in the top 64 of our first ever Hoaglandia Spraggles Open. These 2 players are heading to round the 3rd to be one of our 32 remaining competitors. We started with over 1,000 folks battling it out today.
Here we go. Our player's perspective is going second, and we are looking at a 2 Manaphies and an Eevee. So you really want to be going second with this deck. It is unbelievably powerful. You do not yet have Palkia, but you definitely love going second here. Such a strong start.
This is the strength of the Darkrai deck, though. Is if there's a Darkrai, if there is a Dawn for our Darkrai player next turn, they get to clear this Manaphy after only 1 use.
Yeah, our player's deciding whether or not they want to put that Manaphy down. If you don't have another basic, well, now your decision is made for you. Palkia is there. Vaporeon is also out.
Got the
Giant
Cape. Yep.
This is a great setup here for our
Yep.
Palkia player. Obviously, this is the combo that you're seeing all over the place. It's, taking over the airwaves. This is Vaporeon, Palkia, Manaphy. Manaphy can power this up in such insane ways. Quickly retreat into a fully powered Palkia turn 2, which is insane.
Yep. The Sabrina is interesting. So you have to either put up your Palkia, losing some of your energy development to retreat it back without a copy of Leaf, or you have to put up the Eevee. Oh, I guess the Eevee doesn't give up a knockout because they can't Dawn now. So
Yes,
this is
correct.
fine.
Yeah, I would say this is fine. You also can retreat here, even without Leaf. You could move into Vaporeon and then just take the KO, which is always a possibility. You would be
Oh,
washing out your energy,
I
but
I
you
like
do
that a
pick up the
lot.
KO.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I like cleaning the duck. There's no energy left on the Darkrai. And then if at any point you draw Leaf, the Palkia just cleans.
Yeah. Really nice play. I like it too. I often like taking the point. Of course, everything is situational in this game. There's no hard and fast rule about it. But oftentimes, if I can take a point and take energy off something, like slowing my opponent down from what they've set up, I love to try to do that.
I think
Vaporeon's in a great spot right here. Their opponent's in a rough spot. No energy on anything. Only Darkrai in the active. A
seeing
Leaf right now wins the game.
seeing this Palkia build compared to the Articuno one we looked at a moment ago, I think really sells me on the idea that you should probably be playing a single knockout point Pokemon alongside your Manaphy. Because while Vaporeon's washout ability is obviously a big part of its strength here, another really good thing this deck has going for it is simply the fact that what's what I'm searching for is simply the fact that after they knock out Manaphy, you can put up Vaporeon and then they knock out that, and then you finally finish on Palkia.
Have an opportunity to retreat and KO with Farfetch'd right here. And they do. They take it with Leaf. Farfetch'd comes out, picks up the KO on Vaporeon, gets rid of a lot of energy, so it's going to take 2 turns. The next turn and then the following one for Palkia to get online with 150. But once it gets it, your opponents are in a tough spot for sure. The
This
nice thing
this
is that duck, I mean, it's been really, mean to this Palkia deck, so it can keep swinging on him.
Yeah, the word power creep gets thrown around a lot in card games, and I think something that's abundantly clear from today's games is that Farfetch has very much not been power crept. It is a format powerhouse. It feels like.
Oh, power creep. I thought everyone was being mean to me on stream. Yes, there is some power creep in games at times. That makes sense. Another Darkrai on the board. That Cyrus, however, is really, really nice. They don't have washout, but we can retreat into this Palkia using the Manaphy's energy already attached, and we're able to take the game with Cyrus.
Yep, and this is a game and match points here with Cyrus. That damage we marked on that Darkrai earlier, letting it get exposed. This powerful new supporter card that's then going to go ahead and get blasted away by this Palkia.
Beautiful stuff. We've talked a lot about Dawn today, but Cyrus makes big plays happen. Cyrus wins games. Dawn does too. But Cyrus, I mean, it really has changed things from being only I'm going to do the most damage possible to wipe you off the board to, man, if I'm chipping at you for a while, you're not safe anymore, which is amazing.
Yep. So hats off to our players who have made it to the top 32 today. Small fraction of our field remaining. We are going to take a brief pause for the cause, and we'll be back with some top 32 matches. We are just a few rounds away from crowning our first ever Hoaglandia Spraggles Open Series champion here for Pokemon Pocket. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere.
Don't go away. Stay here.
Gamers, welcome back. I promised a quick ad break, and we always deliver. Spraggles knows what we do after the regular ad break. I saw his beautiful red wallet to complement my beautiful blue one. Let's give a shout out to our wonderful sponsors here that made this tournament today possible, providing the prize support that's worth over 1,500 USD that these top 32 competitors are duking it out for their piece of. Exter is the world's slimmest smart wallet. With the press of a trigger, it'll make your cards easily accessible so you can grab exactly the one you want there. It keeps them nice and tight in there with its RFID blocking shell to make sure no scanners are picking up your information while you're out in the crowd. After I tuck my Exter wallet in my pants pocket, I like to pull up my Into the AM slick design print shirt here. They do premium clothing lines with a ton of designs that will allow you to stand out. If you're looking for the perfect gift that someone will absolutely love to wear, check out everything ranging from their nature scenes to their space images like Spraggles has. And last but certainly not least, Advanced.gg makes my wonderful Hoaglandia branded shaker here and has focus, energy, and hydration drink mixes that have a wonderful of fantastic flavors. Check out links to all of those sponsors in the video description and scrolling in the chat of this event. Without further ado, let's go ahead and dive on into our first top 32 match, shall we? We've got the undefeated Infernape player as we head on in to the top 32 match. This player is currently on an 8-0 streak in today's tournament.
Yeah, amazing stuff here. Infernape has been looking really good. The addition of Dawn to the game, plus this Pokemon that can retreat, is just pretty amazing. Can retreat for free. So Infernape's been doing well, especially in the hands of this player. Again, undefeated, as they are running into a water deck. Obviously, the typing there could be a little bit of a problem. The nice thing about a lot of fire decks is that Moltres does not need to worry about it. Seeing this Drud, this could be one of our Gyarados decks left in the tournament.
Yep, there were a handful of Gyarados decks, basically stock-ish decks from last season that had a copy of Cyrus that made very deep runs today.
And here we go. We see on the side of our Gyarados deck Professors. We're going to see if they want to play anything or they're going to wait. The nice thing running into this Infernape deck is there's nothing trying to snipe that bench a lot of the time. Is this the Infernape that has Volcarona, or is this a different one?
No, I believe this is a just pure 4 basics. We've got an Infernape line, we've got a Moltres, then we have a ton of utility cards like Cape, Giovanni, and Dawn to support.
Great. Sounds good. Moltres grabbed with that Pokeball.
Notable,
they could throw it on the bench.
Notable breakpoint to think about in this matchup is that if the Infernape attacks a Drudagon, it's going to go down to 150 remaining HP, which a weakness-charged Gyarados cracking for 160 does get to clean out.
Flipping for some energy right here, and they get a nice flip, the 66% right there, or the 33% likelihood. Beautiful.
I like this buildup here on the other Moltres on the bench from our Infernape player, I think, kind of acknowledging that breakpoint that I was talking about a moment ago, and the fact that we don't have either of our evolutions just yet. Gonna need to start doing some cracks for 70 to put pressure on this Greninja Gyarados player.
Frogadier now getting some energy put on it. Obviously, Magikarp is swimming somewhere at the bottom of the sea right now, not in their deck. Monferno hits the bench. With no Infernape in sight, we have the option to Dawn right here to Moltres. I love this play. I just think it's so great, so aggressive from a deck that normally doesn't see that much aggression. And at the same time, with a small amount of energy needed for Infernape, you can make plays like this. You can Heat Blast and not really worry about something like Charizard where it needs 4 energy. Infernape's really easy to power.
So big check here on the Greninja side is, do we have Greninja ASAP? Because if there's a Greninja this turn, you can hit this Moltres for 20, and then it takes 20 again when it clears the Drudagon, and then the Greninja can clear it for 80 the following turn when it comes to the active. So this Greninja hit is a huge deal here.
Yeah, we're going to see how they want to play this Greninja. I mean, there's a possibility they may want to try to get this Infernape, take it out, use Cyrus if they have that in their deck to clear it early. But they wouldn't be able to do that and play Leaf in the same turn. So we'll see where they want to throw their Water Shuriken right now.
Yep, it does not surprise to see it hit that active one. The Cape here could be instrumental in saving it from that breakpoint we just went back and forth about. However, the second Frogadier on the bench could be a second Greninja, meaning that it mitigates that Cape's advantage.
That's true. And we have this unfortunate draw here for our Infernape player. We don't have either of our Infernapes ready to go. We don't have a Monferno for this Chimchar, and we don't have a Professors to draw more cards here. So we're running out of options here. They can power Monferno up at any point, right? They don't need to put energy on it right now. If they happen to top deck Infernape, however, they would like a point of energy on it immediately.
So, debating on where this energy is supposed to go, trying to figure out how they want to plan for the future. Do they want to be able to attack with their Moltres next turn, or do they want to play to the out of drawing an Infernape? I think I like the idea of putting the energy on the Moltres, but we're kind of between a rock and a hard place either way here.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they decide to make this cape play right now. They could, and if they don't have another Greninja, this is a nice play for them, right?
Yeah, I feel like you have to make the cape play if you're taking it here, and if they have their Greninja, they have their Greninja.
Yeah. Which would be a really, I mean, that would be an insanely great draw for your opponent to get both Greninjas online that quickly. It's hard to get two stage 2s online that fast. You take the damage there from Moltres, sitting at 100 right now. Greninja could go in with 2 energy, but they decide to put in the Magikarp, which could mean that they have Gary.
That's really interesting. Even if
Maybe
you
they have
have the
2
Gyarados, you wouldn't want to put it up at this point, right? Is this just like okay, we're gonna do we have the other Greninja?
Why'd they do that? They just lost some energy.
Yeah, I'm very confused. Maybe no?
No.
I'm trying to think of a reason why we would lead like that, but I can't think of what we would be drawing. I guess maybe you wanted to draw Misty. I could have been a misclick. So Water Shuriken here. Now, one nice thing here is that we're guaranteed to clear through the Moltres next turn with the Water Shuriken ability.
Yeah. Interesting play. It could be a misclick. Did they not have Gyarados in their hand and they top decked it? Is that what happened? So they didn't want to give up.
But even if you're planning to end on Gyarados on the bench, you still wouldn't want to move the Magikarp up.
Yeah, but what if they thought they needed to sacrifice Magikarp because they didn't have Gary and they didn't want Greninja to get hit?
Sure. Thinking. Yeah. Maybe they wanted to let it give up a point and then do the Greninja.
It's the only thing I can assume, right? That's what I've got to assume.
Down to 50 here. We see that Giovanni lurking in hand here, so the second Greninja draw. Oh my goodness!
Wow, look at this. I mean, what amazing! They have 2 built Greninjas on the bench. This happened very fast.
Yeah, it feels like the rating is on the wall at this point. We get to start putting damage, probably into the Moltres, I imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it crazy? They powered 2 stage 2s and we couldn't find a single Infernape. I guess that's just how it goes sometimes, you know?
The way this back and forth works here is even if they we're going after that one, huh? Interesting. So there's notably only 1 knockout point for our Infernape player on the bottom, so even if they clear through this Drudagon, we're gonna have time to get going, because this Gyarados notably has 180 HP, so it gets to shrug off the first Infernape attack.
Yeah. Let's see what we find here. We do find our Infernape. If we retreat into it, it could attack. Take out Drud.
It would cost all 4 of the energy on the board to clear the Drudagon here, and it does not win the game. I can't imagine there's a game-winning permutation that starts with doing that.
Yeah. The problem, I guess they have to put Infernape down because the Water Shurikens are going to get rid of it soon.
Yep. See, I was a little surprised that I guess with the 2 Greninjas, they could pressure it a little bit more, but I feel like I would have been inclined to Water Shuriken down the Moltres, because the Moltres kind of has to be the one attacking the Drudagon here. So if you're taking 40 from that, and then you're taking 40 from the Greninja, then they can't evolve out of the Moltres dying eventually.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see how they want to play this. Obviously, they're going through all the options in their head right now. You can attack with Moltres, get Drud a little bit lower. The problem is Moltres is going to start getting really low, and you don't want to leave it in Shuriken range. You've got other cards that you can play on your bench, but you don't want to have Shurikens hit them when you don't have Monferno, right? Because then it's 2 turns and it's gone. So you can't really play Chimchar. And boy, we are just burning the midnight oil here.
Yep,
Okay.
just using the time to try and figure out what our best possible course of action is here. And
Yeah.
the way this works out now is we're looking at the concede button. Yeah, I think we're locked at this point. It's gonna take us a couple of rounds, but what?
They're going to retreat to Leaf. I don't know. This is interesting. Um,
I don't know that
why?
someone said they're dead on board. I don't think that's accurate.
Well, they don't know about the Infernape, right? So I think the reason they didn't play Infernape was so that they kept throwing shurikens at the Infernape, like
Okay.
as a mistake, right? So they have like this sneaky HP sack in the back. The Leaf I don't really understand.
I guess
Who are
okay,
you
so
bringing in?
I take back the leaf we
Oh,
just played as a mistake and then we didn't use. I like not doubling down on a mistake. I think too many people will play a supporter in a spot like that and then they'll realize it's a mistake and they're like, oh, I should use it anyways. But the way this lines up now is if the Moltres hits the Drudagon, it goes to 100, and then Greninja's attack plus deal 40 for 100 here. And the same
yeah.
difference on the Infernape, but the Infernape comes up, it goes to 90, and then they actually deal 120 to that. So I think we're
Yeah.
just in a checkmate position, and the Greninja players winning this.
Yeah, looks like it. I guess they could have put down the Chimchar, like thinking that they might move some of the damage over to it and then hoping that they get Monferno in time. But I think Monferno's only 80, right? So I guess that wouldn't have worked either. Yeah, Monferno's only 80, so they would have got it in 2 turns regardless. Tough. Tough for sure.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Weird that the Gyarados player is electing to play Sabrina still. A lot of the other ones we saw earlier was playing Cyrus with the Greninja chip shot damage to great effect.
Uh-huh. Maybe they don't have it yet.
We are going to be heading to our second game here. I wouldn't, as someone who obviously I haven't played with Infernape in particular in this matchup, but as someone who's played a lot of different decks against Gyarados in previous formats, the only decks that have good matchups into it are either Charizard because you can clear it in one, or things that stretch back and hit the bench. And this Infernape deck is unfortunately doing neither of those things.
Yeah, that's true, right? I mean, you've got no Sneaky Lee or even the Volcarona deck that we saw before, which is probably why they were running that, right? To deal with something like this in the only way a fire deck can. This might just be a really unfortunate matchup for it. They also got a really rough draw. I mean, their opponent got 2 Greninjas online before they even found Infernape, so that was pretty tough for sure.
To be fair though, while their Greninja draw was good, I think a fast Gyarados draw also probably puts the Infernape deck away too, right? And it's a lot easier to assemble just that.
That's a great point. That is a great point. As we head into game number 2 right here, we're going to have to see if anything changes here. Game number 2. Not ideal for our Infernape player, but they might be running into a pretty tough matchup for them. Good start, however.
This is an ideal opener, but first energy advantage definitely favors the Gyarados player.
Yeah. Now, you could start into, if you're going blind, you have no idea what you're running into. You could be starting with Chimchar in that active spot because a turn 3 Monferno is pretty good. However, you're running into Drud, most likely.
Yep.
And if you're not running into Drud, you could start getting hit by something. So.
And the copy of Dawn here is actually really good because I think the way that this Moltres deck maybe has a chance this matchup is they brick a little bit on the Gyarados, and then you have those aggressive Heat Blasts starting on the second turn of the game on the back of Dawn.
Mm-hmm. Opponents found Froakie, attaching some energy to it. Looks like we've not found the Magikarp, obviously, because that's where you'd be placing your energy. Infernape is found, so this is a much better start here for our fire deck than we've seen previously.
Okay, so let's dance if we want to here. See if we're going to leave the coins behind.
So if your coins don't dance, well, if they don't dance, there are no coins of mine. Only giving them 1 energy here. You definitely would like a little bit more if possible. I mean, if you hit all 3, you get this really nice moment where you can Dawn and have a fully powered up. If you hit 2, you could still Dawn and leave it 1 away from an Infernape attack, which would be great. Now we're in that unfortunate spot right here.
So the first question mark here for do we have a reasonable chance is there a Frogadier? And the answer is yes. That is the first, like, ugh. You really, I think for the Infernape deck to have a chance, they both need to be on, and they need this Gyarados deck to miss a beat.
Mm-hmm. We're not seeing any Magikarp yet, which is great news. Our opponent trying to decide how they want to play this. There aren't a lot of things. I mean, they could move Frogadier in, but that feels really aggressive.
If we top deck a Leaf here, it looked like Leaf. Dawn and Leaf's art is so close. If we
look
would have
very
hit
close.
Leaf here as the Moltres player, they could have Leafed back to Infernape and then Infernape 2 turns in a row. But missing on the Leaf here is a big deal. Now we have to move in on the Heat Blast.
I think it's the right call. Try to get that Drud out of there so you can start doing damage to something, especially if they eventually find their Carp. You want to have access to it, hopefully somehow.
All right. Is there a Greninja? Is the next question. Because if there isn't a Greninja, you can clear the Druddigon and not lose your Moltres the following turn.
Yeah, there is the Greninja.
Frog-on Curve is so good.
Yeah, not ideal. We don't have Leaf, so pulling Moltres out is unfortunate because you lose a ton of energy.
Yep.
You can retreat it, and you can put in Infernape and Dawn the Infernape, but again, we're spending a ton of energy there too. That's all gone, basically.
Yep.
So, yeah. They decide to Shuriken the Monferno, though.
Shuriken the Monferno is a really interesting line, let's say, because now you Moltres the Druddigon and your Moltres doesn't die to the Greninja next turn because you're going to 100.
Yeah. We've got Magikarp out. They're putting energy on it. It's possible they have Gary in hand. But it's where you put energy regardless because you have 2 on your Ninja already. There's no reason to put more, right?
Gary Misty wins any game in most cases, but assuming that doesn't happen, I actually think our Infernape player is in a pretty good spot here. Well, there she is.
Here's the Misty. Let's see what happens. Notoriously bad on stream, but hits for 1.
Yep. 1's enough here, though. 1 is gives the Gyarados an attack the following turn, which means that we can no longer Monfernape clear the Greninja without getting cleared on the back crack.
We have the Shuriken again onto the Monferno. Miss Slash to the Moltres. Oh boy.
So, yep.
Yeah, tough spot. Really tough spot to be in for this fire deck.
Pretty heads up on the Gyarados' player's part to put both these Shurikens into the Infernape, because if this was at 150 still, the cape would have mean it would live a Gyarados attack, which would have been a big deal. I don't know that I see a way out here for our for the Infernape enjoyers.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to see if there's any what could they do.
The monkey can clear the frog, but then the dragon clears the monkey, and the Moltres is on just 1 energy left over afterwards, and it's going down to the Gyarados the following turn.
Yeah. I think there might be no ways out for Infernape. Or Infernape making top 32.
I would like to dedicate this game to every person on a live stream chat that's asked me if Darkrai power creeps Greninja in the last week.
I would like to dedicate this game to my wife. I love you.
Okay?
We don't always have to dedicate it to something petty. All right, we can dedicate it to our loved ones too, Jeff.
I guess. All right, the Moltres here. Not. I mean, this buys us a little bit of time, I suppose.
But
it doesn't, though, right? We're still just dead in 2. The Gyarados comes up. We're looking at the concede button. Yep, that's this is game 2. Yeah, we can speed it up.
I think they would need. Yeah, they recognize it's over. GG's. They tried their best.
All right, we've got another sweet deck that can hopefully be a hero. We've got some Aerodactyl Rampardos also in the top 32.
You gotta absolutely love some of these decks that made it up here, right? This is a really fun one. Hitmonlee. This deck
Li-
has it all, man.
Listen, there's a duck too. I'm telling you, Farfetch is still just one of the best cards in this game.
It's got Farfetch. It's got Hitmonlee. This is fun. Does it have Marshadow? I don't think it does. This almost has the makings of one of my favorite decks to play. That's Sneaky Hitmonlee. I love it.
Some Melmetal up top. I assume there's some Dialgas lurking here for the Dialga enjoyers.
This is a nice moment, obviously, for Meltan, right? I mean, you're looking at Hitmonlee. You're not scared at all. You can just amass, generate extra energy right in their face.
Yep. I'm just gonna decline playing a bench Pokemon out here. You will not kick me.
Mm-hmm. It's going to force them to play this probably Duck and X speed to deal some
Yep.
damage here.
This is one of the reasons why X Speed is such a powerful card in these Hitmonlee Farfetch decks. Being able to pivot this lead into whichever one is least ideal for your opponent is quite strong. It's going to force them to either retreat the Meltan next turn or have the Melmetal right away.
Really nice play right here. I love this. Keeping the pressure on. 40 damage. Now they're going to need to make some decisions on the other side, right?
Really astute observation from Twitch chat is that Hitmonlee dealing 30 points brings almost every Pokemon in the game into a Rampardos one-shot range. It's a really clean 1-2 breakpoint.
That is very cool. Yeah. Hitmonlee is great. It's such a good card. I feel like until we had a great wall, like Drud, it didn't get enough play because things could just power in your face. But then the Drud wall really set some pretty incredible stuff up. We're taking a look at Rampardos here on stream. 130 damage for 1 energy, but it will take recoil damage. However, it will only take that recoil damage if it KOs a Pokemon.
Is there a Melmetal here?
I don't know.
Okay, cool.
I do know. Yes, there is.
I'm a little surprised to see them retreat it, given that they have the Melmetal, because the metal coat would have kept you a little insulated from the duck anyways, and then you'd be able to set to attack next turn. Curious to see how this sequence plays out here now.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here is if you do put the Melmetal on the bench, is it still taking minus 20? I guess it could, right?
It does, yeah.
It has to be in the active slot, so it still takes minus 20.
It's still an attack.
Yeah.
One of the kind of neat things about Rampardos being the big payoff for this fighting deck is basically everything you're doing is all 1 energy, right? So like in most decks, like spending your second energy to like retreat back to Hitmonlee is like that's a tempo black hole you never recover from. But because this deck has such efficient attackers all the way up the curve, you can spend your energy freely to do this and outmaneuver your opponent in a lot of key spots.
Here we go. We have the X speed being used. They're going to bring in the Melmetal. It's a tough one.
So we have both evolutions in hand for the Rampardos here, right? So that's dealing a whopping 130 here. So Melmetal's going to pick up another knockout next turn on the Duck, but we're going to evolve right on up into the Rampardos on the bench to get to clear it back and be in an all right spot, I think.
Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad.
Now,
I don't know if the opponent has a Sabrina.
Yes, a noteworthy call out is we're soft to Sabrina. I imagine if there's a Sabrina lurking, we're going to see the communication dig for a basic because we have a second stage 1 here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that would make the most sense, right?
Interesting dynamic here that, Farfetch'd and Hitmonlee are the 2 Pokemon you want to lead the most on in these fighting decks. So playing those and then fossils past it means you always get your ideal leads, which is slick.
Okay, we've got Mew back out. Farfetch could swing. I'm guessing they're not clawing through their deck for anything, so maybe they're playing Cyrus or they don't have either, right? Because if they have Sabrina, I don't think you make a play like this. You couldn't feel safe enough, right?
Yep. If you're just joining us, not only we're in the top 32, but these tournaments are open deck list, helps maintain competitive integrity and a fair playing field for everyone going on in the event. So players get to leverage that knowledge with their skill when to play around things like Sabrina that you normally have to be guessing a little bit more when you're playing random matches in the queue.
Here's the Leaf. We're using it to retreat and pick up the KO. So obviously they felt great about not having Sabrina here. Dialga hits the board. The Melmetal goes down. We do have Dialga as an option here.
Something that's
This is gonna give them
noteworthy.
2 points.
about Melmetal, one of the big appeals of playing this deck is it's got a really powerful attack, but it's notably only a 1 knockout point Pokemon. So you're gonna feel good on the Rampardos side to get this cleared out, but at the same time, like you're only 1 point out of 3 while your opponent is still up 2 at this point.
All right, here comes Cranidos. And we do have the possibility of getting Aerodactyl out there as well.
Yep, this is good. It means that the Rampardos can crack this, and then we have a meaningful thing to pivot back into. But I suppose the 2 retreat cost of the Rampardos could be relevant here if we don't top deck another X speed.
Okay, 1 point over to our fossil deck. Again, we're taking a look at Rampardos. 100 HP. Obviously, if somehow if they could get enough energy on this right away, they would be able to KO it. Instead, they'd be able to put 2 energy on, do 30 damage, and power the bench.
Really noteworthy part about Rampardos' templating here is that it gets to attack for 130 and not take recoil damage if it's not clearing this Dialga.
Ooh, 2 Dialgas. And it was already flared, if I'm looking at that right. They're flaring the immersive Dialga?
Some good fortune there.
They are part of the 1%, okay? I don't know. I feel like something needs to be done about this. 30 damage to the Rampardos.
Dawn is lethal from this position now, right?
Yes, Dawn is very scary.
It lets you...
Even, I mean, they can't...
Oh, the Mew is just lethal next turn, too. Yeah, that's,
it is.
that's all
it
she wrote.
becomes Rampardos, right?
Yep.
So now they're going to have to retreat.
But if you retreat, you're just kind of conceding, right?
You're just kicking the can down the road, basically.
Yeah, you buy a turn, but there's like no... Figuring out how you don't lose the game is the first step towards winning, but you also have to like build a path in your mind from there. And once you retreat to the Aerodactyl and it takes a hit the following turn, you're just gone. So this player is dead on board, and they can see that, but their out to win this game involves their opponent making a mistake, so they're playing to that out.
Yeah. 3 energy.
Yep,
There's the Dawn. GG.
Dawn's a way to win it. The Mew on board was already a way to win it.
Yeah, lots of great options for him. We've talked about Dawn all day. If you're just joining us, this card's great. And if you fits into so many decks, it helps you make so many plays. I feel like while Cyrus is amazing, Dawn seems like it just fits in so many more decks even. Cyrus is great, but it feels like Dawn, you can play it in so many decks. Having the ability to move an energy around that's already on the board is so dang valuable. I love it.
Card games like Pokemon Pocket at their core are all about resource management, and where you allocate your energies, especially in the early game, is one of the most important resource management questions and decisions you make. And Dawn lets you reshuffle that decision and forces your opponent to play around different things in your early setup in a way no other card in the game does currently.
What do we have next, Mr. Hoagland?
Got a game 2 here. Our Dialga player is up a game against Rampardos. We're leading on that Farfetch. We got 2 of those fossils set up here. Here's joining us. All of our rounds are best of 3, so Rampardos is down but not out. Let's see if they can rally it back into forcing a game 3 and maybe still take the match here.
You gotta love having a little Farfetched to start on turn 2, right? I mean, just swinging for 40. Beautiful energy attachment on it. Your entire deck needs no energy, which is so nice. Is that the only basic they have in this deck?
There's a Hitmonlee. There's a Hitmonlee as well, yep.
This is, I think, more often the start you're looking for. Lee is great, especially if they've got a bench they're building up, but I think more often you're looking to start Farfetched.
First energy advantage here is big for our fighting player as well. They were missing that in the last game, and giving a Meltan first energy advantage to kind of get its stuff set up is a big deal. Man, if they give us a fossil tutor, these decks are going to be really something. I mean, they're already looking pretty solid, but if they had added consistency on top of it.
What a ludicrously good draw right there, too.
Yep.
I mean, they just they've hit 2 stage 1s that they needed right there. I was even wondering, like, are we gonna like power the Aerodactyl right now? But they decide not to.
I see some folks in chat asking about how do they enter tournaments like this. This was completely free and open entry. Had about 1,000 people competing today, and we're now down to our top 32. Spraggles and I need to discuss the details off stream, but today's been pretty successful. I have to imagine we'll do more of these at some point in the not too distant future.
No, let's talk about it on stream. All right, Jeff, you pay me 5K. You know that's my fee. No, yeah, I would love to I would love to do it again. It's always a pleasure casting with you. And I mean, especially at the start of a new set, like I just want to see so many deck. Like show me what's like playing into all this stuff. And especially like as we saw that Greninja, Gyarados, Drud deck earlier, I want to see how the new stuff does into things that were previously top meta picks too.
Yep.
And I want to see Mewtwo lose, which
I would say
unfortunately
I
we
want to
didn't
see
get
Mewtwo hit 21% win rate in the next one. Okay, it stopped at 22, and then they were all gone, and they couldn't lose anymore.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Maybe if more people played Mewtwo, they could have had a lower win rate. That would have been nice.
So we have both the stage ones here, like we were just talking about. The Rampardos only needing 1 energy all the way up the curve is so powerful. We get to invest that first energy into Aerodactyl here while also still having the flexibility to move into Rampardos next turn. The Duck softens up this giant metal. Is it a dinosaur or a dragon? It's a dragon, right?
Dragons are dinosaurs, I believe. That's kind of what they figured out when they were digging up the fossils. They're basically like, these are dinosaurs and they are dragons. So yeah, both.
At any rate, the giant metal creature is softened to a degree in which a Rampardos off the top would clean it out and pick it up, and we see the Leaf here doing a little bit of a shuffle, kind of accounting for that.
Yeah, I mean, the nice thing about Rampardos is even without seeing it on the board, you're always in danger. You have to play around knowing your opponent could have Rampardos at any moment, right? Again, only 1 energy. They retreat Duck for 1, and they could start swinging. This might be a nice time to search for that in the deck here. They could wait 1 more turn.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if we hit the Rampardos. I'm not sure if I would want to put it up here. I feel like I'd be okay just like trading the Duck for damage. But I guess we'll see what they do here. They might not want to give up the knockout point to start.
Yeah. The nice thing about like searching for it, there were 2 Rampardos, 1 Hitmonlee, 1 more Aerodactyl. I guess there were honestly a lot of chances they didn't grab that. So they got fortunate with that one.
We're on the switch here. Again, this attack only deals the recoil damage if Rampardo scores a knockout. So this is a 130 hit point swing, 100 damage swing that doesn't clean it out. I wonder if... So we saw the X speed not get used this turn. It could be that they want to get the Rampardos to do the damage and not take the recoil here because all their energy costs are so efficient. So if they leave this in, we could see them shuffle back to the Duck and take the knockout with the Farfetch'd.
Yeah, that would be nice. And then they're only taking the 30 damage if they keep the Dialga in here, which I think they may just do to power some of their bench. They have 2 really weakened Dialgas right now.
Yep. And you're playing against a Hitmonlee deck on the Dialga side, so like you're somewhat incentivized to just like leave it up with 20, because if you retreat it back to the bench, it still has a high probability of getting cleared anyways, so you might as well get your impact and get your energy from it.
Yeah, and something that you don't know, when you see your opponent use the Pokemon communication, you don't know they grabbed Rampardos. They could have grabbed Lee. So they have that. And the amazing thing with Hitmonlee, Sneaky Lee, with that X speed right there, Rampardos comes back to the bench. Lee hits the board, 1 energy, KOs the back line there. So retreating that Dialga is not always the safest move. However, no Hitmonlee.
And this is exactly what we saw them setting up. This makes sense why they didn't use the X speed last turn. The Duck gets to get in here and pick the first knockout point up, and then at any point we draw Hitmonlee and the game ends on the spot.
Yep. Really nice. Yeah, that's a really tough moment. I mean, you can't bring in the other Dialga, right? It goes down to Rampardos.
Oh my goodness, the flavor text on Aerodactyl here. We can't even put up the Meltan and top deck and evolve.
Don't they know about the Primeval Law?
It's the law! Stop trying to evolve!
You can't break the Primeval Law, Jeff. And I know everyone in the chat's talking about it right now. You just simply can't break the Primeval Law. And you always try to break it, but you can't break the Primeval Law, guys.
Yep. You've all been there. The law comes for you eventually.
Yeah. Ooh. I swear, they forgot about the law.
I
It's right there. The
it's
primeval
the
law is right
long
there.
pause of forgetting about the law is definitely real.
Yeah. From the chat, without the law, we have nothing. Exactly. Without the primeval law, what do we have? We don't even have a society anymore without the primeval law. Oh man.
Right.
Here comes Mew with a cape. Okay. So they cape the Mew. This buys them a little time. Cyrus. Okay. Can't believe the duck is swinging for this. The duck swings for the knockout. Home run. The leak slap KO.
All right, we're heading to a game 3 here.
Dude. Whoa. I mean, these decks are so fun. This is just these are such fun decks.
Rampardos being this big heavy hitter on a 1 knockout point body is incredibly powerful. And Farfetch still coming in and putting up and letting everybody know why it is the most efficient attacking format staple we have in the game.
And here we go. Maybe not the start they're looking for once again. However, not too bad on the bench right here. They are able to put down their Skull Fossil. We see on the other side, this gives them good opportunity to place energy directly on the Meltan and amass, generating some extra. Everything they've got in their deck, except for Mew, is generating extra energy at different times, right? They've got the Dialga and they've got the Meltan. So a lot of extra energy being generated, a lot of extra turns that they save with something like this.
And the interesting thing here, with the fossils lined up, the Rampardo stage 1 kind of does like a super Farfetch'd impersonation here, right? We get to switch out, we get to put this out, we get to put 1 energy on, and we get to crack for 50.
Yeah,
And
very solid right
what's
here.
kind of crazy with this burst of damage, they can't even just evolve into Melmetal and be safe because the Rampardos will clean it out through its Metal Coat ability.
Mm-hmm. See what they decide to do. Dialga hits the bench. We can retreat into it. It's probably going to be the play. I don't think they want to give up a point here.
Oh.
X speed.
So
Interesting.
we have the evolution, so
Oh,
we don't
okay.
lose to the Hitmonlee on the bench, but at the same time here, if the Rampardos comes off the top or gets communicated into, this Dialga is not long for this world.
I think you might dig for it, right? I would be digging for it, I think. You got a
And
lot of
the
cards you could grab, but if you grab it, ah,
all right, we have a game, as they say.
Primeval Law. I bet they're gonna follow the Primeval Law this time. I bet. Now the question is, what do they want to do here? So if they attack, they might waste turn. They might not have Leaf, right? Instead, they're deciding to retreat.
Yep, I like this retreat here. I think this retreat might seem a little bit weird on the surface, but if there's a leaf from the Dialga player, they would lose their card here, and Rampardos is their avenue to win this game, and they can't give it up without getting knockouts with it first.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, it can be so hard to get the fossil stage 1, stage 2 online. So I really, yeah, you do. I don't think you give up the Cranidos here. Our opponent's just deciding to power the Dialga. We don't know if that's what they were going to do or not, but we know we're not getting the cards we're looking for, as Farfetch is going to start swinging on the Dialga here, hitting it for 40 damage, getting it into a nice KO range for Rampardos.
A term that gets thrown around in card games a lot is the concept of who's the beatdown. Basically, asking the question, which deck in the matchup is the one that needs to be applying pressure and needs to end the game quickly because the other one's going to kind of go over the top of them here. And I think the fighting deck is definitely the beatdown in this positioned matchup here. The longer this game goes, the more energy this Dialga is allowed to build up, the less likely this fighting deck is going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, and they're in a tough spot here, right? They just don't have a lot of great options. They have not found their Rampardos. Their Farfetch does some damage. Their Aerodactyl also could do some pretty decent damage, but to be fair, it gets really low when dealing with Melmetal, and it doesn't do that much damage to it, only 60, so it can't pick up a KO.
So, oh, the cape is a huge deal here. The cape
Yeah.
means you get to knock out the duck and not go down to the Aerodactyl next turn unless a Giovanni shows up.
Oof.
So
Okay.
big top deck here.
It really is. Wow. Huh.
So, I mean, you gotta hit the Dialga because putting the Dialga to 10 means that you can clean it out with the Hitmonlee. So you just gotta secure one other knockout here.
Yeah. Dialga can dawn you for 100 and they still have plenty of energy. Like you can dawn that Mew.
Yep.
Yeah,
And I
here we go.
I love the okay, so this is interesting. We dawned off the other Melmetal, so that means that
Oh, okay.
that means we have the other one. So I love taking the 100-point hit with the Dialga here because it's acknowledging, okay, this is getting Kickmon lead anyways, so I might as well just like get my 100 on the way out the door with it.
Yeah.
Oh gosh,
Like
and now they actually
Rampardos
don't have any
here.
way to clear the Dialga other than Rampardos, but the Rampardos goes down to Mew or yeah,
Sneaky Lee.
they got to switch this out.
Yeah. If they switch it out, they can retreat to Lee, right? And pick this KO up. And then Lee goes down, switching Rampardos in.
But Rampardos doesn't clear Melmetal in one because of the metal coat.
But Rampardos clears the other
Cyrus.
Melmetal with Cyrus.
The Cyrus, yep, okay.
The other
Yep,
Melmetal
yep.
will get cleared with Cyrus. Wow.
Oh, and the
Well, what
Cyrus
about that
back.
Cyrus?
Oh,
What about that
man.
Cyrus, Jeff? I mean,
What
we're
a
forgetting about Cyrus's all over the
brutally
place
close
here.
game.
GG,
Holy.
what a game.
That was cinema. That was
Great.
fantastic. Well played by both of those players. All right, we are going to keep the action right on rolling with some top 16 matches after the shortest of breaks. Do not go anywhere. We are going to have some more awesome games. We got 4 more rounds before we crown our first ever Hoaglandia Spraggles Open Series champion. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers.
Love it. Love it.
We said the break was going to be quick, and if there's one thing I'm good at, it's being quick. Welcome back. We are in the top 16 of our tournament. Shout out to all of our awesome competitors, almost 1,000 of them playing today. Only 16 remain. It's been fantastic being joined here by Spraggles doing commentary again for the first time in a long time. I'd like to give a shout out not only to our sponsors here in a minute, but also our staff that has been making this event possible. We've got Zoinks helping us pull feature matches. My buddy David is recording all of these things so we can bring you an endless stream of matches with minimal downtime. And my lovely, beautiful wife Christy is upstairs wrangling not only our 3 children but also the 1,000 nerds that were playing in our Pokemon tournament today. Shout out to all of them for making this possible, as well as Into the AM for making my wonderful graphic t-shirt and Spragels graphic t-shirt. If you want to stand out in a crowd and have a wonderful selection of things to wear, check out their premium clothing lines using code Hogalandia. We've got Advanced GG makes my wonderful branded shaker here, as well as a number of delicious energy, focus, and hydration drink mixes. I personally love the blue raspberry lemonade. And last but not least, the most powerful card holder for my most powerful card in mobile gaming, the Exter Smart Wallet with its RFID blocking technology, is nice and slim and sleek and comes in wonderful colors: red, blue, and lots of others, whatever your style may be. Be sure to check them out as well. Links in the description down below and rotating through the chat. We are just going to go ahead and dive right on into the action. We've got the Bastiodon Skarmory deck, which honestly might be one of the breakout decks from this tournament. If you're just joining us, 4 people played this deck and 3 of them made it to our top 64 cut today from over 1,000 players to start.
Yeah, this is obviously a breakout deck for this tournament, and I think the biggest reason being you don't expect that it's going to be huge. We all expected Darkrai to do some big things. Darkrai Magnezone has been doing well throughout the week. This deck really was not on many players' radar, and we are starting our match right here. Skarmory in that first spot, which is just such a difficult thing to deal with. Drud for our opponent. The amazing thing about Skarmory is once it gets 1 energy and a tool on it, it is swinging for 50. Which is huge.
Yep. I mean, we've seen in previous expansions, stage 1 Pokemon that attack for 40 for 1 energy have been, I'm not going to call them good, but let's say somewhat serviceable. And Skarmory is kind of like a stage 1, if you squint, that can evolve on the first turn. You get these 2 cards together and it starts attacking at such an incredibly efficient rate.
Yeah, it also has 80 HP, which is amazing. And any tool that you're going to put on it is going to give it some added bonus, right? The Rocky Helmet, it's going to discourage your opponents. And then, wow, right here, nice play right up top, getting really aggressive. Sabrina, making sure that they pull the Magnemite out so they can do some serious damage to it right here. Boom, 50, leaving it at 10.
And notably, going to point out that copy of Cyrus in our Skarmory player's hand, kind of doing this pretty sick 1-2 punch here for our player. The Sabrina pulling the healthy Magnemite up to the front, and then the Cyrus kind of guaranteeing that the Skarmory gets to chase it down, even if they retreat it out next turn.
We also have Geo from this player. Now, obviously, they couldn't play Sabrina and Geo in the same turn, but if that healthy Magnemite happens to come in, they would be able to KO it with the Geo right there. Rocky Helmet picks up that KO. Really nice stuff. And now I assume we've got the Drud coming back out here for our Darkrai player.
Yeah, really noteworthy that the designers for Pokemon Pocket explicitly intended players to find this Magnezone splash in another color deck. This Magnemite base 1 being able to attack for colorless energy is just so clean while you play only dark energy in your energy zone.
Now, while they have a really nice start attacking that Magnemite, they are bricking as far as some of their cards are concerned. So they have no fossils to play on their board. They have no Professor Oaks to look for something. They don't even have their Pokeball to look for the other Skarmory, which puts them in a dangerous spot right here. Potion is not at all the card they wanted to see, I can assure you.
Yep, and this is a pretty unfortunate game. Like, obviously your fossils or something you're not going to find super consistently. Ideally, you prefer to have a second Skarmory to set up behind, because I think there's games where if your opponent stumbles even a little bit, double Skarmory can be enough to run people down.
Here we go. We're going to see if they get something on the other side. It looks like they're not drawing particularly well either, that we haven't had the Darkrai hit the board and start doing some of that Nightmare Aura. If they had hit the board quite early with that Darkrai, this would already be over for Skarmory, and they're using the Pokemon communication right now, I think, to look through the deck for that. Possibly Magneton as well. We're going to have to see what they pull. They could easily be using one of their Druddigons and saying, get rid of that. Give me something I can use.
To call out a little detail here, a heads up play from our Skarmory player. They declined attacking into the Druddigon last turn because the Rough Skin would have put the Skarmory to 30 HP, which meant if there was a leaf for our Darkrai player, the Magnemite would have been switched in and done 10 plus 20 from weakness, winning the game on the spot.
That's right. They've actually declined attacking twice in a row. which has just been, the position they are in, given that they have no bench. Anything on the bench, and they can start attacking, at least a little bit, but they have no options here. As we were waiting for our Darkrai player, they are playing Professor's Research. They're looking for something. I'm guessing it's Darkrai, so they can start doing some of that, simple damage to Skarmory.
We talked earlier about,
Ow.
who's the beatdown in some of these matchups, asking the question like which deck is more favored as the game goes long. And I think our Darkrai deck is definitely the one that doesn't mind going longer and bigger the way it builds up these Magnazones and other things on the bench.
And we see Skarmory declining to attack once more. They don't want to take any of that revenge damage from Drud. Our opponent, I mean, finally top decking their Darkrai. It's taking them a very long time to pull this card. Now they can start dealing damage to Skarmory with that beautiful passive that Darkrai has. Darkrai performing extremely well. That is the Nightmare Aura that you are seeing right there. Every time you put a little dark energy on Darkrai, you deal 20 damage to your opponent's active Pokemon, and none of the revenge effects matters. Even if you KO, like Marshadow doesn't trigger their revenge ability, Rocky Helms, Druddigons. It's very powerful. And once again, no fossil. We've got the
Yep.
lines, but we don't have a fossil. And we don't have another tool for our other Skarmory either.
Yep. And Darkrai just complements this Drudigon shell so well because you get into the spot like this where you see literally just can't attack because of the rough skin, but now you also get to sit there and apply damage from your bench with Darkrai's Nightmare Aura, meaning that they're kind of damned if they do and damned if they don't.
Yeah, and now we are just waiting to see if he can start to, pull something right here. Their opponent, obviously, they're looking to see if they can get that Magnezone online. Magneton would be huge here, so now they can start generating that energy. But they're not really forced to do too much, honestly. They can continue to just deal some of this chip damage with the Nightmare Aura and get this Magneton ready.
Yep. So Magnezone in the back, threatening to deal lots of big bursts of damage. This kind of novel card, able to attack with 2 colorless energies. So you charge up your lightning energies on your stage 1, and then you switch in to evolve this and start cracking for 110 every single turn until your opponent doesn't have anything left.
Now that they see the Magneton, it feels like they possibly could just start swinging. They're going to retreat into the weaker Skarmory right here, put some energy back on it. They do decide to attack. They know they're running out of options here.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they've not found their fossil, and this is just what happens sometimes to a fossil deck. You have no way outside of the Chatot that we saw earlier of digging through your deck for those fossils, and every once in a while, both of them are, way below the Earth's crust. They're
Yep.
down to
And
the rockier part, whatever
I
that's
don't want
called.
to, fully de-emphasize the fact that obviously our Skarmory player has gotten a bit unlucky this game, but their deck is also constructed in a manner where this type of variance is something that they're exposed to. And your deck choice is one of the most important things in these. And obviously this player's had an incredible run. They're top 16 in this tournament. This deck is chewing through some people. But if you're going to play it and experience that power, you're also going to have to accept that you're going to get some non-games like this where the fossils don't show up and you're fully bricked.
Yeah, and that may be what's happening right here. They still have an opportunity, right? If they can get the fossil next turn, well, boy, it's going to be hard.
Yeah, I don't even know, right? Like we don't even need the Magnezone on the Darkrai side at this point because these Skarmory are
No.
birds, so they're weak to lightning. Yeah, so we just get to tap it with this, so we can charge another electric energy next turn even.
No, you're right. I think they had to get the fossil last turn. They can't get it online fast enough.
Yep, you need cards to sit and play for a turn cycle before you're able to evolve them. So this Skarmory is going down next turn. So even if we hit the fossil this turn, which
Wow.
likely with this, it's only going to get to Shieldy on the following turn, at which point the Magnezone is going to be able to clean it out still.
Both of their professors and both of their fossils so deep in their deck. Just a very unfortunate start here for our Skarmory player.
Speed up the inevitable a hair.
Yeah, I think there's nothing, right? Because isn't Shield on 90 HP? Yeah, it's just
Yeah, yeah.
GG.
It's a Shield
Moving on to our
is
next one.
100, but it's less than 130
Oh,
is the
right. Yeah, yeah.
TLDR.
Because Darkrai could just walk in there 20 and then an 80 with its attack. That'll get 100 right there.
Yep.
And then,
So
of
we
course,
are heading on
Magnezone,
into
a
game two.
huge
If you're
amount of
just
damage.
joining us, our tournament rounds are best of 3. So if you are a Bastiodon enjoyer, it is down but not out just yet. Hopefully, our Skarmory player will be able to put together some better fossils the second time around here.
They've got their lines in there. They just don't have their fossil once again, and they're, looking at their deck. No professors.
So there's no
So
hat
that's
here
tough.
either, and they notably don't have first energy advantage. I would not be surprised if this Skarmory deck is one of the decks that, okay, there's a fossil. I wouldn't be surprised if the Skarmory deck is similar to decks last season, where your win rate when having first energy advantage versus not is dramatically different.
Yeah, absolutely. And these decks feel like they're really good and they're obviously performing well in this tournament. But I think the more and more we would add to this tournament, we would start to see these moments start to chip away at its win rate, quite a bit. Still a
This is
really exciting, fun deck.
Darkrai lead here. Not ideal, but we've got both the Magnemite and the Drudagon in the back. So if there's a leaf waiting in the wings, this could be a pretty close to ideal start for our Darkrai player.
Giant Cape, not bad.
Okay, that's a hat. It means we get to get chipping in here, and the Skarmory needing only a single energy means that the rest of this is going to go towards powering up the Bastiodon.
Yeah, this is a nice start for them. Much better, obviously, than last turn. Darkrai may need to leave here. They do have Drud, which would be positive for them. They could leaf into it. They could even have to spend an energy to retreat if they don't want to take any more damage from this Skarmory. Magneton online, able to start powering up right away. That's pretty excellent.
So Magneton gets kind of 2 energies over the course of 2 turns as it charges towards its final. Curious here. Yep, I would say there's the leaf. You want to just not let the Darkrai sit here and take damage. You can go ahead and... Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. So we're going to Magnezone. I guess we Magnezone next turn and it's fine. They can't clear us this turn. They're only hitting for 50. And the noteworthy timing on the energy is Bastiodon takes 3 energy to attack. So they're not going to be able to put it out and attack with it the following turn.
All right, some damage from Skarmory here. Able to hit for 50.
So we'll see. I assume this sequence means that the Magnezone is guaranteed in hand. So we're going to see a Pokemon ability put a second Lightning on. We'll put a Dark Energy on it, and then we'll evolve, and we'll clear the Skarmory. And then the Bastiodon has to evolve the following turn. Now, something that's noteworthy is that once we evolve this Magneton, it's not getting any more Lightning Energy this game. It only has 2 Blasts, which means even a... Oh, my goodness.
Oh.
Oh, my goodness. Bastiodon Joyers, avert your gaze. Avert your gaze,
no.
Bastiodon enjoyers.
Oh no.
I would like all of the Cyrus folks to take note of this moment, because we are definitely living in a world where Sabrina is still very playable. This is a game where if that's a Cyrus, our Bastiodon player has a chance, and if because it's not, we don't.
Okay, we have another fossil. We have a shot here. Jeez. I mean, what a rough moment right there. You kind of feel like, I mean, you're powering it, you're getting excited. I've got my cards, and then all of a sudden, Sabrina. I feel like it's so funny because previously, I think we. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I think we're just done here, right? So the Magnezone clears the Skarmory, and then next turn we only have 100 HP on the Shieldodon, and then the Darkrai can switch in and does 20 plus. I guess we could draw a cape. Do we have a cape? Is that a cape? I can't make out what the tool is there. I think that's a helmet.
Yeah, Rocky Helm's green, right? So I think that's the helm. They have a cape? There's Skarmory.
Yeah, it's a hat.
Yeah.
There's no stage 1 here either. Unfortunate for our Bastiodon player.
Jeez. Tough one. I mean, it's a tough one. They had a really rough game 1, and then game 2, that Sabrina was an absolute difference maker. We talk about it a lot. Obviously, everyone is pumped on Cyrus. But Cyrus can't make those plays because Cyrus can only bring in something that's been damaged. Both amazing cards, just very different,
And
very different utility.
And I think the design of Cyrus and Sabrina really shows how they've learned from cards in the traditional Pokemon TCG that are more powerful. In effect, like Boss's Orders that just blanket lets you grab whatever you want. And I really like how we have these choices that are meaningful to make. Like, do I think which of these effects is going to give me equity more often? And there's more meaningful deck building choices when the cards have a slightly lower power level like that.
And now we just see, I mean, this has been the Darkrai Magnezone has just been crushing it today, and we see it crush once again here
You know
as
what's
we're
been
heading into
crushing
our next
Darkrai
game.
Magnezone though? This is
Huh.
this is a Lucario Aerodactyl player we saw earlier. Let's go ahead and see how Jeremiah's top 16 round plays out here and what they are playing against. If it's Darkrai, I bet they'll be a happy gamer.
Yeah,
Well,
let's
it's a
take a
water
look.
energy.
It is water energy.
I'm
We're
excited to
starting
see
with
this deck against something
Hitmonchan.
else. Is it Palkia? I would love to see. Yeah, okay. I want to see this deck
Yeah.
play against Palkia.
So here we go. Manaphy, good start here. Hitmonchan, obviously, they cannot attack yet. They are waiting for that next point of energy. Pokeball is going to grab them the Marshadow in their deck. Beautiful amount of revenge damage, especially with Lucario. I mean, Lucario really sets this up from a Pokemon that revenges for 100 to 120, possibly even 140 if you have
Oh my
two
goodness.
Lukas.
The Lucario Hitmonchan just clears this Manaphy in one.
That's true.
It's so good. That's so good.
Very
It's going to be like a
powerful.
30-second game one. It's feeling like it might be a 30-second game. Oh, we have a Starmie. Starmie would give us a game. Oh, the
Oh, and a
cape.
giant cape.
The cape, yep.
This is something I've seen so many players put into their Manaphy Palkia decks, and it's extremely necessary,
Yep.
right? You don't want to run into lightning, you don't want to run into a Geo Farfetch. There's just a lot of situations you could avoid.
I think you probably need cape in every deck playing 50 HP basics at this point. There are between Skarmory and this Lucario and Farfetch'd and Giovanni, there are just so many things that clean you in one. And speaking of capes, I like this cape from Jeremiah as well because Hitmonchan up to 100 means it doesn't get cleared by Starmie EX next turn.
Yeah, I saw that too. I went, wait, what? And then I see the bench and I go, oh, Starmie. Yes, of course. Really nice cape. Cape is massive. It creates so many new breakpoints. Like right there, Starmie could have moved in and started like cleaning up, but instead they're not able to, which is just a huge play. Gives you plus 20 not only HP, but kind of maximum HP if you're able to heal it up as well. So huge stuff.
I'm curious to see how this game plays out from this point, because you'll note we have the copy of Cyrus in hand for Jeremiah, which means if they're able to get damage marked on one of these EXs, it's not going to be able to run away. And we take this first knockout point on the Manaphy here, which gets us to 1, meaning if we clear an EX from here, that's the entire game.
Okay. I wonder if Riolu on the board was a call just so you could get down your second Lucario, because it does give you a break point into the Starmie.
It's tough. It's tough on being flexible though, because
Right.
I guess you expect the Hitmonchan to go down this turn. I was gonna say you kind of want a bench slot for the old Amber should you draw it, but if they're clearing you out this turn anyways, you have that option.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought, right? And just in case you top deck Lucario, you do more damage this turn, and now you can no longer make that play happen. But yeah.
I think unless there's potions or another cape from our water player, we're kind of done here. This Marshadow does 120, putting it to 30.
Yeah.
It's worth
the
noting,
Tyrells.
if we top deck the other Lucario, we did not. So if we hit the other Lucario here, it would have meant that they were dead even through a cape. But now it's cape or bust because the Riolu on the bench does 40 with Lucario here. So they can retreat back to Starmie and clear the Marshadow, but then Cyrus plus Riolu actually takes the point here.
Yeah. And I think that's what's about to happen here. They leave to, even if they leave, I mean, to other Palkia or something. No. They leave to Starmie. Cyrus is the checkmate card.
Yep. So we pick up our second knockout point. And this is, we talked about this earlier. We saw the Vaporeon Palkia deck kind of playing out in a way that was a little bit different. But when you give up a Manaphy point early, and then the second point you give up is your EX, it just ends the game so quickly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to be you have to want to give up another one. That's why that Vaporeon is so nice. Starmie is great. It's a great card. Starmie is amazing. And with no retreat cost, you really don't lose anything by powering it, which is amazing. You can use it to play around a lot of things, but it is an EX, and that means it's a GG.
Okay, we are going to game two here. As always, our rounds are best of three. So if you're a Palkia enjoyer, it is down here but not out yet in our top 16. Players will get queued back up here momentarily.
Oof. This is getting down to it, Jeff. What's in our top 16? I want to see.
I think this Lucario player has a good chance to run it down. There's a lot of Darkrai, and
Mhm.
someone in chat said earlier that Jeremiah had played against Darkrai 7 times in this tournament, and considering they are in the top cut, I would wager they would like to play that matchup some more.
Yeah, that would be pretty nice. And look, when you know what the meta is going to consist of, playing a deck like this is great. And look, it's not even faring poorly into another really strong meta deck. So this is
Yep.
very, very solid. Riolu, I don't think is, the worst start at all for this deck.
Notably, we have Riolu with first energy advantage here, which kind of curves really nicely organically. You attach your first energy, you jab them for 20, you evolve into Lucario, you hit them for 60, and God forbid this Pokeball find a second Riolu, there's a second Lucario already teed up in hand as well.
We have two Staryus on the bench. Cyrus has been pulled. Pokeball. We also have Old Amber ready to go. Marshadow.
Yeah,
This is a
we got
great start, it
we
feels
got
like, for our fighting deck here.
yeah, bunch of options here. The quick jab on the Palkia early means even if they have a leaf to kind of shuffle around their start, the Cyrus is still going to allow us to chase it down.
Now, this is a moment I think a lot of people would think, like, when would you ever run Potion over Cape? Well, one positive of Potion, obviously, is if you can get this Palkia to the bench, Potion stops it from being pulled by Cyrus. That's like the one time
Yep.
Potion's better than Cape, you know? Potion feels like it has, like, in a lot of situations, maybe been replaced for Cape. But yeah, that would be like one of the big times.
That's a lot of Starmies.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's one of my favorite arts right there. That's Starmie, 2-star. I think it's so cool.
We have a hit
I love the
here. This is
color.
kind of saying, okay, you better have your Lucario or we're going to clean you out. Jeremiah has the Lucario here.
The only unfortunate thing, obviously, about powering Lucario is you can't power Marshadow, but throwing 60 damage at this Palkia ain't too bad either.
Yep.
They definitely could be looking to make their retreat. I think they're hoping they pull Leaf, right? But if they don't, they can retreat here with just the energy on
They
Palkia.
could high roll a Misty. Two heads on a Misty would put them ahead in a really big way. It would let them retreat the Palkia out and clean up here, but that's pretty unlikely to be the outcome.
Hmm. One energy on the Starmie. Maybe they can't retreat.
Yeah,
That's
I think part of this too is just the acknowledgement of Cyrus existing. It just changes the dynamic of these matchups a ton. Before Cyrus
Mhm.
was a card, you would like, okay, I should pull my Palkia out so it doesn't give up the knockout points. But because it's taken damage already, it's just gonna get run down by a Cyrus anyways. So you might as well leave it in and build up your other attacker and get the damage that you can while you can get it.
Now we're looking to see what we get with the Pokeball. We do get Hitmonchan. Hitmonchan can be put in. You'd have to pay the 2 energy on Lucario, but if you did pay that 2 energy, you could move Chan in and start swinging.
Moving the Chan in and dumping all your energy off Lucario goes bad pretty quickly if your opponent has a leaf into the Starmie. It would leave you with no energy on the board and a bunch of 2 energy attackers.
Unfortunately, if you lose Lucario, you do lose that nice 20 damage bonus, and it's kind of hard to build up a stage 1. You have another one in your hand, but you don't have the Riolu yet. The other option is, of course, you power Marshadow, like looking to do some revenge damage, but Marshadow's revenge damage is only 100 into Starmie, and then
Yep.
Starmie clears Marshadow.
Yep. Putting Marshadow in and chipping for 100 against somebody that's going to clear it out right away is not super appealing. This energy here is interesting. The energy on the Hitmonchan would mean we're pivoting into attacking with it this turn.
Yeah, you'd have to retreat into it, right? You better move fast. You're running out of time. I don't even know if you got enough time at this point. 3 seconds, 2.
We're not
Oh
getting
no, you
attacked this turn.
don't do it now. Okay. Well,
Yep.
those moments are so hard.
Yep,
Those
it's
moments are
been a
so hard.
long day. We've been live for 8 hours. The players have been playing for about that time. We've got 3 more rounds after this one.
Yeah, and it is one of those moments like it's so easy to do, guys. Especially like again, like Jeff said, you have been playing this game all day, but that is a a devastating moment right there. One thing is for sure, it wouldn't have KO'd Palkia, right? But it would have gotten it really close, a lot closer. So 8 hours is not easy. Now imagine not only playing for 8 hours, imagine talking about the game for 8 hours without your customary midstream nap while you just sleep for a while and let the other caster do their thing. It's not easy, guys.
I've got some news about our other top 16 matches, Spraggles.
Are you about to tell me that top 8 is 7 Darkrai's or something?
The winner of this match will be our lone non-Darkrai deck in the top 8.
How did I know that's
chat,
what you were gonna say?
Whoever is the winner here, I don't care if you're a Jeremiah enjoyer or a Palkia enjoyer, we are obligated to unite behind them.
I'll say this: anyone in the chat right now who likes Darkrai, you must gift 50 subs. And this is crazy. This is crazy. It's a crazy ask, but I hope people will empty their wallets if indeed empty their extra wallets if indeed they are a Darkrai fan. But no, I mean, we have to be rooting for the one non-Darkrai deck, no question. I'm rooting for it the whole way, but I do think Darkrai is clearly pretty good.
Aerodactyl? Oh, that's such a huge draw. We're done, right? It's Jeremiah. Jeremiah's moving on.
Yeah, Aerodactyl gives them 2.
Yep, and we have the Lucario, so this Aerodactyl hits for 100 and clears out the Starmie. And then we have Cyrus to pull that Palkia up. So unless something goes really sideways with the Misty, Jeremiah is going to be alone in the Forest of Darkrai.
Yeah, I think you have to pull up Palkia right now and pray for a Misty, right? I think it's your only shot. I guess you pull up Starmie, but
you can retreat for free. But yeah, it's like Misty into triple heads, or we're done here.
Wow, here we go. I mean, this would be cool to see. I'll tell you. It just would be an exciting moment. That's for sure. Oh, the energy's on to Starmie. They don't have Misty.
Yep. They don't, and they know Cyrus is in Jeremiah's deck, so they're gonna attack and say, okay, you gotta have it in your hand, but we're really deep into the decks at this point. Pokemon Pocket decks are so consistent with the small size. There's Cyrus. There's a game when it is gonna be Lucario against the world. Our top 8 competitors are... Okay, I just saw the Darkrai's. There are 6 Darkrai Magnezones.
If this Lucario makes it all the way to the end and wins this whole thing, what an absolute legendary run that we would be looking at.
All right. That is Jeremiah. Just to pull it up here too, because Limitless is fun when we can see this. This was Jeremiah's path so far in this tournament.
They beat Darkrai, 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 Darkrai. They lost to a Darkrai, but that was Darkrai Weezing. Do we have one of those still in the tournament? Still one Darkrai Weezing?
There is one Darkrai Weezing in the top, yep.
If they run into one Darkrai Weezing and it actually takes them out of this tournament, I'm going to be livid. I'm going to do something to the people who organize this whole thing. I swear to you.
All right. If you want to see if our hero can run it all the way down here at the end in the Forest of the Darkrai, don't leave your seat. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be back in just a few minutes. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. We are heading into the top 8 of the first Hogalandia Spraggles Pokemon Pocket Open. Don't go anywhere.
Woo! Here we go, Jeff.
Welcome, welcome, welcome back to the Hoaglandia Spraggles first ever Pocket Open. We are headed on in to our top 8 matches where there are 7 Darkrai players with a lone Lucario Aerodactyl fighting against the world to see if they can be crowned the champion of our tournament. All of these players have locked in a portion of our $1,500 worth of prize pool provided by our awesome sponsors. Into the AM makes a wonderful graphical shirt that I am wearing and that Spraggles is wearing. They make a premium clothing line that'll always make you stand out in a crowd. A fantastic gift that someone will love wearing. Check them out at the link in the description down below. Use the code Hoaglandia to save a little bit extra. I've got my extra smart wallet here as well. With just a push of a button, I have quick access to my most powerful card in mobile gaming, and with its RFID blocking technology, it goes ahead and makes sure nobody's going to swipe your information while you're out and about in the crowd. And last but certainly not least, I've got my wonderful Hoaglandia branded shaker filled with my advanced GG Blue Raspberry Lemonade Hydration Mix. They do a wonderful range of flavors of energy, hydration, and focus mix. So shout out to all of them for providing our prize support in today's tournament. I think we should just go ahead and get right on into the action. We're going to start with Jeremiah because he's the one to watch as we're heading on into the last stretch of this tournament.
Let's get into it, Jeff. This is our hero, the hero's journey, bringing them here to a matchup against Darkrai, something they are very familiar with right now. Which Darkrai are they facing, however? Well, it looks like Magnezone, right? Because otherwise, I don't think it would have a Druddigon.
There are 6 Darkrai Magnezone decks among our top 8 competitors out of the 1,000 almost that we started with, and there is 1 Darkrai Weezing. Notably, no Weaviles in our top 8 today.
That's right. Weavile not looking particularly amazing throughout this tournament. It looks like maybe we have not cracked the code on that yet. I think through this tournament, it's kind of had a similar run to kind of that first Celebi almost, where it had a lot of hype behind it, but couldn't seem to beat a lot of the meta decks. However, yeah, this Darkrai Magnezone and this Darkrai Weezing performing really, really well so far.
You see this setup behind the Druddigons. I would wager that double Druddigon is probably one of the better starts this Darkrai deck can have into this fighting shell. They're going to have to take so much damage to be able to punch through here potentially. Although it is worth noting, this is probably one of the better starts Jeremiah could have to potentially get through. We see both notably Aerodactyl and Lucario here is a big deal. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see energy go on the Aerodactyl, because then if we find X-Speed next turn, we can X-Speed the Riolu out in order to... hold on just a moment while we fix our screen share tick issue here.
Minor technical difficulties, everyone, but if I were to guess what was happening, they put the energy on the Riolu. It crits, KOs Darkrai. As you know, a critical hit hits the Pokemon behind it and KOs it as well. Okay, and we're back.
All right, Darkrai was trying to block out the sun, knowing that this matchup was quite mediocre for it. We see that energy attached to the Aerodactyl as expected. If Jeremiah is able to fish up an X-Speed here, Aerodactyl will be able to move into the active spot, and there is a cape preventing this setup that Jeremiah was looking to have.
Nice cape right there. Leaf is one of the cards they were possibly looking for to make this happen. Now they're going to have to make a decision. I still think you want to get this Lucario out of there because having the Luca in your hand means you can make some big plays. And instead of putting in the Aerodactyl, now we do get to do some pretty serious damage with Hitmonchan. And we don't have the, unfortunate like situation of risking our 2-cost EX.
Yeah, and something that's noteworthy here is this Hitmonchan only has 80 HP until a cape gets attached to it, if it gets attached. And 80 HP is so awkward against the combination of Rough Skin on the Druddigon and Darkrai dealing 20 damage. For no energy investment, you're taking 40 a turn cycle.
And here we go. 20 damage. It's going to sit at 40. Darkrai now has some interesting decisions to make, but of course it's going to stay behind there. It doesn't want to get cracked by some of these powerful fighting cards. We have the retreat into the Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl now able to pick up this KO. Energy powered onto it. And, this fighting deck is just doing what it's been doing all day, looking to take out some of these very mean dark decks. And it's
see the pause. We see the pause on the Rocky Helmet here. So we get to knock out the Druddigon. we take 20, putting us down to 120. And then the Darkrai can deal 100, putting us down to 20 altogether. But it'll take 20 back from the helmet, going down to 120 itself. And then we could see the Aerodactyl and Hitmonchan pivot, where so long as there's not a Cyrus, we could end up in an okay spot. But the second Drudagon here, as we mentioned, one of the better starts here, getting to kind of brick wall this Aerodactyl with another cape at that.
These Cape Druds are very solid. I mean,
Yep.
obviously everyone knows Rocky Helmet Drud. It's got a very funny, like disgusting situation, but Cape Drud also has some really crazy situations as well, right? How mean is it that you have to do even more damage to Drudagon? Give me a break.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm gonna leave it up to Jeremiah because he's won this matchup a significant number of times today, but I am struggling to puzzle out an avenue to victory from here, from this position.
Now, obviously, they'd love to get this other Lucario out there. That would, I mean, just be a change some breakpoints in some really big ways. They're going to decide to land crush. Okay. They could move in Riolu to finish this off, but your opponents, of course, could move in at any moment to try to pick up this, KO right now.
Yeah, if we see a copy of Leaf here, could potentially be all she wrote.
Let's see.
Yeah,
They
she
do
is.
leave. Oof, this is scary.
So, and this is one of the tough parts about these fighting decks is anytime you give up Aerodactyl as your first knockout point, it leaves you in kind of a tough spot. One big strength of these decks is their ability to maneuver into the Aerodactyl last, where you give up 2 knockout points. And now everything on the fighting deck side just goes down in 100, yeah?
Yeah, this is really tough. I mean, they have Lucario position to be put in, but obviously that doesn't really help them. If they top deck the other Lucario, that doesn't really help them, right? It doesn't survive. They can't attack.
We're just mating one here no matter what happens for Jeremiah off the top of the deck, unfortunately.
Cyrus pulls Drud, giving them time.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that technically means we're not dead on board, but I think the avenue we needed for this to convert into maybe anything was an Aerodactyl. And we needed a Fossil this turn to evolve to Aerodactyl next turn, because
Yeah.
Aerodactyls are only thing that survives a hit for 100. And we're
Mhm.
dead on the spot to another Leaf, but even if there's not another Leaf, we're dead over 2 turns here.
Yeah. Of course, there's always, the possibility of a misplay or something like that. They're throwing a card back in the deck. I think they're looking to power the Magneton for what
Yep.
it's worth. Get that online. Yep.
Yep. I assume we'll see an energy attached to the Drudagon this turn, so that way we're just deterministic next turn.
Yeah, this looks to be an unfortunate round 1 for our hero. There's the old Amber that they really could have used last turn. They will put some energy on it, but
Yep. We're just set on board.
yeah. The cape, does the cape give you any breakpoint? No. Yeah.
Speed up the inevitable here a touch.
Unfortunate, obviously we are all rooting for the Lucario player. Tough one.
We're
Tough
down, but
one.
we're not out. These
That's
are
right.
best of 3. I am certain, variance by design game, that Jeremiah has won this matchup 6 times in this tournament. I'm certain they've dropped games in previous rounds. Let's head back on in here to game 2 and see how it goes. Like I said, I think something that was instrumental in that game was the fact that both Drudagons happened on top of the Darkrai quickly. I think that's the best possible start for this Magnezone deck.
All right. We're going first here. Riolu in the active spot. They really would love a Hitmonchan start, but they're getting
Yep.
Riolu here. They're drawing Chan.
We need what? An X speed and a Lucario. We can't do both of those next turn. I guess we could draw Professor's Research into X speed plus Lucario. That's a pretty specific combination.
We don't hate the second Riolu, obviously. It could set up some moments as the match goes on. And if we get Lucario, we can put it on the bench, attack with the Riolu in the active spot, at least do some decent damage. Let's see what happens. Our opponents putting down the Magnemite and the Darkrai. Oof. It's starting already. 20 damage with the Nightmare Aura onto Riolu.
There's not a second Drudagon yet, but this is a pretty ideal setup here. That is,
I mean,
yep.
Yeah, it's tough. Okay.
Setting up the Aerodactyl and then hoping to clear the Drudagon in one. But again, we're going to be kind of in a squeeze like we were in the previous game, unfortunately, where there's the second Drudagon too, Spraggles.
Ooh, this is just a great setup for Darkrai. Not a great setup for our fighting deck so far. No Lucario yet. No X speed to get the Riolu out of there. So even if we get this Aerodactyl online, you're going to have to pay to remove Riolu or have Riolu go down, which puts the Aerodactyl in a really dangerous spot because if Aerodactyl goes down, that's the end of the game. Great start for the Darkrai. And it does look pretty bleak for our hero.
Yeah, we're going to need... I don't know. Oh, there's the cape too. Oh, the cape is so good on the Dirtle Dragon.
Yeah, so the cape is even if they have Lucario, even if they have the setup exactly that they need, they can no longer get the one-turn KO. They did not even get Lucario. They have a second Aerodactyl. At least the Primeval Law is being laid down.
We have to retreat now bail out here.
Chan, yeah, that's what I figured. They have points to give. Boy, this is just a tough one. They have a possibility of playing Rocky Helm just in case they decide to do some direct damage to Hitmonchan.
Yep, because the helmet here makes sense because it means that if they leaf into the Darkrai to clear the Hitmonchan, it takes a little bit of damage. But at the same time, like I said, the Darkrai deck has more inevitability here, right? They should not be in any rush. They're just gonna sit here and attach their happy dark energies and deal chip shots of 20 until Jeremiah feels forced to punch their way through this Drudagon, which is going to take an immense amount of effort.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here. If they get 2 Lucarios, they could one-shot certain things, right? 2 Lucarios puts them in an interesting spot with like a caped Drud. Man, this is hard.
Great. There's the Magnezone. And the Magnezone deals 130 to the Aerodactyl, which means
so it can't hit Drud at all.
Yeah, which means if you hit the Drud, you go down without a cape. And Sabrina has no text here because there's another. I mean, I guess you can clear the Drudagon that's slightly lower, but this one's at 90 now too.
Yeah. I think you're running out of options, unfortunately. Yeah, you're just gonna try to delay.
Yeah, where you're trying to force the Darkrai player to blink first, but if the Darkrai player understands what's going on, they're just gonna sit behind their wall and just. Is this gonna be our first top tier control deck in this game? Because this is a control deck. This is completely and entirely, I think.
Oof, this is so hard to fight. There's the leaf. They already have a leaf. Not what they're looking for. Those Lucarios are nowhere to be found, man. Oh, tough.
We're thinking about jab, but it doesn't really. Does it accomplish anything?
It's kind of fun.
It's kind of fun.
I mean,
I
yeah,
like pushing buttons.
It doesn't give you. I guess you KO Drud in one hit from Aerodactyl without Lucario. But at this point, they're just assuming it's in their deck somewhere, right? The nice thing is this could buy one more turn, but I mean, gosh, it's bleak right now.
Yeah, the ability to apply pressure from behind a Drudagon, making things like a Hitmonlee a little bit worse, is a really interesting dynamic. Let's call it.
This is going to give you probably 2 Lucarios at this point. Giant Cape, 1. Okay. You retreat. Yeah, you get the KO. They were waiting for this. You could Giant Cape the Aerodactyl. Does that give it a break point?
Yep. Giant Cape means you stay at 140, so you're going down to 10 from the Magnezone.
Okay. And they haven't given up a point yet.
And okay, noteworthy. Okay, I'm gonna cope a little bit here.
Oh,
Noteworthy.
I love this.
The second Lucario gives you 140 into the Magna Zone because it's weak to fighting.
Uh-huh.
So that's and so we're not dead to the Magna Zone this turn.
Yeah.
And we can clear it with the top deck Lucario that we're owed at this point. We're due.
Yeah, legally they have to give it to you.
Oh no, wait, the Darkrai. Oh, the Darkrai. Oh god, this deck is so good. Oh, it's so good.
It's really good. It's just really hard to beat.
Is the Magna Zone the bottom 2 cards of their deck? The
Well,
law!
it
They
wouldn't matter.
can't break the
Primeval
law,
law.
Spraggles!
You can't. Yeah, I know.
You
You can't break the
the
primeval law.
The primeval law! It's the law! Stop
Pokeball.
breaking the law! Oh, man.
Wow.
They just had to put the Darkrai up. They forgot about the law.
Everyone forgets about the law. I guess they're. Yeah, I mean, they're worried that you hit
There's
Darkrai once, right?
7
And then
energy on the Darkrai.
That's a lot. Do they retreat into Drud here?
Oh.
I mean, Drud goes down in 1, then you have to put in Darkrai. Do you retreat into to Darkrai and do the damage right now? Darkrai's at 140.
I think you gotta leave.
I love how the chat, how many people in the chat are saying.
Are they gonna run out of
goodbye.
time? Oh my goodness, are they gonna run out of time?
No way. No way!
They're gonna run out of time! They're gonna run out of time! Oh!
No way!
What? What? No! No! Jeremiah is the chosen one. He can't be stopped. Wait, true. This is someone called Jeremiah the anime protagonist earlier, and this is the anime protagonist right here.
Yeah.
The law. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Darkrai player. I'll PayPal you after the stream. Of course. Thank you. Wow. I mean, what a moment right there. That is just unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Holy.
Okay, we got Cape on Darkrai.
But we're done. The Cyrus means we're done. There's 0 points for the Darkrai player.
20.
I think we're checkmate for Jeremiah. We're going to a third game. We're going to a third game.
Have gone so far. I think we're going to a game.
We're going to a game 3. We're going to a game. Holy.
Brina. Yeah. You're gonna Brina the other Darkrai.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. They're gonna win with the Cyrus one way or another.
Yeah. They're taking their time, which they should.
Yep.
Breathe through it.
Not too much time though, as we learned a moment ago.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, totally. Actually, don't take your time. Don't be crazy right here. Okay. Oh no. No.
What happened?
They put an energy on.
Oh.
It KO'd.
Oh no!
Oh, no!
No!
Oh, no!
No!
It's not. No!
Jeremiah! Jeremiah! No! We won if we retreated. We won if we retreated. We all missed it. We all I was not prepared for the emotional roller coaster of this game.
I
was not
right
prepared
now.
for the.
I'm gutted right now.
Holy! I hope they give the writers a raise. I'm gonna have to give the writers a raise because that I laughed, I cried, like
honestly, that match had it all. One of the most exciting match of the day so far. Obviously, that was amazing.
it was like
Laws
better
were
than
meant to be
season 2 of a
broken.
Netflix original series.
Yeah, it doesn't beat something on HBO, but it definitely beats a lot of what's going on with Netflix right now. And outside of Traders on Peacock, I really think it's got most of that streaming platform beat also.
All right, well, unfortunately, I have a Darkrai mirror, or let me check what's under the other box. It's also a Darkrai mirror.
Okay.
For those of you that are just joining us, Jeremiah was our last remaining non-Darkrai player. in the top 8.
Wow. Okay, so 2 Darkrai mirrors. I mean, speaking of like a Netflix show, Black Mirror, am I right? Holy. Well, I mean, your choice, Jeff. Dealer's choice. Do we have the Darkrai Wheezing? Is
That's
that player still
is that
alive
player
and
still in?
kicking?
Yeah, let me find out. Let me look it. I've got two. I have actually have 2 Darkrai mirrors as our backup. So this one is nope. That's a Darkrai Magnezone. Uh, Unfortunately, both of the backups are Darkrai Magnezone mirrors.
That's okay. I mean, look, you gotta give it up to Darkrai Magnezone as clearly the early best deck in the meta. Things are gonna start shaping around it, but this deck was not only the most played, it was also one of the best win rates, and it's like 6 of them or whatever are in our top 8. So
Okay,
a
let's.
really incredible
I'll
deck.
tell you what. It's a Darkrai Magnezone mirror for our second game, but we'll watch it at double speed. Okay.
Okay, but I don't
Best
know if I'll be able to understand it.
best I could do is double speed. I mean, half of it's gonna be Drudagon staring at each other, I assume. So that at double speed should be fine.
That I can barely understand. Fine. That seems fair to me. Here we go. We're moving fast. Darkrai getting set up for the player on our bottom, what do you call it? Bottom side? Player on our top side, also Darkrai in their face. Magnezone. We have the Pokemon communication, Magnezone being sent back to the deck, and they are looking for, probably not Darkrai, but that is what they pull. They're going to go ahead and power Darkrai in their opponent's face, do 20 damage, and end their turn. On the other side of the board, go ahead.
Gut instinct is that this mirror is probably decided by the first to Magnezone. Agree or disagree?
I think it'd be fun to disagree. So no, I don't think so. I think it's going to be decided by whoever gets their Drud out first.
Oh, okay. Okay, wait. We saw this earlier, actually, from, I don't know if it was this particular or someone else. This Darkrai player is playing Kangaskhan instead of Drudagon.
Okay, so given our track record, that means they're the unique one. They lose, so we can have an exact Darkrai mirror heading to our grand final at some point.
Someone said it earlier today, and it's definitely true. I think the interesting decks have just had the absolute worst variants on stream. We're like, this sweet deck is 5-0, and Dumpster. And it's just like, oh.
Yeah, every time we've brought up one of these really interesting decks, we've had some really cool ones. Like we got to show off Infernape, which I was so happy about. We got to show off Skarmory Bastiodon, which I was so happy about. But yes, on stream, they have bricked so hard sometimes, it's unbelievable.
Yep. All right, I'm curious to see how this dynamic breaks with both the Kangaskhan into the Drudagon. Like, are we playing Kangaskhan because we think it's a mirror breaker, so to speak, or is it just like, interesting choice to split up our energies across Darkrai. I don't know how I feel about that.
Well, our opponent switched it in, so maybe we're thinking, fine, I'm just going to power this in your face, and I'm not going to try to retreat it. I don't have anything in my hand to do that. Cyrus, Kangaskhan.
Ooh, Cyrus is big game here. Now we do this, we hit the Drudagon, and we drag the Darkrai up, kicking and screaming for lethal next turn.
Uh-huh. That could be very nice. See, this is why you power the one that's out there, Jeff.
Yep. How come Weavile is not that competitive? If I had to offer somewhat educated speculation, I would wager these both Wheezing Darkrai and this Magnezone Darkrai had more success in the Weavile version, and I would wager it's because both of these builds play single knockout point Pokemon. So they go, you clear a single knockout point, you clear a second single knockout point, and then I close on Darkrai as a powerful EX. Whereas the Weavile version tends to play like some single knockouts, but they'll like clear your Farfetch'd, and then they only need to clear one EX, winning the game in 2 knockouts.
Should be noted here, the opponent's Darkrai very
caped up,
very intelligently threw that giant cape on there,
yep,
making that play no longer possible.
Yep, and this is the slow grind here as we work our way through the Drudagon. I assume next turn we're going to see the active Darkrai retreat, energy on the back one, putting it up to 3, and then Mama throw hands, put the Drudagon down.
Retreat. Kangaskhan.
Well, I guess putting it on the other one is fine too, because you don't need to commit the 3rd in advance, especially in a world where Cyrus exists. Oh, Mama.
No fun. No fun for our Kangaskhan. That happens. I mean, it happens. Sometimes you get 60. Sometimes you don't.
Yep. The second Drudagon. Oh, we're switching it out. Okay. Are we gonna start? We're gonna start Darkrai. Got it. Yeah, and I guess the breakpoint here is pretty favorable, huh? Because you clear this, and then their Darkrai comes up and only puts you to. Well, I guess you put them to 10, and then you clear them with the trigger next turn. So their Darkrai is gonna have to leave next turn, then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
It is worth noting that Dead to Cyrus on the bottom here. If Dead to Cyrus Magnezone specifically.
Sorry, just reading chat for a second.
Interesting. I guess we're trying to set up. We're Dead to Cyrus either way, so we're just like trying to again talk about giving up only one single knockout points to start. I think this line seems fine from our bottom player. You're dead to Cyrus Magnezone no matter which line you take, and this sets you up to. Well, I guess you're kind of torched to. I don't love not having energy on the 120 HP Darkrai.
Yeah, right. It's unfortunate. Here's the Magnezone.
Because now you put up your 100. You can't put up your 100 HP Darkrai because you do lose, and you don't have any knockout points yet. So you can like grab their Darkrai. Oh, I mean, I guess.
Okay. They get a point, but here comes Magnezone, and
Yeah.
I guess they were just hoping they made a mistake there or something like that. But yep. Okay. Fair enough.
You want on up for game 2? I'm gonna spoil the result and tell everyone that Darkrai Magnezone wins this game.
What? Why'd you say it? Now we gotta watch. Oh wait, they're both Darkrai Magnezone. Okay, guys, so watch out for this, Jeff Oakland. I'm telling you, man, the guy's a trickster.
Well, I will say, I can feel a little bit disheartening to see a lot of the same deck in a top 8 of an early tournament.
Mm-hmm.
I will also say that this deck really wasn't, I don't think, on anybody's radar before it. So this deck spiked. There was a single player that put up a result with this deck in one of the like day 1 or day 2 tournaments, and then a bunch of people entered it here, and it's had a strong result. And I am genuinely interested to see how the metagame is going to develop moving forward, if there's tools to combat this or not. Because, like, looking at some things, for example, like Jeremiah's deck wasn't playing any Hitmonlee, right? And he still cleared through this. But is there room for people to play bench attacking things still to get past this Drudagon like we saw in other formats?
Yeah, it'll be really interesting, right? I know exactly what you're saying. You know, there's definitely that feeling of like you want the more variety as you head towards the end. But this is, you know, this is what finding out the meta is going to be like at times. Obviously, you're going to have moments where you're like, well, it's a bummer, but you know, I remember a couple big tournaments for Mythical Island where it was like 7 of the top 8 were all Gary decks, you know, until people could figure out Zebstrika Pika and like see a lot of different counters for it. So
and not
this
to
is
undersell
what is
it,
going to happen.
Like, the Gyarados deck was a good deck, but it wasn't. We didn't live in a last format where it was like you had to play it or you lost. There was meaningful counterplay in a number of ways as things matured around it with tools that existed.
Yeah. From the chat, I see the meta hasn't been established yet. Exactly. This is the first weekend of this, which is why we wanted to do this tournament here, because we've seen a ton of variety, a ton of decks have performed really well, and you have a deck that is the clear front runner for the meta, and we're going to see how everyone reacts to it, that's probably my favorite part. Of course, the early stuff is so exciting because you're like, I'm building Licky Licky, let's go. But it is really cool to see something come out as the meta and to see how the game shapes around.
I mean, to help you cope a little bit, Spraggles, you mentioned Licky Licky. I think one of the directions you perhaps consider to have counterplay into this deck is Darkrai and Magnezone are both 140 HP Pokemon. Licky Licky is a coin flip to hit for 140. Infernape, we saw an Infernape player make an incredibly deep run in this tournament. I would wager they beat this deck more than once on their way there. They were unfortunately cut down. I think it was in the top 16 against Gyarados, which was a polarized matchup not in their favor. But ultimately, I think those types of tools are the things you can reach for and try and build around to potentially have counterplay into this deck that's certainly powerful.
I'll let you cope even harder here, Jeff. we're running this tournament. I could easily say that one of these players is disqualified for being annoying. Bring the Lucario deck back and give it another shot. I mean, we can do whatever we want. It's not illegal. Pretty smart, right?
Oh, being in charge.
So nice. Having power.
All right, so we have Osiris pulling this up, and that is the game. I apologize for spoiling the Darkrai Magnezone winning the game earlier, but that is
No,
what is
you
happening
had
too.
to. You had more information than we did, and you needed to show us. So there
All
you
right,
go. Darkrai Magnezone doing pretty well. Did one of the Darkrai Weezings wake it?
I was
Make
just
it?
gonna say, let me check and see if we have 4 of the same or not.
Yeah. You know we've been streaming for a long time. Did it wait? Did we wake it? Did we
Oh,
wake it?
there is
Anyway?
there is another Kangaskhan build of the Darkrai
Okay.
Magnezone, and then nope, it is 3 Drudagon builds and 1 Kangaskhan build in our top 4. So I think the plan is to watch the Kangaskhan build.
Without question. That is now our hero is based on whether or not they have Kangaskhan in their deck. That is the
Listen,
new hero of this tournament.
Mama's a good lady, okay? She's gonna carry.
I believe it. I absolutely believe it.
All right, this is our top 4 match. We're just gonna roll right on into it, okay?
Let's do it. I love it. We're almost to the grand finals, everybody, where we will find out. I mean, what EX is really going to take this whole tournament down? Is Palkia going to make it? What's going on with Dialga? Is Darkrai going to make a surprise finish? We will see here momentarily.
Apologies. There we go.
All right. That Druddigon wall, I mean, it's going nowhere anytime soon. Just such a powerful start.
We've got a Darkrai up top, and we've got I got 2 parts of a Magnezone on the bottom. I wonder if we communicate looking for the basic here. I assume we throw one of these Darkrai back and hope to spike a Magnemite, yeah?
Yep, that's exactly what they're doing. And
Nailed
we
it.
do get it. Very
Okay.
nice. Very nice. Gosh, I mean we that's a card we have of course talked about, but what an amazing card. Pokemon communication. So good.
Yep. So much consistency in these builds in just so many ways. It just the fact that it can be like a makeshift Pokeball in a spot like this, but also when you draw it in the mid to late game, you're like, all right, let's add consistency and find our other thing is a big deal.
Got the retreat cost 2 less for the Leaf, and they're moving the Kangaskhan in right away. I mean, when you have the Kangaskhan, that is what you want to be doing, right? You want to start swinging. It's a great early Pokemon. Able to do 60 in a single turn, but also able to whiff and do 0.
Yep.
There's the 60.
So that's a big the hitting the 60 on one of these means that with the energy on Darkrai next turn, you only need a single heads to clear the Drudagon out. But there is the Magnezone on curve for our bottom player. Oh, Sabrina. I don't mind the tempo Sabrina here. We've already burned 1 leaf to reposition the Darkrai. The odds that there's a second is relatively low, and it would buy us a ton of time to get Magnezone charged.
Yeah, I think that's very smart. I love plays like that, especially when, like you've said, they've already spent some resources. So it's going to be annoying to do it again. Little
And
damage onto the opponent's Darkrai
yep.
also, which is very positive if you need to bring that in later with Cyrus.
Yep. To say pass the tempo that, okay, this is primed for Cyrus later is such a big deal.
Mm-hmm. No deck's really running potion right now. Everyone's got a cape, which makes you very, like Cyrus is very dangerous without the ability to heal that, right? So
Waiting to see what exactly our choice is here. Now, noteworthy at least for our Darkrai player up top is that they can attach energy over the next 2 turns and clear this Drudagon, and then Kangaskhan will have a window to punch something that's in the back. But if they don't top deck the Leaf eventually, they're going to have to spend all the energies off the Darkrai to reposition it out.
they're deciding how they want to play this. It is one of those moments where this Darkrai might just be in for a bit.
I wonder what the pause is here. I guess okay. So the pause is, am I powering up a different Darkrai? Yes. So that's
Yeah.
that's the answer. It's okay. I'm gonna power up this other one instead.
Also, like you've said, even if you kind of know what your line is, you might take some time in one of these earlier rounds to sort of start playing out the next round, the next round, the next round. If you draw this, what will you do? If they draw that, how will you react? It's when things are a little less chaotic, right?
Yep. I wonder. My gut instinct says we hold the second Magnemite here without a Magneton. Okay, we have Magnezone. It probably doesn't matter ultimately. If we're not putting the Magnezone up next turn, or this turn, we wait a turn to put it out so we can charge another Lightning Energy, so I assume we're just passing back here at this point.
Yeah. Yeah. Because if they KO Drud, which they will by putting energy on Darkrai, they can then play Magnus and they don't have to do it this second, you know? They could see if they stall.
And amusing and perhaps insightful comment on one of the chats here is Venusaur could rise to kill Darkrai, and that's an interesting thought. A beefy health card that heals itself against all this chip shot damage. There's so many tools to explore this format, it feels like.
Yeah, and again, and this is exactly what happened with Gyarados, by the way. Like literally to a T. Gyarados,
Yep.
they found a Gyarados deck that worked well. It crushed everything, and everyone went, "There's nothing else except Gyarados." And then they all the counters started coming out, the counters to the counters, and there's how your meta develops, which is really exciting. Darkrai Magnezone will be a thing, that is for sure.
Volt Charge here. We got a Darkrai trigger that doesn't quite matter, I suppose. In fact, if the Darkrai trigger is not going to matter, yeah, this is heads up. You want to think a couple turns in advance. So by putting the Dark Energy on the Magnezone this turn, it means you
Yeah.
don't need to attach an energy to it next turn, which allows you to put it on the Darkrai and get 20 damage when the 20 damage matters. Because this
Yeah.
turn, that damage didn't do anything.
Very nice. Really nice stuff. Unfortunately, it's against the Kangaskhan player. So I hate it. I'm mad about it.
That's true. Sorry, I forgot the Kangaskhan player is now our hero.
That's right. It's always one of those tough things too. That Darkrai going down instead of it being a Drud is very devastating. They can't lose any other Pokemon, Darkrai or otherwise, right? They've given up 2 points already, which is the huge disadvantage possibly to some of these EX Pokemon. That is how they've decided to balance them in this game.
So the Magneton on the bench here means that they can Magnezone on the following turn. There's no Cyrus yet for our Darkrai player, but they might want to play to draw that as an out next turn potentially. And we're going to leaf around. Okay, I guess if we leaf and then we can put our Darkrai up and crack it for 100 here, and the Magnezone's left in the back, so they're not getting a knockout point next turn.
Mm-hmm. Darkrai gets an energy, does 100 damage total, bringing it down to 40.
Some cracks in.
This Darkrai can't get KO'd by our opponents.
Yep. So 1 point for our top player, but no way on board for them to clean this out no matter how it works. They can, well, I guess a Giovanni could technically clean it, but I assume based on the fact that they took this line that there's no Giovanni. Oh, they need an energy on the Magnezone, though, so even Giovanni wouldn't do it.
Well, they get the dark energy, right?
Yeah, I'm saying is there a way for them to clear the Darkrai this turn? There is not.
Oh, right, yeah.
Oh, there is a Giovanni. Okay, yeah, we were just energy short. They're looking at the top of their deck here. This is the I'm 1 in 5 to draw Cyrus check.
Oh,
And there she is.
wow. Wow.
Yep. Clean them
Jeez.
up. All right. Kangaskhan is down a game here.
Okay. Cyrus is a thing. Very, very powerful card. Very powerful.
Very, and again, I can't emphasize enough that Cyrus feels like it's at its best in these chip shot style decks. You know, if you're playing a deck that's like Charizard or old Mewtwo, where like you're blasting for big bursts that are clearing in one, Cyrus is much worse than Sabrina. But in these decks that are playing Darkrai's and Farfetches and other small chip shots worth of damage, being able to stop people from retreating away from you is a big deal.
Yeah, those Greninjas, they have a lot of great opportunities with that as well. A lot of the Palkia decks too, because if Palkia gets to attack once, the whole bench is hurt. There are a lot of great options. Spiritomb has seen some really great play with that, of course.
All right, there's the
I
Darkrai
wonder if we'll see.
lead.
Oh, go ahead.
Not the droid we're looking for here, but we do have first energy advantage, which seems like it's quite good here.
I'm wondering if the Weavile deck is going to find its home with something else completely. You know, maybe next set, or maybe even it plays with other dark cards.
Yeah, perhaps one of the best recipes for EX Pokemon is often playing it like we're seeing here with multiple one knockout point Pokemon. So maybe there's a world where Weavile is like something that top ends in a deck that's playing other one knockout points to start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Darkrai EX on the other side of the board, able to do some damage with that Drud wall. You want to be behind the Drud. The Drud behind you, not as ideal, I gotta say. Professors scraping the deck. There's the Drotagon. There's the Magnezone. They don't have the Magnemite yet. Very unfortunate, right? You just really need to get this powered up and get it online. It's great to power up your Darkrai in the face of your opponent, but dang, you would want something starting here. They just can't do much with what they got in their hand. 2 Magnezones, another Drotagon, another Darkrai, and a Magneton.
Oh, I didn't realize this. I'm gonna have to look at this top deck list. I didn't parse that there was both Druddigon and Kangaskhan until the Kangaskhan came down here. So we're just playing more lead Pokemon in try to reduce your chances of starting on Darkrai. I would assume have one of the ideal starters.
Right, yeah. I think that's definitely what it is. We got the giant cape.
So Cape doesn't save us here because if we want to clear the Druddigon, we take 20, and then the Darkrai in the back does 100 when we come back up. So I think we have to leave. We have to leave, or we have to not attack. Either way, not super exciting.
Yeah. I think they realized that probably after they put the cape down, but maybe
Yep.
they're trying to save it from a Cyrus.
Oh yeah, that's true. No, yeah, I like. Well, you can't get Cyrus and Leafed next turn, so you didn't necessarily need to play the Cape.
Yeah. Maybe it's future proof. They're future proofing their Darkrai. Let's see what our opponents decide to do here.
Search. Darkrai pokes again. The fact that the first few Darkrai triggers for our top player went on to Darkrai means that they're winning this kind of Druddigon race from poke damage, so to speak.
Pokeball. We could have 2 Magnemites here. We do.
This is the first Magnemite here is a big deal, and we have do we have 2 Magnetons? No,
we
one of those
have...
two. 2 Magnezones and 1 Magneton. Yeah.
Thanks, 2 Magnezones.
Thanks for showing us, like Carrier. We appreciate you.
That honestly is very nice. Like, just to make it clear, I got the one, not the other. This is why I'm not playing it. Fair enough. I appreciate it. And they're showing it again.
I like in this moment, like leaving that last bench slot open so you can like, all right, we draw the second Magneton, then we'll play it out and like work them both up. But in the meantime, in between time, just like want to wait.
Here's the Leaf. They are able to KO this in one, possibly with the Darkrai, but of course they don't want to put it at risk. They bring Kangaskhan in to start swinging here.
Yeah, it really feels like Darkrai has to be your finisher in this matchup. You need to make your opponent go through 2 single knockout point Pokemon before you get there, which could be part of the reason why we see the Kangaskhan included for our top player. It's that additional 1 knockout point thing that they're going to have to get through.
Sabrina is interesting. They can't get this Drud out, though, which is the problem.
So,
what do they want to do? How much what's left in their deck, I wonder? How many cards?
It can't be too many.
Yeah.
These games are definitely long. These are the most competitive stalling decks we've ever had in Pokemon Pocket to date, for sure.
We've got the Sabrina. I wonder what our opponents want to bring in. Whatever it is, it'll take some nightmare damage from our Darkrai.
Yep.
which is great.
And there's some value to shuffling around damage on other things. And I like this play from our Darkrai player, or sorry, our bottom player. The Sabrina basically says, okay, you're either giving me a knockout on your Druddigon, or I'm marking damage on your Darkrai or your Magnezone, and then I can drag it kicking and screaming up with Cyrus at a future date.
That's why, I mean, if I would say the reason I like the play from our top Darkrai player is because they recognize that and we're like, I have to give the point here, otherwise
Yep.
I'm like very vulnerable to Cyrus. So yeah, here we go. I mean, I think these players are, you know, obviously they made it all the way to the end of a massive tournament. They're playing very well. They know exactly how to pilot their decks. Very small decisions in deck building, some variants, and some choices made in the match are going to be what, you know, swings the win here. Nice big 60-pointer right there. That's great.
That is a big hit. But one thing that is relevant here is the cape for our bottom Darkrai player means they could put in Darkrai and not take damage. But no, we just had the Magnezone ready to go. Yeah, that seems like the line.
Yeah, Magnezone will be ready to go. And they do decide to put it in. They pull Leaf, interestingly enough.
So you get that Volt Charge in before you evolve. Yep.
Make sure there's no Aerodactyl on the other side. You don't want to run foul of the Primeval Law, which multiple players have done today, to be fair. It's an easy law to forget, Jeff.
Okay, this would be a second point for our bottom player.
We've decided on Darkrai number 2.
Yep. I think this makes sense. At this point, we don't have the bandwidth to build up a. We don't have the bandwidth to build up another. We don't have the time to build up another Magnezone, so might as well just like start getting energy on another. Ooh, is that the game? I think that's the game. Yep. This is 2 points for the top.
Yeah, they put it on the Darkrai.
Do you remember?
There you go.
Remember like 800 turns ago when we marked damage on the Darkrai, and now it was relevant.
I do, and I remember you saying like the cape's not enough. Yeah, there you go. And do you remember me saying that this Darkrai deck would definitely be all of our top 4? I don't know if I did, but still, I mean, wow. Darkrai Magnezone, unbelievable.
We're gonna be heading on into our finals here in a few minutes. We're gonna take a quick break before we do. Appreciate everybody hanging out. We've had an awesome stream all around today, and shout out to all of our competitors playing lots and lots. And we'll see you on the backside. Don't go anywhere, gamers.
All right. Don't leave. Grand finals, baby. Here we are, everybody. Welcome back. It is grand finals time in our Space-Time Smackdown Pokemon TCG Pocket Spragels Hooglandia Open Series Tournament. What a day it has been. We've seen so many amazing decks. Over 1,000 players have entered, and it all comes down to this. Was it going to be Dialga, Palkia? Could Lucario make a run? Darkrai dominating this tournament, making a mirror matchup in our grand finals for Darkrai Magnezone. Jeff Hoagland, this is it, baby.
We're going to crown us a champion today, and that champion would not be possible with all of the wonderful people and sponsors that helped put this event on. I would love to give a shout out to Zoinks and David, who helped us find and record feature matches, as well as my lovely and beautiful wife Christy, who managed as our tournament organizer today, wrangling our 3 children as well as the 1,000 Pokemon children who were battling it out to be the champion. We also have our wonderful sponsors that help us put together our 1,500 USD worth of prizes, starting with our wonderful shirts. Into the AM makes a premium clothing line and these awesome graphic shirts. If you love to stand out in a crowd or perhaps find a gift for someone that they would love to wear, check them out and save a little bit of money using code Hoaglandia. Advanced.gg is what I'm always drinking from my branded shaker here. They do wonderful flavors of hydration, energy, and focus powder mix. And last but certainly not least, every mobile gamer knows the most powerful card in their arsenal is their credit card. And with the extra smart wallet, your credit card is never more than a flick of your finger away. With its RFID blocking technology, it's going to keep your card safely in your pocket, not going anywhere until you press that button. Without further ado, I think we're going to go ahead and dive on in to our Darkrai Magnezone mirror match. And I will say, I like that I get to see a little bit of the player's screen before we go on into these games. There's something we wouldn't get with a real spectator client, because I get to peer into their soul a little bit, I feel. And the player's perspective we're going to be watching for the finals had this dark titled lovingly, I'm sure, Darkrai Cheese.
Yes, as they knew this was going to be an incredibly good Darkrai deck heading here into our grand finals. They made it through 1,000 plus other competitors to be here. No question, after this tournament, they are, we are putting a big star next to this card as a top meta pick. Things will change throughout the season, but there's no question this is a really tough deck to fight, Jeff.
Yep, we've got a Darkrai as a lead on the bottom. We'll see if there's a Drudagon or another Darkrai up top, or gosh forbid, a Magnemite would be absolute worst, I'm sure.
Yes, of course. That would be a really rough one. We have a Darkrai on the other side as well, looking a little prettier with that 2-star art. Our turner on the bottom, we get that first draw. It's a Magnezone. You wish it was Magneton. You sure do, but there's not much else we can do right here.
Yep, we're just going to go ahead and pass back here. We don't have any energy to attach anyways, so hopefully our draw will be live next turn to hopefully get us something to do for our bottom player.
Here we go. Our top player. We're going to see what else they have. Dealing some damage, obviously, with Nightmare Aura. Always scary to take a little damage because that means Cyrus is a very real possibility. No potions to heal it off. We have Drud and we have Leaf, and they're going to go for it right away, putting Drudagon out into that active spot, making sure Darkrai doesn't take any extra damage, and I'm sure the energy is going right onto that Darkrai. We also could power the other one that is in our hand, but we decide to keep that hidden for the time being.
It's noteworthy here that this 20 damage getting marked on each side, this is not nothing. In a world where Cyrus is a card being played in these decks, that first bit of damage could easily be the death sentence that wins the game at a later point.
Yeah, no question, right? I mean, if you're able to Cyrus in a Darkrai, you put 1 energy onto your Darkrai on your bench, deal damage to it. Magnezone can then one-shot that Pokemon. So that could be a huge difference maker. And again, yeah, it makes you vulnerable to plays later, which is massive. Back to our player's perspective here, another Magnezone. That's a brick if I've ever seen one. You're looking for Magneton right here, possibly a Professor's, something so you can start powering your bench. You're not finding it, just more damage onto, or the first damage, I should say, onto your opponent's Drudagon.
I would normally say buckle up as we head into a finals match, but watching the Drudagon v Drudagon, this is a very slow moving vehicle, so you'll probably be fine without your safety harness should we crash.
That's true. In this one, you can stand, you can look up, you can take pictures. We're in the safari cart and we've stopped moving at this point. You get to see some really beautiful animals, but they're not dangerous at all.
Okay, Professor's Research, this is probably our best non-Magneton, non-Pokemon communication draw. Get to go ahead and go fishing for that stage 1. And we
They
find
find
it.
it.
Reasonable.
Very nice. They could put the other Magnemite down, but without Magneton in their hand, I feel like it's just too much of a liability, and I'm sure they think the same. They could now power Darkrai or start powering the Magneton with just some extra dark energy. That way, they could start swinging earlier if they want to move this in.
Yep, it feels like this matchup is kind of who blinks first in some ways, and I think it's noteworthy that our top player kind of has first damage on the Drudagon here.
And here we go. Instead of putting extra energy on Magneton, which again would allow it to attack a little bit faster if we could get Drawed out. We don't have Leaf, but it would allow it to attack a little faster. Instead, we're putting a full HP Darkrai on the bench, getting it in position to attack. The one that already has 120 HP has 2 energy on it, so at the start of a turn, you could move it in and start fighting. Nightmare Aura doing some more damage. Now this Gun sits at 40 HP.
Yep. So trading back and forth here. I like that we started building up the second Darkrai for our bottom player here because notably that one cannot be drug into the active spot by a Cyrus down the line. There's no copy of Leaf here yet for our bottom player, so if they want the ability to pull this Drudagon out, they need to put an energy on it this turn as a consideration.
Now they are deciding possibly to put 1 additional energy on this Darkrai.
Yeah,
So I think
it's
the
so
thought
close.
process, yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was gonna say, I feel like you probably just have to hope to top deck the Leaf because in order for you to pivot yours away, you'd have to give up damaging theirs, which is also not a great feeling.
Yeah. And here we go. Both Druds at 40. You do have Giant Cape as an option, right? You know, to kind of like put yourself 1 turn away with this Drud. We'll see what they end up doing. Our opponents are, of course, going to continue to power their Magneton. They have the option to Cyrus at some point, but they have this Drud wall there as well. The interesting thing about Drudagon is it is a wall for you, but at some point you are going to want that to come down so you can make some plays like a Cyrus onto that, damaged Darkrai. And you can't do that without energy either on Drud or Leafing, and you can't play 2 supporters.
Yep, and the Cape kind of lurking in hand here for our bottom player, ready to save something out of a larger break point. Just charging up on both sides. I'm curious to see how the game actually plays out here once the first Drudagon goes down, essentially, is the kind of question mark.
Yeah. I mean, our player on the bottom here feels like they're more set up, right? They have 2 Darkrai's ready to go. Their Magneton is behind on energy, but every turn they're able to generate 1 more until they start to put that in.
I'm not actually certain that having a second Darkrai in this matchup matters, because once your first one takes damage, you can't really save it against someone playing Cyrus, right? Like, this isn't the previous format where you just like play out something else on your bench. Sabrina's an interesting one.
Really interesting card, right? Now, Cyrus would not matter with Sabrina, obviously. That's the real benefit of a card like this. You can Sabrina, and you would be able to get the Magna Zone if you were trying to.
Yep, I kind of like Sabrina-ing here because the Sabrina either puts the Darkrai down to 100, which means the Darkrai can clear it or Magnezone can clear it, or you mark damage on the Magnezone so you can Cyrus it later.
But it looks like they're not going to. They might just cape. Instead, they're going to cape the wounded Darkrai, bringing it back up to 140, and they're going to let their Drud go down. The question is, what are they going to pull in? They're deciding whether or not they want to make this play. And they don't. Now, what do you think makes the active spot? I'm guessing the damaged Darkrai with cape on it. That way the other is not vulnerable to Cyrus?
Yeah, and
well,
statistically, there's a Leaf in hand for our top player, right? So something's coming up here, and then you're going to get to Leaf out and blast it with the Magnezone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that this is assuming we have Leaf and Cyrus, I think it's checkmate. But we got some uncertainty here. Probabilistically, we have those, but it's not a guarantee.
There's the Leaf. We move the Magna Zone in.
Yep. And this is the mark down to 30, and now at any point, Cyrus comes off the top, and our top player wins the game.
Yeah. Our Magna Zone is now charging up. We are Cyrusing their Darkrai.
So,
but that Drud living on 20,
yep.
you know,
our bottom player can get 2 knockout points here, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and on stream we're actually not able to see their points, but they have 0 points currently.
Oh, I apologize. Yep, it's been a long day, Spraggles.
Not for me. I got that midstream nap.
Yep. 0-0.
Yeah, I think it's done. Unless I guess they really just didn't pull Cyrus, right?
Yep, and if you're the bottom player at this point, that's the out you're playing to, right? Like you're in a position where if you could play around it, you would have, but you can't, so you don't, and you just play to maybe they don't have it.
This is going to give you 2 points, but it won't be enough if Cyrus exists for your opponent. We're about to find out if they have it. If they have it, they're going to play it right away because it is the game. This will be match 1, game 1, I guess I should say, of this series.
Yep.
And
there he is.
Yep, there it is. And that's, again, we talked about this before. Just that 20 damage at the start of the match was the entire reason that this game went this way. 20 damage at the start of the match made it so Cyrus could make that play. Unbelievably powerful. Had they had Drud at the start, we would not be in the exact same situation. Crazy.
Queuing up.
Getting ready for game number 2.
And I would just, to demonstrate sportsmanship, these players are playing for pretty solid difference in prizes, both money and product in our finals. And our player who just lost that game on the bottom, they sent a thanks after they were done.
Well, that's pretty cool.
If they can send a thanks after,
thing is, only you saw it, so you could be lying. And I like that too. I like not knowing, you know?
If they can send a thanks after they lose game 1 in the finals, you can do it after you lose to Misty.
That's insane what you're saying right now. Oh my gosh, you're gonna alienate the whole audience. The view count's dropping, Jeff. Nobody's here anymore. They're furious. Why would you do this? Oh man.
So we see the Magnemite lead here. Drudagon with nothing behind it, but there's no red card in these decks, so our top player could just be holding their other basics.
They have Darkrai. We could leaf this out if we have to. We also can charge Magneton.
See, there's double Magnezone here. I think getting 2 or double Magnezone. I think getting 2 Magnezones quickly is going to be quite powerful.
It could be very, very strong. Yeah. They decided not professors. I mean, they're not worried about Mars or they're not worried about red cards. So, yeah. Leaf. They're bringing in Kanga. Ooh,
Yep.
This could be really nice. I mean, if they get 2 heads right here, this is a really nice catch.
25% of the time it works every time, Spraggles.
Yeah, but the other 75% it only works 25%. Oh!
Oh, when the first one hits heads, there's always that brief clench.
Wow. What's Magneton's retreat cost? It's 2, right?
It's 2. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
I like the quick evolve on the one on the bench. You're like, yeah, we're definitely doing this. Okay, yeah, this is. And now we spend our energy to retreat here, and then we evolve and we put an lightning energy on the bench, I assume.
Yeah. Feels like it, right? I guess you could. Yeah, you can't leaf anymore, obviously, right? And you don't want to give up the point. That feels crazy.
Yep, especially with the Magneton in hand. Like maybe if you didn't have the stage 1 queued up already, but with the stage 1 guaranteed, you definitely want to keep this alive.
Or you could attack for 10 right here and pray for the other 25%. 2 tails.
I actually completely agree with the comment on the Twitch side here that Potion is a card that gets better in a world where Darkrai with Cyrus is a deck that's running around. You know, people talk about Cape just being just better, but it really isn't the case. Like, even if it's going to be better in a number of spots, if this is a top deck that you care about, being able to save your stuff from Cyrus after it took a chip shot was going to win a lot of games for you.
I totally agree. It's something I was talking about before where I feel like everyone was saying, okay. Everyone was saying Cape was the thing. Potion has no place. But actually, as a big counter to Cyrus and Darkrai, Cape is great. Cape's a great card, but Potion does save you from that GG play.
Yep.
Look at this.
All right, we're charging up here. I have to imagine if we find another Magnezone, it favors the bottom player here.
Yeah.
Especially considering there's no Darkrai for the top yet. I think we've covered a lot of Darkrai today, and they've basically had their namesake in every game, I think.
Yes. Yeah. Darkrai seems to make their way onto the board. Pretty powerful card. You know, you could find it with a Pokeball. You could use communication if you need to.
Yep.
It's just a great card.
So we're pausing here for our bottom player. We're leafing this turn? Doesn't seem right. Do we want a Sabrina? What's the reason to leaf this turn? You want a Sabrina next turn?
They're getting aggressive here, huh?
This is interesting to me. I mean, I really like...
What? All right. Well, that's going to do it for the stream, everybody. Okay. Maybe he's letting his opponent know, I'm not pulling it back. So you do what you want to do because it's not coming back. Okay. Are you speeding it up?
I'm going to speed up a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, we watch our players bounce back and forth here a little. So Drudagon's going down. I feel like that leaf kind of gave up our position on the bottom, yeah?
I don't know what they were trying to do there exactly. Maybe they just misclicked. They're just clicking around, you know. All of a sudden.
They sat there and they thought on it for a long while. Yeah, because we couldn't pivot out and use the Magnezone to clear the Kangaskhan. And now we have to put something up. And we're just attacking with Kangaskhan here. Maybe we're still fine.
Okay, they do 30. Both are at 50. We have leaf.
We'll charge before we do that.
Yeah, we're getting into it. Darkrai hits the board. Volt charge.
The Darkrai damage doesn't matter this turn, but getting an extra energy on it towards 3 could be relevant.
Yeah. They could also place it on Magnezone to have, you know, extra buffer, but I think they know it's going down.
Notable here that Magnezone's only on 110 though, and it's going to get taken down by the opposing Magnezone.
Correct. Yeah.
And the
even Darkrai.
Is that the power of Kangaskhan in this matchup? Because the bottom Magneton also has 30 damage marked on it, which softened these up for perfect Magnezone clears.
It could be. We do put a Dark Energy on the Magneton. Again, they're aware that the Dark Energy does not help the Darkrai right now. The damage breakpoint is irrelevant. They're deciding how they want to play it. Oh, nope. Never mind.
They just have enough energy on the... Or do they not have the Magnezone?
Oh, they move in.
Oh, they
Darkrai.
don't. Okay. Yep. They were just hoping to draw it, and they missed.
All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Who's coming in? Darkrai, of course.
And then we're dead to Cyrus as the bottom player now, right?
Well, they have to Magnezone. Are they still dead to Cyrus? 110. Yeah, they are. If our opposing player can get what they need.
Yeah, they're dead to Cyrus. Sorry, they need the Magnezone, which they didn't have last turn. So if they've been sitting on the Cyrus, they could top deck the Magnezone. Okay. Yep.
Cyrus. There it is.
Spragels, you're gonna have to forgive me. Is that the match?
That's it. Yeah,
That's it, right?
yeah. GG's. We have our
GG's.
champion.
We have our
Darkrai with Magnezone Kangaskhan variant is what ends up winning the tournament.
okay. Well, just to give a quick rundown at the end, because I think
Yeah.
some players are interested. Let's give some quick and clear stats here. Oh, that's the wrong scene. Apologies.
Oh, no problem.
This one.
Forgiven.
So
Forgiven.
Darkrai Magnezone was 6 of our top 8 competitors, starting with over 1,000 players, and that archetype overall had a almost 65% win rate and a sample size of almost 500 games played in today's tournament.
And I mean, without question, you could say some of these other decks performed better win percentage wise. Not many, by the way, win percentage wise, but there's no question that that has cemented it as a top meta pick for sure.
Yep, we got a handful of other new decks putting up solid results as well throughout the end of the tournament. We got Palkia, Vaporeon here looking to be the best of those. Dialga Melmetal coming up pretty short here with only a 40% win rate. Notably Yan Mega Dialga looking pretty solid here at the bottom.
We also have Darkrai Weezing right there that seemed to be doing pretty well.
Yep.
Starmie Palkia. Palkia actually had a pretty good showing today. We didn't have as insane amount of Palkia players, but a lot of these Palkia decks did pretty well. I think Palkia Articuno also had a pretty good day, if I remember right. No real Lightning and Psychic. I feel like players were kind of off that for the most part. Like Mewtwo had a terrible day, obviously. And then heading into some of our top picks right here, we had the lone fighting deck in the top. We had some really cool steel decks make it pretty deep into the tournament. A Celebi make it pretty deep into the tournament.
That's the other one to call out. The Bastiodon Skarmory. If you weren't here earlier for this archetype had 4 people total play it out of 1,000 competitors, and 3 of those 4 players made the top cut of our top 64 players, which is just a pretty impressive conversion rate.
I fully agree. This deck is obviously, I mean, not many people are, playing around it yet, but I think people are going to need to start because of how good of a showing it had, even with few players. I'm curious, Jeff, how many people are playing a deck similar to that Lucario? Because it did pretty well.
That was classified as Lucario Aerodactyl.
And it could have been obviously a different flavor of it.
Not much. There were two people playing it. 2 people. I bet we'll see more of that one.
Yeah, well, I think we have to, right? Especially if you take a look at this list right here, or
take a look at the matchup. So they were ultimately taken down by a Darkrai Magnezone, but before they lost to that, they beat it 3 other times earlier in the tournament. In fact, interesting here, one of the other players that they beat ended up making top cut and being 11-2 overall as well.
Yeah, obviously Darkrai Magnezone incredibly powerful. This deck has elements that counter it and plays well enough into Palkia, plays well enough into the Steel deck too, which is very, very cool. There are going to be a lot of decks trying to counter this Darkrai Magnezone because there's no question this is a top deck. But there are a lot of cool ones that emerge from this tournament. One that I would also keep my eye on is Infernape. I think Infernape could play decently well into this, and it had a pretty good showing today with not a ton of players on it.
It actually looks like they didn't hit much Darkrai on the way up, and I agree. I think it has potential to be good into that, but they actually dodged the Magnezone matchup completely, ultimately going down to the Gyarados matchup, which was pretty polarized, not in their favor. All right, it's been swell. We could probably sit and talk here for another 2 hours about stats. I am gonna go hang out with my wife and kids, and then I'm gonna dive into some stats and make a video for tomorrow about all these tournament results because it's sweet. I had an awesome stream. Did you have an awesome stream, Spragels?
So much fun, Jeff. I'm so glad I got to do this again with you. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you. If you're here the whole time, you're an absolute legend. If you weren't, obviously, we have issues with you. But thank you, everybody, for watching. Thank you for listening. This has just been a real treat. I got a new video dropping on my channel soon, or it just dropped. So if you want to swing on over and check that out, and definitely check out Jeff's breaking down the meta here soon. I love those videos from you, Jeff. You just give such a great take on what's happening in the game with real information, not just clickbait stuff like this Executor is busted, but an
Executor is probably busted, Spragels.
It is busted, isn't it?
It's probably busted. All right, cool. All right, peace, folks. We'll see you next time. Have a good night.
Yeah.